In the 22nd century, Liu Xiaoyun, an employee of an international security company, found herself inexplicably transported to an ancient era, a fictional time period fraught with famine and war. Following the tragic loss of her parents, she, along with her elder brother, sister-in-law, and two young nephews, joined the villagers in a desperate flight from famine. Their journey was fraught with peril, encounters with wild beasts, skirmishes with bandits, and tests of human nature. Yet, these adversities were trivial for her, as she possessed remarkable martial skills and a bountiful supply of resources from her mystical space. Amidst the chaos, she toiled in agriculture, her efforts yielding fruitful results, until someone interjected, "Ahem. Now, about what you owe me. It's time to settle the score." Chapter 1. Transmigration in a Year of Famine. Liu Xiaoyun grasped a withered branch, gazing up at the imposing mountains before her, and continued her aimless ascent. After much contemplation, she found it utterly unbelievable. She had been blasted away in a client's villa, and yet here she was, inexplicably transported through time. Indeed, she had traversed to an ancient realm known as the New Luo dynasty in an entirely fictional epoch. The original owner of this body shared her name, Liu Xiaoyun, a 15-year-old girl from Liu Family Village. Liu Family Village fell under the jurisdiction of Huining Prefecture, Liujia County, which had suffered 2 consecutive years of drought, drastically reducing agricultural yields and leaving the farmers in dire straits. While the government waived taxes in drought-stricken regions and distributed relief grain, these life-saving provisions were siphoned off by corrupt officials, leaving the common folk with scarcely a morsel. The original Liu Xiaoyun's mother, afflicted with a chronic cough for many years, succumbed to her illness earlier this year, leaving the family in a state of despair. To compound their misfortunes, in March, her father, Liu Ruhai, contracted a cold. In a time of famine, when even a meager meal was a luxury, he had no silver to seek treatment and was forced to sell their fertile lands for funds. After a month of futile expenditure, he ultimately fell ill and passed away. With both parents deceased and no land to their name, her elder brother, Liu Xiaoming, sought work as a carpenter in the county town to sustain the family. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoyun and her sister-in-law crafted embroidery at home to contribute to the household, while the 2 conscientious 6-year-old twin nephews assisted in feeding the 3 hens in their yard. The Shen family, who had been betrothed to Liu Xiaoyun for a year, heard rumors suggesting that her marriage would bring misfortune to their household, prompting them to send a matchmaker to retract the engagement. Ironically, shortly after breaking off the engagement with Liu Xiaoyun, the Shen family promptly arranged a marriage for Liu Xiaozhu, the daughter of her paternal uncle, who was 1 year her senior. The relentless series of setbacks left Liu Xiaoyun, already of an introverted disposition, in a profound state of loneliness, and she withdrew from all communication with the villagers. One afternoon, as she wandered the mountain path searching for firewood, she unexpectedly crossed paths with Liu Xiaozhu, who was descending the mountain with a bundle of twigs. Liu Xiaoyun instinctively stepped aside to allow Liu Xiaozhu to pass. To her dismay, Liu Xiaozhu, upon reaching her side, cast a sidelong glance, snorted disdainfully, and deliberately jostled Liu Xiaoyun with her bundle of firewood. Caught off guard, Liu Xiaoyun stumbled and fell, her head striking a stone, rendering her unconscious. Liu Xiaozhu looked back at her disdainfully, huffed, "What are you pretending for?" before continuing her descent. In that moment, Liu Xiaoyun lost consciousness, only to awaken in this new life. Rubbing the back of her head, she felt a dull ache and grimaced at the sizable bump forming there. Alas! What a peculiar turn of events. In her previous life, Liu Xiaoyun had been an employee of the international security company in the 22nd century. Prior to her transmigration, she had been assigned, alongside 2 colleagues, to protect a high-net-worth client in M City. As she arrived at the client's villa to discuss protection strategies, an explosion erupted, and in a moment of instinct, she pushed the client toward safety. Liu Xiaoyun stood frozen, glancing down at her patched, coarse linen dress. With a resigned shake of her head, she accepted her new reality. She had indeed been transported to an ancient world, becoming a 15-year-old girl in the process. Was she to continue her quest for firewood? At that moment, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. This was a time of famine, and it seemed Liu Xiaoyun and her family rarely experienced the luxury of a full meal. Indeed, in any era, the pursuit of sustenance remains a paramount concern, particularly in such a desperate time. Memories of her former life at the hillside villa in L City flooded her mind, an estate with a villa, farm, orchard, vegetable garden, and flower beds, all acquired through her parents' lifelong efforts. After her brother married in M Country, her parents planned to join him, transferring ownership of the villa to her prior to their immigration. If only her hillside villa still existed, she would not have to worry about food now. Closing her eyes, she envisioned the hillside villa, lost in reverie of better times. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness swept over her. Upon reopening her eyes, she was overwhelmed with joy. Could it be? Was that not her hillside villa before her? Ah! Fortune smiled upon her. Her villa had traversed time alongside her. This must be the indispensable spatial realm that accompanies one during transmigration. Standing before the villa, she saw that it had 4 stories, complete with a basement. After a moment's contemplation, she nearly dashed inside. Upon entering the ground floor, everything remained unchanged. The living room, sofa, water dispenser, colossal refrigerator, 2 large freezers, kitchen, and laundry room were all just as she remembered. Even more astonishingly, the villa boasted running water and electricity. Opening the refrigerator, she found it brimming with food. Starving, she seized a loaf of bread and began to eat. On the second floor, the bedrooms of her parents and brother, along with a dressing room, study, and bathroom, were unchanged. Ascending to the 3rd floor, she discovered her own bedroom, dressing room, study, gym, and bathroom, all intact, with no alterations. As she stood in the dressing room, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. Her complexion appeared pale, her frame slender, presenting the image of a simple village girl clad in coarse linen. With no time to ponder further, she hurried to her bedroom, yanking open the drawer of the bedside table, where she discovered 20 gleaming gold bars, alongside gold bracelets, rings, necklaces, gemstones, and other jewelry. She had never been fond of such ornaments. They were gifts from her parents before their journey to M country, who had advised her that, in case of emergencies, gold serves as a universal currency, usable anywhere. How could she possibly be unaware? Having traversed into the ancient realm, these golden and silver ornaments could indeed prove useful. Though it is rather lamentable to think of those figures in her bank account, such numbers represented her hard-earned savings. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they arrived at the family's collection room. With her parents hailing from a medical background, they had dedicated decades to the business of medical apparatus and traditional Chinese herbal medicine, amassing a considerable collection of medical instruments and various pharmaceuticals. Liu Xiaoyun, having retired from the special forces, was employed at a private security company. Thus, the 4th floor housed not only medical equipment and medicines, but also an array of unique artifacts pertinent to her profession. After finishing her bread, Liu Xiaoyun seemed to recall something, and in a hurried manner, she made her way to the basement. Ah! Excellent, everything remains intact. Chapter 2, The Spirit Spring Space. Liu Xiaoyun recalled that in her previous life, there was a period when rumors of an impending apocalypse circulated, instilling a sense of dread among the populace. In anticipation, her parents took precautionary measures, not only filling the refrigerator and freezer on the 1st floor of their villa to the brim, but also transforming the entire basement into a veritable emporium stocked with an abundance of supplies for sustenance and daily needs. They had amassed 100 bags of 50-pound rice, 100 bags of 50-pound flour, and stored various grains such as millet and cornmeal alongside several barrels of olive oil, peanut oil, and rapeseed oil. Seasonal clothing, fabrics, quilts, down comforters, and outdoor tents were meticulously packed away in cardboard boxes. The basement corner was filled with entire boxes of noodles, biscuits, beef jerky, instant noodles, canned beef, fruit preserves, and dried fish. Additionally, an array of snacks, candies, daily necessities, toiletries, and kitchenware occupied nearly half of the basement's space. Suddenly, her eyes brightened at the sight of neatly arranged bags against the wall, filled with high-yield grain seeds such as wheat, corn, and soybeans. Not only were there grain seeds, but a variety of vegetable seeds as well. Her parents had truly considered everything. Observing the ample supplies in the basement, which catered to all aspects of sustenance, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. With these extensive provisions stored away, the concerns of food and clothing for her and her family in this age of famine would be alleviated for years to come. Reflecting on how she had once disapproved of her parents' hoarding behavior, she now comprehended the importance of such foresight. Liu Xiaoyun felt a surge of emotion, realizing that her parents could never have imagined that she would traverse to ancient times while stockpiling these supplies. Her parents were now reunited with her brother in M country, and with him by their side, her worries were considerably lessened. Upon reaching the underground garage, she found her rugged jeep and an all-terrain motorcycle parked within, though she surmised that in this era, no vehicle would be of any use. Stepping out of the villa, Liu Xiaoyun wandered into the estate's garden, where an array of flowers such as peonies, chrysanthemums, peonies, jasmine, honeysuckle, lilies, mint, and wisteria flourished. She then proceeded to the orchard, where her heart soared with delight upon witnessing apple trees, peach trees, pear trees, grapevines, and cherry trees already bearing blossoms and fruit. The simultaneous blooming and fruiting of various seasonal fruits suggested that this space was unaffected by the passage of time. Adjacent to the orchard was a vegetable garden, thriving with vegetables like cabbage, white radish, red carrot, bok choy, tomatoes, peppers, potatoes, yam, and sweet potatoes. However, the distant farm appeared desolate. What astonished her further was the addition of a reservoir on the lawn in front of the garden, where a spring bubbled continuously, its water crystal clear, flowing towards the garden, orchard, and vegetable patch. She didn't recall there being a spring here. Could this be the spirit spring within the space? Liu Xiaoyun filled a cup with the spring water and took a sip. It was cool and sweet, undoubtedly the spirit spring water. Feeling invigorated, her entire being lightened as she gulped down the refreshing liquid. It was said that spirit spring water could cure ailments and prevent diseases while fortifying the body. Could it truly be so miraculous? Instinctively, she touched the back of her head. The pain had dissipated, and the lump she'd sustained had noticeably diminished. The effects were immediate. The spirit spring water truly possessed such extraordinary powers. It was marvelous. After consuming some bread and drinking the spirit spring water, Liu Xiaoyun pondered how to exit the spirit spring space. Just as she contemplated leaving, she found herself back at her original position. Indeed, it seemed that one could enter and exit the spirit spring space at will. She wondered if she could also retrieve items from the spirit spring space using her thoughts. Testing this, she focused on a bottle of milk, and with a mere thought, it appeared in her hand. She then returned the milk to the spirit spring space with another thought, and it vanished from her grasp. This convenience would save her time. Henceforth, she could retrieve items from the spirit spring space without needing to enter it. As she ventured along the mountain path, Liu Xiaoyun collected firewood while continuing to sift through the original owner's memories. From those memories, she learned that the original owner, during a previous excursion to gather firewood, had inadvertently wandered deep into the mountains and spotted a wild rabbit in the underbrush. Startled, the rabbit dashed deeper into the woods, and while pursuing it, the original owner had discovered a ginseng plant but had no digging tools to excavate it, marking a nearby large tree instead. An idea suddenly flashed through Liu Xiaoyun's mind to dig for ginseng. In her previous life, Liu Xiaoyun had never dug for ginseng, although she had seen numerous short videos about the process. The procedure for harvesting ginseng was indeed quite meticulous, yet it could fetch a handsome profit. Determined, Liu Xiaoyun set out to locate the marked tree. Following the original owner's memories, she eventually found the towering tree where the mark had been made. The tree loomed high, casting a cool shade beneath its boughs. Beneath the tree, amidst a tangle of weeds, Liu Xiaoyun indeed found the ginseng bearing red berries. Examining it closely, she noted the numerous branches and leaves adorned with red fruits. It was an impressively large specimen. The videos had often mentioned that the more branches and leaves a ginseng plant had, the older it was. Such a large ginseng was exceedingly rare, and surely it must be quite aged, perhaps even 100 years old, if not more. Could it be 1,000-year-old ginseng? She couldn't help but smile at the thought. Entering the space, Liu Xiaoyun retrieved a length of red string, a thicker bamboo stick, and a military shovel. It was said that ginseng possessed spiritual qualities, and one should pay homage before harvesting it. Thus, she performed a respectful gesture toward the ginseng. Next, she carefully wrapped the red string around the ginseng to prevent it from escaping. Although uncertain if this method was correct, she felt it prudent to take precautions. With a military shovel in hand, she prepared to excavate the ginseng. Drawing a circle around the ginseng of several dozen centimeters, she intended to start her digging from there, using the bamboo stick to gently pry open the ginseng's roots to avoid damaging its quality. First, she cleared away the weeds surrounding the ginseng with the military shovel. But the hard, dry soil made it difficult to dig. She contemplated whether watering the ginseng might soften the soil, making it easier to excavate. With this thought in mind, Liu Xiaoyun entered the spirit spring space and brought out a bucket of spring water, pouring it around the ginseng's roots. After watering it, she returned the bucket to the space. When she looked back at the ginseng, to her astonishment, it had vanished. Chapter 3. The disappearance of the ginseng. Startled by the sudden absence of the ginseng, Liu Xiaoyun could hardly believe her eyes. What had happened? Could it truly have fled? It seemed impossible, for she had secured it with the red string. Frantically, she crouched down to search, the damp earth where she had watered it still visible. Yet the ginseng was nowhere to be found. Frustration welled within her. Where could the ginseng have gone? Had she known this would happen, she would have refrained from watering it and simply dug it out gradually. Liu Xiaoyun was anxiously searching around when a resonant voice emerged from behind her. "My dear girl, what are you seeking?" She swiftly turned to find an elderly man standing before her, his hair and beard as white as snow, with a gentle expression that exuded an ethereal aura. "Who are you?" Suddenly, Liu Xiaoyun's gaze was drawn to the red string in the old man's hand, and her heart jolted, leaving her speechless as she dared not meet his eyes. She quickly bowed in respect. "The red string is still yours," the old man proclaimed once more. In an instant, not only did she find the red string in her hands, but also 10 vibrant red fruits and 10 ginseng roots. "My dear girl, everything is owned by someone. Ahead lies a cave, obscured and concealed. Remember, less is gain, more is confusion." Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoyun felt her breath become constricted, overwhelmed by anxiety. After a moment of silence, when she lifted her gaze to look around again, the old man had vanished. The surroundings fell into a profound stillness. The trees stood tall and silent, and even the birds had ceased their singing, sending a shiver down her spine. After a brief contemplation, she found solace within herself, shaking her head. Whether it be the ginseng king or the ginseng fairy, she could accept it all. She had traversed back to ancient times. What was there that she could not accept? Clutching the 10 red fruits and the 10 ginseng roots, Liu Xiaoyun swiftly entered the spiritual spring space. She carefully stored the ginseng roots in a box for preservation, then took the ginseng seeds to a patch of empty ground beside her garden. With a spade in hand, she turned the soil deeply, burying the ginseng seeds within, and watering them with the spring water, eagerly anticipating their sprouting and growth. Having completed these tasks, she exited the spiritual spring space and began her search for the cave the old man had mentioned. She pondered whether treasures might be hidden within. After traversing a dense forest and walking a short distance, she indeed found a cave ahead, or rather, what appeared to be a cave that had partially collapsed. The fallen rocks obstructed much of the entrance, revealing only a narrow crevice. Clearing away the debris, Liu Xiaoyun retrieved a flashlight from her space and, without hesitation, ventured into the cave alone. Recalling the perilous treasure-seeking caves depicted in the films of her past life, she knew to exercise caution. Picking up stones, she threw them into the darkness, a makeshift method to test the waters. After tossing several stones in various directions, aside from a few larger bats that fluttered out, there was no other response. With the flashlight illuminating her path, Liu Xiaoyun proceeded cautiously, step by step, deeper into the cave. It was a narrow passage, and after a while, she stumbled upon a stone door. The door was tightly shut, and her heart raced as she pushed against it with all her might. Yet it would not budge. After several kicks, it still refused to open. Shining her flashlight around, she found no anomalies on the cave walls. However, she noticed a stone above the door that seemed slightly raised. Though the protrusion was not overtly noticeable, Liu Xiaoyun discerned its significance. It was a movable stone. After a moment's thought, she leapt into the air and struck the protruding stone with her right palm. Miraculously, the stone door began to creak open slowly. Though her heart surged with excitement, Liu Xiaoyun hesitated to enter, uncertain of what lay within the dark chamber. She illuminated the space with her flashlight, revealing a large dark chest placed in the center. Once again, she resorted to her tactic of throwing stones to gauge the situation, yet there was still no response. Covering her nose, she approached the chest, and with a thought, she stored it within the spiritual spring space. Without lingering, she quickly closed the stone door and exited the cave. The sunlight filtering through the dense forest was somewhat blinding, and she squinted her eyes, taking deep breaths of the fresh air. Eager to discover the contents of the chest, Liu Xiaoyun re-entered the spiritual spring space. Upon opening the chest, she had anticipated treasures. Yet she was utterly astonished. Aside from the 4 enormous luminous pearls atop, the chest was brimming with gleaming gold. Heavens! What incredible fortune! She rejoiced inwardly. The treasure-seeking expedition had consumed a considerable amount of time, and it was time to return home. Given the remote location, on her way back, she casually caught a wild chicken and a wild rabbit, binding them with vines to a sturdy branch, which she slung over her shoulder as she walked. simultaneously collecting some dry twigs for firewood. Dressed in a coarse linen dress, with firewood in one arm and the wild chicken and rabbit draped over her shoulder, she felt as though she resembled a hunter. Descending the mountain, she walked along the path home, greeted by villagers who called out to her, "Yun girl. What splendid fortune you have. You've managed to hunt a wild chicken and rabbit." Liu Xiaoyun merely smiled in response, not offering any words. The weather was arid. The land cracked and the river had run dry, making life a struggle. The villagers had nearly foraged all the wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain, and the nearby wilderness was desolate, with scarcely any wildlife. Villagers seeking to hunt wild animals had to venture deep into the mountains. Aside from hunters, few would dare to brave the depths of the wilderness alone, for it was home to formidable beasts and without a modicum of skill. Entering such terrain was tantamount to courting death. As Liu Xiaoyun continued on her way home, she felt a flutter of unease at the prospect of facing the original owner's family. In the distance, she noticed a gathering of people at her doorstep. Her heart skipped a beat. What has happened? She wondered, quickening her pace. Make way. Liu Xiaoyun parted the crowd and entered her home. Oh, isn't this Yun girl returned? Someone exclaimed. Yun girl has scratched Xiaozu. Why does she appear so unfazed? At that moment, Liu Xiaoyun noticed her aunt He. Pulling Liu Xiaozu into the courtyard, both of them gesticulating animatedly, spitting words at the original owner's sister-in-law, Zhang. Liu Xiaoyun placed down the wild chicken, rabbit, and firewood, inquiring, "Sister-in-law, what is going on?" Zhang, hardly glancing at the wild chicken and rabbit on the ground, rushed forward to pull Liu Xiaoyun behind her. "Xiaoyun, you've returned." Before Liu Xiaoyun could respond, Aunt He leapt up, her voice raised. "Young girl, Xiao merely brushed against you accidentally, and yet you've scratched her arm so fiercely. Surely you've been too harsh." Liu Xiaozu immediately extended her arm, revealing 5 distinct crimson marks seeping blood. "Xiaoyun, you've hurt my arm. You must harbor resentment towards me." Liu Xiaoyun scrutinized He and her daughter closely. He was acting as if possessed, bouncing about in frenzy, while Xiao wore a face of grievance. But her eyes betrayed a sinister intent. Chapter 4. 2 Slaps. The original owner had been deliberately knocked into the stone by Liu Xiaozu on the mountain path, leading to her unconsciousness. In essence, the original owner's demise was indeed due to Liu Xiaozu's malice. Liu Xiaoyun felt a surge of anger, clearly recognizing the lingering emotions of the original owner. It appeared that the wicked not only accused first, but also sought to turn the tables. However, observing the 5 bloody finger marks, it was evident that Liu Xiaozu was indeed ruthless, able to inflict harm upon herself. "Oh, do enlighten me. What grievance do I hold against you?" Liu Xiaoyun replied with a calm demeanor. "Is it not true that you are angry about the Shin family breaking off the engagement with you and marrying me instead? Surely, you must resent me," Liu Xiaozu retorted, brimming with arrogance. Such audacity was truly astounding. The Shin family's decision to withdraw their engagement was a matter for me alone. And whom you wed has no bearing on me. Why should I concern myself with your affairs? You must be overestimating your own significance." Liu Xiaoyun continued, unperturbed. Liu Xiaozu had initially intended to mock Liu Xiaoyun, but instead found herself on the receiving end of ridicule, her rage mounting. "You dare say you don't resent me for marrying into the Shin family?" Liu Xiaoyun scoffed. "Let me tell you, I truly hold the Shin family in disdain. What is a mere child scholar worth? The Shin family's decision to break off the engagement suits me just fine. However, those rumors claiming I will bring misfortune to my husband's family, whoever started such tales knows the truth in their heart." H's immediate reaction was one of frantic agitation. She slammed her thigh and screeched, "Crazy girl, do not slander me. I certainly did not spread those rumors. Who knows where such idle gossip originated?" It was evident that someone was feeling guilty. Liu Xiaoyun raised her voice. "Aunt, why are you so flustered? I never accused you of being the source of those rumors. Whoever has a guilty conscience knows their own deeds, does they not? Besides, it is a fact that the Shin family is allied with yours through marriage." The crowd gathered at the entrance erupted into a chorus of astonishment. It became clear why, after breaking off the engagement with the girl from the Yun family, the Shin family hastily sought to wed Liu Xiaozu. Who would have thought that H's family could engage in such treachery? What kind of behavior is this? Considering that the two families are practically brothers, one might wonder if such actions could be executed by anyone other than kin. "Do not speak of these trivial matters any further, Yun girl. Tell us how you managed to injure Zhuer. What if it leaves a scar? How much silver do you intend to compensate for this?" H hastily redirected the conversation, her face a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Liu Xiaoyun, you know perfectly well that the scratches on your arm were self-inflicted. You intentionally knocked me unconscious on the mountain. How could I have possibly scratched your arm? In broad daylight, you twist the truth and slander me while attempting to turn the tables. Liu Xiaoyun retorted. Liu Xiaoyun was acutely aware that her arm was not harmed by Liu Xiaoyun. She had inflicted the scratches on herself on the way back. After knocking the original owner down, she looked back to see her lying motionless, fearful of having caused injury and worried that the original owner might seek retribution. Thus, she scratched her own arm to falsely accuse the original owner of the injury, adopting the strategy of a villain crying foul first. Jur merely bumped into you by accident. Yet you deliberately scratched her arm. Are you really going to deny it? H's face contorted in rage, her teeth gritting. Are you certain that I am the one who harmed your arm? Liu Xiaoyun gazed at Liu Xiaoyun, a glimmer of coldness in her bright eyes. Liu Xiaoyun involuntarily shivered and quickly replied, Is there any doubt? Look at these 5 distinct red marks. They are clearly your doing. Liu Xiaoyun laughed coldly. I would swear that I did not scratch your arm, Liu Xiaoyun. Do you dare to swear that you have not falsely accused me? At this, Liu Xiaoyun's face stiffened, shifting from red to pale. After a moment's hesitation, she stammered, I did not falsely accuse you. Your hand did indeed scratch my arm. H, upon hearing her daughter's claim, planted her hands on her hips and glared with her squinted eyes, her voice filled with fury. What? You injure someone and then refuse to admit it? Yun girl. You must compensate for this. Bolstered by her mother's support, Liu Xiaoyun felt a surge of confidence, knowing that her mother was a fierce character whom few in the village dared to cross. Liu Xiaoyun frowned. So you want me to compensate? How much are we talking about? What kind of compensation are you envisioning? What if it leaves a scar? At least 5 taels of silver. H's expression was menacing. At that moment, Liu Xiaoyun distinctly felt the original owner's rage surging within her, uncontrollable. She stepped forward and, with a swift motion, delivered 2 resounding slaps to Liu Xiaoyun's face. Liu Xiaoyun had come to a realization. Having traversed into this world, she had occupied the original owner's body. Now that those who had harmed the original owner had come to confront her, it was only fitting that she seek vengeance on their behalf. Liu Xiaoyun spun around from the impact, her head spinning, and immediately burst into tears, clutching her stinging face. Seeing her daughter publicly struck, H let out a piercing cry and lunged at Liu Xiaoyun. Liu Xiaoyun raised her hand and deftly pushed H back, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. H sat on the ground, stunned, unable to rise as she exclaimed, Crazy girl, you've turned against me. You dare to hit me. Liu Xiaoyun chuckled coldly. Liu Xiaoyun, consider this. Just a few days ago while chopping firewood, my hands were all scraped up, and they are still bandaged. Where could those 5 distinct marks have come from? On what grounds do you dare to accuse me and demand 5 taels of silver? Do you think I am an easy target? Tell me. Was it worth it for me to slap you twice? The onlookers murmured in disbelief. Indeed, other than her thumbs, Liu Xiaoyun's fingers were all bandaged. The evidence was irrefutable. The 5 vivid red marks on Liu Xiaoyun's arm were certainly not inflicted by Liu Xiaoyun. H managed to rise from the ground, having noticed Liu Xiaoyun's bandaged hands. She shot a glare at her daughter, realizing that Liu Xiaoyun had not been truthful with her. Turning to see Liu Xiaoyun reduced to tears, she exclaimed, Daughter, I. The crowd of villagers who had gathered at the door gasped in shock. The 5 marks on Jua's arm were self-inflicted, weren't they? Liu Xiaoyun's 2 slaps were indeed satisfying. It served her right for coming here to slander Liu Xiaoyun. They had pushed their bullying too far. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. The audacity of H and her daughter was staggering. They deserved a severe reprimand. Perhaps this would teach them a lesson about bullying others in the future. Never had such blatant abuse been witnessed. Injuring oneself and then demanding 5 taels of silver in compensation was beyond comprehension. H was merely relying on the fact that she had 3 sons. It turned out that during the days when the original owner's brother was away, she felt pity for her sister-in-law and had asked her to handle delicate tasks like embroidery. As for the rough work of chopping wood, that was something she took upon herself, wielding the axe for days until her hands were raw. Liu Xiaoyun, cradling her swollen face, realized she had miscalculated and whispered pleadingly, Mother, let us go home. Chapter 5, 2 small pieces of black bread. H regarded her daughter's bruised face with a mix of anguish and fury. Her teeth clenched. She spat, Young girl, you madwoman. How dare you strike Jur? I will not let this go. Is that so? You dare to come here and slander me? Hitting you is merely a mild response. Mark my words, if anyone dares to bully again, I will not let it slide. Do not think we are easy prey. Zhang, pulling Liu Xiaoyun's bandaged hands, asked, how are you feeling? Is it still painful? Sister-in-law, I'm perfectly fine. Liu Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. H's hands trembled with rage. Pointing at Liu Xiaoyun, her lips quivered as she sputtered, Madwoman, wild girl, you just wait. With that, she seized her daughter's hand and stormed away. Liu Xiaoyun paid her no mind and turned to Zhang, saying, Sister-in-law, I caught some wild chickens and rabbits on the mountain. Really? I will stew a wild chicken and make some flatbreads. Zhang was pleasantly surprised by Liu Xiaoyun's transformation, but more so, she felt a sense of joy. H and her daughter had come to bully them, and it was gratifying to see Liu Xiaoyun drive them away. It felt so refreshing. Moreover, the wild chicken and rabbit lying on the ground left everyone curious about how Liu Xiaoyun had caught them. But there was no need to dwell on that. It had been ages since the family had enjoyed meat, and they were nearly forgetting the taste of it. The villagers who had gathered at the entrance looked on with envy, while most households were struggling with thin porridge. Liu Xiaoyun's family was set to enjoy wild chicken and soup. As the sun began to set, the spectators gradually dispersed, still buzzing with conversation. Zhang, glancing at the wild chicken and rabbit, hesitated as if wanting to ask more, but ultimately remained silent, taking the chicken to the kitchen. Finally, Liu Xiaoyun unwrapped the bandages on her hands, and after drinking some spring water, her wounds healed. Once the crowd had dispersed, two small boys emerged from the main house. They were the original owner's two nephews, Liu Qingnan and Liu Qibei, who had witnessed the events unfold in the courtyard, though their mother had instructed them to stay inside. As they observed the courtyard devoid of any presence, the two children swiftly scampered to their aunt's side, their little eyes reflecting both obedience and a hint of anxiety. Liu Xiaoyun smiled at them, crouching down to meet their gaze. Upon witnessing their aunt's smile, Liu Qingnan and Liu Qingbei also beamed, recalling how formidable she had appeared moments ago. It was then that Liu Xiaoyun noticed the adorable dimples that appeared on each child's cheek when they smiled. Liu Qingnan's dimple graced the left side, while Liu Qingbei's adorned the right. With another smile, she playfully asked, What's the matter? Don't you recognize your aunt anymore? Look at your little faces, all dirty. Come here, let Auntie wash them for you. Rising to her feet, she fetched a small basin and drew 2 ladles of water from the cistern, preparing to cleanse the little one's hands and faces. Auntie, are you hungry? Here, have some of this cake. Liu Qingnan offered, spreading out his left hand to reveal a small, dark piece of cake nestled within his palm. Auntie, I have some cake for you too. Liu Qingbei chimed in, holding out his right hand with a similar morsel. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over Liu Xiaoyun, nearly bringing her to tears as she recognized the sentiments tied to the original owner of this body. She bent down, affectionately ruffling the hair of her 2 nephews, before taking the 2 small pieces of cake and walking to the kitchen, placing them in a bowl. Liu Qingnan and Liu Qingbei exchanged puzzled glances with their aunt, wondering why she wasn't eating the cake they had saved just for her. Understanding their innocent intentions, Liu Xiaoyun smiled and reassured them, Auntie isn't hungry right now, I will eat the cake later when it's time for dinner. Okay. The 2 little ones responded with gleeful laughter. After washing their hands and faces, the 2 children appeared fresh and clean, their large, round eyes sparkling with mischief, adorned with simple little headscarves that made them look incredibly endearing. Liu Xiaoyun, using her mind, summoned 2 small pieces of rock candy from her storage, popping them into the little ones' mouths. Try this sweet, isn't it? Very sweet. They exclaimed in unison, savoring the candy. Bending down, Liu Xiaoyun instructed, You 2 behave well. Auntie is going to help with the cooking, and soon you'll get to enjoy some delicious wild chicken. Okay, they replied, merrily playing in the yard. Liu Xiaoyun proceeded to the kitchen to assist her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, let me tend the fire. Xiaoyun, you must be tired. Take a rest for a moment. I'm fine. Liu Xiaoyun responded, observing the modest kitchen, with its 2 stoves side by side and a chopping board against the wall. Zhang, her sister-in-law, worked efficiently, having already prepared the wild chicken, which now simmered in a clay pot along with 4 mixed flour cakes. Before long, the enticing aroma of the chicken wafted through the air, drawing the 2 little ones closer. Mother, is the meat ready? They asked, their eyes wide with anticipation. You little gluttons, can you smell the deliciousness? The chicken is almost done. Go set the table in the main room. Okay. As dinner was served, the evening sky darkened, and Liu Xiaoyun lit an oil lamp. Dinner is ready. Zhang brought the stewed wild chicken to the dining table, accompanied by a small bowl of fragrant chicken soup and the 4 mixed flour cakes. With the exception of her brother, who was absent, the family gathered around the table, ready to enjoy their meal. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei were transfixed by the aromatic chicken, nearly drooling in anticipation. Zhang placed both chicken legs into Liu Xiaoyun's bowl. Without hesitation, she divided them between her 2 nephews, saying, "Here, each of you take a leg and enjoy." Zhang interjected, "Xiaoyun, don't spoil them. Sister-in-law, they rarely get to eat meat. How can I spoil them? Besides, they are at an age where they need nourishment." The 2 little ones looked from their mother to their aunt and then back at the chicken legs, unsure of how to react. Zhang sighed, finally saying, "You should thank your aunt." "Thank you, auntie." They chorused. "Go ahead and eat. There will be plenty more meat in the future," Liu Xiaoyun said with a smile. In this household, other than during the New Year, they hadn't had meat in over half a year. The 2 little ones eagerly dug into the chicken and sipped the soup, frequently glancing at their aunt, enchanted by the rich flavors. Zhang refrained from eating the meat or the freshly made mixed flour cakes, instead breaking up the 2 small pieces of dark cake to soak them in the chicken soup. Liu Xiaoyun placed 2 large pieces of chicken into her sister-in-law's bowl, insisting, "Sister-in-law, you must eat some chicken too. It's too hot to let the cooked chicken go to waste. Who would want to savor delicious chicken?" Zhang simply wished for the children and Liu Xiaoyun to have more meat, content with just the soup. She smiled, eating the chicken pieces and drinking the soup, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Liu Xiaoyun understood. Her sister-in-law was undoubtedly reminiscing about her brother, who was working as a carpenter in the county. If he were home, he too would be enjoying this chicken. She chose not to address her sister-in-law's thoughts directly, but rather contemplated how to ensure a better life for this family in the future. Chapter 6. A conversation between aunt and sister-in-law. Lu Russian, the original owner's paternal uncle's family. The main room was illuminated by a single oil lamp. Lu Russian, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, sat silently on a stool. Liu Xiaozhu, clutching her swollen face, sobbed uncontrollably. He, pointing at Liu Xiaozhu, exclaimed, "Stop crying. How did you get those scratches on your arm?" The eldest son, Liu Xiaojiang, urged, "Xiaozhu, speak up. Tell us what happened. Don't worry. Your brother will seek justice for you." The second son, Liu Xiaofeng, spoke sarcastically, "You didn't scratch yourself, did you?" The third son, Liu Xiaoqiang, was furious. "Don't you have hands? If she hits you, can't you fight back?" Liu Xiaozhu raised her head, her cries only intensifying. "Stop asking. It's not anyone's business if I scratched myself. Just let me die. You deserve it. You brought this on yourself." Liu Xiaofeng retorted as he stormed out into the yard. "What's this about dying? Always causing trouble." Liu Russian bellowed like thunder. He knew all too well his daughter's nature. She had inherited her mother's temperament, being willful and adept at spinning tales without a trace of shame. Liu Russian and Liu Ruhai were brothers, long since separated. During Liu Ruhai's illness, aware of his character, he did not borrow money from his elder brother for treatment. Instead, he sold 2 acres of good farmland to raise funds for his medical care. Later, he set her sights on Shinpeng, a scholar. And knowing that he was already betrothed to Liu Xiaoyun, she still wove tales in front of Shinpeng's mother, Zhang, spreading rumors that Liu Xiaoyun was fated to bring misfortune to her family. Shinpeng's father had passed away and Zhang, being naturally suspicious, ultimately led to the Shin family breaking off the engagement with Liu Xiaoyun and instead arranging a match with Liu Xiaozhu. Liu Russian was aware of all of his actions, but chose not to intervene, considering them to be matters of women. He never anticipated that Liu Xiaoyun would resort to violence against his daughter. Liu Xiaoyun usually walked with her head down and rarely spoke. How could she have struck his daughter in public? Although his daughter had received a couple of slaps, Liu Russian understood she was at fault. And thus he could not seek out Liu Xiaoyun for retribution. Doing so would invite the scorn of the villagers. After Liu Xiaoyun's family finished dinner, they cleared the table and prepared for their evening routine. Zhang, residing in the east room, soon lulled the 2 little ones to sleep. Liu Xiaoyun, settled in the west room, was just about to extinguish the lamp and rest when she heard her sister-in-law approaching. "Sister-in-law, come, sit here," she called out. Zhang took a seat at the bedside. "Xiaoyun, tell me what happened today." Liu Xiaoyun recounted the origins of the matter. Upon hearing it, Zhang was filled with indignation, exclaiming, "When your brother is away, those ants take the liberty to bully us. Sister-in-law, from now on, no one shall dare to mistreat us." Liu Xiaoyun expressed her true feelings. "You are absolutely right. There are some things I wish to convey to you as well. Do not dwell on the matter of the Shin family breaking off the engagement. It is they who lack the fortune to have such a fine girl as you. Let your brother find you a family that will treat you well for a lifetime. Zhang comforted her gently. It's nothing. The broken engagement is a blessing in disguise. At present, I have no intention of marrying. This too was Liu Xiaoyun's heartfelt sentiment. At merely 15 years of age, she was in no rush to wed. She was genuinely grateful for the Shin family's withdrawal, for in her past life she had been an avowed spinster. Zhang pondered for a moment. Xiaoyun, where did you acquire the wild chickens and rabbits? You haven't ventured deep into the mountains, have you? It's perilous to go alone when your brother is absent. Previously, the original owner of this body only went to the mountains to gather wild vegetables or collect firewood, occasionally accompanying her brother to catch a wild chicken or rabbit. Due to the severe drought in recent years, hunters could no longer find game near the foothills and had to venture deep into the mountains for their quarry. It appeared that Zhang was genuinely concerned for her, which touched Liu Xiaoyun's heart as she recognized the strong bond between the original owner and her brother and sister-in-law. From the original owner's memories, Liu Xiaoyun knew that Zhang was not a local. She had fled from another region 8 years prior. At that time, Zhang had collapsed from hunger at the doorstep of the original owner's home, and it was the original owner's parents who had rescued her. Eventually, she married the original owner's brother. Curiously, although Zhang hailed from a farming background, she was literate, claiming her adoptive mother had taught her to read from a young age. Tragically, her adoptive mother had perished during their escape, leaving her alone. Zhang had always carried a bundle with her, which contained 2 medical texts entrusted to her by her adoptive mother, who had urged her to safeguard them. Though Zhang could read, she lacked knowledge of medicine. Later, upon discovering her literacy, the original owner and her brother learned to read alongside her, gradually mastering many characters and familiarizing themselves with various medicinal herbs from those 2 books. When they ventured into the mountains, they would pick herbs to sell at the apothecary, thus supplementing their family income. Consequently, when the original owner encountered ginseng on the mountain, she recognized it as a rare medicinal herb and marked the nearby trees, planning to excavate it with her brother. This was her first encounter with ginseng. Sister-in-law, don't you have 2 medical books in your chest? Liu Xiaoyun inquired. Zhang nodded. Yes, I do. I even let you and your brother look at them before. A few days ago, while gathering firewood, I discovered a medicinal herb. It resembled the ginseng illustrated in the medical book, but I lacked the tools to harvest it. So I merely marked the spot, Liu Xiaoyun stated earnestly. Zhang was both astonished and elated upon hearing this. Really? You found ginseng? That's a valuable medicinal herb worth a considerable sum. Indeed. Sister-in-law, I went to the mountains today specifically to excavate that ginseng. Liu Xiaoyun replied, pausing momentarily. Zhang quickly asked, what's the matter? Did someone else dig it up? Liu Xiaoyun lowered her voice. No, sister-in-law. I was in the process of excavating it when it suddenly vanished. Vanished? I've heard that some ginseng can run away. Did you search for it afterward? Zhang queried. Astonished. I did search, but I didn't find the ginseng. However, I stumbled upon 2 pieces of gold. Liu Xiaoyun continued. Zhang immediately stood up, her voice trembling. Xiaoyun, what are you saying? You truly found gold? Yes, it's real. Also, sister-in-law, there's something I haven't mentioned to you. Some time ago, while chopping wood in the mountains, I encountered a wandering nun who asked to borrow some water. She then taught me some martial arts. She refrained from disclosing the encounter with the ginseng spirit or the entire chest of gold, fearing it might overwhelm her sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Zhang was left speechless, covering her mouth in astonishment, unable to articulate a response. She had already found Liu Xiaoyun's behavior that afternoon quite peculiar. Upon returning from the mountains, not only did she gather firewood, but she also brought back wild chickens and rabbits. Faced with the bullying from the He family, Liu Xiaoyun showed no fear, bravely confronting them, which was unprecedented for her. In retrospect, Zhang began to comprehend. Xiaoyun, learning martial arts is a wonderful thing. You will be able to protect yourself. Chapter 7. A trip to the county town. Liu Xiaoyun nodded. Yes, I understand. As she spoke, she retrieved the 2 pieces of gold from beneath her pillow. Sister-in-law, look. This is the gold I found. Zhang took the gold, examining it closely before hurriedly returning it to Liu Xiaoyun. You should keep it. Your luck is truly extraordinary. Liu Xiaoyun placed the gold back under her pillow, solemnly stating, sister-in-law, Regarding the ginseng excavation and the gold discovery, aside from my brother, no one must know. We shall go to the county town tomorrow to find my brother. Sister-in-law, I fully understand. Wealth should not be flaunted, such matters must remain confidential. Rest assured. Get some sleep. We'll head to the county town tomorrow. Zhang vowed earnestly. All right. Sister-in-law, you should also retire early. Indeed. After taking a few steps, Zhang returned. Xiaoyun. Pinch my arm to see if it hurts. Is this real? It feels like I'm dreaming. Liu Xiaoyun chuckled. Sister-in-law, of course, this is real. Zhang laughed. Shaking her head, it still feels like a dream. With that, she returned to her room. Lying in bed, Zhang reflected on the early demise of her in-laws. Wishing they were still alive to witness Liu Xiaoyun's extraordinary fortune of finding 2 pieces of gold in the mountains, which could ensure a prosperous life for the family. After much contemplation, she felt elated. With this gold, she could provide Liu Xiaoyun with a substantial dowry, purchase several acres of fertile land, buy grain, and even send her 2 sons to school. Liu Xiaoyun had only revealed 2 pieces of gold, yet she hadn't mentioned the entire chest filled with gold. Everything should be approached gradually. The next day dawned bright, and Liu Xiaoyun awoke without a single dream, enjoying a restful sleep. After getting up, she noticed that Zhang was already preparing breakfast, while her 2 little nephews frolicked in the courtyard. Auntie, Mother said we would go to the county town to find father after breakfast. The 2 little ones exclaimed. Liu Xiaoyun affectionately ruffled their hair. Chengnan, Chibei. Once we reach the county town, Auntie will buy you delicious treats. Zhang prepared a breakfast of coarse grain porridge, flatbreads, and a small serving of pickled vegetables. She even boiled 3 eggs, first handing 1 to Liu Xiaoyun and then 1 each to her 2 sons. The family was usually too frugal to indulge in eggs, as they sold the accumulated eggs at the market. Seeing her sister-in-law's gaunt face, Liu Xiaoyun felt a pang of guilt. Zhang, fully aware of the 2 pieces of gold Liu Xiaoyun possessed, still hesitated to enjoy even an egg. The spiritual space was filled with an abundance of food and drink, yet she could not take any out. Once they arrived at the county town, she would have to devise a reason to retrieve some of those supplies. Sister-in-law, you should eat this egg. I'm not very hungry this morning, Liu Xiaoyun suggested, offering the egg. Zhang, engrossed in her porridge and pickles, did not even glance up as she accepted the egg, finishing her meal before preparing to head to the county town. Liu Xiaoyun was left speechless and had no choice but to consume the egg herself. After breakfast, Zhang discreetly pulled Liu Xiaoyun aside. Xiaoyun, those 2 pieces of gold are still with you, right? Liu Xiaoyun smiled, running to the west room to retrieve the 2 pieces of gold from beneath her pillow. Zhang gently patted her chest, waiting. I will fetch you a pouch. After placing 2 pieces of gold into the pouch and wrapping it up, she finally felt at ease. Sister-in-law, should we also bring the household registration documents? Liu Xiaoyun suddenly suggested. Zhang was puzzled, questioning the need to take it to the county. Liu Xiaoyun struggled to explain. It was a habit from her past life to carry identification, such as an ID card or passport, wherever she went. This time, she thought it prudent to bring the household registration documents in case they encountered someone checking. Consequently, Zhang included the documents in the package. At the village entrance, a bullock cart was ready to head to the county, charging 3 yuan per person, delivering them to the east gate of the county. Liu Xiaoyun lifted her 2 young nephews onto the cart and then joined her sister-in-law. Among their companions was he, the hunter from the village, who brought a basket full of wild chickens and rabbits, intending to sell the game at a tavern in the county. So, you are also heading to the county. Are you going to find Xiaoming? He initiated the conversation. Being from the same village, Zhang nodded and refrained from further dialogue. Mother, is the county really fun? Lu Qingnan tilted his little head, inquiring. Zhang reproached lightly, all you 2 think about is play. Lu Qingbei mischievously made a face at his mother. Mother, I want to find father. Liu Xiaoyun understood that the original owner had never visited the county. She had no idea what it was like. The bullock cart swayed gently for about an hour until they finally reached the east gate of the county. After paying the fare, Zhang and the others disembarked. He, the hunter, with his basket of game, muttered to himself, why are there soldiers guarding the city gate today? Is something amiss? Liu Xiaoyun glanced outside the gate and noticed several ragged individuals seated along the roadside, men and women, old and young, all bearing gaunt faces and expressions of despair. They must have fled from famine. Were the soldiers stationed there to prevent these starving people from entering the county? Zhang furrowed her brow, tightly clutching her 2 sons. Xiaoyun, don't look. These are all starving people. We must hurry. They quickly approached the city gate, realizing that the soldiers were indeed inspecting everyone, clearly to keep the famine-stricken from entering the city. He was explaining to one soldier on the left that he had brought game to the tavern. Liu Xiaoyun presented the household registration documents to the soldier on the right, asserting that they were not starving refugees, but merely visiting relatives in the county. The soldier examined the documents and scrutinized them, noting their clean and tidy attire, before allowing them entry. Liu Xiaoyun glanced back, relieved they had brought the documents. He was still earnestly explaining himself to the soldier. The four of them soon arrived at Liu Xiaoming's carpentry shop, where he was diligently assembling a table. "Father!" Liu Qingnan and Liu Qingbei joyfully called out as they rushed forward. Liu Xiaoming straightened up, lifting both boys into his arms, his face lighting up with joy. "My sons. Have you missed your father?" Liu Xiaoyun added, "Brother, is there something happening at home? Why did you all come?" Liu Xiaoming responded cheerfully. Zhang smiled silently, carefully surveying the shop. Liu Xiaoyun chuckled, "Brother, kindly inform the shopkeeper to grant you a break. Lead us to explore the streets." "Of course, just a moment. I'll find the shopkeeper," Liu Xiaoming replied, setting the boys down and heading to the back of the shop. Shortly, he returned from the courtyard. "Let us go. I'll show you around." Holding the hands of his two sons, he felt elated, having not been home for half a month. As they wandered into a quiet alley, Liu Xiaoyun exchanged a glance with her sister-in-law and quickly opened the package, revealing the 2 pieces of gold to her brother. "Brother, look." Chapter 8. Purchasing a cart. Liu Xiaoming was taken aback upon seeing the gold, his expression turning serious. "Sister, is this truly gold? Where did it come from?" Zhang hurriedly pulled her 2 sons closer. As the trio continued to walk ahead, Liu Xiaoyun swiftly tucked the gold away and quietly recounted to her brother the conversation she had shared with her sister-in-law the previous night. "Really? Sister, did you truly find ginseng on the mountain? You picked up these 2 pieces of gold?" Liu Xiaoming queried, still somewhat skeptical. "Brother, do you think I would deceive you?" Liu Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly, thinking to herself that her brother was harder to fool than her sister-in-law, who readily believed her words. Liu Xiaoming pondered. Recalling tales of ginseng that could wander, he was astonished that she had encountered it. Yet, he wondered who had discarded the gold. "Is the old nun who taught you martial arts still on the mountain?" he asked. "Brother, you are indeed difficult to deceive. Look, these gold pieces bear no markings. Perhaps they were left behind by bandits after a raid. The old nun who taught me has wandered off, and I do not know her whereabouts." Liu Xiaoyun explained to her brother. Liu Xiaoming had heard from village elders about bandits in the nearby mountains long ago, but they had been suppressed by soldiers. Reflecting on this, Liu Xiaoming remarked, "Little girl, you are indeed fortunate. That ginseng is certainly not worth as much as these 2 pieces of gold. Learning martial arts is a good thing. It will help you protect yourself." Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoyun breathed a sigh of relief and teased, "Indeed. I can not only protect myself but also safeguard our entire family." With that, she handed the pouch containing the gold to her brother. Liu Xiaoming accepted it. "Sister, what do you plan to do? You should keep 1 piece for your dowry." "Brother, when we arrived, we saw many starving people gathered at the county gate. They must have fled from famine. The soldiers are preventing them from entering the county. With so many refugees, do you think food prices will rise?" Liu Xiaoyun cautioned her brother. Liu Xiaoming glanced at his sister. "To be honest, our shopkeeper began stockpiling grain yesterday. He mentioned that prices are already on the rise." "Brother, we must quickly exchange 1 piece of gold for silver, then buy grain, clothing, fabric, medicine, salt, and, oh yes, a cart," Liu Xiaoyun promptly suggested. Liu Xiaoming chuckled. "Little girl, you've covered everything except buying a house and land. You've grown up." However, having never seen gold before, he was uncertain how much silver it could be exchanged for. Liu Xiaoyun smiled. "Brother, take 1 piece of gold to the pawnshop. Let them weigh it and convert it to silver notes and coins, then we can buy what we need. We don't need to go to a pawnshop. We can go to a bank nearby." Liu Xiaoming exclaimed excitedly. "Sister, you seem different from before." Since the Xin family had broken off the engagement, his sister had been sullen and withdrawn, scarcely speaking. He sometimes felt helpless regarding her situation. Now, however, it appeared that his sister's spirits had lifted considerably. It was best for her to find peace of mind. He would seek a good match for her in the future. Familiar with the county, Liu Xiaoming led them to a nearby bank. Zhang and the others waited for him by the street. After a while, Liu Xiaoming emerged from the bank, carrying a large package, his excitement and joy barely contained. "Let us find a place to eat lunch." Liu Xiaoming handed the package to his wife, lifting both sons into his arms. Zhang was taken aback, accepting the heavy package and casually passed it to Liu Xiaoyun. Liu Xiaoyun received the package, understanding the unspoken message. Sister-in-law, I will keep it safe. Brother, be generous this once and take us to a tavern for lunch. Liu Xiaoyun has yet to see what an ancient tavern looks like. All right, let's go to the tavern. Liu Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, but then readily agreed. Off to the tavern, cheered the two little ones. Zhang Shi smiled joyfully as well. Liu Xiaoming led them to a tavern and found a private room. A young attendant followed them in and inquired, "Esteemed guests, what would you like to eat?" Liu Xiaoming ordered a few simple stir-fried dishes, and after the attendant left, Zhang Shi closed the door to the private room. The two little ones were fascinated by everything around them, curiously touching this and observing that. Liu Xiaoyun placed the package on the table and asked, "Brother, how much is in here?" 500 taels of silver. Liu Xiaoming replied excitedly. Zhang Shi gasped, astonished that a single piece of gold could be exchanged for so much silver. None of them had ever seen such a vast sum of silver before. The dishes soon arrived, featuring large bowls of fragrant white rice and several colorful stir-fries. The family savored the delicious meal, their faces glowing with happiness and warmth. "Father, I'm full. It's so delicious," Liu Chengnan exclaimed, patting his little belly. "Father, I'm full too," Liu Qingbei burped contentedly. The two little ones were overjoyed to find such delectable food when visiting their father in the county town. Liu Xiaoming and Zhang Shi exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with happiness and contentment. Their desires were simple: to be well-fed and warmly clothed, and to be together as a family was enough for them. After the meal, Liu Xiaoyun handed the package to her brother, saying, "Brother, you go settle the bill." Liu Xiaoming took out a piece of silver from the package and handed it back to his sister. "Your sister-in-law said you should keep it safe." Liu Xiaoyun graciously accepted the package. "All right, I'll hold on to it for now." After leaving the tavern, they first headed to the horse dealership. Liu Xiaoming suggested purchasing an ox cart, as it would be significantly cheaper than a horse cart, and importantly, the ox could also plow the fields. Liu Xiaoyun argued that a horse cart would provide a smoother and swifter ride, and they could buy another ox for plowing later. Zhang Shi firmly sided with Liu Xiaoyun, agreeing to buy whatever she suggested. The two little ones were eager to ride in a horse cart and learn to ride horses. Liu Xiaoming had no choice but to yield to the consensus and buy a horse cart first. While selecting a horse, Liu Xiaoyun chose a sturdy black stallion, which Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei admired, and Zhang Shi had no objections. Liu Xiaoming, though not well-versed in horses, thought the black stallion appeared quite impressive. After some haggling, he purchased the horse cart for 60 taels of silver. Zhang Shi was taken aback by the high price, feeling a pang of regret, thinking of how much grain and cloth could be bought with 60 taels. Upon leaving the horse dealership, the four of them climbed into the horse cart, with Liu Xiaoming sitting in front to drive. "Dear, do you know how to drive a horse cart?" Zhang Shi asked, somewhat concerned. Liu Xiaoming chuckled, "Don't worry. I've driven a cart before to deliver goods for the shopkeeper." How could he not be happy? He now owned a horse cart, a dream he had never thought possible. "Brother, let us go to the grain shop and buy some grain." All right. Chapter 9, Buying Grain. Liu Xiaoming drove the horse cart directly to the grain shop. After inquiring about prices, he found that the price of white flour had risen slightly but not excessively. He bought 200 jin of white flour, 100 jin of cornmeal, and 10 jin each of salt and sugar, along with some necessary seasonings. With silver in hand, he decided to purchase as much as possible, anticipating further price increases in the near future. After loading the items onto the cart, he headed to the rice shop. The shopkeeper informed him that the price of rice had also risen moderately, so he promptly bought 200 jin of fine rice and 100 jin of rough rice. Once everything was loaded onto the cart, it was no longer feasible to buy anything else, as there simply wasn't enough space. Liu Qingnan and Liu Qingbei sat atop the sacks of rice, while Liu Xiaoyun and her sister-in-law squeezed together, sharing a laugh, grateful that neither was particularly plump. "Let us head home first. I'll return to the county tomorrow to buy cloth," Liu Xiaoming said as he drove the cart. "That will have to do for now." The horse cart was much faster than an ox cart, and they returned to Liu family village in half an hour. "Xiaoming, you bought a horse cart," exclaimed a villager at the roadside, astonished. Liu Xiaoming smiled and replied simply yes. Buying a horse cart was not something he could keep secret. Since he had purchased it, he had no desire to hide it, especially since two families in the village also owned horse carts. Upon arriving home, they unloaded the items from the cart and brought them into the house. Sister-in-law, let us steam some rice for dinner. I'll prepare braised rabbit. Liu Xiaoyun said cheerfully. All right, sounds good. Have your brother prepare the rabbit. Zhangshi replied as she opened the rice sack to prepare the white rice. Oh, we're having rabbit tonight. The two little ones shouted excitedly in the courtyard. Liu Xiaoming chuckled, recalling that they had rice for lunch and would have it again for dinner. Enjoy. We bought plenty of rice. Liu Xiaoyun brought over the rabbit, saying, Brother, sister-in-law wants you to prepare this. Liu Xiaoming took the rabbit, looking curiously at his sister. This rabbit looks quite plump. Did you really catch it in the mountains? Of course. You missed out on the stewed wild chicken last night. Tonight, we're having braised rabbit. How does that sound? Liu Xiaoyun replied. Little girl, when did you learn to make braised rabbit? Liu Xiaoming shook his head in disbelief, wondering if this was truly his once timid sister. Xiaoyun, go fetch some firewood, Zhangshi called out. All right. Liu Xiaoyun responded promptly. Zhangshi tended to the fire at the stove, watching as Liu Xiaoyun cooked the braised rabbit. Liu Xiaoyun moved swiftly, a stark contrast to her previous self. When dinner was ready, they lit the oil lamp and gathered around the table. This is delicious. The braised rabbit is so fragrant, Liu Xiaoming exclaimed, placing a piece of rabbit meat into his wife's bowl, noticing that she hardly ate any meat, focusing instead on the rice. Xiaoyun, you should eat too, Zhangshi urged, placing a piece of rabbit meat in Liu Xiaoyun's bowl. Sister-in-law, I'm already eating, Liu Xiaoyun replied, returning the gesture by placing a piece of rabbit meat into her sister-in-law's bowl. The two little ones didn't mind the fuss, alternating between mouthfuls of rice and rabbit meat, thoroughly enjoying their meal. As Liu Xiaoming heartily consumed his rice, he was acutely aware that it was his sister who had brought the family into a better life. Just as they were enjoying their dinner, a sudden sound of a gong echoed from the village. Liu Xiaoming set down his bowl. What is happening? Why are they ringing the gong at night? You all keep eating. I'll go take a look. The villagers only rang the gong in times of urgency to summon everyone when there was a matter to discuss. The usual gathering place was the courtyard of the Liu family ancestral hall. At this hour, most villagers were home having dinner, so upon hearing the gong, many men emerged from their homes, heading in groups toward the Liu family ancestral hall. What is going on? What could have happened? We were just having dinner, and now they're calling everyone together. Who knows? We'll find out when we get there. Oh, I heard from he the hunter that there are many refugees gathering at the county gate. The county town is still quite far from Liu family village. What does that have to do with us? It's tough. These years of drought have been hard on everyone. I heard the price of rice has gone up again. With this cursed dry weather, will the common people even survive? As the drought persists, the autumn harvest seems increasingly bleak, leaving the common folk with no means of survival. In Liu family village, apart from the Shin family and the He Hunters family, who have relocated from elsewhere, the rest are all indigenous clansmen of Liu family village. However, when the villagers are summoned, both the Shin and He families also attend the Liu ancestral hall. Upon arrival at the hall, the clan leader and the village head stand solemnly in the courtyard. The clan leader, now in his 70s, leans on a cane, his back no longer able to stand straight due to the weight of years. The village head, named Liu Bingda, is in his 40s, tall and of upright character. As villagers gradually gather in the courtyard, Liu Bingda takes a head count. He then turns to the clan leader and says, Uncle, everyone has arrived. May we address the villagers now? The clan leader nods, his expression heavy with concern. Do not dwell too much. Speak your mind. The villagers, puzzled, whisper among themselves, wondering what could have transpired to render the expressions of the clan leader and village head so grave. Liu Bingda clears his throat and says, Dear villagers, please remain calm and listen to what I have to say. He glances at the clan leader before continuing. Today, we have received troubling news. A village in the neighboring town has been besieged by fleeing refugees who have banded together to pillage the village's grain supplies. It is uncertain which village they will target next. Upon hearing this, panic spreads among the villagers. One voice rises above the others. If refugees are invading our village for grain, will the authorities not intervene? Liu Bingda raises his voice to quell the unease. Please, everyone, remain composed and listen. It is not that the authorities are indifferent. Rather, the sheer number of refugees, coupled with the chaos wrought by bandits, overwhelms them. What? The authorities cannot manage the situation? Is it not utter chaos then? The villagers erupt into confusion, devoid of a plan. What shall we do? Liu Bingde clears his throat once more, considering the current predicament. I have conferred with the clan leader. Originally, we had 3,000 pounds of clan grain stored in the ancestral hall. Last year's drought compelled us to distribute 1,000 pounds, leaving us with 2,000 pounds. We cannot allow these grains to fall into the hands of the refugees. After discussions with the clan leader, we have unanimously decided to distribute these 2,000 pounds among the families, so everyone can safeguard their own food supplies. As Liu Bingde concludes, a heavy silence envelopes the villagers. Their hearts grow heavy with the realization that the grains stored in the ancestral hall are their lifeline. The clan leader and village head would never make such a decision lightly, only in dire circumstances. Chapter 10. Preparing for Exodus. The Liu Ancestral Hall comprises 6 rooms. 3 rooms are dedicated to the ancestral tablets of their forebears, where the villagers honor their ancestors and where significant family events such as weddings and funerals are conducted. The remaining 3 rooms contain granaries, each storing 1,000 pounds of grain, totaling 3,000 pounds. These granaries are neither government stores nor charity warehouses, but rather were established by the elder clan leader through the voluntary efforts of the clan members. The grains stored here are a safeguard against famine years, a resource accumulated during bountiful harvests. In his youth, the elder clan leader initiated the building of these granaries, and now, decades later, he stands over 70. With the granaries having endured the test of time, the grains stored are unhusked rice, which can be preserved for extended periods. Today's decision is driven by 2 factors: to preemptively safeguard against potential theft by the refugees, and due to the grim outlook for the autumn harvest amidst the ongoing drought. The villagers' lives have grown increasingly precarious, prompting the elder clan leader and the village head to resolve to distribute all clan grains among the families. Additionally, Liu Bingde continues. There is another pressing issue. Hostilities have erupted at the border, with several villages in Huaining Prefecture experiencing refugee incursions, banditry, and village massacres. Coupled with this year's famine, the situation compels us to consider relocation. Though it is couched in gentler terms, it is, in essence, an exodus to find a more viable living condition. Liu Bingde pauses, emphasizing. The decision to relocate is not one to be made lightly. It is entirely up to each family. Those with relatives can seek refuge with them, and those with friends may also find solace. Tomorrow afternoon, those wishing to relocate with my family should gather beneath the large willow tree at the village entrance. I shall say no more. Now return home to prepare bags for the grain distribution. Although the village head did not explicitly state a village-wide migration, the implication was unmistakable to all the villagers. Such a mass relocation had never occurred in Liu family village before. The suddenness of this situation left everyone unprepared, resulting in a heavy silence. After a moment, someone finally spoke. Village head, if we leave, what will happen to the ancestral hall? At this juncture, the elder clan leader interjected, I am too old to move. I shall remain here to guard the Liu ancestral hall. Liu Bingde regarded the elder with a mix of emotions, words unvoiced. Once more, silence fell upon the villagers. The elder clan leader's reluctance to abandon the ancestral hall echoed the sentiments of all present. No one wished to part with Liu family village. The ties to one's home are profound, no matter how dire the circumstances. Who would willingly abandon the place where they have lived their entire lives? Without necessity. Who would forsake their home, their fields, and venture into the unknown? Sighing, they lamented the prospect of leaving behind the legacy built over generations, the homes they had constructed. Would they truly just walk away? Beyond the homes, there were also acres of farmland. What if they endured this year's drought and next year brought a bountiful harvest? Confronted with banditry, would they even survive? As long as the mountains remain, we need not fear a lack of firewood. With 2 consecutive years of drought, rather than languishing here, perhaps seeking a means of survival elsewhere was preferable. Perhaps fleeing was the answer. Regardless of where they relocated, they would still need to build homes and acquire land. Where, then, would the funds for such endeavors come from? Ultimately, half of the villagers expressed a willingness to relocate, with many being the youth eager to carve out a new life for themselves. Conversely, the other half, predominantly those over 40, hesitated, clinging to their homes and fields, fearing the unfamiliarity of new lands and lacking the courage to start anew. Amidst the villagers' discussions, the elder clan leader, leaning on his cane, entered the ancestral hall. Gazing upon the ancestral tablets, hoping for their protection over the clan members, Liu Bingde once again urged, enough deliberation. Return home to fetch your bags and prepare for the grain distribution. The villagers dispersed, heading home for their bags. Liu Xiaoyun felt a whirlwind of emotions. He had just purchased several £100s of grain, with plans to build a new home and acquire land, only to be confronted with news of a potential village-wide migration. During his days as a carpenter in the county town, he had overheard the shopkeeper mention that many affluent families had already left, causing prices for food and necessities to rise. Initially, he paid little heed, believing such matters to be of little concern to a humble villager. However, after hearing the village head's words tonight, he grasped the gravity of the situation, which now threatened their very safety. Liu Xiaoyun and her sister-in-law, Zhang, were conversing under the lamp when they noticed Liu Xiaoming's return. "Brother, you're back. Have Changnan and Qingbei fallen asleep?" Liu Xiaoming inquired. Zhang nodded, yes. Both children are asleep. Was the gong summoning the villagers due to some urgent matter? Liu Xiaoming then recounted the village head's announcement in the ancestral hall. Oh, a village-wide migration. Liu Xiaoyun and Zhang were momentarily taken aback. Realizing there would soon be a grain distribution, Zhang hurried to find a bag for him. Liu Xiaoming took the bag and headed to the ancestral hall. Zhang and her sister-in-law sat in silence, reflecting. Zhang thought back to a time when she and her adoptive mother fled from danger, never imagining they would have to do so again. Liu Xiaoyun never anticipated that upon her arrival in Liu family village, still unfamiliar with her surroundings, she would be faced with the prospect of relocation. However, she mused that moving to a new place could be beneficial. After all, she possessed gold, which would ensure her family could lead a comfortable life wherever they went, preferably to a picturesque location nestled among serene mountains and clear waters. Yet, the destination for the entire village's migration seemed to be known only to the village head. Apart from a single visit to the county town, her knowledge of the outside world was virtually non-existent. The memories retained by the original owner of her body pertained solely to Liu family village, leaving her utterly oblivious to the broader world beyond. Liu Xiaoyun noticed her sister-in-law's demeanor was somewhat melancholic. "Sister-in-law, what troubles you?" she gently inquired. "It's nothing. It merely reminds me of the hardships we faced during our escape," Zhang replied, wiping away her tears. In that moment, Liu Xiaoyun comprehended the depth of her sister-in-law's experience. Having endured the trials of fleeing, she understood the struggles of eking out a living in unfamiliar lands. The thought of having to flee again inevitably stirred painful memories of the past. "Xiaoyun, 8 years ago, I collapsed from hunger at our doorstep. And if it hadn't been for your grandparents offering me a morsel of food, I would have perished from starvation." Zhang sobbed quietly. Liu Xiaoyun could only offer her solace. "Sister-in-law, do not dwell on it. Those days are behind us." After a moment, Zhang ceased her weeping, sighing. "You cannot fathom how many souls perished from hunger on those roads." Liu Xiaoyun found herself at a loss for words to comfort her sister-in-law. The haunting shadows of their past sufferings were evident even in the way Zhang consumed her meals. At the dining table, any grain of rice that fell would be silently picked up and consumed by her. Zhang had developed a habit of eating rice soaked in broth, believing it to be a means of preventing waste. Liu Xiaoyun longed to advise her that while such practices might prevent waste, they could also be detrimental to her stomach in the long run. Chapter 11. Deliberation. In the Liu clan ancestral hall, Liu Bingda instructed the villagers to form an orderly line to receive their ration of clan grain. The distribution was conducted systematically, with each individual allotted 5 pounds of grain. When it was Liu Xiaoming's turn, he supported a cloth bag, and someone filled it with 25 pounds of grain. Liu Bingda glanced at him and remarked, "Xiaoming, I hear you have purchased a cart?" Liu Xiaoming nodded in affirmation. "Indeed." Liu Bingda commended him while patting his shoulder. Several villagers nearby overheard and cast envious glances his way, for few households in the village could afford such a luxury. This conversation caught the attention of Liu Rushan, who was astonished. When had Xiaoming bought a cart? He hadn't mentioned it. Had he struck it rich in the county? "Xiaoming, wait a moment," Liu Rushan called out. Liu Xiaoming, without turning back, replied, "Uncle, my family is waiting for me. I must return home. We can talk another day." With the matter regarding the engagement between the Shin family and Liu Xiaowu weighing on him, he gradually distanced himself from Liu Rushan. Upon returning home, he found the lights still on, with his wife and sister waiting for him. Liu Xiaoming set down the bag and took a seat. "Brother, sister-in-law, what are your plans?" Liu Xiaoyun inquired. Liu Xiaoming sighed. "What can we do? We will follow the village head." "Has he discussed where we are going?" Liu Xiaoyun pressed further. "No. He has only instructed us to gather at the village entrance tomorrow afternoon." Liu Xiaoming observed his sister, sensing something distinctly different about her compared to before. Zhang rose and said, I will prepare the dough. Let's make some pancakes for tonight. When away from home, pancakes serve as a convenient food source during times when cooking is impractical. Sister-in-law, I will tend to the fire, Liu Xiaoyun quickly offered. I will fetch 2 buckets of water, Liu Xiaoming added as he stood up. Liu family village comprised over 50 households, and there were originally 3 wells in the village. However, after 2 consecutive years of drought, not only had the small river around the village run dry, but only 1 well remained functional. Hence, Liu Bingda instituted a rationing system, allowing each household to draw only 2 buckets of water per day. The village's ethos was commendable, aside from a few exceptions. The majority adhered to the village head's regulations. Watching her brother carry 2 buckets of water, Liu Xiaoyun contemplated how to extract some spiritual spring water from her space. The newly purchased flour lay in the main hall, yet to be transferred to the flour jar. Zhang took a basin and headed to the main hall to fetch some flour. Sister-in-law, scoop a bit more flour, let's make extra pancakes. Seizing the moment while her sister-in-law was distracted, Liu Xiaoyun retrieved 2 buckets of spiritual spring water from her space and poured them into the water tank. All right. I will take your advice and prepare plenty of dough for pancakes. Zhang responded from the main hall. Liu Xiaoyun couldn't help but smile, since her arrival in this world. Her sister-in-law had said, I will listen to you numerous times. Zhang returned with a large basin of flour, and while ladling water, she noticed the water level in the tank appeared higher. The tank seems fuller. Did your brother fetch more water? Sister-in-law, use the water in the tank to prepare the dough. When my brother returns, we can use it for bathing. That works, Zhang said. Mixing a large basin of dough and setting it aside to rise, preparing to make more pancakes shortly. Xiaoyun, you tend to the fire while I prepare some ghee tea. It can be consumed simply by adding boiling water, Zhang instructed as she gathered flour and cooking oil. Sister-in-law, let us make spiced ghee tea. It will taste even better, Liu Xiaoyun casually suggested. Zhang, intrigued, asked, what is spiced ghee tea? Can you prepare it? Crush peanuts and sesame seeds, grind the spices, saute them with oil and salt, and then mix them with the flour. Liu Xiaoyun, having tasted spiced ghee tea before, knew it contained peanuts and sesame seeds. Zhang shook her head. We have no peanuts left, only a bit of sesame. We have no spices either. Liu Xiaoyun's spiritual spring space indeed had peanuts, yet she pondered what excuse she could use to retrieve them. Sesame would suffice. Adding some during the preparation of ghee tea would enhance the flavor as well. I've suddenly noticed that your palate has become quite discerning. Really? I don't think so. Liu Xiaoyun felt a tinge of guilt upon hearing her sister-in-law's comment, wary of speaking too freely. As Zhang began preparing the ghee tea, Liu Xiaoyun tended to the fire. Before long, the ghee tea was ready, set aside to cool before being stored. By the time Liu Xiaoming returned with water, they had already commenced making pancakes. Brother, place the water in the courtyard for now. We will use it to heat water for bathing later. Indeed, it seems that every household is making pancakes. The aroma fills the air, Zhang remarked. Feeling a sense of unexplainable superiority, Liu Xiaoming was aware that most villagers were preparing pancakes made from mixed grains. He had purchased 200 pounds of white flour today, allowing his family to make white pancakes. Reflecting on it now felt dreamlike. His sister had miraculously found 2 pieces of gold on the mountain, transforming their family's fortunes overnight. They now had rice, brown rice, white flour, cornmeal, and even a cart, things he had never dared to imagine. In the past, after their parents passed away and the Shen family severed the engagement with his sister, he had wondered if her fate was particularly harsh. Yet, it now seemed that his sister was not unfortunate at all. Rather, she was a beacon of fortune for their family. Setting down the water buckets, Liu Xiaoming took some hay to feed the horse. In Liu family village, the sudden upheaval left the villagers restless that night, as each household prepared for the impending hardship. Earlier in the year, the government had distributed relief grain once, but with the current unrest, it was unlikely that further assistance would be provided this year. For several months, not a single drop of rain has graced the earth, and hopes for a bountiful autumn harvest have all but vanished. This evening, the communal grain has finally been distributed, allowing for the preparation of thin porridge, which will sustain the household for a while longer. Whatever miscellaneous flour remains at home is to be used for making flatbreads, in anticipation of the journey ahead. Tomorrow morning, a trip to the town may yield additional provisions, though it is rumored that prices have already surged. Alas, The meager silver in the farmer's possession is not easily spent unless absolutely necessary. In Liu family village, the wealthiest home belongs to the venerable patriarch. His eldest son operates a tavern in the county town, while his younger son runs a silk shop there. Both sons have purchased residences in the county, and their families reside there, persistently urging the old patriarch to relocate. Yet, his heart remains tethered to the ancestral Liu clan temple. And after only a few days in the county, he returns to Liu family village. Consequently, one of his sons must remain behind to attend to him. In these trying times of perpetual famine and societal instability, the entire village contemplates relocation, but the old patriarch is resolute in his desire to stay. Despite repeated entreaties from his sons, he remains unmoved. The villagers have already collected their share of the communal grain, and with a heavy heart, the patriarch leans on his cane and walks to the storage room. Gazing at the 3 empty granaries, he sighs deeply, gently tapping them with his cane. Never before have they stood so desolate. Chapter 12. The marriage of Liu Xiaoyun throughout the years. Whenever a family within the clan faced difficulties or insurmountable obstacles, the old patriarch, with the consent of the community, would draw from the granary to provide assistance. In years of poor harvest or famine, these reserves have helped many families navigate through dire straits. Though the majority of the grain within the granary was generously donated by the patriarch's 2 sons, with only a small portion contributed by the villagers, the old patriarch willingly shoulders the burden for the sake of the Liu family. Both sons are dutiful and profoundly understanding of their father's intentions, gladly contributing to benevolent acts within the community, and they harbor no grievances regarding their donations to the village granary. The old patriarch circles the barren granary once, then slowly approaches the ancestral tablets. With the impending relocation of the village, where will the Liu clan find new roots? In unfamiliar lands. Will they forget the Liu clan temple? No matter where they go, the Liu descendants must not forsake their ancestors. Old sir, it is getting late, you should return. A servant approaches to assist the patriarch. Leaning on his cane, he murmurs, what dissolves gathers, and what gathers dissolves, who knows where we shall settle. At the home of Liu Bingda, his son Liu Wenchang has returned from the county town. Liu Wenchang, at 24, is the only scholar in Liu family village, serving as a teacher in the county academy. It is the news he brings from the county that alarms them. Refugees from neighboring towns have begun raiding for food, and the authorities have dispatched soldiers to guard the county gates, preventing these desperate souls from entering, fearing chaos and a loss of control. Liu Wenyuan, Liu Bingda's daughter, aged 16, pauses her needlework to observe her brother poring over his books by the oil lamp. Brother, will you not return to the academy? Liu Wenchang looks up. Not for now. The academy has suspended classes. Will the refugees truly come to our village to steal food? Are they really that fearsome? Liu Wenyuan, having never encountered refugees, is bewildered. Liu Wenchang sets down his book, his expression grave. These refugees have endured prolonged hunger. They are nearly mad. They despair of life and will stop at nothing. Raiding our village for provisions, can you imagine how terrifying that is? At the county gate, he witnessed many refugees sitting by the roadside, clad in rags, emaciated like dry twigs. Their hair resembling straw, their faces gaunt and haggard, some gazed vacantly, while others bore glimmers of hostility. Meanwhile, Liu Bingda and his wife are in the kitchen making flatbreads. Husband, should we not purchase more grain? Our supplies are dwindling, Chao Shi inquires as she cooks. Certainly. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the town to buy some. Liu Bingda replies, tending to the fire. As much as the ox cart can carry, we must stock up. Once we flee, silver will be of no use if there is no grain to be found. With everyone rushing to buy grain, prices are bound to rise further. He sure visits the Shin family to discuss the marriage of their children. Liu Rushan has reached an agreement with He with the impending famine. Their daughter should marry Shinpeng sooner rather than later. The engagement has been arranged for some time, and both Liu Xiaoyun and Shinpeng are of marrying age. We have no objections to the union, but to hastily arrange a marriage seems somewhat unfair to Xiaoyu, Zhang Shi remarks, glancing at her son. Shinpeng sits silently, his expression unreadable. He having heard Zhang Shi's concerns, smiles. It's not unfair. Your family simply needs to provide 10 taels of silver. 10 taels? Zhang Shi appears taken aback. Shinpeng retreats to his room. He notices the hesitation of Zhang Shi and her son to part with the 10 taels. 8 taels will suffice. Zhang Shi remains silent. I am growing impatient. Let it be 5 taels. It cannot be less. Zhang Shi concedes, very well. When your family brings Xiao over tomorrow, I shall provide you with 5 taels. Is this akin to selling daughters? Are the two families bargaining? Perhaps so, in famine years. Families do sell their children, but since the engagement is already set, it sounds better than selling a daughter. Both families are well aware of the unspoken understanding. With the marriage arrangements settled, He returns home satisfied. Meanwhile, Shinpeng paces in his room, contemplating. His heart belongs to Liu Xiaoyun. Liu Xiaoyun is tall, dignified, and far more beautiful than Liu Xiaozhu. Yet, his mother insists on breaking off the engagement with Liu Xiaoyun to marry Liu Xiaozhu instead. He has argued with his mother, insisting that Liu Xiaoyun is the more attractive choice. She retorted, "Beauty does not fill the belly. She is merely a vase." Bound by parental edicts and matchmaking traditions, he finds himself powerless over his own fate. His mother raised him single-handedly, and he feels compelled to heed her wishes. Once He departs, Shinpeng steps out of his room. "Mother, do we still possess silver? We are soon to flee, and there will be many uses for it. Fear not. I still have a few pieces of jewelry. Tomorrow morning, I will take 2 pieces to the pawnshop for silver, and we will also buy some food," she reassures him. "If you pawn all your jewelry, what will we do then? We cannot simply consume our way into poverty. Rest assured, once life stabilizes, we can acquire a few acres of land. Xiaoyu is robust and can chop wood and farm. I will cook for you. Focus on your studies and strive for success." She sighs contentedly. "That is all I desire from this life." Shinpeng's countenance darkens, and he falls silent. Liu Russian and his wife are calculating. Their daughter will inevitably belong to the Shin family. As they prepare to flee, marrying her off to Shinpeng not only secures silver but also reduces the household's burden of one less mouth to feed. Liu Xiaozhu learns of the arrangement, feeling both elated and troubled. The joy lies in her impending marriage to Shinpeng, who is currently a student and may one day achieve great success. Then she would be the wife of a scholar. Yet, she is distressed by the memory of Liu Xiaoyun's slaps, which have left her face swollen and bruised. She cannot bear to face anyone, let alone enter into marriage with such a visage. How will Zhangshi and Shinpeng perceive her? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she wrings her handkerchief in frustration, her resentment towards Liu Xiaoyun boiling over. The following morning, Liu Xiao accompanies her younger sister to the Shin household for the wedding. There is no dowry, no bridal sedan, and not even a new wedding gown. Liu Xiaozhu carries only a small bundle on her arm. Liu Xiaojang remained indifferent. His younger sister's marriage was, after all, a means of alleviating the family's burdensome expenses. As they exited their home, Liu Russian's family gathered at the door to bid farewell. With He dabbing at her tears, Liu Xiaozhu concealed her face with her sleeve, feigning modesty, while in reality, she sought to hide her swollen visage. Some villagers observed the scene with curiosity, so quietly did Xiaoyu wed into the Shin family. Indeed, with everyone preoccupied with preparations for fleeing the famine, who had the time to concern themselves with the nuptials of others? The two families resided in the same village, not far apart. Liu Xiaojang escorted his sister to the threshold of the Shin household. Zhangshi greeted them with a broad smile at the door. Upon entering the Shin family home, Liu Xiaoyu was officially wed into their clan. Zhangshi presented Liu Xiaojang with 5 taels of silver before ushering her daughter-in-law inside. Liu Xiaojang took the silver and ventured to the town to purchase grain. Chapter 13. The Flight from Famine. As Liu Xiaozhu embarked on her new life, Liu Xiaoming and his family hurriedly arrived in the county town with their horse-drawn cart. This time, Liu Xiaoyun separated from her brother and the others to procure supplies, agreeing to meet them at the eastern gate of the county town after a specified hour. Liu Xiaoming and his wife took the children to the ready-made clothing shop, then to the grain and oil store for cooking oil, and subsequently to the general store for oilcloth, water bags, and other necessities, all while stopping by the workshop to bid farewell to the shopkeeper. Liu Xiaoyun, utilizing her spatial abilities, extracted a gold ingot to exchange for 500 taels of cash at the money exchange, subsequently storing the sum in her spiritual spring space for future use. She then made her way to the rice shop, only to find a throng of buyers. The price of rice had risen significantly. The shop had begun to impose purchase limits, allowing each person to buy only 100 pounds of either white or brown rice. Realizing the food supply was tightening, she considered the ample fine rice stored in her space and opted to buy 100 pounds of brown rice, discreetly storing it in her space once she found a less crowded spot. Spotting a vendor selling a whole basket of eggs, she decided to buy them all. And the vendor, noticing her large purchase, even gifted her the basket. In a secluded area, she stored the entire basket of eggs in her space. After purchasing several sets of clothing from the ready-made clothing shop, she acquired a few bags of sweet pastries from a street vendor and procured some common medicinal supplies from the apothecary. Mindful of the various medicines she already possessed in her space, thus refraining from buying excessively, she also purchased some cloth bags from the general store, knowing that with so much rice and flour in her possession, she would need them for their journey. Feeling that the time was right, she proceeded to the eastern gate of the county town, where she spotted her brother and the others waiting for her. Auntie bought sweet pastries. Liu Qingnan's keen eyes caught sight of her. As Liu Xiaoyun climbed aboard the cart, she opened a packet of pastries and offered some to the two little ones. Here. Enjoy. Xiaoyun, I bought you several sets of clothes. Thank you, sister-in-law. As the cart began to move, Liu Xiaoyun noticed the destitute on the roadside. Their eyes fixated upon them. The presence of soldiers at the county gate had also increased, and although the refugees harbored intentions, they dared not act recklessly. Brother, let us hurry. Liu Xiaoyun whispered urgently. Liu Xiaoming understood at once, cracking the whip to hasten the cart's departure. As they traveled, 5 or 6 refugees attempted to approach and seize the cart, but Liu Xiaoming vigorously wielded the whip, forcing them back. Still shaken, he reflected on the alarming surge in the number of refugees. Clearly, another village had fallen victim to pillaging. When refugees raided a village for grain, those villagers would inevitably become refugees themselves, leading to an ever-growing throng, an utterly terrifying prospect. He couldn't help but admire the decisive measures taken by the village chief, who had opted to distribute grain and relocate the entire community to evade these frenzied refugees. Upon reaching the village entrance, they observed some villagers burdened with grain, while others pushed small carts laden with provisions, presumably purchased from the town. By the time they returned home, it was already midday. Zhang Shi commenced the preparation of their meal. Liu Xiaoming decided to slaughter their 3 aging hens, intending to consume one while salting the other 2 for preservation. The 2 little ones felt a twinge of reluctance, as they were accustomed to feeding the hens. Father, the hens still lay eggs. I know. Do you both wish to eat chicken? The 2 little ones scampered away, wanting wild chicken instead of the old hens. Having acquired 10 water bags, Liu Xiaoyun took them to fill with water, naturally using the water from the spiritual spring. After filling the bags, she observed Liu Qingnan and Liu Qingbei playing in the yard, their foreheads glistening with sweat and their clothes soiled. The 2 little ones had gone to bed early the previous night and had not bathed, with water being scarce on their journey. They were uncertain when they would have the chance to wash again. Sister-in-law, I'll fetch 2 buckets of water to wash Qingnan and Qibei. Go ahead, but be careful. The well is quite slippery. Liu Xiaoyun acknowledged and soon returned with 2 buckets of spiritual spring water. After warming the water, she poured it into a large basin and began bathing her nephews. The 2 little ones splashed playfully, inadvertently sipping a mouthful of the bathwater. Auntie, this water tastes a bit sweet, Liu Qingnan exclaimed. Liu Qingbei, curious, tasted it as well. It is indeed a bit sweet. Liu Xiaoyun quickly interjected. You both must have indulged in too many pastries. No, Auntie, you should try it. Liu Xiaoming approached and patted his son's head, bemused by their antics. How silly they were to offer their bathing water for tasting. After lunch, they began to pack their belongings onto the cart: rice, flour, oil, pots, bowls, water bags, oilcloth, bundles of clothing, blankets, a jar of pickled vegetables, a can of fried noodles, jars of salt and sugar, sickles, axes, and a complete set of woodworking tools, filling the cart to the brim. Subsequently, the family visited their parents' graves to pay their respects, their spirits heavy with sorrow. The drought had rendered the fields barren, crops had withered, and the village had been besieged by both refugees and bandits. Life had become unbearable, necessitating their departure to distant lands, with no certainty of return. As the hour for assembly approached, villagers began to converge at the village entrance, some shouldering bundles, others cradling children, and many pushing carts laden with their possessions. Noticing that the cart could no longer accommodate anyone else, Liu Xiaoming had no choice but to carry the 2 little ones in his arms as he drove the cart. Liu Xiaoyun and her sister-in-law each clutched a small bundle, following closely behind. Their familial bond made the journey more manageable as they traveled light. Besides the elders and children, most villagers carried bundles, shouldered grain, or transported large iron pots, resembling a military march. Lu Bingda awaited the villagers beneath 2 grand willow trees at the village entrance. His family owned an ox cart, which was also filled to capacity. Liu Bingde learned that 4 hunting families, comprised of 4 brothers, had already procured grain and relocated their belongings deep into the mountains. These families, who typically lived off hunting, planned to establish themselves in the wilderness and had already informed Liu Bingde of their intentions. Additionally, 4 widowed men in their 70s had remained at the ancestral hall, having no children, and chose not to leave Liu family village, opting instead to stay with the elderly patriarch and leave their fate to destiny. 2 wealthy families with carts had departed for the capital to seek refuge with relatives that morning, as had 10 other families. Ultimately, Liu Bingde counted the remaining villagers. From a population of over 400, only 300 or so were willing to accompany him on the migration. Liu Bingde reiterated the importance of carrying their household registration documents, as settling in a new location would be challenging without them. Questions began to arise among the villagers about where Liu Bingde planned to relocate. Liu Bingde, following the counsel of his son, presented 2 options to the assembly. The first was to journey north to Jiyang Prefecture, which lies relatively close to the capital, even in times of drought. It would offer a semblance of safety. The second option was to head south to Linan Prefecture, renowned for its picturesque mountains and clear waters, and notably less prone to arid conditions. The crowd was at a loss, with many having never ventured beyond their county, thus unfamiliar with either Zhejiang or Linan prefectures. Ultimately, wherever Liu Bingde's family decided to go, the others would follow suit. Liu Bingde proposed the southern route to Linan, a suggestion echoed by his son, Liu Wencheng, who was well-versed in the path leading to Linan. Thus, they set forth southward. The procession of over 300 individuals embarked with great fervor. Chapter 14. The Ancestral Hall in Ruins. Liu Bingde stationed several astute young men on either flank of the fleeing group, accompanied by 3 robust men at the rear. Armed with hoes and machetes, these young men served as a formidable deterrent against the scattered refugees they encountered along the way. Liu Bingde's family led the front, alongside the He family of hunters. Liu Xiaoming drove the horse-drawn cart, trailed by a few other carts belonging to neighboring families. Villagers pushed handcarts filled with grain and other essentials, some even bearing elderly individuals and children. The women, for the most part, carried bundles, with some cradling young children on their backs. As they pressed forward, many cast lingering glances back at their distant homes, helplessly continuing onward. This journey left them uncertain of when they might return. Do not look back, they admonished themselves. Gazing back would not alter their fate. The fatigue was palpable, and they had scarcely begun. Although the beginning of autumn had passed, the heat persisted. It was mid to late July. Despite the season, the oppressive heat remained, leaving the travelers drenched in sweat after only a short while. Liu Wencheng possessed a map, intending to traverse the official roads for a while before taking the merchant trails used for transporting goods through the mountains. While the official roads were easier to navigate, they were thronged with refugees whose chaotic looting threatened to scatter the villagers' ranks, rendering them quite unsafe. The mountainous paths, though arduous and fraught with difficulty, promised greater security. Let it be difficult, they resolved, as long as it ensures our safety. Upon hearing of the mountain route, some began to murmur in discontent, expressing concern about the dangers lurking within the wilderness, where wolves, snakes, and other feral beasts roamed. Hunter he retorted that while the official roads were rife with gathered refugees, the beasts of the mountains were not as prevalent and, besides, hunting them could yield sustenance. When faced with fierce beasts, it is uncertain who will devour whom. While some voiced dissent, their feet continued to follow the path. Liu Wencheng found himself in agreement with Hunter he. As they traveled, a few desperate refugees, noticing the abundance of provisions within the procession, attempted to stealthily infiltrate the crowd. "Begone!" shouted several of the protective youths, brandishing their machetes. All eyes turned sharply upon the ill-intentioned refugees, who, seemingly unfazed by the hostility, simply retreated, seeking their next target. Liu Xiaoyun cast a protective glance, positioning herself between her sister-in-law and the cart. With her agility, dealing with a handful of refugees posed little challenge for her, ensuring the safety of her brother's family. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei, having never witnessed such a vast gathering, sat excitedly beside their father, marveling at the throngs of people surrounding them. Liu Xiaoyun occasionally produced pieces of rock candy from her sleeve, offering some to her sister-in-law, taking a piece for herself and sharing a few with the 2 little ones. "Candy. So sweet. Let us give some to father." The 2 children chimed, handing a piece to their father. Liu Xiaoming glanced back at his sister. Pondering how many pieces of candy she had procured, she had indulged in quite a few along the way. He sure observed Liu Xiaoming driving the cart ahead, while her 3 sons each bore hefty bundles and pushed handcarts. The eldest daughter-in-law had a 4-year-old girl resting on her back, while the 8-year-old trailed closely behind. The second daughter-in-law carried a 3-year-old on her back. He sure, burdened with a large package, inquired of Liu Russian, who was hauling a large iron pot, where Liu Xiaoming had acquired the cart. I don't know. Did you not ask him? What business is it of a woman? In truth, ever since learning that Liu Xiaoming had purchased a cart at the ancestral hall, Liu Russian had been perplexed. He sure cast a glance at her daughter, Liu Xiaoyun, and began to sigh heavily. Liu Xiaoyun, laden with a large bundle and pushing a heavily laden cart, was straining to move forward. Zhang Shi walked alongside her, carrying a small package. Shen Peng, bearing his bookbox, walked ahead, showing no intention of assisting Liu Xiaoyun. Shen Peng's gaze was persistently drawn to Liu Xiaoyun, who, clad in a clean, simple dress, exhibited a tall and slender figure. Her occasional glances back revealed eyes that sparkled with a lively glint, seemingly more vibrant than before. Liu Xiaoyun, drenched in sweat, called out to Shen Peng several times, but he appeared oblivious. Pausing for a moment and following his gaze, she realized he was fixated on that wretched Liu Xiaoyun. Liu Xiaoyun's expression darkened, her eyes glinting with resentment. Zhang Shi, noticing her daughter-in-law had halted, turned back and asked, "Are you tired, dear? Just a bit more and we can rest." "Mother, I am not tired," Liu Xiaoyun replied, wiping her brow with her sleeve and continuing to push the cart forward. Zhang Shi smiled contentedly, feeling her investment of 5 taels of silver was well spent. This daughter-in-law was quite capable. As darkness fell, the villagers lit torches, yet Liu Bingda showed no inclination to pause. According to his plan, they would rest only once they reached the foot of the mountain. Just as they neared their destination, another group caught up with those from Liu family village. Comprising over 100 individuals of all ages, they too had ox carts, mule carts, and hand carts mixed within their ranks. However, their number was small, allowing them to move swiftly. "Are you from Liu family village?" Someone began to greet them. Liu Bingda turned to see it was He Lijing from the neighboring Xiaohe village. The 2 villages were separated by a small river which had since run dry. "Oh, you 2 have set out? Moving so quickly. Liu Lijing, when did you leave? Has everyone from Liu family village departed?" "We set off at the hour of Shin. Nearly all the villagers have left." "How about Xiaohe village?" "All is well. You are fortunate to have departed an hour earlier. You may not know it yet, but a horde of refugees invaded Liu family village, and upon finding no food to plunder, they set fire to the ancestral hall." This revelation struck like thunder, leaving Liu Bingda momentarily stunned, while all the villagers from Liu family village froze in disbelief. Had they misheard? The Liu ancestral hall had been consumed by flames. Just the previous night, the villagers had gathered there to distribute clan provisions. Clenching his fists, sorrow and rage surged within him, an overwhelming sadness that left the villagers unable to weep. Observing their shock, He Lijing sighed, explaining that the refugees must have learned of the clan provisions housed in the Liu ancestral hall, making a beeline for it. Initially, the villagers of Xiaohe village had no intention of fleeing, but upon hearing of the refugee incursion into Liu family village, He Lijing hastily led them away. The villagers of Xiaohe were split into 2 groups, one headed north, while the other followed He Lijing southward. It was no secret that only the Liu family village had clan provisions among the nearby villages, yet how the refugees had come by this knowledge remained a mystery. The villagers of Xiaohe village did not linger. After exchanging a few words, they continued along the official road. Liu Bingda led the men, women, and children of Liu family village, all kneeling in unison to bid farewell to their homeland. Chapter 15: A Night at the Foot of the Mountain. Upon learning of the destruction of the ancestral hall, the mood among the crowd began to sour, and a somber atmosphere enveloped them. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Finding a relatively spacious and flat area, Liu Bingda announced that they would rest here for the night. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. They could finally rest their weary feet. At this moment, the provisions they had brought were ample, and after such a long journey, hunger had already set in. Each household began to search for suitable spots, with some starting fires to boil water and prepare meals, while others opted for convenience, quickly unwrapping dry pancakes and some pickled vegetables to eat heartily. Liu Qingnan and Liu Qingbei, who had initially been filled with excitement, were now beginning to feel a bit drowsy. Liu Xiaoyun took out some mosquito-repellent spray from her space and spritzed it on the two little ones. Each of them had a water pouch, which, when thirst struck, they would sip from, the sweet taste delighting their palates. They inquired of their aunt, who explained that sugar had been added to the water, which was, in fact, infused with spring water. Thus, throughout their journey, the two little ones had neither gone hungry nor thirsty. Liu Xiaoming constructed two simple stoves from stones and gathered some dry twigs. Sister-in-law, you cook the rice. I'll stew the chicken. All right, I'll leave it to you. The sister-in-law duo coordinated their tasks impeccably. Liu Xiaoming then sought some fodder to feed the horses. Lu Bingda surveyed the surroundings, noticing that Chao and her daughter Lu Wawan were busy preparing food. He Taixing, the eldest son of Hunter He, approached with a piece of cured meat, offering it to Chao. Auntie, my grandmother sent this for you. Chao refused, saying no. I can't accept this. He Taixing had already turned to leave, and Granny's son smiled broadly at Lu Wawan. Chao understood that He Taixing had eyes for her daughter, Lu Wawan, as the He family had previously hinted at a marriage proposal, but Lu Bingda had not consented. Lu Wenchang held a map aloft, examining it with a torch, deep in thought. Zhang urged Liu Xiaoyu to dig a fire pit for cooking. After working diligently for a while, Liu Xiaoyu had the rice ready, but when she went to prepare the vegetables, she discovered that the salt jar was missing. Zhang's expression darkened. Some families had already begun their meals, yet her family's salt jar had vanished. Didn't I tell you to put it on the cart? Mother, I did, but it must have fallen off while we were walking. Liu Xiaoyu's voice was barely louder than a whisper. Zhang shot Liu Xiaoyu a meaningful glance, directing her gaze towards He's family. Jinping's face grew even more grim. Liu Xiaoyu slowly approached the He family, who, feigning ignorance, turned their backs to her. Liu Xiaoyu stood there momentarily, noticing Liu Xiaoyun stewing the chicken, and bit her lip before walking over. Xiaoyun, can I borrow some salt? Do you think I'll lend you any? Liu Xiaoyun replied, not even lifting her eyelids. The moment Liu Xiaoyu drew near, the original owner's emotions surged within her. I'll buy some salt from you, how about that? Liu Xiaoyu pleaded again. Liu Xiaoyun coldly refused, no way. Liu Xiaoming and his wife stood nearby, remaining silent. Liu Xiaoyu had no choice but to leave and ask several other households for salt, but none were willing to lend or sell her any. Everyone wondered why Liu Xiaoyu, though married into the Shin family, did not ask her own parents for salt but sought it from others. Even more perplexing was the fact that Liu Russian's family appeared oblivious to the situation. Seeing this, Zhang had no choice but to approach the He family. The Hunter He household often cured game, so they naturally had a surplus of salt. Granny's son, rolling her eyes, reluctantly sold some expensive salt to Zhang. On the road of fleeing famine, everyone knew that salt was a precious commodity. After finishing their meal and cleaning up the cooking gear, Lu Bingda organized the group into shifts for the night watch. Liu Xiaoming and his party were assigned to the first half of the night. Subsequently, each family spread out oilcloth on the ground, preparing to endure the night. Having walked for so long, exhaustion settled in, and some fell asleep as soon as they lay down. The younger children were not accustomed to the outdoors and cried incessantly, while the women scolded, "Stop crying, or the wolves will come." Though this did not frighten the little ones, it did terrify some of the older children, who began to wail loudly, "Mother, I'm scared. The wolves are coming. Don't be afraid, there are no wolves here. The wolves only eat bad people." The men began to yell, "Quiet." Liu Xiaoming was also laying out oilcloth beside the cart, preparing for his family to rest. Sister-in-law, I'm going over there. I'll go with you. The two sisters-in-law moved away from the crowd to find a more convenient spot in the woods. Upon returning, Zhang noticed Liu Xiaoyun carrying two large rolls of oilcloth-like material. Xiaoyun, what is that? Zhang asked, astonished. Liu Xiaoyun, unfazed, replied, I don't know, I found it by the edge of the woods. I'll check it out when we get back. Liu Xiaoming was preparing for his two sons to sleep when he saw the items in his sister's hands and was taken aback. What do you have there? I don't know, I just picked it up. Brother, take a look. Liu Xiaoyun said, handing over one of the two tents. Oh, Liu Xiaoming, filled with curiosity, unfolded one of them. Having experience with carpentry, he found assembling it relatively easy. After a short while, he realized it resembled a small house. Father. It's a little house. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei exclaimed with joy, immediately crawling inside. Liu Xiaoming turned to his sister, about to ask, when Zhang interjected. It must have been something a wealthy household overlooked and lost. Perhaps. Liu Xiaoyun echoed, pleased with the response. Sister-in-law is truly resourceful. This is exactly what she had planned to say. Both tents were fully erected, revealing themselves as one large and one small dwelling. Liu Xiaoming was even more puzzled, wondering how his sister had such good fortune, finding gold on the mountain, and now a little house to sleep in. As he set up the tents, a number of villagers gathered around, intrigued by the peculiar items. Liu Bingde and his sons approached, holding torches. Liu Bingde was astonished. Xiaoming, where did you get this? Before his brother could reply, Liu Xiaoyun pointed towards the woods, her expression casual. Uncle, I found it by that patch of woods. As soon as she spoke, several villagers with torches rushed towards the grove. Lu Wenchang circled the two tents, holding his torch and studying them closely. This resembles a soldier's tent, but it's much smaller. Liu Xiaoyun felt a surge of delight. This scholar was knowledgeable, even recognizing military tents. Her space could contain tents for hundreds, but she couldn't bring them out. On this journey of fleeing famine, she couldn't let her brother and sister-in-law sleep outside. The night was deep and heavy with dew, which would be detrimental to their health. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and lay the oilcloth inside the little house. Zhang chimed in, echoing her son's words, even naming the tent a little house. Oh, Liu Xiaoming responded, taking 2 pieces of oilcloth and laying them in the 2 little houses. Chapter 16. The Scholar's Sketch. At this moment, the villagers who had rushed into the woods returned, and unsurprisingly, they came back empty-handed. They scoured the forest, yet found nothing of significance. Upon returning, the villagers meandered around the 2 small huts, sighing and expressing envy before retreating to spread their oilcloths and sleep. The ground served as their bed, the sky their cover, as they cocooned themselves in their blankets. What other choice did they have? The mosquitoes at the foot of the mountain were abundant. Liu Xiaoyun feigned curiosity, circling the 2 small huts while, under the cover of darkness, she discreetly sprayed a colorless and odorless insect repellent. The 2 little ones mimicked their aunt, imitating her movements as they circled the hut. Once she finished spraying, Liu Xiaoyun cheerfully declared, Sister-in-law, you 2 can sleep in the larger hut, while I shall take the smaller one. All right, as you wish, replied Mrs. Zhang, retrieving 2 bedding sets from the cart and placing them in the respective huts. I want to sleep in the lovely little hut with aunt. Me too. I want to sleep in the lovely little hut with aunt. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei cleverly burrowed into the small tent and refused to emerge. Since childhood, they had been close to the original owner and always saved the best food for her. Especially now, as their aunt consistently produced an abundance of delectable treats, their admiration for her grew immensely. You 2 silly boys, are you not afraid of a beating? Come out quickly, Liu Xiaoming urged. The 2 little ones remained hidden in the tent, continuing to tease, Dad, you snore when you sleep. We don't want to sleep with you. Liu Xiaoming found himself both amused and exasperated, feeling the sting of being rejected by his own sons. Observing their antics, Mrs. Zhang was at a loss for words. Xiaoyun, what do you think? It's fine, just get some rest. Liu Xiaoyun readily agreed. Well then, Mrs. Zhang, having no other choice, added a reminder, Chengnan, Qingbei, listen to your aunt and sleep early. Entering the tent, Liu Xiaoyun discovered that the interior was not overly dim, thanks to the glow from the fire outside. She retrieved 2 apples from her spatial pouch and handed them to the little ones, whispering, Here you go, my treasures, enjoy. As anticipated, the promise of treats came true, and they eagerly accepted the apples, devouring them with delight. So delicious. After they finished their apples, Liu Xiaoyun offered them some spring water to rinse their mouths before settling down to sleep. After such a long journey, they were indeed weary, and soon the 3 of them drifted off into slumber. While Liu Xiaoming took his turn on night watch, Mrs. Zhang entered the tent to sleep. She couldn't help but reflect on Liu Xiaoyun's remarkable fortune. They had ventured into the same forest, yet Liu Xiaoyun had emerged with 2 charming little huts. The first half of the night was watched over by Liu Xiaoming, Liu Xiaofeng, Lu Wenchang, Shen Peng, He Taixing, and Lu Erniu, who stood guard on the periphery, wielding machetes and occasionally rising to inspect their surroundings with torches in hand, ever vigilant for any unusual occurrences. Liu Xiaoming also noted that Shen Peng seemed to cast furtive glances towards the tent where his sister slept. A wave of distaste washed over him. What sort of person was he, daring to call himself a scholar? He approached Shen Peng, whispering a warning, We're on watch. Where are your eyes wandering? Be careful lest you blind yourself. Liu Xiaoming towered over Shenpeng, who, feeling intimidated, sulked away to the other side. Liu Xiaofeng clenched his fists, itching to deliver a good thrashing to this brother-in-law. Throughout their journey, he had observed how his sister had become little more than a servant for Shenpeng's family, bearing the brunt of all the labor while the mother and son felt entirely justified in their behavior. He wished to assist his sister, but their parents had firmly stated that a married daughter was like spilled water. Xiaowu was now part of the Shen family, and they should not meddle excessively. Lu Wenchang, bearing a torch, surveyed the area and noted that aside from He Tiexing's family, Lu Ernio's household, and his own, most villagers had simply laid their oilcloths on the ground to sleep, while a few had constructed makeshift shelters beneath oilcloths. Observing the villagers sprawled haphazardly on the oilcloths contrasted with the two exquisitely crafted little huts stirred an idea within him. He asked He Tiexing to hold the torch while he took out his writing materials and spread paper over the oilcloth, beginning to sketch. To his delight, he soon completed a drawing. He Tiexing watched, perplexed, as he couldn't decipher what the scholar was depicting. Lu Wenchang had drawn a schematic of a simple tent. Inspired by the two tents he had seen, he had grasped their structure and illustrated it. His intention was to encourage the villagers to construct tents from their oilcloths. With small huts made from oilcloth, the villagers could avoid sleeping outdoors, free from the torment of mosquitoes, thus gaining a measure of privacy and safety. Liu Xiaoming and the others gathered around, intrigued by the scholar's drawing. Liu Xiaoming instantly recognized the image on the paper, silently admiring Lu Wenchang's cleverness in capturing the essence of the huts. Noticing the group had congregated, Lu Wenchang grew serious, realizing that they could not afford to be careless during their watch. The group quickly dispersed, each holding their torches and patrolling the area. Meanwhile, Lu Wenchang felt pleased as he tucked away his drawing and supplies, satisfied with his contribution. As night deepened, Lu Xiaozu and Mrs. Zhang lay on an oilcloth together. Mrs. Zhang had already fallen asleep, but Lu Xiaozu found herself unable to slumber. Lying on her side, her gaze fixated on Liu Xiaoyun's tent, resentment brewing within her. Why was it that the insufferable girl had found the belongings of a wealthy family? That wretched girl not only refused to lend her salt, but had the audacity to humiliate her publicly. What must she do to ruin that detestable little hut and destroy that insufferable girl? A malicious idea took root in Liu Xiaoju's mind. At the witching hour, the two shifts of night watch completed their handover, and the 6 who had been on watch returned to sleep. Liu Xiaoming inspected the cart and glanced at his sister's tent. Everything appeared normal. He then retreated to his own tent to rest. Aside from those on watch, everyone else was lost in slumber, some snoring while others mumbled in their dreams. Liu Xiaozu, along with Shenpeng, lay on the oilcloth, but she quietly rose from her place. In the latter half of the night, the 6 on watch brandished their torches, surveying the surroundings, unaware of Liu Xiaoju's stealthy movements. She crept cautiously to Liu Xiaoyun's tent, producing a flint from her hand. Glancing around, she heard a distant whimper from a child and quickly crouched low. After a moment's hesitation, biting her lip, she steeled herself and withdrew the flint from her sleeve. Chapter 17: The Consequences of One's Actions. Liu Xiaoju struck the flint, poised to ignite the tent. "The bandits are coming! Catch the bandits!" A sudden shout echoed, causing the 6 night watchmen to rush towards Liu Xiaoyun's tent, their torches illuminating Liu Xiaozu. She froze in terror, scrambling for the fallen flint, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Most villagers jolted awake, grabbing nearby hoes and sickles, shouting, "Where are the bandits?" Lu Bingda and his son hurried over, witnessing the torches trained on the crumpled Liu Xiaoju. Liu Xiaoming and his wife hastily emerged from their tent, shocked to see his sister standing nearby. "Who shouted to catch the bandits?" Lu Bingda demanded sternly. Liu Xiaoyun stepped forward, exclaiming, "It was me. I heard a noise outside the hut and saw a shadow lurking, trying to set fire to the hut. I thought it was a bandit." Liu Xiaozu trembled in terror, stammering, I. At that moment, the Zhang family and the Liu Russian family squeezed in. Upon seeing Liu Xiaoju slumped on the ground, they were oblivious to the unfolding situation. Lu Bingda's gaze was piercing as he commanded, "Someone, check what she has in her hand." A night watchman promptly stepped forward. "Take it out." Liu Xiaoyu cast a pleading glance at Shenpeng, but he coldly turned away. She then looked toward her father, Liu Russian. "Jua, what has happened to you? What is going on?" He sure attempted to approach, only to be blocked by several night watchmen. Reluctantly, Liu Xiaoju produced the flint. Liu Xiaoming's anger flared. "What are you trying to do?" Are you attempting to set the small house ablaze? My sister and the two sons are still asleep inside. Just as he was about to advance, he was restrained by Lu Wencheng. Wait. Liu Xiaoyun shot her sister-in-law a look, prompting Zhang Shi to rush into the small tent to check on the two boys. The onlooking villagers were aghast. To ignite someone else's dwelling while they slept showed that Liu Xiaoyu harbored murderous intentions. Who would have imagined that Liu Xiaoju's heart could be so malevolent? The villagers also envied Liu Xiaoyun's fortune in acquiring such a valuable possession, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Yet, their envy did not extend to the desire to burn it down, especially with people still inside. Wasn't that tantamount to murder? Lu Bingda's expression darkened. Liu Xiaoju. What exactly do you intend to do with that flint? I just wanted to take a look. I didn't mean it. Liu Xiaoyun scoffed. I saw you holding the flint. How can you claim it was unintentional? You are not merely guilty of reckless endangerment, but attempted murder. At daybreak, I suggest we turn you over to the authorities. Upon hearing the prospect of being handed over to the authorities, Liu Xiaoju was instantly paralyzed with fear, prostrating herself repeatedly. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Just this once. Please spare me. He sure panicked. Yun girl, she didn't ignite anything, and she hasn't killed anyone. Besides, she is still your cousin. Don't be so unforgiving. Lu Wencheng interjected. What she has done constitutes attempted arson and attempted murder. If taken to the authorities, she will still face imprisonment according to the law. Liu Xiaoyu clung tightly to Heisher, trembling uncontrollably. Mother, save me. I don't want to go to jail. Shinping. Lu Bingda shouted. Shinping approached, expressionless. There's nothing to discuss. She has violated the law. Sending her to the authorities is the only option. This is the consequence of her actions. However, before that, I intend to divorce her. My son is right, divorce her. Zhang Shi chimed in. She dared not retain a daughter-in-law of questionable character, as it would tarnish her son's future prospects. It was a pity to lose the 5 taels of silver spent on the marriage and the silver hairpin from the engagement. The 4 sons of Liu Russian glared at Shinpeng, incredulous that he would seek a divorce just 2 days after marrying. Heisher's elder and second daughters-in-law whispered their grievances. Keeping such a sister-in-law at home would affect the prospects of Deya, Erya, and Xiao Jibao. Lu Bingda did not expect Shinpeng to utter such words. He was a scholar and yet capable of such ruthlessness. In this chaotic world, while everyone was fleeing, who had the time to involve the authorities? Liu Xiaoju, you're aware of the clan's rules and the village's regulations. Do you understand your error? I was wrong. I won't do it again. You have committed such a grave mistake, and with the old clan leader absent, I must enforce the village rules. The village regulations of Liu family village dictated corporal punishment. Heisher attempted to plead for mercy, but Liu Russian restrained her, thinking it better for his daughter to endure punishment than to be sent to the authorities. Regardless of the late hour, Lu Bingda ordered the enforcement of village regulations upon Liu Xiaoju. At the quiet foot of the mountain, the torches illuminated the scene, and as the whip fell, Liu Xiaoju's piercing cries sent shivers through the onlookers. Once the punishment was executed, Heisher attempted to help Liu Xiao rise. Wait. Liu Xiaoyun interjected coldly. You wretched girl. What else do you want? Heisher cried out. Is it not this hand that struck the flint? Liu Xiaoyun asserted, stepping forward to seize Liu Xiaoju's right wrist. With a swift twist, a sharp cracking sound echoed, and Liu Xiaoju let out a blood-curdling scream. Her right hand was rendered useless. The villagers were taken aback. The 4 sons of Liu Russian were moved and closed in on Liu Xiaoyun. Liu Xiaoming stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his sister. Liu Xiaoyun sidestepped and stood beside her brother, her eyes icy and filled with an unsettling chill. No one had ever witnessed Liu Xiaoyun in such a formidable demeanor. Observing this, the crowd instinctively retreated. The 2 sons of He Hunter, He Taixing and He Tongxing, could no longer bear to watch. This was a case of many bullying the few. It was utterly unfair. They attempted to intervene, but were firmly held back by their mother, Liu Shi. While Grandma Sun rushed over to restrain her grandsons, forbidding them from meddling. Lu Bingda could not stand idly by, just as he intended to intervene. Liu Xiaozhang swung a fist at Liu Xiaoyun. Liu Xiaoyun did not flinch. She swiftly countered, gripping his arm and twisting with force. Before anyone comprehended the situation, Liu Xiaozhang's arm was brutally broken. He let out a pained cry, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he staggered back. Liu Xiaofeng rushed forward in a frenzy. Liu Xiaoyun's gaze darkened as she delivered a swift kick, propelling him 5 meters away. Liu Xiaoqiang, growing desperate, attempted to strangle Liu Xiaoyun from behind. She slightly leaned forward and executed a powerful throw, slamming him onto the ground, leaving him unable to rise for a long while. The crowd was left in shock. When had Yun girl become so formidable? Within mere moments, she had taken on 3 opponents. Her martial prowess was astonishing. Liu Xiaoyun, who had been facing off with Liu Xiaoming, was momentarily stunned as he witnessed all 3 of his sons being swiftly defeated. Liu Xiaoming recalled his sister's mention of a wandering nun who had taught her martial arts, but he had yet to witness it firsthand. Today was indeed an eye-opener. While still confronting Liu Xiaoyun, he turned to his sister. "Sister, teach me a few moves of your martial arts." Liu Xiaoyun casually shrugged. In this world, speed is paramount. Liu Xiaoyun recognized that there would be no recovering their dignity today. "Xiaoming, I am your elder. I will not stoop to your level." Liu Bingda stormed over Liu Xiaoyun. "Are you even aware that you are the elder? Is this how you act as an elder? If this continues, perhaps you should simply leave Liu family village and go wherever you please." Chapter 18. Continuing the journey. Liu Xiaoyun surveyed his 4 children, each bearing varying degrees of injury, and felt a surge of anger. Criticized publicly by the village chief only added to his frustration, yet he had no outlet for this pent-up ire. He could never direct his wrath at the village chief unless he wished to abandon their journey southward. Reflecting on the source of all this chaos, he concluded that it was instigated by his daughter Liu Xiaoyun. Why provoke Yun girl? Just days ago, she had endured 2 slaps, her face swollen like a pig's head. Yet she had not learned her lesson. He could only blame Yun girl for her mercilessness. She had shown no mercy to him as her uncle. In his heart, Liu Xiaoyun chastised Liu Xiaoyun, but failed to consider his own daughter's wicked intent to take another's life. Rendering her hand useless was already a lenient punishment. Liu family village lacked a village doctor. Villagers typically sought treatment at the clinic or pharmacy in town for any ailments. At this late hour, where could one find a physician? The only person in Liu family village with some medical knowledge was Grandma Sun, the old mother of He Hunter. During their customary hunting excursions, He Lihu and his 2 sons often encountered minor mishaps. Sprains, bruises, or even bites from snakes and insects were not uncommon. Fortunately, Grandma Sun would apply some herbal remedies, and to everyone's surprise, they proved quite effective. One day, He Sure approached with a bundle of eggs, her tone ingratiating. "Grandma Sun, would you be so kind as to tend to my children's injuries?" He Lihu and his wife remained silent, preferring not to meddle in affairs that did not concern them. He Taixing and He Tongsheng glared at their grandmother, silently imploring her not to assist, as they felt that Liu Xiaoyun and his sons were taking undue advantage of their numbers. "Let Yun girl deal with it. They deserve it." Grandma Sun, however, was resolute. She gestured for her daughter-in-law, Liu Shi, to take the eggs and then stood up to address He Shi. "I may not be a physician, but I do know a few herbs. In this inky darkness, let us not delay the treatment of the children." He Shi merely smiled in response. "Please consider it a favor." "Thank you so much." "Very well," Grandma Sun acquiesced. Meanwhile, Liu Bingda instructed the villagers to return to their slumber while assigning 6 sentinels to patrol the vicinity diligently. He then approached the Liu Xiaoming siblings and appraised Liu Xiaoyun. "Impressive skills, Yun girl. When did you hone them?" Liu Xiaoyun sighed. "Uncle, it's a matter of survival. With no land left to cultivate, my brother must work as a carpenter, and my sister-in-law has 2 children to care for. Someone must chop firewood. The more one does it, the stronger one becomes. Does it not? Otherwise, we would constantly be bullied." Liu Bingda appeared astonished, questioning whether Liu Xiaoyun spoke the truth. The villagers, alert in the stillness of the night, heard her words clearly. Many young men, unable to sleep, pondered in silence how they, robust as they were, had not cultivated such remarkable abilities as Liu Xiaoyun possessed. Indeed, it seems Yun girl is exceptionally gifted. Enough of this. We have a long journey ahead. Rest early and stay safe. Liu Bingda concluded before departing. Back beneath the oilcloth canopy of his home, Liu Wencheng chuckled. "Father, do you truly believe what Yun girl said? What choice do I have? Now sleep." What a commotion at this hour, hindering our rest. With that, he lay down to sleep. Liu Wencheng, though lacking martial prowess, was nonetheless astounded by Liu Xiaoyun's abilities. Reminiscent of a heroine from a tale, truly remarkable. Her swift and powerful strikes revealed extensive training. As a scholar teaching in the county, he was not frequently at home and had not anticipated the existence of such a formidable girl in Liu family village. At this moment, Zhang Shi had already carried her 2 sleeping sons back to their tent. The Liu Xiaoming siblings entered their tent as well. Zhangshi anxiously inquired, Xiaoyun, are you all right? Let me check for injuries. I'm fine, sister-in-law. Please rest. I shall return to my tent now, Liu Xiaoyun replied before retreating to her own space. Subsequently, she entered her spiritual spring space, bathed in the villa, and then returned to her tent to sleep. As she drifted off, she mused about Liu Xiaoyun's incessant provocations, feeling that she was indeed perceived as an easy target. It was time to show her a lesson. The following day, before dawn, Liu Bingda roused the villagers to continue their journey. Let us take advantage of the cool morning air and press on. Those with provisions may have a bite to eat. And when the midday heat sets in, we will find some woods to rest and cook. Many of the children, still groggy, were pulled from their slumber. And with the previous night's mosquito bites causing discomfort, some began to wail. The women wore grim expressions, packing their belongings while lamenting, what kind of fate is this? What sins did we commit in a past life to endure such suffering while fleeing this disaster? Some impatient women began scolding their children. Soon, the discord spread, and families began chastising their offspring in unison, resulting in a cacophony of cries that echoed in the early morning, setting an irritable tone for the day. Liu Xiaoming and his wife began packing their tent, realizing that it took up little space once folded. Liu Qingnan and Liu Qingbei remained at the front of the cart, assisting their father in driving the horses. Zhangshi handed Liu Xiaoyun a white flatbread, saying, Xiaoyun, have a bite. She then passed one to Liu Xiaoming, you too. Eat something. Liu Qingnan and Liu Qingbei shook their heads, replying, Mother, we are full. In truth, they had quietly enjoyed some snacks that Liu Xiaoyun had given them earlier while still in the tent. Their water pouches remained full, as their aunt had advised them to drink when thirsty and to ask her if they were hungry. Zhangshi understood that it was likely Liu Xiaoyun who had provided them with treats. Lu Wenchang had selected a mountain path, traversing through villages and forests. Though the narrow road posed some challenges, the ox carts and horse carts managed to pass, and hand carts faced no issues. The caravan of over 300 continued forward, nibbling on dry cakes when hunger struck. Water was to be conserved. They were to endure thirst unless absolutely necessary. Shinping, rather than sending away his wife, trudged along with a heavy book box, his expression grim as he pushed a handcart. Zhangshi followed closely behind, laden with a burden that seemed to weigh a ton. Liu Xiaoyu trailed behind, her right hand bandaged and her left clutching a small package. Behind Shinpeng's family was Liu Russian's family. Liu Russian, burdened with a large iron pot and pushing a handcart, had no choice, as his eldest son still had his arm in a sling. Some villagers observed as Liu Russian and his 3 sons encircled Shinpeng early in the morning, but the specifics of their conversation remained unknown to onlookers. They could not contend with Liu Xiaoyun, but dealing with Shinpeng and his family was well within their means. Chapter 19. Sowing the Tent. This mountain path was somewhat secluded, and occasionally, they spotted a few refugees leaning on sticks, nearly fainting from hunger. Yet no one spared them a glance as they pressed onward. After traversing the rocky path for about an hour and a half, the heat became unbearable. The sun blazed overhead, scorching the earth, and the heat felt as though it could incinerate all in its path. Those driving the carts were drenched in sweat, and the same could be said for those pushing handcarts and carrying burdens. The path was riddled with rocks and uneven terrain, making it arduous for those with handcarts. The ground beneath their feet was parched, with the grass along the roadside wilting. Let us take a break. I can't go on. Some simply sat by the roadside, refusing to move. I'm thirsty. I'm dying of thirst. I need water. A child cried out to an adult, his lips cracked and about to bleed. The women could only coax, just hold on a little longer. We're almost out of water, you can drink soon. While it was acceptable to withhold food, denying water truly felt like a death sentence. Adults and children alike were parched, their throats dry as if they were on fire. After traversing such a long distance, it was challenging for such small children. Someone finally voiced, just give the child a drink. Seeing the struggle was unbearable for many. Indeed, adults can endure, but children cannot. Let them have a sip. Another chimed in. Their words implied a lack of maternal instinct, and the woman felt a twinge of shame. Reluctantly, she retrieved the water pouch, allowing just a small sip to moisten her child's lips. She found herself in an impossible situation. Her heart ached for her children. Yet she had an entire family relying on her. One child took a sip, then another, and soon the precious water was gone. In this parched land, where could one find water along the way? One child merely wet his lips, while the other 2 gazed longingly, equally thirsty. With a heavy heart, The woman feigned ignorance, stowing the water pouch away and hastening her steps as the others lagged behind. The glaring sun shone so brightly that it was blinding. Liu Xiaoyun rummaged through her belongings and produced 5 straw hats, woven from some unknown grass, reminiscent of ancient styles, yet not entirely out of place. They were quite charming. Likely purchased in the county town. Zhang took the hats and placed them on the heads of the 2 children, donning one herself. Liu Xiaoyun chuckled, recalling how beautiful they appeared at the time, prompting her to buy several, never anticipating they would come in handy. The 2 little ones wore hats slightly oversized, periodically tugging at them, creating a comical sight. Liu Xiaoyun offered them some snacks, and they joyfully munched while sipping the refreshing spring water, even sharing morsels with their father. Liu Xiaoming understood that these delightful treats were all brought by his sister from the county. His sister had undergone a complete transformation, now enlightened. She had never before tasted such delectable food. It was primarily due to her discovery of gold on the mountain, which had granted her the means and confidence to spend freely. After walking for about another hour, they finally reached a sprawling grove, its shade providing much-needed relief from the heat. Liu Bingde suggested they rest for 2 hours in the grove to escape the midday sun, urging everyone to eat and rest before continuing their journey. Upon hearing they could rest, some immediately spread out their oilcloths and lay down, too exhausted to move. Others began to grumble, lamenting their decision to join this expedition, wishing they had accompanied the 4 hunters into the mountains instead, sparing themselves from such a long trek. The relentless walking was draining, leaving them wondering when it would all end. The women, however, had no time for complaints. They gathered firewood to prepare a meal. The children, brimming with excitement, scurried around the grove after a brief pause, eager to play. Don't wander too far, see if you can find any mushrooms to bring back. What nonsense! It hasn't rained. Where would mushrooms come from? And even if you find some, don't eat them indiscriminately. Poisonous mushrooms abound. And who knows where to find a doctor? Mother, there are 3 elm trees over here. A little girl exclaimed. Elm trees. The women ceased their firewood gathering, and the men abandoned their rest, all rushing toward the 3 elm trees. The trees soon became surrounded by eager hands. Some climbed to pluck leaves, while others stripped the bark. A bustling crowd enveloped the 3 elms. Though food was currently abundant, who would refuse more, uncertain if they could sustain themselves until they reached their destination? Mixing elm leaves into their dough for pancakes and boiling the bark longer rendered it edible, thereby conserving their grain supplies. Liu Xiaoming set up a tent for his 2 sons in the grove, providing a place to rest after their meal. Liu Xiaoyun and her sister-in-law gathered some dry twigs to begin cooking. Sister-in-law, you prepare the rice and I'll stew the salted old hen. I'll free up a jar for water. All right, I'll follow your lead. Zhang readily agreed. The group returned joyfully with their bundles of elm leaves and bark, starting to prepare pancakes and cook coarse rice porridge. Liu Xiaozu's right hand remained immobile, and he handed her some elm leaves, which she passed to Zhang. Zhang grew increasingly frustrated with her burdensome daughter-in-law, yet she dared not bring up the subject of divorce with her sons glaring at them. They had risen early, and after a simple lunch, everyone felt exhausted and drowsy, ready to rest. At that moment, Liu Bingde addressed the group. I have a diagram here. I can teach you how to make simple tents from oilcloth. Anyone interested can come take a look. Liu Bingde meant well, hoping to provide a shaded area for everyone to rest. His family had already begun the task. Chao and Liu Wan were busy spreading the oilcloth and threading needles, while Lu Wenchang was carving straight wooden sticks. The women quickly gathered around, eager to learn. Who wouldn't want to sleep in such a cozy little shelter? Let me see. What size of oilcloth do we need? We also need to cut some wooden sticks. The drawing is quite detailed. We want to make one too. A larger one would be even better. Liu Xiaoyun found their enthusiasm amusing and approached to take a look. To her surprise, the diagram resembled her own tent closely, save for the wooden poles supporting these tents. Such creative ingenuity was impressive. Her brother mentioned it was conceived by Liu Xiaozai. It seemed that even scholars of this era were not merely rote learners. Noticing Liu Xiaoyun examining his design, Lu Wenchang chuckled, Yun, I might need to reference your little tent later. While he had grasped the general structure of the tent, the finer details eluded him, requiring further exploration. Certainly. Liu Xiaoyun replied readily. Returning to the tent's edge, she contemplated that Lu Wenchang would be studying her small tent, leaving her unable to rest. She decided to explore the surrounding area. With such an expansive grove, perhaps she might encounter some small animals. Sister-in-law, take a moment to rest. I'll go look around. You alone? That won't do, I'll accompany you. No need, I'll just take a quick stroll and return. Chapter 20. Wild Grapes. The grove was vast. Do not wander too far, understood? Zhang expressed her concerns. I know. By the way, sister-in-law, has my brother fed the horse yet? Not yet. He gave it some water, but said he would feed it hay after it wakes up. Perfect. I'll take the horse into the grove to see if I can find some grass. The villagers were either resting, sewing tents, or carving wooden sticks, oblivious to Liu Xiaoyun as she ventured deeper into the grove, leading the horse. As she walked, she noted the sheer size of the grove and its remote location, devoid of any signs of human activity. Feeling she had strayed quite far, she pulled some grass from the orchard in her spiritual spring. The horse, catching sight of the grass, snorted eagerly. Liu Xiaoyun laughed. Clearly, the horse was anxious, so she offered it the grass. After the horse finished the grass, she let it drink some spring water, and it proudly snorted again. Was it expressing gratitude for its special treatment today? Liu Xiaoyun mused. Knowing this horse was their cherished mode of transport, deserving of the best care, as it had a long journey ahead. Just then, she heard a melodious birdsong, chirping delightfully. Following the sound, she sought the source of such enchanting music. Perched on a slanted branch of a nearby tree was a vibrant little bird, chirping joyfully. This bird was stunning. She had never encountered such a beautiful creature before. Jingnan and Qingbei would surely adore it. Just as Liu Xiaoyun prepared to lead her horse closer, the colorful bird took flight. Without hesitation, she chased after it, but soon her attention was drawn elsewhere. Instead of spotting the bird, she stumbled upon a deep ravine, brimming with wild grapes. Vines intertwined with the trees on either side of the ravine, adorned with clusters of purple grapes. Her heart soared with joy. Wild grapes were indeed growing here. After tethering the horse, she picked a wild grape and tasted it. Though small in size, it was remarkably sweet. Liu Xiaoyun gathered the ripe wild grapes and placed them in a small basket, soon filling it to nearly half its capacity. After a moment's thought, she took a few bunches of grapes from her spatial vineyard and placed them beneath the wild grapes. Additionally, she harvested some tender greens from her spatial vegetable garden to cover the wild grapes before slinging the basket over her back and leading the horse homeward. From a distance, she noticed some villagers still busy sewing tents. Inside one of the tents, Zhang was still uneasy. Her husband had been out for half an hour, and it was time for him to return. I should go look for him. This forest is vast, and he might have lost his way, Liu Xiaoming declared. Father, I want to go find Annie too. Father, I want to go. You two must listen and not wander off. Just as Liu Xiaoming and his wife emerged from the tent, they saw his sister leading the horse back. Brother, sister-in-law, I gathered wild grapes and wild vegetables, Liu Xiaoyun exclaimed, securing the horse. Wild grapes. Wild vegetables. Zhang took the basket, observing the small greens on top and the wild grapes beneath. Many villagers immediately gathered around, eyeing the wild grapes and swallowing in anticipation. Lu Bingda approached, astonished, and asked, Yun girl, where did you find these wild grapes? Liu Xiaoyun pointed in the direction. Uncle Li Jing, if you go that way, there's a deep ravine filled with wild grapes. Are there wild vegetables there as well? Lu Bingda inquired, surprised that he had never encountered such wild greens before. Yes, but they're scarce and not easy to find, Liu Xiaoyun thought to herself, knowing the wild grapes were plentiful while the wild vegetables would be elusive. She had already indicated the location of the wild grapes to Li Zheng and left it to him to decide when and how the villagers would go to gather them. Without wasting time, Lu Bingda called the villagers together, instructing each household to send a grown man to accompany him to harvest the wild grapes. This way, it would be fair, ensuring that every family would have a share of the wild grapes. Lu Bingda led the villagers, almost rushing, as if fearing the grapes would vanish if they delayed. Brother, sister-in-law, these grapes are quite sweet, you must try them. I'll go check if the tents are finished. Liu Xiaoyun smiled. Liu Xiaoming shook his head. Sister, what can I say? I can only proclaim that my sister is truly fortunate. Zhang added, indeed. She is our family's lucky star. She handed each of her sons a grape. Reluctant to waste precious water to wash them, they simply peeled and ate. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei carefully peeled the grapes, while 3 small children looked on, their pitiful little eyes begging for a taste. Zhang, unable to resist, plucked a few grapes for them, saying, Here, eat up, peel them first. The 3 children, however, didn't bother peeling. They took them whole and devoured them. Zhang gasped. Oh dear. Slow down, children. You're just swallowing them whole. She handed them more grapes. A woman approached with an apologetic smile, leading her child away. Liu Xiaoyun was finishing up the tent work, constructing a simple shelter from oilcloth and thin wooden sticks. It may not have been aesthetically pleasing, but it was functional. Wan, your hands are truly skilled. Are you almost done? Liu Xiaoyun couldn't help but compliment. Though the original owner was a year younger than Liu Xiaoyun. They were both from Liu family village and were familiar with one another. Liu Xiaoyun looked up, smiling, almost there, just a few more stitches. And we can sleep in the small house tonight. Most villagers had followed Liu Wenchang's design to craft simple tents, except for the Shen family and the Liu Russian family. Jinpeng complained to Zhang, if you hadn't broken the engagement with Liu Xiaoyun, those two exquisite little houses would have belonged to us. Liu Xiaoju's right hand was incapacitated, rendering her unable to sew, forcing her to watch others work. Liu Russian and his wife refused to construct simple tents. For the sake of their little Jibao, the second daughter-in-law wanted to make one, but he refused to give her the oilcloth, leaving her unable to proceed. With their son and daughter injured or disabled, Liu Russian and his wife lacked the heart to deal with such troublesome matters. After a while, the group returning from the wild grape harvest arrived, each carrying a small half basket of wild grapes. Of course, no one managed to gather any wild vegetables, as they had set out too late to pick them. Liu Bingda instructed the villagers to tidy up and continue on their journey. He made a point to approach Liu Xiaoyun, saying, young girl, everyone is very grateful to you for finding the wild grapes. You've done a great service for the village. Liu Xiaoyun quickly replied, Uncle Li Zheng, there's no need for such formality. I happened upon those wild grapes by chance, and besides, we're all from Liu family village. It is only natural to help one another. Li Zheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is proper. When we are out in the world, we ought to support each other. Chapter 21. A nighttime exploration of the small mountain village. As they traversed through the woods, the sunlight remained strong. Perhaps due to the wild grapes in hand, the villagers' complaints diminished significantly. Water was far too precious for them to wash the wild grapes. They hesitated to discard the skins, merely using their garments to wipe the dust off the grapes. The sweet and sour grapes were a delightful treat, especially for the children. Having one made them eagerly glance at their parents, hoping for another. For most villagers, grapes were a luxury they seldom afforded. No one had expected to find grapes on the road while fleeing disaster. It was indeed a pleasant surprise, albeit wild grapes. Enjoying the wild grapes, Liu Wenchang began to study his map, noting that if they followed this mountain path and crossed the ridge, there was a small mountain village ahead. It was now dusk. If they hurried a bit, they could reach the village in another hour and a half. Let us move quickly and refrain from snacking while walking. If we delay, we might have to spend the night in the mountain hollow. Liu Bingda conveyed his son's thoughts to the group. Upon hearing this, everyone quickened their pace, not wanting to risk an overnight stay in the hollow, which could be perilous. After walking for about an hour, twilight descended, and Liu Bingda instructed everyone to light torches. From a distance, it appeared as if a long fire dragon was winding its way along the path. However, the pace of their journey unwittingly slowed. Liu Xiaoyun contemplated the situation, acknowledging that every circumstance possesses dual aspects, gains and losses, benefits and drawbacks. Had they not taken the time to gather wild grapes, they would have nearly arrived at the village by now. Yet, upon discovering the wild grapes deep within the forest, no one wished to miss the opportunity. As night fully enveloped them, the villagers grew anxious about the possibility of wild animals lurking about. None dared speak loudly, and the atmosphere within the group grew tense and silent as they continued onward. He, the hunter, heightened his vigilance, relying on instincts honed from years of hunting in the mountains rather than any natural night vision. Stay close together and don't lag behind. We are nearing the small mountain village. Liu Bingda encouraged the group. The women and children, unfamiliar with such nighttime travels along mountain paths, were all a bundle of nerves. Zhang tightly gripped Liu Xiaoyun's hand, her palms slick with sweat. Liu Xiaoyun sensed her sister-in-law's fear and suggested she sit in front of the cart with Liu Chengnan, while she continued carrying the slightly weary Liu Chenbei. Liu Wenchang hurried along, guiding the ox cart, ensuring his mother, Chao, and sister, Liu Wenwan, were seated comfortably in front. Upon reaching this point, Liu Xiaoming instructed his sister to hold on to Liu Chenbei and sit at the front of the cart, while he walked alongside to drive the horses. As the ox cart belonging to the Liu Bingda family moved at a leisurely pace, Xinpeng, pushing a small cart behind, observed Liu Xiaoyun boarding the cart and cast a disdainful glance at Liu Xiaozhu beside him, filled with utter contempt. Liu Xiaofeng, who was closely trailing Xinpeng, suddenly delivered a forceful punch to his back. Although Xinpeng felt anger simmering within him, he refrained from turning around. The flickering torches around them only added to the malevolence in his gaze. After approximately half an hour of travel, they finally emerged from the mountain hollow and arrived at a small village. The group felt a sense of relief, no longer needing to spend the night in the hollow. As they approached the village entrance, both Hunter He and Liu Xiaoyun shouted in unison, "Stop!" Everyone halted in their tracks, bewildered as to why they would stop now that they had reached the village. It turned out that both Hunter He and Liu Xiaoyun had caught a whiff of the faint scent of blood carried by the wind. Lu Wenchang hurriedly inquired of Hunter He, "What is it?" At that moment, Liu Xiaoyun entrusted her nephew to her brother, saying, "Brother, hold on to Qingbei." She then leapt down from the cart and swiftly moved to the forefront. "Sister, come back." "What are you doing?" Liu Xiaoming urgently called in a hushed tone. Hunter He quickly questioned Liu Xiaoyun, "Girl Yun, do you smell it too?" "There's a scent of blood." Liu Xiaoyun's expression turned grave. "For the sake of safety," she urged, "extinguish the torches and let us take shelter at the village entrance for now." Hunter He promptly nodded in agreement, as he shared the same sentiment. "A scent of blood. Could there be refugees in this small village?" Lu Bingda anxiously asked. The crowd stirred restlessly at the mention of refugees. "We currently have no knowledge of who they are or how many there might be. We must first investigate to clarify," Liu Xiaoyun stated calmly. Lu Bingda was taken aback. Glancing around at everyone, "Investigate? Who will go?" Silence enveloped the group. Someone suggested, "Village chief, if it comes to it, we should turn back to the mountain hollow." Hunter He remained silent, uncertain of what sort of individuals might be found in the village. He had no objections to returning to the mountain hollow. "I will go investigate," Liu Xiaoyun declared. "If we turn back to the mountain hollow with so many people carrying torches, the noise will be too great and will attract attention, making us as vulnerable as walking targets. We have already reached the village entrance. We must explore further to assess the situation. I will accompany you." Both Liu Xiaoming and He Tongxing chimed in. Zhang, unsure of what to do, found herself left alone to watch over the two children, which only heightened her fear. Lu Bingda could not allow both Liu Xiaoming and his sister to venture together, so he decisively decided that it would be best for Yun Girl and Tongxing to go, while Xiaoming stayed behind. Liu Xiaoming anxiously stamped his foot. "Uncle, let my sister stay behind. I will go investigate. She's just a girl." "What of her being a girl? She is far more capable than those boys." Lu Bingda growled in a hushed tone. "Everyone, extinguish the torches and retreat out of sight from the village." Hunter He cast an encouraging glance at his son, He Tongxing. During their hunting expeditions in the mountains, the younger son had shown greater courage than the elder. Now it was evident that he possessed more responsibility and resolve. Liu Xiaoyun took a moment to glance at He Tongxing, who was tall and slim with bright eyes. In the original owner's memories, she had hardly exchanged more than a few words with this young man. Yet he was quite brave, standing out among the 300 people. "It's all right. Don't be afraid," Liu Xiaoyun reassured He Tongxing. A 15-year-old girl comforting him, the young man felt slightly embarrassed, his face reddening. You don't need to be afraid either." Lu Wenchang walked at the rear of the villagers, overhearing their conversation, finding the duo quite amusing. Just as he turned back, the two had already vanished from sight, internally remarking on their swiftness. Liu Xiaoyun tightly gripped a sharp dagger concealed within her sleeve, while He Tongxing wielded a gleaming machete. The two moved stealthily into the village, inspecting each home. The first door stood ajar, the interior dim with no lights, revealing no occupants but signs of disturbance. The second and third houses were similarly empty, each showing signs of disarray. It was not until the seventh house that they crouched outside the courtyard wall. Liu Xiaoyun pointed inside, and He Tongxing nodded in agreement, recognizing that the scent of blood emanated from within. The stone wall surrounding the courtyard was not particularly high. 2 rooms glowed with oil lamps inside, allowing Liu Xiaoyun and He Tongxing to conceal themselves in the shadows, observing everything clearly. Chapter 22. Dealing with the Bandits. Inside the dwelling were a dozen men, tall and burly, each wielding sharp blades, exuding a menacing aura as they paced back and forth. Liu Xiaoyun quickly deduced that they were likely a band of marauders. On the ground lay 2 individuals, an elderly man and woman, their fates uncertain. Bound to the legs of a table were a bloodied man and woman, kneeling and motionless, appearing to be a farming couple. In the center of the room stood two girls, their hands bound behind their backs, their clothes torn and tattered, likely in their teens. Tears streamed down their faces. Yet they trembled in fear, stifling their cries. The dozen men argued loudly amongst themselves, seemingly in a dispute. They were all concentrated within the house, with no one stationed outside to keep watch. He Tongxing gestured to Liu Xiaoyun and then pointed to himself, shaking his head. Liu Xiaoyun understood his meaning. Their numbers were too great for just the two of them to confront. She surveyed her surroundings, noting the absence of movement. She whispered to He Tongxing, "You go back and gather more people. I will keep watch here." He Tongxing hesitated, wishing to say more. But Liu Xiaoyun had already crouched and moved toward the courtyard entrance. With little time to contemplate, He Tongxing turned and hurried back to gather reinforcements. At that moment, a man with a pockmarked face approached, seemingly intent on tormenting the two girls. The girls struggled and fought desperately against their binds. Liu Xiaoyun's fury ignited. "A pack of beasts. Are you even human?" Without hesitation, she pushed open the courtyard door and strode inside, her voice rising in indignation. "What are you doing?" The dozen marauders turned their attention toward the courtyard, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a woman. "Pockmarked. Take a few men to check it out," someone commanded. Likely their leader. The pockmarked man led 5 others out of the house, commenting, "Boss, this girl's quite a looker." "Is that so?" The remaining marauders surged out of the house in a rush. Liu Xiaoyun's intent was to draw their attention, luring them into the courtyard so that she could deal with them collectively. Once they clustered closer, she covered her nose with her sleeve, raised her hand, and scattered a bag of colorless, odorless powder among them. Subsequently, she swiftly retreated into her hidden space. The marauders stood in stunned confusion. Where did she go? Did we just imagine that? How did she vanish? Just as they began to search, dizziness washed over them. "Oh no!" One of them managed to utter before it was too late. All of them, including him, collapsed simultaneously. When Liu Xiaoyun emerged from her space and beheld the marauders sprawled across the courtyard, she meticulously checked each one to ensure none had escaped. Excellent. Not a single one has gotten away. She then entered the house, causing the two girls, who had been hiding behind the door, to cease their sobbing, their voices trembling as they asked, "Who are you?" "Thank you. Do not fear, I will untie you both." Liu Xiaoyun finished speaking and untied the ropes binding the two girls. At that moment, He Tongxing, Liu Xiaoming, and Lu Wenchang led a group of 70 or 80 robust young men into the courtyard, wielding machetes, sickles, and hoes, ready to confront the situation. Upon witnessing the numerous bandits sprawled across the yard, a gasp escaped their lips. Had these ruffians already met their demise? The sudden influx of people filled the two girls' eyes with terror, prompting them to cower behind Liu Xiaoyun. Liu Xiaoming entered the courtyard, calling out, "Sister, do not be afraid." Liu Xiaoyun reassured the two girls, then turned to Liu Xiaoming and the others, instructing, "Brother, bind these bandits first." "Understood." Relieved to see his sister unharmed, Liu Xiaoming felt a weight lift from his heart. Liu Xiaoyun inquired of the girls, "Do you have any ropes? These miscreants must be restrained." "Yes, I will fetch them." The girls understood that these men had come to rescue them. When Lu Bingda arrived with 20 or 30 villagers, 15 bandits had already been securely tied, though they remained unconscious. "Yun girl, are you unharmed?" Lu Bingda asked with concern. "I am fine. These bandits. I administered a sleeping powder and they all fainted." Lu Bingda and the other villagers comprehended the situation without questioning where she had acquired such a substance. Liu Xiaoyun had already discovered that the girls' grandparents and parents had been slaughtered by these bandits. The elder girl, named Yinhua, was 14, while her younger sister, Yinxiao, was 11. They had lived with their grandparents and parents, often accompanying their father to gather medicinal herbs. From their account, Liu Xiaoyun learned that 2 neighboring households had also fallen victim to the bandits, one an elderly woman with her 2 small grandsons, and the other comprising 2 lonely old men. These bandits had descended upon the village, having already ravaged another village the previous day, committing heinous acts of murder and robbery. In total, the small mountain village boasted 9 households. Upon hearing of the bandits, 6 families had hastily taken refuge in the mountains. The girls' grandparents were unable to flee due to a leg ailment, leaving the family to hide in the vegetable cellar of their courtyard, only daring to emerge at night, unaware that the bandits would raid the village. After slaying the two neighboring families, the bandits arrived at their home, binding the entire family and demanding silver, which led to their brutal murder. Amidst the discord among the bandits, some argued for taking the two girls to sell them in the brothels, which would yield a handsome profit, while others deemed them a burden and insisted on killing them to continue their rampage. Just as the bandits quarreled, Liu Xiaoyun intervened to save the sisters. Lu Bingde, upon learning the details, asked Liu Xiaoyun, "Yun girl, what do you intend to do?" Liu Xiaoyun replied with calm conviction, "For every grievance, there is a source. Debts must be repaid, and murderers must atone for their crimes. These bandits have slain Yinhua and Yinxiao's family, and it is only right that they be dealt with by them." Lu Bingde remained silent. Lu Wenqing nodded in agreement, affirming that the murder of one's parents was a crime that could not go unpunished, and that these evildoers should be left for the sisters to handle. Liu Xiaoyun turned to Yinhua and Yinxiao. "Are you afraid?" The two girls knelt before Liu Xiaoyun, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, elder sister, for giving us the opportunity to avenge our family. We are not afraid." Lu Bingde led the villagers out of the courtyard. As the two girls took up their weapons and advanced toward the incapacitated bandits, Liu Xiaoyun followed suit. From the resolute expressions on Yinhua and Yinxiao's faces, Liu Xiaoyun sensed their unwavering determination to exact vengeance upon these wrongdoers. "You have slain my family, I shall see you perish. I will avenge my kin." These relentless bandits had mercilessly slaughtered countless innocents, and if caught by the authorities, they would surely face the gallows. The villagers standing outside the courtyard were moved by the cries and shouts of Yinhua and Yinxiao. Chapter 23. Finding the Water Source. Lu Bingde ordered torches to be lit, and over 100 young men stood outside the courtyard, gazing at Liu Xiaoyun, who stood tall and straight, evoking an inexplicable sense of admiration. Liu Xiaoming felt a pang of sorrow, his heart aching for his sister who always rushed forward into danger. After a while, when Yinhua and Yinxiao emerged from the courtyard, their bodies smeared with blood, their hands trembling as they murmured, "The bandits are no more." The crowd stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to react. Liu Xiaoyun swiftly re-entered the courtyard to inspect the bandits one by one, and the girls had indeed not disappointed her. At that moment, Yinhua and Yinxiao lingered behind her. Liu Xiaoyun whispered a few words to them, and after a brief hesitation, they nodded in agreement. Soon after, Liu Xiaoyun called upon over 30 young men to carry the bandits' corpses away to a secluded area where they dug a pit to bury them. She then entrusted the bandits' weapons to Lu Bingde, who would distribute them among the young men for the protection of the village. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Liu Xiaoyun found Yinhua and Yinxiao had changed into fresh clothes. On the table lay 50 taels of silver ingots, 20 taels in addition, along with 50 taels of scattered silver coins. "Sister benefactor, what should we do with this silver?" they asked, having never before encountered such an abundance. Liu Xiaoyun took 20 taels of the scattered silver, saying, "You should keep this silver, it is what these bandits stole, and can serve as compensation for what they took from you." "Thank you, sister benefactor," they replied. "Is there anything else you need assistance with?" "No. Thank you for saving our lives." Yinhua and Yinxiao knelt once more. Had Liu Xiaoyun arrived just a moment later, they might have faced unspeakable horrors at the hands of the bandits, leaving them with no escape. Liu Xiaoyun promptly helped the two poor girls to their feet, asking, "What do you plan to do now?" "We wish to stay with our grandparents and parents for one more night," they replied in unison. "Very well," Liu Xiaoyun said, seeing strength reflected in their eyes. Exiting the courtyard, Liu Xiaoyun noticed Lu Bingde and the 100 young men still awaiting her. She handed over the 20 taels of scattered silver to Lu Bingde, explaining the situation so that he could distribute it among the villagers who had helped that night. Lu Bingde accepted the silver, saying, "Yun girl, let us go," and led the group back. Upon reaching the village entrance, they reunited with the others. Zhang Shi approached with her two sons, visibly worried. "Xiaoyun, are you all right? Let me see if you're hurt." Liu Xiaoyun smiled, reassuring her, "Do not worry, sister-in-law. I am fine." The men gathered to discuss where they would rest for the night. 6 households had fled to the mountains, leaving their courtyards vacant. However, in light of the bandit threat, no one was willing to occupy them. Everyone chose to set up camp in an open area outside the village, while the village had arranged for 2 shifts of night watchmen. Except for the Liu Russian and Shin families, each household had erected makeshift tents, with some villagers even sewing 2 tents together. They shared some dry rations, grapes, and water, making do for dinner. After a day of exhaustion and tension, they finally relaxed, opening their simple tents and not worrying about mosquito bites, ready to rest. I want to sleep in Aunt S little house. I want to sleep in Aunt S little house too. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei clung to their aunt again. All right. Aunt agrees. Liu Xiaoyun laughed. Xiaoyun. You must be very tired. Do not indulge them too much. It's fine. With aunt around, they need not worry about father and mother. Lu Xiaoming teased. Liu Xiaoyun led her 2 young nephews into the tent and retrieved some delectable treats from her storage space. Here, enjoy. The trio began to indulge in the delightful fare. At this moment, certain items within her storage could only be shared with her 2 nephews, who, oblivious to their origin, devoured heartily. After they finished their meal, she instructed them to rinse their mouths and prepare for sleep. Once they had succumbed to slumber, she entered the spiritual spring space, swiftly taking a shower in the bathroom of the villa. The water and electricity in her space were perpetually available after her refreshing shower. She dried her hair with a blow dryer, donned clean attire, and made her way to the laundry room on the first floor, where she tossed her soiled clothes into the washing machine to be cleaned and dried. Simultaneously, Liu Xiaoyun made a remarkable discovery. The items in her space could automatically replenish themselves. The functionality of this space was truly extraordinary, providing her with an endless supply of resources. The following day, Lu Bingda did not hasten the group onward, but instead encouraged them to build a fire and prepare a meal, suggesting they eat before continuing their journey. Zhang was the first to rise, cooking some vegetable congee and pairing it with dry cakes and pickles from the brine jar. Liu Xiaoyun awoke early as well, and soon Qingnan and Qingbei were also roused. The night had been relatively peaceful, and the simplicity of their tent provided comfort. As dawn broke, aside from Liu Russian's and Xin Peng's families, who appeared rather dispirited, the rest of the group was in good spirits. After breakfast, Liu Bingda asked Liu Xiaoyun to inquire with the 2 girls about the availability of water, as they had been traveling for 2 to 3 days since leaving Liu family village, and even with careful rationing, their water supply was dwindling. When Liu Xiaoyun returned to check on Yinhua and Yinxiao, she discovered that they had already buried their family members and neighbors and had tidied the yard. It turned out they had not slept a wink throughout the night. Yinhua, Yinxiao, are you still residing in the village? Yes, this is our home. We cannot leave. You are the only 2 left in this village. Not at all. Without the bandits, our neighbors from the mountains will surely return. Very well. Just ensure your safety. We will. By the way, does your village have a well? Liu Xiaoyun recalled the question posed by the village head. There is no well here. Benefactor sister, we fetch water from a small stream up ahead. Yinhua replied promptly. Liu Xiaoyun was astonished. In such arid conditions, does the creek still have water? Yes. It flows from the mountain springs. Though the water is limited, it is indeed present. Yinxiao explained. All right, thank you both for informing me about the water source. Liu Xiaoyun rose and headed outside. Benefactor sister, may we know your name? Yinhua asked earnestly. No need. Just remember to protect yourselves. Liu Xiaoyun replied as she exited the small courtyard. Upon meeting Liu Bingda, Liu Xiaoyun shared the news of the creek's water. Liu Bingda was overjoyed to hear it. They need not worry about a lack of water anymore. Lu Wenchang, who had been listening nearby, leaped up in excitement, completely shedding the composure expected of a scholar. Xiaoyun, is it true that the creek up ahead has water? His map indicated the presence of a creek, but he was uncertain of its status, given that many rivers had already dried up. Liu Xiaoyun smiled slightly. It is spring water flowing down from the mountains. It has not dried up. Lu Wenchang, who habitually called her young girl, was now addressing her as Xiaoyun. Ever since last night, he had clearly recalled his father's words. What of it? She is a girl. Yet far braver than those boys. Lu Wenchang felt his father's words were true. Not a single one of the able-bodied young men had dared to step forward to gather news, himself included. Liu Xiaoyun, being a year younger than his sister, had always been doted upon by their parents and protected by him. Through last night's encounter with the bandits, Lu Wenchang had developed a profound respect for Liu Xiaoyun. She truly was a woman of remarkable fortitude. Chapter 24. Hunting in the Mountains. In truth, it was not only Lu Wenchang who admired Liu Xiaoyun. Numerous young men held her in high regard as well. Last night, Liu Xiaoyun had faced the bandits alone, showcasing courage that was unparalleled. Liu Bingda distributed the weapons seized from the bandits among a dozen young men, instructing them to safeguard the group. The weapons were far more manageable than farming tools. And with the village head's trust placed in them, the young men felt a renewed sense of responsibility. As they prepared to set off, Liu Bingda began to count the heads, ensuring none were missing. He instructed everyone to gather their belongings and continue their journey, informing them about the creek with water up ahead. Water. We've found water. This delightful news instantly uplifted the spirits of the group. They packed their cooking utensils, loaded their carts, and began to move forward, leading their horses and oxen, pushing handcarts and assisting the elderly and children as they pressed on. After walking for a while, they exited the village and spotted the creek in the distance. Some individuals quickened their pace, overtaking Liu Bingda and the He family, racing toward the water. No one wanted to lag behind, and soon, a long line of people surged toward the creek, becoming increasingly chaotic. "Do not run, watch your safety," Liu Bingda shouted from behind. The crowd, seemingly deaf to his warnings, continued to rush joyfully toward the creek. Regardless of age or gender, everyone moved with haste. "Really? What is the rush? Look at how eager you all are. Village head, we will wait for you by the river." Eventually, even those pushing handcarts overtook the ox and horse-drawn carts, racing toward the creek with abandon. The Liu Xiaoyun family, however, did not rush. They followed leisurely behind the Liu family's ox cart. When Liu Bingda and the others arrived at the creek, some had already begun filling their water bags. As the creek's water flowed from the mountains, it was limited but crystal clear. Having fled from Liu family village for several days, everyone appeared dusty and weary. After finally finding water, Liu Bingda decided they would rest there for the morning, allowing everyone to bathe, wash clothes, and prepare meals before continuing their journey in the afternoon. The men can jump into the creek for a wash, but what about the women? At that moment, the advantages of the makeshift tents became evident. The group set up tents in a spacious area not far from the creek, allowing the women to fill basins with water and wash themselves in privacy. Liu Xiaoming also erected 2 tents before leading the horse to the creek, as it too needed water and a wash. Zhang brought a basin of water into the large tent and said to Liu Xiaoyun, "Xiaoyun, you should bathe first. I'll wash your dirty clothes afterward. I'll keep watch outside." Liu Xiaoyun quickly replied, "Sister-in-law, you go first. I want to take a look in the mountains for any game. I'll bathe afterward." "Xiaoyun, let your brother go hunting. You should take a rest." "No problem, sister-in-law. I'll be back soon. Be careful in the mountains." "I know, sister-in-law. You go ahead and bathe. Let Chengnan and Chengbei keep an eye on you." After saying this, Liu Xiaoyun looked up at the imposing mountain before her and prepared to venture alone into the wilderness. While everyone busied themselves by the creek, aside from he the hunter, no one noticed Liu Xiaoyun had already followed the creek up into the mountains. With the entire morning ahead of her, she felt she had ample time. And he the hunter also contemplated hunting for game in the mountains. Upon seeing Liu Xiaoyun ascend the mountain path, he exchanged a few words with his family and prepared to follow her. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Liu Xiaoyun's figure was nowhere to be found. He could not help but marvel at how swift this girl, Liu Xiaoyun, truly was. Liu Xiaoyun quickly ascended the mountain, surveying the towering trees and lush underbrush. This mountain was indeed not as arid as one might expect. Perched upon a large stone, she took a sip from her water pouch and glanced around, preparing to venture deeper into the mountain. In a moment of distraction, she choked slightly, coughing several times and leaning forward. She inadvertently spilled some of the magical spring water onto the ground, which swiftly seeped away. Not thinking much of it, she took a few more sips of the spring water, rose, and readied herself to explore further into the mountain. Suddenly, Liu Xiaoyun heard some rustling sounds approaching her direction. A thought flashed through her mind. Could it be an animal? Thus, she swiftly climbed a tree to conceal herself and observe the activity below. Indeed, after a short while, 6 wild chickens and 4 hares appeared, gathering around the spot where the spring water had spilled. Without hesitation, Liu Xiaoyun donned a mask and sprinkled a small amount of sleeping powder beneath the tree. She continued her observations from above, and as expected, the wild chickens and hares soon succumbed to the effects of the sedative. Liu Xiaoyun leapt down from the tree, binding the unconscious creatures with vines and storing them in her spatial pouch. Subsequently, she retrieved only 2 wild chickens and 2 hares, triumphantly descending the mountain with her spoils. On her way down, she chanced upon Hunter, he ascending the mountain. He glanced at the game in Liu Xiaoyun's hands, astonished. "You've managed to catch wild chickens and hares so quickly, Yun girl." Liu Xiaoyun smiled, remarking on her good fortune in encountering small animals right upon her ascent. "Indeed, luck is on my side." Hunter, he mused as he set off in another direction up the mountain, thinking to himself that Liu Xiaoyun must have the best luck of all on this journey. As she walked, the wild chickens in her grasp began to flutter. and the hares started to stir. Huh. They awakened so soon. Descending the mountain, Liu Xiaoyun spotted women washing clothes by the stream, while several men were fishing in the river. Ms. Zheng was at the riverside, and upon seeing Liu Xiaoyun returning with her catch, she quickly stood up. Xiaoyun, you've caught wild chickens and hares. Yes, sister-in-law, I'm taking them to my brother for processing. Go ahead. Liu Xiaoming had just finished bathing his two sons and noticed his sister approaching with wild game. Boys, look at what your aunt has brought. Wow. Auntie has wild chickens and hares. We're going to have meat, cheered the two little ones. Liu Xiaoming took the game with a smile, saying, Sister, you've worked hard again. Brother, let us do the rabbit meat for lunch. All right. The onlookers cast envious glances, their mouths watering. And a few men readied themselves to head back up the mountain in pursuit of game. At that moment, Liu Erniu approached with several fish in hand. Xiaoming, I'd like to trade these fish for a wild chicken. What do you think? Liu Xiaoming looked at his sister. Liu Erniu hastily explained, Xiaoyun, these are the fish I just caught. My wife is pregnant and cannot stand the smell of fish. She craves chicken soup. Liu Xiaoyun glanced at the expectant woman by the river, her face filled with anticipation. Of course, she replied readily, then turned to Liu Xiaoming, brother. Accept the fish and give him a chicken. Thank you, Liu Erniu said, handing the fish to Liu Xiaoming and taking the chicken to his wife. Now we can have chicken soup. The pregnant woman smiled, glancing at an elderly lady nearby. Grandma, we're having wild chicken soup. The old woman approached, trembling slightly. How wonderful. Chicken soup is on the menu. While Liu Xiaoyun and her siblings conversed, Liu Wan approached, holding a pair of new cloth shoes. Xiaoyun, these are the new shoes my mother made. I'd like to trade them for a rabbit. Liu Xiaoyun smiled as she accepted the shoes. Brother, give Wan a rabbit. Thank you, Xiaoyun, Liu Wan said as she took the rabbit and headed back. Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei, watching from the sidelines, grew anxious. Auntie, we can't trade anymore. If we do, we won't have any meat left. Liu Xiaoyun chuckled at their concern. No more trades. For lunch, we'll have stir-fried chicken pieces, and I'll prepare 2 fish. Tonight, we'll stew the rabbit. Others, harboring similar thoughts of bartering, hesitated to speak up after hearing Liu Xiaoyun's words. Since Liu Xiaoyun had come down the mountain with her game, Shenpeng's gaze had been fixed upon her. Liu Xiao tugged at his sleeve. Shenpeng frowned in distaste. I'm going up the mountain to forage for wild vegetables. With that, he picked up a small basket, stood, and began his ascent. Liu Xiaozu followed closely behind. Ms. Zheng scoffed, then took her soiled clothes to the river to wash. Shenpeng, aware of Liu Xiaozu trailing behind him, did not turn back, his expression darkening further. As noon approached, the group of hunters returning from the mountain bore no empty hands. Most carried wild chickens or hares. They began to light fires and boil water for their meals. Some had already started to make pancakes, seizing the opportunity to prepare extra provisions for the journey ahead. Liu Xiaoming had already processed the wild chickens, hares, and fish, and the rabbit skins were cleaned and laid out on stones to dry. He then constructed 2 simple stoves using stones. Ms. Zhang gathered some dry twigs, preparing to cook. Sister-in-law, you handle the rice and I'll fry the chicken pieces and make fish soup, Liu Xiaoyun said as she busied herself. Ms. Zhang smiled, all right. I'll follow your lead. Liu Xiaoyun had been the one to cook the recent meals, and they had all been delightfully delicious. As Ms. Zhang boiled the rice, she recalled that there were still wild vegetables in the small basket that had once held grapes. So, she fetched the wild vegetables from the cart, along with a few bunches of grapes, and washed them by the stream. Liu Xiaoyun was busy frying chicken pieces when Ms. Zheng handed her the cleaned wild vegetables. Xiaoyun, add some wild vegetables while frying the chicken pieces. Wild vegetables? Sure. Liu Xiaoyun glanced at the greens she had pulled from her space. After frying the chicken pieces, making the fish soup, and ensuring the rice was cooked, the grapes were also cleaned, and Liu Xiaoyun's family prepared to enjoy their lunch. Liu Bingda wandered around, observing that nearly every household had some meat among their dishes. There were stews of wild chicken, wild hare, and fish soup. This lunch was quite bountiful compared to previous meals. The Liu Rushan family also had fish soup, as his youngest son had caught several fish. The Shin family, however, had only Ms. Zhang cooking. When Liu Bingda inquired, she replied that Shinping and his wife had gone up the mountain to forage for wild vegetables and had not yet returned. Liu Bingda paid it no mind, assuming that foraging for wild vegetables wouldn't take them far. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed their lunch, and after resting a while in their tents, they planned to set off once the washed clothes were sufficiently dried. Lu Bingde glanced toward Ms. Zheng again and noticed Shin Peng returning alone, already eating. He approached and asked, "Where's Xiaozu? I haven't seen her. Didn't you both go up the mountain together?" "I don't know. I returned after foraging for wild vegetables." "You weren't together?" "No." Shin Peng's indifferent response was as if addressing a stranger. Lu Ruishan and his sons overheard their exchange and quickly gathered around. Lu Ruishan, having seen his daughter ascend the mountain with Shin Peng, now noticed that Shin Peng had returned alone. "Shin Peng, where's my daughter?" Lu Ruishan demanded angrily. Shin Peng remained expressionless. "I don't know." "You, Liu Xiaoyun," raised your fist, ready to strike Shin Peng. Lu Bingde shouted, "Enough with the commotion. Don't you see what time it is? We're preparing to set off soon. You two families should go up the mountain to search for her. I will send people along to help." Lu Ruishan and his 3 sons tugged at Shin Peng, guiding him up the mountain while Zhang's family trailed behind in a state of panic, worried that harm might befall their son. He sure, upon hearing that her daughter had not returned from the mountain, turned pale with fear, wondering if she had encountered a wild beast. She urged her 2 daughters-in-law to keep an eye on the children and hurried after Zhang's family to search for her daughter. Lu Bingde dispatched 30 young men, led by Hunter He, to scour the mountain, ensuring that they could support one another should they encounter any large predators. He instructed them to return together within 2 hours, regardless of whether they had found anyone. This left the crowd puzzled as murmurs arose. Was it really necessary to send so many to look for some wild vegetables? Surely, at their age, they should know to return after foraging. How could Shin Peng have come back alone? Who could say? Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoming and his wife rested in the large tent with their 2 children. Seizing the opportunity during the midday break, Liu Xiaoyun entered the space and filled all the water bags with spring water. Even within the confines of the space, she could hear the voices outside. Upon catching wind of the discussions, she quickly grasped the situation. Someone was missing on the mountain. It seemed they would be delayed in their departure. After filling the water bags, she tended to the ginseng planted beside the garden, overjoyed to discover that all 10 seeds had sprouted into ginseng seedlings, each boasting 3 tender leaves. The spring water had already spread to this area, eliminating the need for her to water the seedlings individually. Subsequently, she made her way to the farm. The wild chickens and rabbits she had hunted on the mountain were temporarily stored there, as the space had preservation capabilities, allowing them to remain fresh indefinitely. In her previous life, her parents had been preoccupied with business, purchasing seeds for crops and vegetables, yet the farm had remained undeveloped and vacant. She needed to thoughtfully plan how to effectively cultivate this land. As Liu Xiaoyun contemplated her plans for the farm, she heard her sister-in-law calling her from outside the tent. "Xiaoyun, eat some of the washed grapes." She quickly exited the space, bringing the water bags with her. Upon stepping out of the tent, her sister-in-law handed her 2 bunches of grapes, suggesting she eat them before resting a bit longer, as their departure might be delayed. "Understood, sister-in-law. I'll place the water bags on the cart first." At noon, the heat was at its peak, and Lu Bingde was filled with anxiety, pacing back and forth. Nearly an hour had passed since they ascended the mountain, and still, no one had returned. Lu Wenchang sat in a simple tent reading. "Father, it's too hot outside. Would you come in and rest for a while?" "Rest assured, nothing will happen." "Alas, I'll take a look around," Lu Bingde sighed. As the village head of Lu family village, he hoped that everyone who had fled with him would return safely. Another hour passed before Hunter He finally led the 30 men back down the mountain. Lu Bingde rushed to meet him. "Well, Hunter He, did you find anyone?" He wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "No. We didn't dare venture deep into the mountains, just searched the nearby areas, but found no one." Lu Bingde understood Hunter He's implication. In the past, villagers had always foraged for wild vegetables at the foot of the nearby hills, never venturing into the depths of the mountains, so it was no surprise they had only searched the nearby terrains. "Thank you for your hard work. Go back and have some water to rest." Chapter 26, Waiting in Place for a Day. Plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. The original plan had been to set off in the afternoon, but with Liu Ruishan and his group still absent, everyone was left with no choice but to wait. They waited until dusk when everyone had already eaten dinner before Liu Ruishan and his group finally returned from the mountain. Zhang's family appeared battered and bruised, silent and sullen. Liu Russian's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He sure's eyes were swollen and red, and their 3 sons followed behind, dejected. Lu Bingda and Hunter he hurriedly approached. What happened? Did you find anyone? No, Liu Russian replied, his tone filled with frustration. They haven't lost their way, have they? We should go back up tomorrow and search again. Upon finishing his sentence, Lu Bingda felt an unsettling premonition. He sure's 2 daughters-in-law were busy serving porridge to the family. Where could they have gone searching? Where else could they look? They can only search on the mountain. Hurry and eat. Little Jibao has asked several times where you've gone and why you haven't returned. Has little Jibao gone to sleep? He has already gone to bed. By the way, what is the matter with Zhang's family? They got a beating from the 3rd son. If a beating leads to finding someone, then so be it. Stop asking. If mother hears, she'll only cry again. He sure had already overheard and cried out to Liu Russian, oh my poor daughter. This is unacceptable. I must confront Zhang's family. Liu Russian, in a fit of rage, shouted, what are you wailing about? Let me think. He sure jumped, immediately silencing her sobs. Zhang took out a flatbread from her bundle and handed it to her son, eating one herself while muttering, she got lost on her own. What wrong has my son done to deserve a beating? Oh heavens, what a calamity this is. Seeing that no one had yet been found and listening to Zhang's incessant complaints, the crowd began to speculate. After searching for so long without a trace, could they have encountered a wild beast? Wild beasts only dwell in the deep mountains, right? Could they have fallen into a trap set by hunters? Who knows? There seem to be a few hunters in this small village. Surely nothing serious has happened? Stop spreading fear, it's quite alarming. After expending so much effort without any results, Lu Bingda reluctantly instructed everyone to rest in place. Liu Xiaoyun surveyed her surroundings. During the day, for convenience in washing things, everyone had pitched their tents by the small river. She approached Lu Bingda and whispered a few words to him. He nodded and promptly directed everyone to move their tents to a higher, flatter area, lighting several bonfires and assigning night watch. As night fell, the villagers began to rest in their tents. The night watchmen brandished torches, patrolling the area. The next day, as dawn broke, a chill swept through the air, signaling the end of July. Some early risers suddenly discovered that Liu Russian's family and Zhang's family were missing, along with their handcarts and bundles. A few people raised their voices, waking everyone as they hurried to check their belongings. After a thorough search, they found their own possessions intact, and a wave of relief washed over them. Could it be that Liu Russian's family has left? Lu Bingda gathered the night watchmen together. What's going on? Did you notice when Liu Russian's family departed? No, we don't know when they left, but around the midnight hour. Liu Russian's family mentioned that there were too many mosquitoes and that they would move to a different spot to sleep. Where did they go to sleep? The night watchman pointed to an empty area ahead, right over there. And Zhang's family? Liu Russian's family called Zhang's family over there too. Why didn't you say so earlier? Village chief, we thought since they were in-laws, they might have discussed the search for the day together. So we didn't inform you. Lu Bingda realized that he couldn't fault the night watchman. They had diligently fulfilled their duty of safeguarding the villagers who had gathered to rest. Yet, Liu Russian and his family had chosen to distance themselves from the gathering area. Their motives known only to themselves. As for when they left, where they had gone, or what they were doing, no one had a clue. The entwined fates of the Liu and Shin families had long been a source of intrigue for Lu Bingda, who had heard whispers of their grievances. However, being a mere observer of their familial affairs, he refrained from interference, never anticipating that such a tumultuous event would transpire. With both households now missing and an unexpected upheaval looming, a sense of unease began to permeate the hearts of the villagers. Children complained of hunger while the women busied themselves preparing simple breakfasts. The men convened to discuss the urgent matter of locating the missing individuals. The uncertainty loomed large. Had Liu Russian and his kin ventured into the mountains in search of assistance? Or had they irrevocably severed ties with the villagers of Liu family village? Some speculated that their abrupt departure indicated a deliberate choice to forsake communal support, while others posited that perhaps they had indeed gone to seek help, as families often became separated in times of calamity. After all, the threat of similar misfortune loomed over every household, prompting a collective decision to aid in the search. As the appointed leader of Liu family village, Lu Bingda resolved to wait another day. After breakfast, he and Hunter, led a group of 30 into the depths of the mountains, hoping to uncover any sign of the missing families. A few villagers expressed their discontent, lamenting that the leader's choices had delayed their journey for the sake of Liu Russian's family. However, the majority recognized Liu Bingda's steadfast sense of duty. He was a leader who bore the weight of responsibility, unwilling to risk the safety of any villager. Liu family village was predominantly composed of his own kin. Apart from the Shins and He's, the community's spirit was generally harmonious, with only minor disputes arising over trivial matters. Yet, in times of significant adversity, the villagers tended to unite resolutely. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers grew increasingly anxious, wondering why Liu Bingda and his party had yet to return. At last, before nightfall, they saw Liu Bingda and his companions returning, yet there was no sign of Liu Xiaoyun or his family. Their search in the mountains had yielded no results, and they had even checked the traps set by the hunters, but to no avail. A heavy silence descended upon the group. In just a few days of fleeing, 2 families had vanished. The uncertainty of the future fostered a growing sense of dread among the villagers. Liu Bingda gathered them, his expression grave. He addressed them with clarity. As you have all witnessed, Liu Xiaoyun's family has departed without a word. They likely face their own struggles. This world is unstable, and each individual harbors their own thoughts. The path of escape is fraught with unpredictability. While I will not hinder your decisions, I must forewarn you, those who choose to leave this group must take full responsibility for their own safety. He paused, then added, we shall rest here tonight, and at dawn, we will continue our journey. The following morning arrived, yet Liu Xiaoyun and his family remained absent. As Liu Bingda prepared to set off after taking roll call, a sudden voice rang out, "Leader, we no longer wish to leave." The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Who was it? Why did they wish to stay? Liu Bingda soon recognized the speaker as Liu Xiaoyun. An expression of disapproval crossed his face. Liu Xiaoyun, step forward and explain yourself. Liu Xiaoyun approached, stating, our family has reached a consensus. My wife is due to give birth in half a month. We cannot undertake a long journey. This place offers mountains and water, and we wish to remain here. To this, Liu Bingda questioned, you are in unfamiliar territory, with no shelter or land to cultivate. How will you survive? Without arable land, we can rely on the mountains for sustenance. The crucial factor is that there is water. As for shelter, isn't there an empty house in the nearby village? Liu Xiaoyun replied eagerly. What will you do if bandits come? Liu Bingda cautioned. We will take to the mountains. When bandits attacked before, 6 families from the nearby village fled to the hills. Liu Xiaoyun seemed resolute. The crowd stirred restlessly. Influenced by Liu Xiaoyun's declaration, 2 other families voiced their agreement. Leader, we also choose to stay. These families, too, had expectant mothers. And after days of arduous travel under the scorching sun, they were understandably weary. The 3 families, in unison, stepped forward with their belongings, ready to remain. Liu Bingda surveyed them, his heart heavy. Have you truly made this decision? Yes, we have. They chorused, their newfound camaraderie bolstering their resolve. Is there anyone else who wishes to stay? Liu Bingda called out, but the crowd fell silent, no one else stepping forward. The memories of past bandit raids loomed large in the minds of the villagers, making them hesitant to remain behind. It appeared that only these 3 families wished to stay, while the others were resolute in their desire to continue southward. Liu Bingda felt compelled to say no more. He had made his position clear the night before. The villagers were free to act on their own volition, and the responsibility for their safety now lay with them. Yet deep down, he felt a pang of regret as the leader of those he had led out from Liu family village. This separation might spell an end to their encounters. In a world rife with turmoil, human nature had proven to be capricious. People were like dandelion seeds, scattering in the wind, taking root wherever they landed. With the stakes laid bare, Liu Bingda chose not to press the matter further, leading the remaining villagers onward. The 3 families watched with heavy hearts as Liu Bingda and his party disappeared into the distance, lamenting their fate, yet finding solace in their shared presence. They still had each other for support in the uncertain times ahead. As they ventured further, Liu Bingda glanced back at the dwindling group. From an initial 300 villagers, now only a little over 200 remained. Father, don't dwell on it. All gatherings eventually come to an end. Each person has their own aspirations. We cannot impose our will upon them, Liu Wenchang comforted his father. Liu Bingda felt a tumult of emotions as he trudged forward. In a single night, Liu Xiaoyun's whereabouts remained a mystery, and 3 families had chosen to stay in the small mountain village. As the village leader, he felt a flicker of guilt, hoping fervently for their safety. Unbeknownst to Liu Bingda, 4 families had indeed chosen to remain in the small village. The Zhang mother and son were currently hiding there. It turned out that Liu Xiaoyun's family had been closely monitoring the Zhangs, even during the night. The Zhangs had attempted to escape from Liu Xiaoyun's family while they slept, planning to flee back into the hills, but were soon discovered. Left with no choice, they abandoned their cart along the way and retreated to hide in an empty house in the village. Upon discovering the abandoned cart, Liu Xiaoyun mistakenly believed the Zhangs had escaped to the hills and hurried in pursuit. The Zhangs remained hidden in the vacant house for 2 days and nights, too fearful to emerge. When the 3 families who had chosen to stay returned to the small village, they found Donghua and Xiao and explained their reasons for remaining. Grateful for their understanding, Donghua and Xiao guided them to a neighbor's empty house for temporary shelter. The neighbor had fallen victim to banditry, leaving the house deserted. As they began to clean the empty dwelling, they stumbled upon the Zhang mother and son, much to their astonishment. Liu Bingda and the others had searched the mountains for an entire day, unaware that the Zhangs had not gone to the hills, but had instead sought refuge in this vacant home. How could they have been found? Zhang's mother and son implored them not to disclose their circumstances, nor to inform Liu Xiaoyun and his family. The 4 households, being fellow villagers with no enmity or grievances among them, readily acquiesced. Liu Bingda and his companions continued their journey southward. The rugged mountain path proved somewhat taxing on their footwear, and Liu Xiaoyun's shoes were already in tatters. On this journey, Liu Xiaoyun had donned a new pair of cloth shoes, procured through a trade involving a wild rabbit, and to her surprise, they fit quite well. In her recollections, the original owner of this body was not only adept at shoemaking, but also skilled in embroidery. Since her transference, Liu Xiaoyun had yet to wield a needle. In her previous life as a special forces soldier, she had sewn quilts and buttons, albeit in a rudimentary manner. The delicate crafts of shoemaking and embroidery were foreign to her, and during her time with the Special Guard, she had not engaged in needlework at all. Her spatial dimension contained numerous mountaineering shoes and several pairs of military boots, waterproof, breathable, durable, and slip-resistant, yet she found herself unable to retrieve them. The original owner had labored extensively in agriculture, and after traversing such a long distance, she felt no significant fatigue, merely a few blisters on her feet, which posed no concern for her. Xiaoyun, when time allows, I shall make you 2 pairs of shoes. Zhang's mother expressed a hint of guilt, having overlooked the state of Liu Xiaoyun's shoes. Liu Xiaoyun's countenance brightened. Thank you, sister-in-law. Perhaps it was the original owner's emotions that occasionally influenced her. She refrained from inquiring about the matters concerning Liu Xiaoyun and Xinpeng's families. Her brother and sister-in-law likewise did not broach these topics in her presence. Zhang's mother sighed. Alas, I wonder how much longer we must travel? Sister-in-law, are you weary? Please sit at the front of the cart and allow my brother to walk for a while. Liu Xiaoyun inquired with concern. I am not fatigued, merely uncertain of what lies ahead, Zhang's mother replied with trepidation. Liu Xiaoyun reassured her, people adapt to their surroundings. Trees perish when relocated. Once we arrive, solutions will present themselves. After several days on the mountain path, Liu Xiaoyun deduced that they were indeed traversing an ancient commercial route seldom frequented by travelers. Lu Wenchang carried a map, occasionally consulting it for guidance. In the original owner's memories, after passing the imperial examination, Lu Wenchang had served as a teacher in a county academy and had chosen to venture southward. A decision of his own making. Liu Xiaoyun pondered whether their destination in this escape from famine might be known to Lu Wenchang. Chapter 28. Someone has fainted. Due to a 2-day delay, the group had to hasten their pace, traveling continuously for 2 days with only nighttime rest. On this particular day, under the scorching sun, they had trekked for half a day and were utterly exhausted, their legs numb and unable to proceed any further. Village chief, where have we reached? Someone in the crowd questioned. We're about to exit the jurisdiction of Luji County, Liu Bingda replied, gazing into the distance. Restlessness spread among the crowd. After 6 or 7 days, they had yet to leave the confines of Luji County. At this pace, when will it end? Someone lamented, casting envious glances at Liu Erniu. Why are we moving so slowly? Another complained. Liu Erniu is clever. He stops whenever he sees mountains or water. Don't you want to keep moving? Ridiculous. What else can we do? There are no villages or inns ahead. With no alternative, the group steeled themselves to resume their journey. This segment of the mountain path was particularly treacherous, and their progress was sluggish. Lu Xiaoming dismounted from the cart, allowing his sister to hold on to Cheng Bei, while Zhang's mother cradled Cheng Nan. both seated at the front of the cart. To avoid delaying their travel, they could not afford to rest at will. It was impractical for those who were tired to simply stop. After days of arduous travel, the children were utterly fatigued. The very young ones were carried by adults or rode in pushcarts, while the older children had to walk on their own and sometimes assist their families by carrying items. "Mother, I'm thirsty. May I have some water?" "Endure a little longer. You can drink when we eat the flatbreads." "I want to eat flatbreads. Little ancestor here. Eat the flatbreads first, then you can have water." "Father, my feet hurt. I can't walk anymore." "Sigh, I wish I could carry you." "But who would push the cart? Can I sit in the cart?" "The cart is piled with a pot and a rolling pin on top. Do you not mind the discomfort?" "I don't care how uncomfortable it is. I want to sit." Haha, such a stubborn little child. The children's banter brought laughter to those around them, a moment of levity amidst their struggles. As the group continued forward, a sudden cry rang out, "Village chief, wait. Someone has fainted." "Who has fainted? How did it happen? Is it heat stroke?" Liu Xiaoyun handed Cheng-bei to her brother and nimbly leaped from the cart. "Brother, I'll check on it and return swiftly." Liu Xiaoming hastily cautioned, "Sister, what do you intend to do? You have no medical knowledge." Before fleeing, "I purchased some common medicines from the pharmacy in the county," Liu Xiaoyun replied, gesturing towards her satchel. Liu Xiaoming regarded her with a puzzled expression. Throughout their journey, the snacks and fruits had all been retrieved from that very bag. Now, she claimed it also contained medicine from the pharmacy. His concern mounted. "You foolish girl. Medicine should not be taken haphazardly. What if something goes awry?" "I am aware that medicine must be used judiciously. I merely wish to take a look." Liu Xiaoyun understood her brother's worries, concerned for her safety and well-being. Wake up. What is the matter?" Tianshi cried, cradling a girl of around 8 or 9 years old, who lay limp in her arms. Lu Bingda rushed over, exclaiming, "What has happened to Lu Jier? How could she faint so suddenly? In this sweltering heat, she must be terribly dehydrated. Alas, this child is far too sensible. She carried a heavy bundle and didn't he ask for a single drop of water along the way. How could she not be thirsty after such a long journey in this heat?" Old Lady Huang held water, yet offered none to her. After such a long time without water, not only are children's bodies fragile, but even adults cannot endure. Liu Xiaoyun grasped the situation. The crowd had gathered too closely, resulting in stagnant air, which only intensified the dizziness. With a simple suggestion, everyone instinctively moved apart. "Poor Lu Jier," someone sighed. "If she hadn't been so frugal with water, she wouldn't have fainted," another remarked. Tianshi looked up at Old Lady Huang, pleading through her tears, "Mother, Jier is in the state. Can you not give her some water?" Old Lady Huang, seated atop the pushcart, displayed impatience. "Jier is resilient. She won't die." As Liu Xiaoyun prepared to step forward, Lu Bingda intervened. He regarded Old Lady Huang sternly. "You, an elder, should not speak in such a manner. Is Jier not your own granddaughter? Whether she is or not makes no difference." Old Lady Huang retorted sharply. Lu Bingda was taken aback, then turned to Tianshi. "Go, fetch a bowl." Tianshi wiped her tears and rose to retrieve an empty bowl from the pushcart. Lu Bingda's expression hardened as he addressed Old Lady Huang. "You have two choices. Either pour water to save the child and continue with the group, or refuse, and you may walk on your own." Upon hearing this, Old Lady Huang began to wail. "You wretches, are you all bullying an old woman like me?" She lamented for quite some time. Yet her cries fell on deaf ears as the others regarded her theatrics with indifference. Lu Xuanju, the eldest grandson of the venerable Old Lady Huang, cast a baleful glare at the crowd. Lu Dezhuang, who happened to be Lu Jier's father, was also imploring, "Mother, please let Jier have a sip of water. Throughout this journey, she has never once asked for a drink." Old Lady Huang ceased her wailing, shooting a venomous glance at Tianshi as she retrieved a water pouch from her bundle and poured a mere trickle of water into a bowl. Observing the scant amount of water that barely covered the bottom of the bowl, Lu Bingda maintained a stoic silence, prompting Old Lady Huang to pour another small portion. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, it took 3 attempts for Old Lady Huang to fill the bowl to a modest half. Tianshi, cradling the hard-won bowl of water, called out, "Jier, drink up. We have water now." Lu Jier drank the small portion, and before long, she stirred and awoke. Tianshi, filled with relief, exclaimed, "Jier, you're awake. You scared your mother to death." In a faint voice, Lu Jier reassured, "Mother, do not fret. I am quite well." Old Lady Huang scoffed with a sidelong glance. "What a waste. a mere girl consuming half a bowl of water. Liu Xiaoyun returned to her sister-in-law's side. Seeing that there was no immediate cause for concern, Lu Bingde urged everyone to continue their journey. After traversing another hour along the rugged mountain path, they spotted a sparse grove ahead. Lu Bingde called for a brief respite. The moment they halted, the weary travelers slumped against trees or reclined on the ground, too fatigued to utter a word. The women rubbed their aching legs, momentarily resting before preparing to share their meager rations. Suddenly, the sound of approaching hoofbeats pierced the air, prompting everyone to rise alertly. Grasping whatever makeshift weapons they could find to protect their belongings, uncertain of who might be approaching. Chapter 29. Encounter with Wild Boars. Liu Xiaoyun placed her two young nephews before the cart, standing calmly at its side. Her gaze fixed on the mountain path beyond the grove. This ancient trade route, typically devoid of travelers, made her wonder what sort of individuals might venture this way. As the hoofbeats drew nearer, they soon discerned a group of individuals accompanied by two carts. Each cart was flanked by 3 burly men, with a total of 13 individuals, including a young man at the forefront. Clad in short garments and armed with sharp blades, they exuded an air of formidable prowess, unmistakably seasoned fighters. Liu Xiaoyun mused. Such attire suggests they are likely bodyguards. Upon reaching the edge of the grove, the group was taken aback by the sight of so many people within, promptly unsheathing their blades. However, when the young leader beheld the assembly of men, women, and children, he surmised they were perhaps a band of refugees. He promptly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, exclaiming, "Pardon us. Please allow us to pass." Lu Bingde reciprocated the gesture. The group, not lingering in the grove, hastily proceeded onward. Once they had distanced themselves, Lu Bingde and the others breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the newcomers were not ill-intentioned. After consuming their dry rations and quenching their thirst, they resumed their journey. Emerging from the grove and continuing along the mountain path for another hour and a half, someone suddenly shouted, "Water! Over there!" Everyone turned to see water cascading from the cliffside. The water trickled down the rocky face into a depression below, which was strewn with stones and patches of grass, forming a shallow pool. It seemed that this area had once hosted a waterfall, though the current drought had diminished its grandeur. Elated by the discovery of water, the group rushed to fill their pouches. Realizing they had reached a source of water, Lu Bingde declared, "We shall rest here for the night and resume our journey at dawn." They found a relatively flat and spacious area, with daylight still on their side. Families began to prepare their meals. After days of subsisting on dry provisions and scant water, the prospect of cooking porridge was met with enthusiasm. Liu Xiaoming constructed a stove from stones, while Zheng Shi gathered firewood with her 2 children to prepare the porridge. Their family's water pouch, always filled by Liu Xiaoyun, remained plentiful. Additionally, a small water barrel and a jar on the cart contained more water. Noticing that there was still ample daylight, Liu Xiaoyun resolved to venture into the mountains to hunt for game. Hunter, he had similar intentions and was already scouting a path upward. A few young men, eager for the hunt, shared the same desire. Lu Bingde, perceiving their intentions, cautioned, "If you wish to go hunting, it is best to do so in pairs." Liu Xiaoming, aware of his sister's aspirations, offered, "Sister, if you wish to go, I will accompany you." Liu Xiaoyun promptly interjected, "No. You must stay behind to help sister-in-law with the cooking." Liu Xiaoming, acknowledging his sister's superior skills, acquiesced, "Very well, I shall remain to watch the children." However, Zheng Shi interposed, "Xiaoyun, let your brother accompany you. I can tend to Chengnan and Chengbei." "I want to go to the mountains, Auntie." "Me too, Auntie." The 2 children chimed in. Liu Xiaoyun bent down and earnestly replied, "When you both are older, I will take you to the mountains." As they conversed, Hunter, he had already ascended the mountain alone, while the 4 young men paired off to pursue their quarry. Liu Xiaoming waved them off, "Go on, be careful, and return soon." With a smile, Liu Xiaoyun hastened up the mountain. Her spatial pouch still contained the 4 wild chickens and 2 hares she had hunted previously. She had contemplated that even if she failed to catch any game, she could simply retrieve some from her pouch. As Liu Xiaoyun traversed the mountainside, she had yet to set her traps when a cacophony of shouts reached her ears. "Wild boars! Help! Save us!" Pausing to listen, she discerned the voices belonged to the young men. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, she dashed toward the commotion without a second thought. Upon reaching the scene, she gasped in shock. There were 3 wild boars, 2 large and 1 small, a family of wild boars. The trio was relentlessly charging toward a tree with a trunk as thick as a bowl. Looking up at the tree, she saw the 4 young men trembling atop its branches. Amused yet exasperated, Liu Xiaoyun thought, thank goodness they can climb trees. But why are they all on the same one? With the boars continuing their assault, it was only a matter of time before they would dislodge the 4 from their perch. Noticing Liu Xiaoyun's approach, the young men cried out, "Run, Xiaoyun! Hurry! Call for help!" In response, Liu Xiaoyun hefted a large stone and hurled it toward the 3 wild boars, striking the small one squarely on the head. The juvenile boar staggered, momentarily dazed, utterly bewildered by the unexpected stars in broad daylight. This action successfully incited the wrath of the 3 boars. The 2 larger ones charged forward, their massive bodies thundering toward her, with the smaller one in a frenzy behind them. The 4 young men, paralyzed with fear, wondered what Liu Xiaoyun intended. "Xiaoyun, run! It's dangerous!" They all shouted in unison. Liu Xiaoyun stood her ground, while the 4 atop the tree shut their eyes, resigned to their fate. Just as the boars were about to collide with her, she leapt to another tree 3 meters away. The 3 wild boars missed their target, their frustration mounting as they began to ram the tree where Liu Xiaoyun had taken refuge. Masking her face, she raised her hand and sprinkled a small amount of tranquilizer at the 3 wild boars. In no time, they collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Liu Xiaoyun removed her mask and stowed it away, leaping down from the tree and effortlessly capturing 2 wild boars, one large and one small, into her space. She then made her way back, glancing up at the 4 young men, still trembling with their eyes shut atop the tree. "It's all right now, come down," Liu Xiaoyun called out from below. Upon hearing her voice, the 4 young men opened their eyes to find Liu Xiaoyun standing enscathed on the ground. Even more astonishing was the sight of a large wild boar lying there. Their legs quaked as they descended from the tree, their voices quivering. "Is it dead? What about the other 2? "No, this boar merely fainted. The other 2 managed to escape." Liu Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly, "You all have knives, right?" "We do," they affirmed, equipped with the sharp blades provided by Liu Bingda. With a smile, Liu Xiaoyun said, "Then I leave it to you." One young man twitched his lips and suggested, Xiaoyun, perhaps we should all head back together." "Very well." Liu Xiaoyun agreed, casting another glance at the wild boar. "Gentlemen, its legs are beginning to move." In truth, the wild boar had regained consciousness, but was still somewhat dazed. The 4 young men drew their blades, exchanging glances as they approached the large boar. They had ascended the mountain with the intention of catching a wild chicken or a hare, never imagining they would encounter a 200-pound wild boar. Soon, the large boar was subdued. The 4 young men hoisted it up, with Liu Xiaoyun following behind, and together they began their descent. On their way down, they encountered Hunter He, who was returning with a wild rabbit. His eyes nearly bulged out upon seeing them with the massive wild boar. "Goodness, that's incredible. You caught such a large wild boar." Chapter 30, A Grand Feast. The 4 young men carried the hefty wild boar down the mountain. Liu Xiaoyun had already discussed with them that the boar would be shared among the 5 of them, with everyone receiving a portion. The 4 young men felt a bit embarrassed, having not actually captured the boar themselves, but rather having frightened it into the trees. Upon reaching the base, people were astonished to see them with the large boar, both adults and children rushing over to take a look. "Wow, a wild boar. It must weigh over 200 pounds. Liu Bingda approached, exclaiming in admiration, "You youngsters are truly impressive. I have never seen a wild boar this size." The 4 young men quickly clarified, "It wasn't us who caught it, it was Xiaoyun. We merely helped bring it back." The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could Yun girl be so formidable, able to hunt such a large boar? They also recalled the band of bandits that had been dealt with by her, and their surprise turned to acceptance. Liu Xiaoming pulled his sister aside, anxiously asking, "Let me see, are you hurt? How can you be so fearless? Would you dare challenge a tiger?" Liu Xiaoyun, maintaining her composure, reassured him, "Brother, don't worry, I'm unharmed. I know what I'm doing." Nearby, Zhang was equally anxious. "Xiaoyun, if you go hunting again, let your brother accompany you. How can you take on a wild boar alone? What if something happens?" Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei tugged at their aunt's hand, exclaiming, "Auntie caught a wild boar. She's so amazing." Liu Xiaoyun felt a wave of warmth at their concern and affection. "Brother, sister-in-law, I propose we divide the wild boar meat among our 5 families. We can make a grand stew with the head, trotters, bones, and innards to share as a feast." Liu Xiaoyun suggested with a smile. "Xiaoyun, we will do as you say." Zhang immediately agreed. Liu Xiaoming concurred. It sounds delightful to have everyone together. Liu Xiaoyun shared her idea with Liu Bingda, who was pleased. This was an opportunity to unite everyone, and he quickly gathered the crowd. Xiaoyun has proposed that after we divide the wild boar meat, we will have a feast tonight with the head, trotters, bones, and innards. Since there are many of us, anyone with a large pot should bring it forward. And those with other food items can contribute as well. Anything is welcome. As for salt, just a little from each family will suffice. What does everyone think? As soon as Liu Bingda finished speaking, the crowd buzzed with excitement. It was a rare opportunity to taste wild boar meat, and the thought of having meat soup was irresistible. I have a big iron pot. I have wild greens. I have wild vegetables too. I have mushrooms. I even have 2 radishes. Upon hearing about the wild boar stew, everyone began to bustle with activity. When it came time to butcher the wild boar, the size of the beast posed a challenge. Wild boars like to rub against pine trees, their bristly fur coated in grease, and when they dug in the dirt, the grease mixed with mud, causing the hair to mat. The coarse skin and thick meat made it quite a task to clean the boar. He and his sons had hunted wild boars before, but they had never killed one, as wild boar meat was more valuable than regular pork. They sold it to restaurants in the county instead. The village butcher, Liu, said he usually scalded pigs with boiling water, but he had never dealt with a wild boar. Suggestions ranged from scalding with hot water to burning the hair off. Ultimately, they decided to burn the hair off first and then use hot water to clean it. Without delay, they lit a fire and worked together to roast the wild boar. Soon, the hair was burned away, revealing the charred yellow skin beneath. After a round of scalding with hot water, it was finally deemed clean. Everyone was quite enthusiastic, and before long, they had divided the boar meat into 5 portions. Since Liu Xiaoyun was the one who caught the boar, she received 40 pounds, while each of the other 4 received 20 pounds. The remaining head, bones, trotters, intestines, liver, heart, and other innards were stewed into 10 pots of hearty stew. At this point, there was no need to be particular. Dried vegetables, radishes, wild greens, mushrooms, and more were tossed into the pots. Once the 10 pots of stew were ready, a gust of wind brought the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the air. The fragrant scent of the broth made not only the children drool, but also the adults swallow in anticipation. Liu Bingda organized everyone into a line, with the elderly, children, and women at the front, while the men stood behind. To ensure fairness, each person would receive a bowl containing both meat and broth. Some had already prepared their own grain porridge, but with the prospect of meat and broth, who would want to eat their own porridge? They set aside their evening meal for the next morning, as tonight everyone would feast on the grand stew. Over 200 people lined up with bowls in hand before the 10 pots, with designated helpers ladling out meat and broth. As they savored the delicious stew, some couldn't help but exclaim, "This is my first time tasting wild boar meat, and it is absolutely delectable. All thanks to Xiaoyun." Indeed, Xiaoyun has a kind heart. Xiaoyun is quite fortunate. She found us wild grapes last time. Yes, we enjoyed the wild grapes for 3 or 4 days. After indulging in the sumptuous stew, the crowd helped wash the pots and tidy up the area. Liu Xiaoyun and her sister-in-law discussed how to preserve the 40 pounds of pork, considering salting it or turning it into jerky. Just then, a woman approached. "Xiaoyun, my child is craving meat. I was wondering if I could trade some salted duck eggs for some of that wild boar meat. Would that be acceptable?" Liu Xiaoyun glanced at the unfamiliar woman and, after conferring with her sister-in-law, decided to preserve 30 caddies of wild boar meat in a jar, while the remaining 10 caddies could be exchanged for goods. Liu Xiaoyun divided the 10 caddies of wild boar meat into 10 portions, and several households came to barter, offering items such as eggs, salted duck eggs, and even a pair of cloth shoes. These shoes were, of course, brought by Liu Wan. Liu Xiaoyun accepted them with delight, handing a pound of wild boar meat to Liu Wan, remarking on the comfort of the shoes. Liu Wan beamed, stating that as long as they fit well, it was sufficient, and her mother had made plenty of them. Liu Xiaoyun smiled, appreciating her aunt's skillful hands. Liu Wan happily departed with the wild boar meat. Zhang, the sister-in-law, placed the eggs and salted duck eggs into the jar, chuckling, "You must not fancy the shoes I made." "Not at all, sister-in-law. Your shoes are indeed more comfortable," Liu Xiaoyun hastily replied. The 2 women joked as they continued to pickle the remaining wild boar meat in the jar. When it was time to retire for the night, Liu Bingda had fires lit around the vicinity and arranged for night watchmen. Chapter 31. Taking Apprentices. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei opted to sleep in their aunt's small room. Liu Xiaoming ruffled the hair of his two sons, noting how much they had grown, both in stature and in girth. Zhang smiled, eating meat every day, how could they not grow? It's all thanks to Xiaoyun. Since Liu Xiaoyun had discovered 2 pieces of gold in the mountains, even while traversing the path of hardship, fortune had favored them. They feasted daily on rice, wheat cakes, wild chicken, wild rabbit, and fish, and tonight they even enjoyed wild boar meat. The delicacies that once graced only festive occasions were now a daily feast. Such a good life was beyond their wildest dreams. Liu Xiaoming and his wife had resolved that wherever they settled, they would ensure their sister was well taken care of, finding her a good match. 1 piece of gold had already been exchanged for silver, and the remaining piece was reserved for her dowry. Liu Xiaoyun led her 2 nephews back to her tent, summoning some delectable treats from her space with her thoughts. The trio lay in the tent together, indulging in the feast. After finishing, Liu Xiaoyun retrieved some spring water with a cup, calling, "Chengnan, Chibei, come, drink some water." The 2 little ones obediently drank the spring water. "Do you wish to learn to read and write?" Liu Xiaoyun inquired. "Mother taught us to recognize characters." "Really? Do you want to go to school?" "We want to learn." "Well, what good children you are. Aunt, father wants us to learn martial arts from you." "All right. Tomorrow, your aunt shall teach you martial arts." As they spoke, the 2 little ones unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Once they were both asleep, Liu Xiaoyun entered her space. First, she took a shower in the villa's bathroom, changed into clean clothes, and tossed her dirty laundry into the washing machine. Then, she made her way to the farm. In addition to the 4 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits she had hunted last time, she had also brought back 2 wild boars, 1 large and 1 small, which she placed in the farm. Liu Xiaoyun discovered that by stunning these animals and placing them in her space, they remained in their original state, still unconscious. Should she awaken them and confine them? The chicken coop and pig pen would suffice, but what about the 2 rabbits? Would she need to find a cage for them? Liu Xiaoyun had heard her parents mention that this farm spanned nearly 100 acres, with plans to cultivate 50 acres for crops and the other 50 for livestock. Looking out, she saw that the livestock area was already covered in lush green grass. Upon closer inspection, pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits had all been allocated their designated areas, with white fences already in place. Seeing everything prepared, Liu Xiaoyun decided to carry the unconscious animals to their respective zones. Afterward, she administered the antidote to the wild chickens, wild rabbits, and wild boars. Soon enough, they all awoke, bewildered by their unfamiliar surroundings. The wild chickens, wild rabbits, and wild boars were disoriented, wondering where they were. However, the aroma of the fresh grass quickly captivated them, and they began to thrive, feasting on the delectable foliage, which was a far cry from their former existence on the mountain. Liu Xiaoyun couldn't help but chuckle, surprised at how quickly they adapted. Once she confirmed their acclimatization, she proceeded to the planting area. It seemed a shame for the 50 acres of land to remain fallow. Various seeds for crops were stored in the villa's basement, along with an automatic seeder and harvester. A total of 50 acres, 10 acres each for rice, wheat, corn, soybeans, and peanuts. Though she was not well versed in agriculture, she was fortunate that her space was unaffected by seasonal changes, allowing her to plant everything simultaneously. With a plan in mind, she promptly set to work. Liu Xiaoyun retrieved the crop seeds from the basement and began planting in the farm using different automatic seeders. The soil in her space could accelerate plant growth. Though she could not ascertain the exact rate, the 10 ginseng plants had already grown 5 leaves, demonstrating remarkable growth. Perhaps the growth rates varied among different plants. As the automatic seeders sowed seeds on the farm, Liu Xiaoyun explored her space. The orchard was laden with fruits that would not fall even if left unpicked. The vegetables in the garden flourished splendidly. In the flower garden, blossoms bloomed and wilted, while the flowing spring water carried fragrant petals to the orchard. Fallen petals are not heartless. They transform into soil to nourish the orchard. The 10 ginseng plants had sprouted 5 leaves each, and she was uncertain of their age. She decided to let them continue growing in this precious environment, as it seemed that the longer they aged, the more potent their medicinal properties became. After surveying her space, Liu Xiaoyun found that the automatic seeders had completed the planting, and she awaited the sprouting of the seeds. Once everything was in order, she exited the spring space and returned to her tent to prepare for sleep. The 2 little ones were sound asleep, and Liu Qingnan mumbled something in his dreams that she could not quite decipher. Liu Xiaoyun glanced at her 2 nephews and peacefully lay down beside them. The night was tranquil, perhaps because everyone had grown accustomed to sleeping in the outdoor tent. As dawn broke, the sky lightened, and the fresh air of the wilderness stirred everyone from their deep slumber. The children seemed to have shed their previous petulance, appearing far more mature. The women began preparing breakfast, typically a thin porridge made from mixed grains, accompanied by flatbreads and, occasionally, a boiled egg for a special treat. After Zhang called Liu Xiaoyun and her nephews to wake, she busied herself with cooking the porridge. Liu Xiaoyun encouraged her two nephews to drink some spring water first, then summoned some snacks from her space for them to enjoy. At that moment, Zhang had already prepared rice porridge and served flatbreads and salted duck eggs. And the family commenced their meal. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei drank only half a bowl of porridge before stopping. Lu Xiaoming observed his two sons. "Have you two been indulging in sweet treats again this early? Aunt gave them to us, we just ate." The two little ones wiped their mouths and scampered off to play. Lu Xiaoming shook his head. "Sister, you spoil your nephews too much." "I won't spoil them, starting today. I will teach them martial arts." Liu Xiaoyun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming's face lit up. "Great. I shall go feed the horses and learn a few moves myself later." "Go on, you practice martial arts, and I will tidy up the dishes," Zhang said with a smile. "Sister-in-law, you're working hard," Liu Xiaoyun remarked before moving to her two nephews. "Didn't you want to learn martial arts from your aunt? Come here." The two little ones clapped their hands with glee, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. Aunt will teach us martial arts." Liu Xiaoyun first instructed the two to practice some elementary techniques. While Liu Xiaoyun and her niece were engaged in their training, a few boys, approximately 10 years of age, came running over to join in the mimicry. "Xiaoyun, why not take on disciples?" Lu Wenchang had approached without their notice. Liu Xiaoyun smiled and replied, "Certainly. However, there is a condition." "What condition?" Lu Wenchang inquired with curiosity. "Curiosity killed the cat. I will teach them martial arts, and you shall teach them to read and write," Liu Xiaoyun stated earnestly. Chapter 32. Bandits Ahead. Lu Wenchang hesitated. Being a teacher, he never considered instructing children in reading amidst their flight from disaster. Setting aside the matter of whether the children would pay tuition, there was a lack of ink, paper, and writing tools, making it difficult to teach them. Lu Wenchang chuckled. "How can they learn without ink and paper? Writing in the dirt with a stick is acceptable," Liu Xiaoyun replied with a smile. "All right, let us gather opinions. Any child willing to learn may do so during our midday break." Lu Wenchang readily agreed. Most villagers overheard their conversation. Some were eager for their children to learn. Yet the yearly tuition fees for private schools, along with the costs of necessary supplies, proved financially burdensome for families of modest means. Moreover, with ample agricultural tasks awaiting in the fields, if a child showed no aptitude for academics, it would be a waste of money and time. However, on the road fleeing disaster, with nothing but walking and resting to occupy their time, learning a few more characters could only be beneficial. "My child is willing to learn. So is mine." In a flurry, villagers with sons expressed their desire for them to study. Lu Wenchang found himself bemused. His initial intention was for the children to learn martial arts from Liu Xiaoyun, yet he inadvertently attracted a throng of eager students. Lu Bingda did not oppose his son's initiative, yet having witnessed Liu Xiaoyun's prowess, he too wished for her to teach the children martial arts. Approaching, Lu Bingda remarked, "Yun girl, on this treacherous path, one may encounter all manner of people and events. As a young lady, no matter how skilled, you cannot fight against several foes. Teaching them martial arts could better protect everyone, no?" "Indeed. Uncle Lisa, you speak wisely. As long as they wish to learn, I am willing to teach. At the very least, it provides self-defense." Liu Xiaoyun paused, emphasizing that girls should particularly learn self-defense techniques. Lu Wan shyly interjected, "Xiaoyun, may I learn too? I wish to study." She genuinely admired Liu Xiaoyun, who not only could hunt in the mountains, but also defeat bandits. "Of course. Allow me to demonstrate," Liu Xiaoyun said, drawing Lu Wan to face her. The crowd formed a circle, watching the two with great interest. Lu Bingda and his wife were quite liberal-minded. Their son had passed the scholar's examination, and their daughter was intelligent and eager to learn. Though they regretted she could not participate in the imperial examinations, they had no objections to her learning martial arts. Liu Xiaoyun began by teaching her about the vital points on the human body, then instructed her on using straight punches and kicks to subdue an opponent. Of course, their exchange was kept light. After practicing a few moves, Lu Wan felt she had grasped some essential techniques. As they practiced, several young men nearby began mimicking their movements. Subsequently, Liu Xiaoyun taught Liu Wenwan some joint locks, demonstrating how to use leverage to defeat an opponent. Liu Wenchang, eager to assess his sister's progress, called out, "Sister, come and spar a bit. Give it a try." "Go ahead," Liu Xiaoyun encouraged. Once positioned, Liu Wenwan, under Liu Xiaoyun's guidance, seized the opportunity when her brother was momentarily distracted and skillfully took him down. The onlookers burst into laughter. Liu Wenwan hurried to help her brother up. "It seems I must learn some martial arts too," Liu Wenchang joked as he stood. Liu Bingde shook his head with a smile. "Yun girl, that technique truly seems to have been learned while chopping wood." "Indeed," Liu Xiaoyun could only agree. Liu Xiaoming stepped forward, eager to spar with his sister. "Sister, let us exchange a few moves. Just one move will suffice." Liu Xiaoyun swiftly struck, knocking her brother down. "Auntie is formidable, having taken down father," Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Shi could not help but stifle a laugh. Liu Xiaoming shot them a glare as they rushed to assist their father. The crowd erupted with laughter. "Yun girl is truly impressive. It seems girls can learn too. Girls should stick to needlework," remarked a group of young men who approached to learn a few close combat techniques from Liu Xiaoyun. She advised them to practice whenever they had downtime. After a bout of laughter, Liu Bingde began counting heads. Once the count was complete, they prepared to depart. Liu Wenchang informed everyone, "After crossing a small village and traversing a large valley, we will exit the territory of Luji County and can then take the official road." In this era, vast lands were sparsely populated. After nearly 10 days of mountain paths, they had encountered merely 4 small, nearly deserted villages. As they advanced, they felt fortunate to be on this trade route, as aside from some fatigue, they had encountered few refugees, making it relatively safe. The group of young men continued practicing the close combat techniques taught by Liu Xiaoyun as they walked. By noon, they arrived at the small village. Liu Bingde sent a few men to investigate. They discovered several abandoned houses, but encountered no residents. However, they did find a well with water. Upon learning of the water source, Liu Bingde decided they would cook in the village and continue their journey after lunch. After their meal, Liu Wenchang indeed began teaching a few children to recognize characters. Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei joined in, practicing writing in the dirt with sticks. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoyun guided the young men in their martial training, while Liu Wenwan and several girls of similar age practiced self-defense techniques under her instruction. By the time of the afternoon, they filled their water pouches and packed their belongings, ready to set off again. After walking for about an hour, He Liar exclaimed, "There's a person lying in the weeds over there." The entire group of over 200 halted. Could it be a local villager? Perhaps a refugee? Are they still alive? It's hard to tell. They seem motionless. Liu Bingde signaled for everyone to continue walking. In these unstable times, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary involvement. As Liu Xiaoyun passed by, she cast a glance at the person lying in the grass, furrowing her brow as she paused. Zhang Shi hastily urged her, "Xiaoyun, let us move along. It's quite unsettling." "You all go ahead. I'll take a look and be right back," Liu Xiaoyun replied, parting from the group and approaching the individual. As the large group continued onward, once they had passed, Liu Xiaoyun helped the person up. Her instincts were correct. It was indeed the young man who led the group of escorting merchants. To her surprise, he was still alive. Liu Xiaoyun offered him a few sips of her spring water, calling out, "Hey, can you speak? There are bandits ahead." Chapter 33, The Escort Group. There are bandits ahead. Liu Xiaoyun's heart raced with alarm. The young man, frail and hoarse, managed to utter a few words that Liu Xiaoyun could still discern. "Hello. Hello." She yearned to inquire further, but he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Upon closer inspection, she noticed several knife wounds on his body, although the cuts were shallow. They bled profusely. Moreover, he was in the throes of a high fever. Liu Xiaoyun, disregarding her concerns, gently laid him down and sprinted to catch up with the villagers. She relayed the young man's words to Liu Bingde, who, upon learning of the bandits ahead, immediately commanded the group to halt. The hunter, he was equally alarmed. Liu Wenchang, upon hearing of the bandits, quickly suggested, "Father, we should not linger here. Let us return to that small mountain village where we rested at noon. We can deliberate further once we are back." Liu Bingde waved his hand, signaling for the rear to become the front and vice versa, decisively determining to retrace their steps. The villagers understood the gravity of the situation. Bandits. How many? Regardless of their number, it was prudent to return. No time to waste. Let us depart quickly. Goodness. How could there be bandits on this road with so few travelers? As they approached the official road, the prospect of bandits seemed absurd. Liu Xiaoyun enlisted 2 young men to carry the unconscious young man as they headed back. Lu Bingda observed but refrained from commenting, knowing they needed to extract information about the bandits from this young man. After about an hour, over 200 villagers returned to the deserted small mountain village. The village was empty, with a dozen houses uninhabited, yet no villager wished to occupy those houses. To live in those homes meant scattering the group of over 200 people. With bandits in close proximity, what if they suddenly arrived? Ultimately, they decided to gather together. The stove they had constructed in the open area at noon still stood, and each household resumed cooking at their original stoves, setting up tents where they had previously camped. Liu Xiaoyun had the unconscious man carried into one of the houses. A mattress was laid on the bed, and he was placed upon it. Lu Bingda and his son entered alongside the hunter and his son. Liu Xiaoming then called his sister outside and whispered, "You, a young lady, should understand that men and women should maintain a respectful distance." Liu Xiaoyun pondered this. Indeed, her brother was concerned for her reputation. "Brother, why don't you go in and check if he has regained consciousness?" After saying this, she dashed towards the cart. Seeing his sister hurry off, Liu Xiaoming had no choice but to enter the house to assess the situation. After a moment, Liu Xiaoyun entered with 2 bowls of water. Lu Bingda, the hunter, and Liu Xiaoming were engaged in discussion. Liu Xiaoyun handed 1 bowl to Lu Wenchang, saying, "This bowl contains medicine to reduce fever. You should give it to him." "All right." Lu Wenchang accepted the bowl. She then offered the second bowl to He Tongxing, simultaneously producing a clean piece of white cloth from her sleeve. "Use this water to cleanse his wounds." "Understood." He Tongxing replied, taking the bowl and the cloth. Subsequently, Liu Xiaoyun retrieved a small porcelain vial of powder from her sleeve and handed it to Liu Xiaoming. "Brother, this is a coagulant. Apply it to his wounds." Holding the small vial, Liu Xiaoming inquired, "Is this the medicine you purchased in the county?" "Yes. You 3 should begin tending to him. We can interrogate him once he awakens," Liu Xiaoyun instructed before stepping outside. The 3 exchanged glances before commencing their tasks. Lu Bingda and the hunter exited the room. "Yun girl, wait a moment." Liu Xiaoyun halted. "Do you know who he is?" Lu Bingda asked. "He is likely a bodyguard." "Oh, right. He is the leader of the group we saw passing through the forest yesterday." Liu Xiaoyun responded. "But there were over a dozen people and 2 carts. Why is he the only one left?" Lu Bingda pressed. Liu Xiaoyun shook her head. "I do not know. We will find out when he awakens." He merely mentioned bandits ahead before losing consciousness again. Lu Bingda and the hunter re-entered the house. Liu Xiaoyun returned to assist her sister-in-law with the meal, noticing her 2 young nephews helping to stoke the fire. "Mother, Aunt has returned." "Little Aunt, don't go over. Your brother is there." "Yes, I know. I have prepared a congee of wild vegetables and lean meat. I will make pancakes afterward. We have nearly finished them all." "All right, I'll fry an egg." "Why does it smell of pancakes everywhere?" Liu Xiaoyun glanced around. Indeed, almost every household was preparing congee and pancakes. It appeared that most families had consumed their pancakes. They needed to make more to take along for the journey. As evening approached, the bonfire was lit and torches were ignited. Liu Xiaoyun and her companions finished their meal, but her brother had not yet returned. After a while, Liu Xiaoming returned for dinner. Liu Xiaoyun served her brother a bowl of congee, inquiring, "So, brother, has he awakened?" "He has. The village head and the hunter are currently questioning him." Liu Xiaoming replied while eating. "He has awakened. I will go see him after I finish," Liu Xiaoyun declared, rising to leave. Liu Xiaoming called after her, "Wait. Take him a bowl of congee and a pancake. He has been hungry for a day and night." Liu Xiaoyun carried the congee and pancake into the room, finding the young man sitting up on the bed as Lu Bingda and the hunter questioned him. "So, there are several hundred bandits on the mountain?" "Approximately 500 to 600. Liu Xiaoyun stepped forward, addressing the village head. "Uncle, you should go eat. We can discuss matters after dinner." "Very well, let us eat first." Lu Bingda and the hunter retreated to dine. "I am Lu Jian. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, Miss Liu," Lu Jian exclaimed, attempting to rise from the bed to pay his respects. Liu Xiaoyun quickly stopped him. "No need for such formality. Your name is Lu Jian?" "Indeed." "Lu Jian, please eat first." "Thank you, Miss Liu." Shortly thereafter, Lu Wenchang, He Tongxing, and Liu Xiaoming entered the room. Lu Jian recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out Liu Jian was the young master of the Shui bodyguard agency in Huining Prefecture, and he had personally escorted a convoy to Linen Prefecture, only to encounter bandits, resulting in the loss of his men and his own injuries. Liu Xiaoyun realized that Liu Jian had not disclosed the entire truth. In her previous life as a special guard, she could be considered a peer of Liu Jian. Some matters were too sensitive to share with outsiders, which could be deemed a code of conduct. Are there truly 500 to 600 bandits? Liu Xiaoyun inquired. Liu Jian nodded, approximately, perhaps even more. When I passed through here last year, there were only about 100 bandits, and I recognized their leader. Now, not only has the leader changed, but the number of bandits has swelled to 500 or 600. Chapter 34. Discussion of plans. Liu Jian, what are your plans moving forward? Will you continue to Linen Prefecture? He Tongxing directly questioned. Liu Jian was already aware that the villagers of Liu family village were also fleeing to Linen Prefecture, but he could not accompany them. Indeed, the valuables he was escorting had not been seized by the bandits, they remained on his person. The 2 carts that the bandits had taken contained only ordinary clothing, they were merely a ruse, while the truly valuable items were securely with him. Although the villagers of Liu family village had saved him, he remained unfamiliar with them. The precious cargo he was tasked with transporting had led to the demise of all his men at the hands of the bandits, who had sought to protect him. Consequently, he resolved to exercise utmost caution, opting to venture alone into Linen Prefecture rather than accompany the villagers. Moreover, with over 200 villagers embarking on the journey together, their pace would be too slow to ensure timely delivery of the cargo. Additionally, he planned to traverse the mountain opposite to avoid the bandits, aiming to reach the official road and devise a means to reach Linen Prefecture from there. Ascending the mountain alone would render him inconspicuous, while a large group would attract unwanted attention, making them vulnerable to bandit attacks. His paramount concern was the secure delivery of the cargo to Linen Prefecture. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Jian expressed his thoughts. Tomorrow morning, I shall scale the mountain opposite. Upon descending, I can proceed along the official road to Linen Prefecture. As night deepened, Lu Wenchang and the others urged Liu Jian to rest and return to the location where the villagers were encamped. Liu Xiaoyun suggested extinguishing the bonfire, retaining only a few torches for the night watch. Once the fire was doused, Liu Bingde increased the number of guards for added precaution. Lu Wenchang relayed Liu Jian's plan, but Liu Bingde and He Lian remained silent. With bandits blocking their path ahead, it was clear that they could not continue along this trade route. Reflecting on this, it was no wonder they had not encountered any merchant caravans along the way. Perhaps the merchants had already learned of the bandits and retreated in fear. With over 200 villagers, half of whom were women, children, and the elderly, they stood no chance against the 500 to 600 ruthless bandits. Turning back after nearly 10 days of travel through the mountains was not an option. What could they do? Should they follow Liu Jian's lead and climb the opposite mountain, descending to the official road, and then proceed to Linen Prefecture? However, ascending the mountain would mean navigating through dense trees, shrubs, and rocks, necessitating the abandonment of ox carts, horse-drawn carts, and hand carts. Livestock could be led up the mountain, but they would have to discard much of their supplies. Essentials such as food, pots, and bedding would have to be carried by hand, which was unfeasible given the presence of elderly and young children. Uncle Li, if over 200 of us ascend the mountain together, we would be too conspicuous and would certainly draw the bandits' attention, Liu Xiaoyun cautioned. Liu Bingde's forehead furrowed in concern. Lu Wenchang unfurled a map, deep in thought. Where did you acquire this map? He Tongxing inquired, curious. A classmate gifted it to me, Lu Wenchang replied, still focused on the map. His classmate, who often traveled for study, had visited Linen Prefecture 2 years prior and, upon learning of their plight, had recommended the city as a refuge, providing both a letter of introduction and this map. Liu Bingde and the others wore expressions of worry. Upon returning to the large tent, Liu Xiaoyun found her 2 nephews fast asleep, while her sister-in-law sat in a daze. Seeing Liu Xiaoyun return, Zhang Shi quickly asked, Xiaoyun, you're back. Where's your brother? My brother is discussing matters with Uncle Li and He Lian, Liu Xiaoyun replied as she took a seat in the tent. Zhang Shi grasped Liu Xiaoyun's hand, earnestly advising, Xiaoyun, in the event of any trouble, I implore you to prioritize the safety of your 2 nephews. They are entrusted to your care. Understanding her sister-in-law's concern, Liu Xiaoyun reassured her, there will be no trouble, sister-in-law. We are family, and family will not be separated. Rest assured, we shall find a way. Yes, Xiaoyun, you must also take care of yourself, Zhang Shi said, a hint of sadness in her voice. Do not worry, sister-in-law. You should rest early. I will check outside, Liu Xiaoyun replied, rising to leave the tent. Seeing Liu Bingda and the others still in discussion, she approached them. Brother. I have something to discuss, Liu Xiaoyun said, catching Liu Xiaoming's attention. Without letting her finish, he inquired, Sister, what do you intend to do this time? With determination in her eyes, Liu Xiaoyun declared, I wish to explore the mountain and ascertain the situation before taking further action. Liu Xiaoming immediately retorted. What is there to see? Did not Liu Jian say there are at least 500 to 600 bandits on the mountain? I believe it is essential to gather intelligence. Liu Xiaoyun insisted. No, we will simply turn back if necessary. Liu Xiaoming firmly opposed. The others remained silent, aware of the perilous nature of the bandit lair. Xiaoyun. I will accompany you. He Tongxing offered immediately. He Lian glanced at his son but did not voice an opinion. Liu Xiaoyun shook her head, asserting no. Too many people would hinder us. I shall ride alone. It will be easier to slip away if anything goes awry. Liu Xiaoming glared at his sister. You are but a girl. Why must you always rush into danger? Lu Wenchang interjected calmly, among our many sturdy men, who can rival her bravery. This is a testament to a woman's fortitude. Xiaoyun, you must think carefully. Those are ferocious bandits, Liu Bingda cautioned, his concern evident. After a prolonged silence, Lu Wenchang slowly proposed, if traveling by day attracts too much attention to our numbers, we could rest during the day and ascend the mountain under the cover of night. By doing so, we could circumvent the bandits entirely. Liu Bingda concurred with his son's strategy. Liu Xiaoming and He Lian also nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in Lu Wenchang's plan. Having settled on a course of action for the following day, the group returned to their respective tents to rest. Liu Xiaoming pulled his sister back, urging her to rest well and not dwell on worries. Do you hear me? Brother, you should rest too. Sister-in-law is worried. And I must rest as well, Liu Xiaoyun replied before entering her small tent. Alas, this girl is growing bolder by the day. Liu Xiaoming murmured to himself as he returned to the large tent to sleep. After half an hour had passed, once everyone was sound asleep, Liu Xiaoyun quietly emerged from her tent and whispered a few words to the night watchman, He Tongxing, before leading her horse away. He Tongxing was left momentarily dumbfounded. Chapter 35, Collaboration. Liu Xiaoyun departed the small mountain village, entering her space to don new attire, a black ensemble with a matching hat and mask, complemented by climbing shoes. Uncertain if ancient night-walking attire resembled this, she felt the new gear would facilitate her horseback riding and make her ascent more manageable. With all preparations complete, she leaped onto her horse and galloped toward the bandit-infested mountain. In less than half an hour, Liu Xiaoyun arrived at the mountain's base, tying her horse in a discreet location before preparing to ascend. She did not intend to confront the 500 to 600 bandits alone. Her advantage lay in her ability to retreat into her space should danger arise. Liu Jian had mentioned that in the past 6 months, not only had the bandit leader changed, but the number of bandits had also swelled 5 to 6 times. Such a significant increase in banditry could be connected to the influx of refugees. The entire Huaining prefecture was suffering from drought, prompting some refugees to head north while many, like the villagers of Liu family village, sought refuge in the south. If the newly formed bandits were primarily refugees, whether coerced into banditry or driven by starvation, it might be possible to persuade them to descend the mountain after dealing with their ruthless leaders, as no ordinary person would willingly choose a life of banditry. Liu Xiaoyun retrieved a silenced pistol from her spatial pocket and stealthily ascended the mountain. She observed flickering torches not far up the slope, likely the sentinels of the mountain bandits keeping watch. After walking for a while, she paused beside a grand tree and gazed upward. There appeared to be structures halfway up the mountain, with several groups of individuals carrying torches wandering back and forth. From her distance, the details were unclear. So she gracefully leapt into the tree and produced a night vision binocular, scrutinizing the area above. Now she could see clearly. There were numerous houses scattered across the mountainside, suggesting that the bandits could easily accommodate 500 to 600, if not 1,000 individuals. Among them, several buildings were brightly lit, and one bore a sign reading Hall of Brotherhood, which must serve as the bandits' lair. For groups of individuals, each comprising around 20 to 30 members, patrolled the area with their torches. 500 to 600 indeed? Where were the others? Filled with curiosity, Liu Xiaoyun descended from the tree, intent on continuing her ascent. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she swiftly shifted her pistol to the left. Miss, there's a misunderstanding. A young man in black attire whispered. Faced with the ominous barrel of the gun, he awkwardly raised his hands, showing no signs of surprise, only slowly gesturing for her to lower the firearm. My lord. After a soft call, Liu Xiaoyun quickly scanned her surroundings, only to find nearly 100 figures clad in black materializing from the shadows. The young man commanded softly. You all stand down. Yes. The black-clad figures instantly vanished into the inky darkness, restoring the surrounding silence. The young man bowed his hands towards Liu Xiaoyun and said, Miss, perhaps we could collaborate. Liu Xiaoyun, pistol in hand, remained silent. The young man continued in a hushed tone, I am Luo. Since you are courageously investigating the mountain bandits alone, it is likely for the sake of a family member taken by them. I am willing to join forces with you to rescue your kin and eliminate this band of brigands once and for all. Eliminate this band of brigands. Liu Xiaoyun pondered. These individuals in black were clearly not bandits. Had they been, they would have reported her presence to their leader. Cloaked in darkness. Might they genuinely seek to eradicate the mountain bandits? The near 100 black-clad figures referred to this young man as their lord? What was his true identity? He speculated that she ventured up the mountain in search of her family, yet what was his motive for confronting the bandits? Could it be as he claimed, to rid the world of evil? After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xiaoyun reasoned that regardless of his identity, eliminating the bandits would indeed be beneficial. The young man observed her silence and ventured to inquire, What do you think, miss? Speak. How shall we collaborate? Liu Xiaoyun replied coolly. I require the tools you possess. Is this what you mean? Liu Xiaoyun deliberately aimed her pistol at him. The young man chuckled, waving his hand and pointing at the night vision binoculars in her grasp. Liu Xiaoyun comprehended. They must have been watching her and witnessed her examining the bandit lair through the binoculars. Doubt crept in, would he truly return the binoculars if she lent them to him? Though she had several pairs of varying magnification in her spatial pocket, she was reluctant to part with this one. The young man seemed to read her thoughts and promptly removed a jade pendant hanging from his waist, presenting it to her. If I fail to return your tools, you may seek me at the King's residence in Linen Prefecture. Linen Prefecture? And King's residence? Luo, as in the national surname? Liu Xiaoyun took the pendant and handed him the binoculars, saying, Here, use it and return it to me afterward. Thank you, miss. The young man accepted the binoculars and effortlessly leapt into the tree. Liu Xiaoyun glanced up and could not help but marvel at his agility. He almost flew to the treetop. Before long, the young man descended from the tree and returned the binoculars to Liu Xiaoyun. Thank you, Mississippi. May I ask your surname? No need for formality. How shall we collaborate? Liu Xiaoyun accepted the binoculars and offered back the jade pendant. He did not take it, instead smiling and saying, You may keep the pendant for now. We can exchange it after our collaboration. What? Are you worried I won't trust you? Liu Xiaoyun mused. Very well. It's just a pendant. She tucked it into her sleeve, effectively storing it away, and pressed, Now, how shall we proceed with this collaboration? The young man pondered briefly before responding earnestly. There are 3 bandit leaders on the mountain, currently selecting women taken from the official road in the Hall of Brotherhood. I have seen your capabilities. If you can dispatch these 3 leaders, I shall handle the remaining bandits. Liu Xiaoyun considered and then asked, How many bandits are there? Nearly 800. He replied promptly. Liu Xiaoyun reflected that Liu Jian had mentioned 500 to 600, indicating a discrepancy. It seemed Liu Jian had not ascended the mountain and could only make an approximate assessment. How many men do you command? Liu Xiaoyun inquired further. 100. He answered. Liu Xiaoyun noted inwardly that her assessment was correct. There were indeed around 100 black-clad individuals nearby. 100 against 800 bandits? She feigned skepticism. The young man softened his tone, explaining, Among those nearly 800 bandits, over 600 are refugees, coerced into joining the bandits. They need not be killed. We can persuade them to return. With his words, Liu Xiaoyun gained clarity. Collaborating with them meant she would eliminate the 3 bandit leaders while his subordinates took advantage of the ensuing chaos to either kill or persuade the remaining bandits to retreat. Very well. Liu Xiaoyun concurred. Observing her agreement, the young man continued earnestly, Splendid. Where are your family members? What are their names? I shall arrange for their rescue. Liu Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow. Family? Oh. No need. We can simply collaborate. The firelight shall serve as our signal. With that, she turned and strode toward the Hall of Brotherhood halfway up the mountain. Chapter 36. The burning of the bandit lair. Luo Mohan watched as Liu Xiaoyun ascended the mountain and could not help but caution, "Miss, take care and protect yourself." Liu Xiaoyun remained silent, contemplating that without the right tools, one should not undertake such perilous tasks. She stored her silenced pistol and binoculars away and continued her ascent. Yet, how could this man named Luo be so certain she could slay the 3 bandit leaders? With 100 capable fighters at his disposal, why choose to collaborate with a stranger? What were his true intentions? Luo Mohan observed Liu Xiaoyun ascend the mountain alone, his gaze sharpening, though his exterior betrayed no emotion. Internally, he was profoundly astonished. The military-grade binoculars and pistol she possessed, along with her attire, all belonged to a different era, leaving him utterly astounded. He yearned to uncover her identity, her origins, and how she wielded such modern weaponry. Surely, 3 bandit leaders would pose little challenge for her. Luo Mohan signaled, and 2 black-clad figures emerged. "My lord," he whispered a few instructions, and they promptly descended the mountain. "Stop. Who goes there?" Liu Xiaoyun had not ventured far when she was intercepted by 3 lackeys brandishing torches. Liu Xiaoyun halted and shouted at the 3 lackeys, "I've come to join the bandits. I wish to see the chief." "Join the bandits? Why not come during the day, but instead choose to do it at night?" One lackey queried, perplexed. "During the day, I quarreled with my brother, and my parents locked me up. I managed to sneak out under the cover of darkness, with nowhere else to go, so I came to join." Liu Xiaoyun explained animatedly. 3 minions brandishing torches encircled Liu Xiaoyun, who was clad entirely in black, resembling a runaway thief. One of the minions leaned in and whispered to another, "Boss, right now, the chief, the second in command, and the third in command are selecting women in the assembly hall. Why not send this one as well? If the chief takes a liking to her, we brothers could reap the rewards. You take this woman up to the chief and return promptly." "Boss, I'll be back in no time." After a brief, hushed discussion, the 2 minions urged Liu Xiaoyun, "Come along, we shall introduce you to the chief." "Don't push me, I can walk on my own," Liu Xiaoyun replied, surveying her surroundings. The minions grew increasingly impatient, insisting, "Stop dawdling, hurry up. The chief is waiting in the assembly hall." As they ascended the mountainside, the number of sentry minions grew, their vigilance high. One minion, torch in hand, led the way, and the guards stationed at each post merely inquired before allowing them passage up the mountain. They smoothly arrived at a brightly lit building halfway up the mountain, where a squad of patrolling minions, upon hearing they were bringing a woman to the chief, dismissed Liu Xiaoyun with indifference, permitting her entrance into the assembly hall. Once inside, Liu Xiaoyun observed a burly man with a thick beard seated at the head of the hall, flanked by 2 increasingly rotund men, presumably the 3 bandit leaders. In the center of the hall lay 4 bound women, sprawled on the ground, weeping incessantly. One of the minions swiftly approached, announcing, "Chief, this woman claims she wishes to join us." "A woman? To join?" The 3 bandit leaders leaned forward in unison, intrigued. "A woman voluntarily wishing to join us?" The bearded leader gestured to several minions, instructing them to take the 4 women away. "What is your name, and why do you wish to join?" The 3 leaders queried Liu Xiaoyun simultaneously. "That is of no consequence," Liu Xiaoyun declared, producing a silenced pistol from her space and firing 3 shots, instantly killing all 3 bandit leaders. Hidden in the shadows, Luo Mohan witnessed Liu Xiaoyun's precise marksmanship as she dispatched the leaders with deadly accuracy, exactly as he had anticipated. In truth, Luo Mohan and his men had stealthily followed Liu Xiaoyun up the mountain, prepared to safeguard her while also eager to observe whether she would employ any other weapons. He had instructed all his subordinates to ensure her safety, allowing no room for error. The sudden turn of events left the surrounding minions bewildered, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Liu Xiaoyun seized 2 torches from the minions, dashed from the assembly hall, and hurled them onto the roof, intent on setting the bandit den ablaze. The wooden structures ignited easily, fueled by the mountain winds. Disaster! The assembly hall is on fire. The minions cried out in panic, rushing to extinguish the flames as Liu Xiaoyun seized the opportunity to descend the mountain. Observing her escape, Luo Mohan signaled to the nearly 100 men concealed in the shadows, who then emerged to execute their plan against the bandits. As Liu Xiaoyun descended, the chaotic cries echoed from above, indicating that the 100 dark-clad men had engaged the bandits. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, She found her horse tethered and contemplated whether to await the man surnamed Luo or ride back alone. Surely her brother and sister-in-law had not noticed her absence. She had informed the night watchman, He Tongxing, that she would return before dawn. Suddenly remembering she still possessed the jade pendant belonging to the man surnamed Luo, she decided to wait a while longer. After some time, feeling somewhat bored, Liu Xiaoyun slipped into her space, realizing she was hungry. She picked an apple from the orchard, drank some spring water, and wandered around the farm. First, she visited the planting area, marveling at the sprouting rice, wheat, corn, soybeans, and peanuts, such astonishing growth in her magical space. Next, she ventured to the livestock area, where a large wild boar and a small one were peacefully sleeping. The latter nestled against the former's belly, demonstrating surprising intelligence. The large boar's belly rose and fell with each breath, accompanied by gentle snores, while the little one remained undisturbed in slumber. Two wild rabbits, grazing on grass, startled and bounded away upon noticing Liu Xiaoyun. For wild chickens flapped their wings and fled, causing her to spot 2 wild chicken eggs. Could it be that I can collect wild chicken eggs every day now? Estimating that enough time had passed, Liu Xiaoyun exited her space. Standing at the foot of the mountain, she looked up and saw flames leaping into the sky, illuminating the night. The bandit hideout was completely engulfed. Before long, she spotted the man surnamed Luo and his subordinates descending the mountain. Liu Xiaoyun mused to herself, noting their swift action. It appeared they had successfully eradicated the bandit lair. Chapter 37. Gathering food supplies. Luo Mohan and his subordinates hurried down the mountain, spotting Liu Xiaoyun waiting for them at the foot. Approaching her, Luo Mohan stated, "Miss, the bandits have been vanquished, and their den is mostly reduced to ashes. The displaced villagers forced up the mountain have also received their rations and are descending. Are you satisfied?" "There's no question of satisfaction. The bandits are gone, and the villagers have been safely escorted down. As long as the road is clear, that's all that matters." Liu Xiaoyun thought to herself, relieved that the bandits had been eliminated and that she could continue her journey tomorrow without the village head needing to lead the villagers up the mountain. "Your gallant deeds are commendable, miss. I, Luo, feel immensely fortunate to have collaborated with you," Luo Mohan declared, waving his hand for a subordinate to bring forward a box. Liu Xiaoyun promptly produced the jade pendant from her sleeve, asserting, "The collaboration is concluded, the pendant is to be returned." Luo Mohan smiled, not accepting the pendant, and calmly replied, "You may keep the pendant as a token of our partnership." Mississippi. Liu Xiaoyun, fully aware of the implications, understood there must be a misunderstanding. They were strangers who had merely allied to defeat the bandits that night. It would be inappropriate to accept his pendant. Luo Mohan, however, personally handed the box to Liu Xiaoyun, sincerely stating, "Please accept these 3,000 taels of silver." Liu Xiaoyun took the box, asking, "What is this?" "This is your rightful reward, miss," Luo Mohan asserted with gravity. Understanding dawned on Liu Xiaoyun. He referred to the 3 bandit leaders. Luo Mohan nodded. 3,000 taels is a modest sum. Please accept it." Regardless of whether the 3 bandit leaders were worth that much, she accepted the silver without hesitation. "Very well." Liu Xiaoyun acquiesced. "Would you like an escort, miss?" Luo Mohan inquired tentatively. "No need. Farewell," Liu Xiaoyun replied, swiftly mounting her horse and galloping away. Watching her depart with such grace, Luo Mohan smiled faintly. The 3,000 taels had been entrusted to her, yet she seemed utterly unfazed by it. As he gazed in the direction Liu Xiaoyun had vanished into the dark night, her figure soon faded from view. "Her name is Liu Xiaoyun?" "Indeed." 2 black-clad men answered respectfully. "She is from Liu family village, fleeing to Lenin prefecture?" Luo Mohan asked in a low voice. "Yes. My subordinates went to the nearby village where they were temporarily resting and overheard the night watchman discussing it. One even had a map," one of the black-clad men replied. Luo Mohan silently pondered that her name was Liu Xiaoyun, which seemed rather coincidental. Having passed the midnight hour, fearing that her brother and sister-in-law might be worried, Liu Xiaoyun hastened back to the location where the villagers had taken refuge, almost galloping on horseback. Midway through her journey, she entered her spatial realm to change her attire before resuming her trek. As she approached the small village, Liu Xiaoyun spotted her brother leading a throng of villagers, all brandishing sharp machetes, rushing towards her. Upon nearing, Liu Xiaoyun leaped off her horse and exclaimed, "Brother, what brings you here?" Liu Xiaoming hurried a few paces forward. "Are you trying to frighten me to death? When did you learn to ride a horse?" Liu Xiaoyun reflected that in her past life, she had once protected a client from the grasslands, spending an entire month there, where writing was merely child's play. I'm perfectly fine, brother. What about my sister-in-law and the others? Liu Xiaoyun was acutely aware that if her brother knew, his wife must also be informed. And they were likely very anxious at this moment. He Tongxing stepped forward and said, Xiaoyun, it was I who informed your brother. We couldn't let you investigate alone. It's nothing. The bandit den has already been eradicated. We can take this route tomorrow. Liu Xiaoyun quickly replied. Is that true? The bandit den has been wiped out. Who took care of it? How impressive. Let us discuss it back home. Upon returning, Liu Xiaoyun discovered that nearly all the villagers, save for the elderly and children, had been awake, anxiously awaiting her return. Their astonishment and joy were palpable as they surrounded her. Xiaoyun, do tell us what transpired. When I arrived, I found that the bandit den had already been taken care of. Was it the authorities? Were there truly that many bandits all gone? Yes, they've vanished. And the bandits' hideouts have been torched. Lu Bingde was naturally elated at this news, for it meant they could resume their journey as usual the following day. Lu Jian, unable to sleep, felt a sense of relief knowing that vengeance had finally been served for his fallen men. Even though he could travel with the villagers the next day, he still intended to journey alone to Linan Prefecture. Zhang Shi grasped Liu Xiaoyun's hand, saying, Why are you so reckless? Why didn't you confide in your brother? It's all right, sister-in-law. Rest early. We have more traveling to do tomorrow, Liu Xiaoyun reassured her. Liu Xiaoming kept watch for the remainder of the night while Zhang Shi returned to the larger tent to rest. Liu Xiaoyun retreated to her own smaller tent. After lying down and contemplating for a while, she entered her spatial realm again, placing the jade pendant along with the 3,000 taels of silver together. Subsequently, she rushed to the villa's bathroom for a quick shower, changed into clean clothes, and returned to her tent to rest. Lu Bingde urged everyone to retire quickly, as they would continue their journey at dawn. The next morning, upon awakening, the villagers were in high spirits. After a simple breakfast, Lu Bingde counted heads, and the group began packing their belongings in preparation for departure. Lu Jian shared breakfast with Liu Xiaoming's family and presented him with 10 taels of silver as gratitude for their life-saving assistance. Liu Xiaoming, unable to decline, accepted it. Lu Jian also offered Lu Bingde 10 taels of silver, thanking the villagers of Liu family village for their hospitality. With Lu Jian insisting on giving the money, Lu Bingde had no choice but to accept it on behalf of the villagers. After traveling for about 2.5 hours, they arrived at the base of the mountain occupied by the bandits. As they gazed upwards, they saw no one. Lu Jian felt a heavy heart. Had he delayed even a day or traveled with the villagers, his 12 bodyguards would not have met their untimely demise. Suddenly, he the hunter pointed ahead. Li Zhang, look. Isn't that grain? Lu Bingde also noticed and exclaimed, Yes, it is. It must be the grain left behind after the bandits were dealt with. Upon hearing about the grain along the road, Liu Xiaoyun speculated whether it had been intentionally left for them, questioning how those people could have known the villagers would pass this way. Regardless, she thought it best to let Li Zhang handle the distribution of the grain. The villagers were exhilarated. It seemed that after defeating the bandits, they had left some grain on the road, presumably for travelers in need. It could only be said that they were fortunate to encounter such kind-hearted individuals. The grain consisted of coarse rice, totaling 30 bags, which conveniently matched the number of households among the villagers. Lu Bingde decided that to save time, each household would receive 1 bag of coarse rice. The villagers, having obtained the grain without any effort, did not fuss over it. Each family shouldered a bag of rice and continued on their way. Chapter 38, Encounter with Refugees. After walking for over an hour, Lu Bingde led the group through a mountain pass and finally reached the official road. Lu Jian, still resolved to venture alone to Linan Prefecture, expressed his gratitude once more before bidding farewell to the group. Though their time together had been brief, he sensed the villagers' simplicity and warmth. Watching Lu Jian depart alone stirred a sense of melancholy. Just days prior, he had traveled with a dozen others, and now he was left to forge ahead by himself. Liu Xiaoyun understood Lu Jian's decision. In her past life as a special security officer, she felt a kinship with him. Professional ethics, a sense of duty, and commitment had been ingrained in her very being. Even if she were the last one standing, she would fulfill her mission. With Lu Jian gone, the villagers continued along the official road. Following this road for about 100 miles would lead them to Majik County, although they had yet to exit the boundaries of Huining Prefecture. After passing through the county seat and traveling several hundred more miles, they would finally enter Linan Prefecture. On the official road, the number of refugees fleeing was noticeably increasing, most appearing in scattered groups of a few individuals or small bands of dozens, while large groups exceeding 100 were rare. Liu Bingde urged everyone to remain vigilant, as the situation differed from their travels along the merchant roads, where they had scarcely encountered any refugees. The villagers of Liu family village numbered over 200, equipped with horse-drawn carts, ox carts, and hand carts, all laden with grain. Although their clothing appeared somewhat tattered, their spirits remained high. To some of the refugees, Liu Bingde's group seemed like a flock of walking sheep. A few ragged refugees, with disheveled hair and clothing, leaning on wooden staffs, emanated a foul stench, slowly approached Liu Bingde and his party, their eyes darting about with malicious intent, greedily fixed on the grain in the carts. The villagers were acutely aware of the refugees' desperation, causing their nerves to tighten. Liu Bingde conferred with He the hunter, instructing the young, strong men flanking their sides to brandish their weapons, while 5 robust men with machetes were assigned to the rear. As the refugees drew near, the strong men shouted sternly, "Get lost. Come any closer and you'll regret it." When the refugees saw the weapons in their hands, they dared not advance further, retreating a few steps, yet they continued to follow closely, their numbers growing as they targeted Liu family village's bounty. After another hour and a half, the number of refugees trailing behind had only increased, swelling to about 100 or 200, nearly matching the size of Liu family village's population. The villagers frequently glanced back, their hearts racing with fear. They had never experienced such a scene. Were all these refugees truly fixated on them? As dusk approached, it was time to find a place to rest and prepare a meal. Liu Bingde glanced back, his brow furrowed. It seemed they could not shake off these refugees. Being on the official road, anyone could pass. They had no grounds to drive others away. Continuing in this manner was untenable. They needed to devise a strategy to keep the refugees at a distance from the villagers. Liu Bingde signaled for everyone to halt, searching for a spacious area by the roadside to rest. Observing the villagers pausing for a meal and respite, the refugees understood their intent and settled at a distance. Though the refugees were strangers to one another, they shared a singular purpose: to plunder the villagers who possessed carts and provisions. Whoever seized the goods would claim them as their own. Starving to the brink of madness, these refugees were indifferent to the moral implications of their actions. For a morsel of food, they were willing to resort to anything, having survived thus far through theft. Securing rations meant satiating their hunger, while failure could result in a beating, an unfortunate fate. In their struggle for survival, they had long since forfeited their humanity. Once the villagers came to a halt, none dared to start a fire or produce any food, fearing that the refugees might be provoked into a frenzied assault. Liu Bingde and Hunter, he called Liu Xiaoyun aside. "Yun girl, what do you propose we do?" Before she could respond, Liu Xiaoming, Liu Wenchang, and He Tongxing approached. Liu Wenchang spoke first. "The refugees have also stopped. We cannot rest here. We must press on." He Tongxing brandished his machete, asserting, "With so many of us armed, what do we have to fear from these refugees?" Liu Xiaoming added, "Sister, you need not involve yourself. We can handle these refugees without you." Liu Xiaoyun looked at them. "Are you all prepared to engage these refugees in combat? What other choice do we have?" He Tongxing asked urgently. Liu Wenchang suddenly recalled something. "Xiaoyun, do you still possess the sedative?" Liu Xiaoyun nodded. Liu Xiaoming, anxious, insisted, "Sister, you must give me the sedative. There are nearly 200 frenzied refugees. I cannot risk your safety." Liu Xiaoyun shook her head. "No, using the sedative improperly could endanger myself." The group fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xiaoyun addressed the village head. "We cannot rest here. I will confront those refugees. You must continue your journey. I will catch up with you." Liu Bingde felt a pang of unease. Throughout their journey, whether beset by bandits or mountain thieves, it had always been Yun girl leading the charge. At some point, this unassuming girl from Liu family village had become their guardian angel. Liu Bingde's expression turned serious. "Yun girl, will you ensure your safety? We need not fear these refugees with our numbers. I have my own means of protection." Liu Xiaoyun replied lightly, for she knew she could retreat into her space at any moment if danger arose. Nothing frightened her. Liu Bingde said no more. Liu Wenchang and He Tongxing pulled Liu Xiaoming away, urging, "Follow Xiaoyun's lead, let us go." Liu Xiaoyun retrieved a small sack of brown rice from the cart. "Xiaoyun, Be careful. Zhang's eyes glistened with concern. I'm fine, don't worry. Liu Xiaoyun assured them before striding towards the refugees with a small sack of rice in hand. Lu Bingda did not allow the villagers to resume their journey just yet. He remained vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of the refugees. He organized 20 young men, armed with sharp blades, to encircle the women and children. Additionally, he assembled 60 or 70 sturdy men wielding machetes, sickles, hoes, axes, and cleavers, all keeping a watchful eye on the refugees. Should the refugees engage with Yun Girl, he would lead these men into the fray. In any case, he and the villagers could not allow Yun Girl to fight alone. Liu Xiaoming stood at the forefront, machete in hand, intently observing the actions of the refugees. When the refugees spotted Liu Xiaoyun approaching with the sack of rice, they rushed towards her en masse, their eyes gleaming with greed. Liu Xiaoyun deliberately quickened her pace, distancing herself, and the refugees followed suit. When she deemed the distance sufficient, she halted and placed the sack of rice on the ground. A few quick-handed refugees rushed forward to snatch it. Wait. Liu Xiaoyun brandished a dagger at the group. I have a few words to share. The refugees hesitated at the sight of her weapon, but ultimately paused. Liu Xiaoyun scrutinized the ragtag assembly before her. They were disheveled and filthy, and as they drew nearer, the foul stench was nauseating. She stepped back and declared loudly, "There is only this one sack of grain. Those who see it may share." With that, she tossed the small sack of rice towards the refugees. The moment the sack hit the ground, the refugees lunged for it. A single sack of rice was far from sufficient for the multitude, leading to chaos as they fought amongst themselves. Those unable to seize the rice turned their sticks against one another. What began as a scramble for grain devolved into a frenzied brawl, with combatants swinging clubs, retaliating, crying out, and collapsing only to rise again, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. The brutal violence among the refugees was strikingly horrific to behold. Amidst the turmoil, Liu Xiaoyun slipped away from the melee, holding her breath as she scattered a pouch of sedative among the gathered refugees before swiftly departing. She observed from a distance, noting that most of the refugees had succumbed to unconsciousness, with grain scattered about. A few, perhaps less affected by the sedative, were groggily attempting to collect the fallen rice. Sighing, Liu Xiaoyun made her way back to the villagers of Liu family village. Upon seeing his sister return unscathed, Liu Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Bingda and Hunter, he also relaxed. Yun Girl, are you unharmed? Liu Xiaoyun smiled. I'm fine. Let us hasten our journey. Yun Girl is truly remarkable. We must move quickly. If the refugees catch up, we'll be in trouble. Have these refugees gone mad? They are driven by hunger. Goodness, these refugees are terrifying. After another hour of brisk travel led by Liu Bingda, the villagers finally stopped again, seeking a slightly more open area by the roadside. They refrained from lighting fires, opting instead for dry rations and water, while quickly erecting tents for rest. The night watch was bolstered, with an additional contingent doubling the usual number. A short distance away, a few scattered refugees lingered, but they posed little threat, especially with the watchmen armed with sharp blades. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei clamored to their aunt, expressing a desire to sleep in her tent. Auntie, we don't want to sleep with father. He snores too loudly. Liu Xiaoming feigned indignation at being shunned once more. Go on, find your aunt. Liu Xiaoyun chuckled as she ushered the two little ones into her tent. Do you both wish for something delicious? Yes, Auntie is the best. Liu Xiaoyun produced some treats from her space. Qingnan, Qibei, eat up. Yum. Auntie, let us eat together. The following day, Liu Bingda roused the villagers early to resume their journey. Upon awakening, they noticed 3 horse-drawn carriages not far from their resting spot, their presence a mystery as to when they had arrived. Clearly, they had been parked there while the villagers slept, likely for reasons of safety. Each carriage was attended by 2 servants who leaned against them in slumber, with others likely resting inside. The carriages appeared quite lavish, suggesting they belonged to affluent families. After a light meal, Liu Bingda led the villagers onward, aiming to reach Magic County before nightfall. Having walked for a short distance, Liu Bingda suddenly halted, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Could it truly be? Was that not He Lijing from Zayaki village approaching him? But where were the villagers? Had he not led them southward? Why was he carrying a bedding roll while heading back? Hey, He Lijing. Liu Bingda called out several times, blocking the path of He Lijing. He Lijing stood there, his gaze vacant, frozen for a considerable duration. Upon realizing it was Liu Bingda, the village head of Liu family village, his mouth twitched involuntarily. And he suddenly enveloped Lu Bingda in a fit of inconsolable tears. Lu Bingda was taken aback by his weeping, as were the villagers. What on earth was happening? Why was he Li Jing crying upon their first encounter? To be candid, the villagers almost failed to recognize him as the head of Zayaki village. What could have transpired in merely half a month? He Li Jing was unkempt, his beard untrimmed, face caked with dust, hair disheveled, and his clothing tattered beyond recognition, resembling that of a beggar. Lu Bingda gestured for the villagers to move to the roadside. The sight of He Li Jing's anguished cries left the villagers bewildered. At that moment, 3 horse-drawn carts passed by the villagers. Scattered refugees were on the road, and the carts were moving at a sluggish pace. What a delightful aroma! The scent of spices, exclaimed one villager. Look, some refugees are chasing after those carts. It seemed the destitute had set their sights on the 3 carts once more. Amidst the villagers' discussions, He Li Jing finally ceased his lamentations. Noticing his cracked lips, Lu Bingda poured him half a bowl of water. Drink this. Once you've quenched your thirst, speak to me. What has befallen you? He Li Jing accepted the bowl and gulped down the water in one swift motion, before handing back the empty bowl and asking, Lu Li Jing, do you have any food? Lu Bingda offered him a dry biscuit. It was evident that He Li Jing was famished. As he munched on the biscuit, he seemed to regain his composure. Alas, at last, I see a familiar face. What has transpired? Where are the villagers of Zayaki? Lu Bingda inquired, perplexed. He Li Jing sighed deeply. They are all gone. What do you mean gone? Lu Bingda exclaimed, shocked. He Li Jing took a bite of the biscuit and recounted first. We encountered some refugees who robbed us of nearly everything. And then? Lu Bingda pressed further. He Li Jing's expression turned grim. Then we came across a band of looters who killed several villagers and seized our grain and women. Lu Bingda's countenance darkened at this revelation, and the villagers fell silent. What on earth was happening in this world? Later, we were conscripted, some villagers were captured, while others simply vanished. All are gone. Woe is me. With that, He Li Jing set the biscuit aside, breaking down into tears once more. Lu Bingda found himself at a loss for words to comfort him. How tragic this was. Among the villagers, some with shallow eye sockets began to weep quietly. Lu Bingda offered him another half bowl of water. Old comrade, why are you heading back? Why not continue south with us? There must be a way to survive. He Li Jing used his tattered sleeve to wipe his tears and drank the water. I shall not go south any longer. I have no desire to. Are you really thinking of returning? There is no one left in the village. Lu Bingda continued to persuade him. He Li Jing shook his head. I am going home. Lu Bingda's heart ached for him. In such turbulent times, how long would he walk? No matter how far you wander, each step back brings you closer to home. He Li Jing was resolute in his decision to return. Chapter 40. Encountering Beggars. Despite Lu Bingda's efforts to dissuade him, He Li Jing remained steadfast in his intention to return. Without further ado, Lu Bingda retrieved a small bag of coarse rice from his cart and handed it to He Li Jing. He also poured the remaining water from his water pouch into He Li Jing's. Tears welled in He Li Jing's eyes. His cracked lips trembled as he struggled to utter a single word. The 2 middle-aged men clasped hands tightly. They were village heads from neighboring villages, each leading their villagers southward in search of refuge. Now He Li Jing of Zayaki village resolutely turned back, while Lu Bingda of Liu family village continued to lead his villagers southward. As He Li Jing disappeared from view, Lu Bingda guided his villagers onward. They felt a sense of relief, grateful for the company of Lu Bingda and his son, he the hunter and his son, as well as Liu Xiaoyun and her brother during their harrowing journey. Though they had endured considerable hardships, they remained safe for the time being. After about half an hour of travel, they were struck dumb by the scene before them. The luxurious carts they had seen earlier lay in ruins, dismantled and scattered across the ground. The horses had vanished without a trace, while several servants lay bloodied and sprawled on the ground. A middle-aged man and woman lay side by side in a pool of blood, their clothes in tatters. 2 maidservants lay nearby. This was surely the same trio of luxurious carts that had passed them moments ago. They had been resting nearby just the night before. Clearly, it was the band of refugees who had followed them and committed this atrocity. In broad daylight, such brazen acts of murder and robbery were utterly unconscionable. What madness was this? It was nothing short of a complete disregard for humanity. As Lu Bingda and the villagers maneuvered past the scene, he the hunter remarked, "Who knows from which wealthy noble this misfortune has come? In such chaotic times, to allow their unarmed servants to travel is a clear invitation to disaster. The strapping young men on either side gripped their weapons tightly, resolved that if they encountered the deranged refugees, it would be a fight to the death. As they pressed forward, a ragged woman suddenly dashed toward them, clutching a baby wrapped in rags, and collapsed at their feet, blocking their path. "My lords, please have mercy. I beg of you, show compassion and grant us some food. My child has gone hungry for 3 days." With that, she knelt on the ground, her forehead striking the earth repeatedly. Liu Bingda barked sternly, "Quickly, step aside." He understood all too well that acquiescing to her pleas would attract other refugees, making it increasingly difficult to disperse them later. Yet, the woman remained unmoved, persistently knocking her head in supplication. At that moment, several more refugees approached, kneeling in unison to beg, greedily eyeing the food in their carts. He, the hunter, realized this was untenable. If they allowed this to continue, it would invite an unending stream of beggars. He waved his hand, summoning He Tongxing and several young men to disperse the beggars blocking their path. In a sudden twist, the woman tossed the baby, wrapped in rags, before them, still imploring, "My lords, can I trade this child for some food?" Staring at the bundle at their feet, Liu Bingda was momentarily taken aback, stepping back in shock. "You!" He, the hunter, possessing a clearer mind, urged, "Li Jing, we must leave at once. The number of refugees is increasing." Liu Bingda glanced around and indeed saw many more refugees converging upon them. Recalling the gruesome scene of the 3 carts being raided, a chill ran down their spines at the sight of the approaching mob. Lu Wenchang furrowed his brow. How peculiar. Why is there no sound of a crying baby? Observing the woman, he noted her unnatural demeanor. Lu Wenchang approached and prodded the rags with a stick, and, upon revealing the contents, the group was struck with disbelief. There was no baby, just a rag doll wearing a baby-esque cap. Due to the tightly wrapped bundle, no one could discern that it was a mere counterfeit infant. Moreover, who could have imagined that this band of vagrants would stoop so low as to exploit even a baby for mere scraps of food? Truly, they have lost all sense of conscience. Once the sham infant was exposed, the woman ceased her groveling and instead sat defiantly on the ground with her companions, refusing to move and blocking the path. They resorted to chaos, deception, and shamelessness, every trick in the book. I have encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. This time, Liu Xiaoyun refrained from intervening, knowing that the sturdy young men led by He Tongxing were more than capable of handling the vagrants. Indeed, he, the hunter, with a grim expression, beckoned, and several of his companions advanced, unceremoniously tossing the vagrants aside onto the roadside. They then glared at them, brandishing their sharp blades in warning. The other bystanders among the vagrants displayed cold indifference, as if nothing had transpired, and they vacantly moved on, continuing their search for the next target. The villagers quickened their pace, still shaken by the realization of the lengths to which these vagrants would go. What could possess these vagrants to resort to such a ruse? Using a fake child to deceive others? The real child might very well have been consumed. Have you not heard the phrase cannibalism? How utterly despicable. If that were indeed the case, could they even be considered human? They are unworthy of such a title. Do not speak so recklessly, you might frighten the children. Alas, a child has already begun to cry. One child's wails prompted a chorus of sobs from others. As the children wept, the adults felt their hearts twist in sympathy. Yet no one intervened or chastised them. The tender-hearted women felt a pang of anguish. Their children were their most cherished treasures, and if it came to such dire straits, they would willingly sacrifice their own flesh. Remembering the charred remains of the Liu family ancestral hall and the solitary return of the village elder, many gazed skyward with tearful eyes, lamenting, "Heaven, grant us a path to survival." Sigh, what manner of world is this? The cries of the children filled the villagers with a bittersweet ache, as if their throats were stuffed with cotton, leaving an unpleasant taste. "Aunt, I wish to learn martial arts," exclaimed one child. "Aunt, I too wish to practice." Liu Xiaoyun gazed at her 2 young nephews seated in the cart and replied, "Very well, your aunt shall teach you the art of combat." The children trailing behind eagerly chimed in, "We want to learn martial arts with Qingnan and Qianbei." Liu Xiaoyun smiled brightly, "Excellent. You shall all learn together." These children were quite perceptive, often understanding matters better than the adults. Only through self-reliance can one defend oneself. Having encountered the village elder and been delayed by the vagrants' pleas, they found themselves still far from Moji County as night fell. This time, rather than resting by the roadside, They veered off the main path, setting up tents in a distant clearing to eat and rest. The women prepared the meal while the men assisted. Not far off. Regardless of gender, children stood in 2 neat rows, following Liu Xiaoyun's lead in practicing martial arts. Chapter 41. Denied entry into the county city. Away from the main road. Everyone rested comfortably that night. After breakfast, Liu Bingde took a head count and began packing their belongings. Drawing from their experiences of traveling along the main road for 2 days, they now concealed their provisions deep within the ox cart and hand cart, covering them with pots, bowls, and assorted items to prevent prying eyes from coveting their supplies. The cart belonging to Liu Xiaoming was tightly sealed, rendering its contents invisible. Most of the vagrants were ordinary folk, displaced from their homes and forced to beg for sustenance under dire circumstances. When faced with starvation, the sight of food and valuables could ignite their basest desires, compelling them to act in ways one could scarcely imagine. Particularly among the gathered vagrants, trouble was prone to arise. Robbery and pillaging were not uncommon, and the journey was fraught with peril. The villagers had witnessed such events firsthand, prompting them to remain cautious. After breakfast, in addition to instructing the children in martial arts, Liu Xiaoyun also guided dozens of young men on how to wield their blades effectively against potential robbers. Observing the earnest practice of the young men, Liu Xiaoyun mused that honing their skills at the last moment would at least serve to intimidate the vagrants. As the young men trained, they began to notice that some martial techniques bore striking similarities to chopping wood. Could it be that Liu Xiaoyun had gleaned martial wisdom from chopping wood? Lu Wencheng joined in with a cleaver, drawing admiration for his dexterity, a scholar wielding a great blade, quite adeptly, indeed, a true embodiment of both intellect and martial prowess. Before their departure, having learned from the previous day's experiences, Liu Bingde repeatedly cautioned that should they encounter any begging vagrants, regardless of how pitiable their plight appeared, they must not succumb to impulsive kindness. A moment of compassion could lead to dire consequences, with the hungry desperate enough to swarm and seize their provisions, thus endangering not only themselves, but the entire group. The villagers all assured him they would keep their wits about them and refrain from foolish acts of charity. In these years of famine, anything was possible and everyone remained vigilant. Returning to the main road, they resumed their journey, the villagers of Liu family village invigorated. As more vagrants approached, one could only marvel at the sight of over 200 individuals, men, women, and children, all appearing vigorous, armed with knives, hoes, and sickles. They were walking a bit too closely. It was uncertain who might steal from whom. After about an hour of travel as they neared Moji County, the number of vagrants increased and scattered groups lay on both sides of the main road. What could have drawn so many vagrants to this place? Why were those individuals lying there motionless? Surely they couldn't be dead. It was quite a frightening sight. Hurry, let's move on, they urged. Continuing onward, they soon caught sight of the towering walls of Moji County from a distance. The villagers finally glimpsed hope if they could traverse the county. Just a few hundred more miles would bring them to the territory of Linan Prefecture. However, as they drew closer to the county gates, they realized the scene before them was far from what they had envisioned. The city gates were firmly shut, and soldiers were stationed atop the walls. Those guards looked down upon the throngs of ragged individuals below, their expressions rife with disdain and disgust. The gates were barred. Were the refugees not permitted entry into the county? You all wait here. I shall investigate the situation, Liu Bingde instructed the group. He then approached He the hunter, who said, "Let us go together." The two men made their way to the city gate. Liu Bingde inquired of a middle-aged man standing nearby and discovered that refugees were indeed prohibited from entering the county, and even those fleeing disaster were not allowed, regardless of whether they possessed travel permits or household registration documents. Liu Bingde and He the hunter exchanged glances, pondering their predicament. What were they to do if they were not allowed entry? All around them were ragged individuals squatting, sitting, or lying down, men, women, and children, all bearing gaunt expressions, their eyes hollow and fatigue evident. Most had traveled a great distance to reach this point, only to find themselves denied entry. Moji County lay at the southernmost tip of Huaining Prefecture, where drought was not particularly severe. Those fleeing from more severely afflicted areas had come here either to seek a living or to pass through the county towards Linan Prefecture. The mountains flanked both the east and west of Moji County, making it the quickest and safest route southward. Why do you remain here if you are not allowed entry into the county? Liu Bingde asked the middle-aged man once more. The middle-aged man pointed to the 6 large porridge stalls by the city gate, where benefactors distributed porridge every morning. Here, at least there was something to eat. If they turned back, they would find themselves without even a morsel. They had consumed nearly all the provisions they had brought with them. Should they return now, they would truly be left with nothing to sustain them. Moreover, those who remained here still clung to a glimmer of hope, wondering if one day the city gates might open, granting them entry into the county town, thus providing a chance for survival. Liu Xiaoyun clearly recalled that the city of Liji had long been guarded by soldiers preventing refugees from entering. It seemed that all the counties under Huaining Prefecture had adopted similar measures to avert any potential unrest within the city caused by the refugees. They were resolutely barred from entry. Were they to be left to fend for themselves? As noon approached and the weather turned increasingly warm, a group of refugees began to stir restlessly, moving towards the broad city gates, clamoring, "Open the gates. Let us in." The county magistrate's soldiers retorted, "We cannot open the gates." After shouting several times in vain, they despondently sank to the ground. This was not the first time they had called out for the gates to open. Lu Bingda and Hunter, he also felt helpless and could only lead the villagers to a less crowded area. Lu Wenchang, however, did not seem overly anxious. Upon realizing they were not permitted to enter the county town, he took out a map to examine it closely. Lu Xiaoming and He Tongqing joined him in scrutinizing the map, pondering if there were alternative routes. Lu Wenchang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there exists a trade route, albeit a rather lengthy one. And I want to get down. I want to get down too. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei cried out, eager to dismount from the cart. It's crowded and chaotic here. You two mustn't run off. Liu Xiaoyun lifted them down from the cart. And there are many people over there. What are they doing? Once on the ground, the 2 little ones tugged at Liu Xiaoyun's hand, pulling her towards the throng. Having seen a circle of people gathered by the roadside while seated in the cart, their youthful curiosity propelled them to investigate. Liu Xiaoyun had no choice but to follow them. "Sister-in-law, I'll take them to see what's happening by the roadside. Hurry back after you've had a look," Zhang replied. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei squeezed into the crowd, holding their aunt's hands. "And what is he doing?" Lu Qingnan's youthful voice rang clear. Liu Xiaoyun smiled, glancing at the young doctor who was examining a patient and taking their pulse. The young doctor, named Zhang Ruojin, had been providing free medical consultations to the refugees for several days. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei gazed curiously at the medical kit on the table. The weather was quite warm, and with the growing number of people surrounding Zhang Ruojin, Liu Xiaoyun grasped the little one's hands. "Qingnan, Qingbei, we should head back." Thus, the trio of aunt and nephews departed the crowd and returned to the cart. Liu Xiaoyun lifted them to the front of the cart. "Are you too thirsty?" The 2 little ones nodded vigorously, beaming at their aunt. "Yes, a bit thirsty." Zhang, their mother, wiped the sweat from her son's brows, admonishing them not to run around, as they were already drenched in perspiration. Liu Xiaoyun took out the water pouch and offered it to them. "Everyone, the free clinic for today has concluded," Zhang Ruojin announced as he began to pack up his medical kit and belongings. Hastily navigating through the crowd, he arrived at the gathering of villagers from Liu family village. His eyes immediately landing on Zhang, who stood by the cart, her youthful visage vaguely reminiscent of times past. Liu Xiaoyun recognized Zhang Ruojin, astonished that the doctor had followed them. With excitement coursing through him, Zhang Ruojin approached Zhang, exclaiming, "Ruoyu." "Sister." Zhang was taken aback, bewildered by this stranger who knew her given name and referred to her as sister. "Who are you?" At that moment, Liu Xiaoming noticed someone approaching their cart and quickly rushed over, seizing Zhang Ruojin. "Who are you? What do you want?" Liu Xiaoyun, overhearing the doctor call her sister-in-law by her given name, glanced between her sister-in-law and the doctor, beginning to piece together the mystery. She hurriedly interjected, "Brother, you've misunderstood. He seems to know sister-in-law." Zhang Ruojin opened his medical kit, retrieving 2 medical books, his expression brimming with excitement. "Sister, I am your brother. My name is Zhang Ruojin. And your name is Zhang Ruoyu, as bestowed upon us by our grandfather." With that, he handed the 2 medical books to her. Zhang stood frozen, struggling to believe that this doctor was her long-lost brother. She had often heard her adoptive mother mention having an elder brother named Zhang Ruojin, but she had no idea where he was. Hesitating, she accepted the 2 medical books, and upon seeing the titles Zhang Medical Classics, Volume 1 and Volume 2, her eyes welled with tears. She, too, possessed 2 medical books, Zhang Medical Classics, Volume 3 and Volume 4. Liu Xiaoming began to notice the resemblance between his wife and this young doctor. Could it be that he was indeed her elder brother, though she had never mentioned him? Liu Xiaoming's grip on Zhang Ruojin's arm involuntarily loosened. The only family members his wife had ever mentioned were her adoptive parents, who had passed away 8 years prior. Liu Xiaoyun observed her 2 little nephews, recalling the saying that nephews resemble their uncles. Their noses, eyes, and brows indeed bore a striking resemblance to the doctor. Understanding dawned upon her. She was certain this man was a relative of her sister-in-law. From her own satchel, Zhang produced 2 more medical books, inscribed with Zhang Medical Classics, Volume 3 and Volume 4. It was clear that these 4 books constituted a complete set. Yet, Zhang's memories were solely of her adoptive mother. No other family members were mentioned, as if her origins were a subject to be avoided. With trepidation, she handed all 4 medical books to Zhang Ruojin. He accepted them with a mix of emotions, placing them in his medical kit. "Sister, come with me," he urged, leading her away to a secluded area. Liu Xiaoming watched the 2 closely but did not follow. They conversed in hushed tones, and after a while, he saw Zhang cover her face, seemingly in tears. "Dad, who is that person? Why is mother crying?" Lu Qingnan inquired curiously. "Dad, why is mother crying? I want to go see," Lu Chenbei insisted. Attempting to dismount from the front of the cart, Liu Xiaoyun quickly intercepted them. "You 2 must listen. Stay here for a moment. Aunt will get you some candy." Though Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei held the candy, they did not eat it, their round eyes darting between their father and mother. Lu Bingda approached, puzzled. "Xiaoming, who is that person? Is he a relative of yours?" Liu Xiaoming nodded, having nearly confirmed that the man's claims were indeed true. He was likely his brother-in-law. "Is he coming with us?" Lu Bingda gazed into the distance at the Zhang siblings. Liu Xiaoming was unaware of how his brother-in-law had come to be there, and suggested they discuss it further after a while. "Very well," Lu Bingda replied, moving to his son's side to hear his directions. After a brief interval, the Zhang siblings returned. It was evident that Zhang Shi had been crying. She introduced her brother, Zhang Ruojin, to Liu Xiaoming and Liu Xiaoyun. Liu Xiaoming, delighted for his wife, eagerly approached, bowing respectfully. "I am Liu Xiaoming. I apologize for any prior indiscretion." Zhang Ruojin gently studied Liu Xiaoming, smiling as he said, "From now on, we are all family." Liu Xiaoyun offered a polite smile in response. Liu Xiaoming then brought over his 2 sons, joyfully exclaiming, "Chengnan, Chibei, greet your uncle." "Uncle." Both Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei shouted in unison. "Good children." Zhang Ruojin laughed, retrieving 2 jade pendants adorned with red strings from his medical kit, which he carefully hung around the necks of the little ones. Zhang Shi beamed with happiness. "Chengnan, Chibei, thank your uncle." "Thank you, uncle," the 2 children exclaimed, gleefully touching the jade around their necks. Zhang Ruojin lifted the 2 children into his arms, marveling at their adorableness, reminiscent of his sister in her youth. Having been engaged in free medical consultations for several days, Zhang Ruojin was uncertain whether he would reunite with his sister's family. He recalled hearing from the old steward that their family had faced tremendous adversity. Their wet nurse had risked everything to bring the 2-year-old sister back home. They had maintained contact until a famine forced them to flee to Huining Prefecture, after which all communication ceased. At the age of 4, he had been taken back to Yawang Valley by the old steward, where he had studied medicine under his master. After growing up, he had adhered to his master's teachings, traveling extensively to visit renowned physicians, offering free medical services wherever he went. Upon hearing of the drought in Huining Prefecture, Zhang Ruojin experienced an unusual dream one night, in which he saw his sister fleeing south once more, accompanied by 2 children. Upon waking, he could still vividly recall the scene from his dream, realizing that his sister had started a family and had borne 2 children. Chapter 43. Continuing southward. Thus, Zhang Ruojin packed his medical kit and set out for this location to provide free consultations, as it was a crucial passage for the refugees heading south. Today, when he suddenly found Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei standing before him, he was convinced they were the very children from his dream. His belief in the authenticity of the dream intensified. He had finally awaited the arrival of his sister's family. When Zhang Shi mentioned that her brother had come to this place to provide medical aid while awaiting her due to a strange dream, Liu Xiaoming was astounded. The notion that one could perceive the plight of relatives in a dream was indeed miraculous and utterly unbelievable. Liu Xiaoyun, however, remained remarkably composed. In a past life, she had heard of such phenomena, where profound blood ties could sometimes lead to unusual senses or premonitions during significant events. As for receiving omens through dreams, perhaps it was merely a reflection of one's thoughts during the day manifesting at night. Zhang Ruojin declared that now that he had found his sister, he intended to accompany her southward to Linnan Prefecture. 2 years prior, during his travels to seek out renowned physicians, he had also visited Linnan Prefecture. Liu Xiaoming promptly conveyed this news to Liu Bingde. Having another physician join their group heading south was indeed fortuitous, and Liu Bingde readily consented. Regarding the mountain path mentioned by Lu Wencheng, Zhang Ruojin stated that he had also heard of this trail. Although it was somewhat remote, it was still navigable. He further noted that during his days of providing medical aid here, he had heard of refugees making their way south via that mountain path. Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of confidence and unanimously resolved not to languish waiting for the city gates to open. They would take the mountain path to Linnan Prefecture. Liu Xiaoming placed Zhang Ruojin's belongings onto the cart. As noon approached, hunger struck the group. Liu Bingde decided to lead everyone to a spacious area to eat something before setting off. He recalled that the very spot where Zhang Ruojin and his sister had conversed was an open area. Thus, he guided the villagers away from the refugees to this clearing. Learning that Zhang Ruojin had been providing free consultations here for several days, the villagers encircled him, eager to glean information. Zhang Ruojin empathized with their concerns, scanning the crowd before speaking at a measured pace. Every morning, the city gates are opened, guarded by soldiers. Refugees cannot enter the county town. However, affluent families dispatch individuals to the porridge stands at the gates to distribute food. Of course, wealthy households also come to select servants and slaves. If they find suitable candidates, they will purchase them at a low price. A villager then inquired, when they select servants, do they prefer males or females? Another villager interjected, are you asking this out of a desire to be chosen by a wealthy family? The first villager, slightly irritated, retorted, what's wrong with asking? Zhang Ruojin interrupted the escalating debate, stating they choose both males and females. Moreover, some refugees, in desperate circumstances, voluntarily sell their children. That cannot be. As long as there is a morsel of food, no one would sell their own child. Some villagers disagreed. Zhang Ruojin's expression turned grave. Here, not only are there refugees selling their children, but there are also those who starve to death. Upon hearing that refugees were dying of starvation, the villagers fell silent. Listening intently, Zhang Ruojin continued, when the wealthy begin distributing porridge, some individuals, unable to secure any, remain hungry and lose all strength. The next day, they again find no food, and thus they lie down, waiting for aid. It is fortunate if someone offers porridge. There is little hope for actual assistance for the refugees, leading to daily fatalities from starvation. He pointed to those lying on the ground. Initially, the number of deaths was low. However, as the influx of refugees increased, the fatalities rose correspondingly, with no one attending to the bodies of the deceased. As the heat intensifies, some corpses have begun to decay. I fear that if this continues, an epidemic will soon arise. Therefore, it is imperative to leave this place post-haste. An epidemic is indeed contagious, an utterly horrifying prospect. Zhang Ruojin's words were not mere alarmism. The villagers comprehended the gravity of the situation. At that moment, beneath the scorching sun, a chill coursed through their bodies, prompting involuntary shivers. Li Jing, we should hasten our departure from here. Indeed, let us not linger over a meal. We should leave at once. Liu Bingde felt grateful to have such a physician in their ranks, capable of enlightening the villagers. He immediately began counting heads. Once he completed the count, he gestured for everyone to gather their belongings and prepare to depart. An epidemic is far too terrifying. If it truly occurs, the authorities will surely not open the city gates. Are you not still hoping to serve a wealthy family? Those who wait for such uncertain prospects are foolish. Enough talk, let us move swiftly. There is no hope here, we must leave. Liu Xiaoyun concurred with Zhang Ruojin's assessment. Yet the refugees gathered outside the city gates still clung to a flicker of hope for the gates to open. Liu Bingde led the villagers off the main road, following his son's directions in search of the merchant's mountain path. After about half an hour of walking, they finally located the trail. Reflecting on their journey from the onset of their flight, the villagers realized that they still had some food supplies, feeling fortunate compared to those refugees waiting at the city gates. As they distanced themselves from the official road and the throngs of refugees, It was well past noon when Liu Bingde sought a secluded spot for the group to temporarily rest, replenish their strength with some food and water before continuing their journey. He possessed 20 taels of silver, a gift from Liu Xiaoyun, which had been procured from the bandits. Additionally, when Liu Jian departed, he expressed his gratitude to the villagers by bestowing upon Liu Bingde 10 taels of silver. Thus, Liu Bingde now held a total of 30 taels. In their haste to evade the refugees, he had not found the opportunity to distribute this silver until now. Taking advantage of the absence of nearby refugees and the lack of urgency in their travel, he resolved to share the 30 taels among the villagers. With 30 households in the group, each family would receive 1 tael of silver. Liu Bingde enlisted the help of he, the hunter, to distribute the coins. The villagers were taken aback. Amidst their plight, they had unexpectedly received a tael of silver each, their faces lighting up with joy as they expressed their gratitude to Liu Bingde. He reminded them that without Liu Xiaoyun's valor in vanquishing the bandits, they would not have received the 20 taels. Had Liu Xiaoyun not rescued Liu Jian, the latter would not have left behind the 10 taels. Grateful, the villagers acknowledged Liu Xiaoyun, who calmly remarked that whether it was in slaying bandits or saving Liu Jian, everyone had contributed their efforts, and thus, the silver rightly belonged to all. Zhang Shi recounted to her brother the myriad of deeds Liu Xiaoyun had accomplished along the path of hardship. Zhang Ruojin, having traveled extensively over the years and encountered a plethora of diverse individuals, scrutinized the 15-year-old girl before him with a sense of astonishment. Chapter 44. Encountering a merchant caravan. After securing the silver, the group produced their provisions, consuming their rations and drinking water to regain their energy. Zhang Shi shared out dry cakes and salted duck eggs among her family. Brother, what will you do for meals and lodging while providing free medical consultations here? She inquired with concern. Zhang Ruojin, munching on the white flour cake and salted duck egg his sister had handed him, chuckled self-deprecatingly. To be honest, I finished all my provisions yesterday. This morning, when they were distributing congee, I too joined the queue for a bowl. Zhang Shi's eyes glistened with moisture. Her brother had been steadfastly waiting for her despite running out of food, enduring with nothing but congee. She handed him another white flour cake, saying, Brother, you only had a bowl of thin porridge this morning. You must be starving. Zhang Ruojin waved his hand. 1 cake is sufficient. And I still have a salted duck egg. Liu Xiaoming presented a water pouch to Zhang Ruojin, while Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei offered him rock candy, exclaiming, Uncle loves sweets. Zhang Ruojin laughed heartily. Oh really? What if Uncle indulges? Liu Qingnan, puffing out his chest proudly, replied, It's all right. Auntie bought plenty. Yes. Auntie has so many delicious treats, all packed in her satchel. Liu Qingbei chimed in. The 4 adults couldn't help but laugh at their children's antics. Liu Xiaoming and his wife exchanged glances, amused that their sons were sweetening up to their uncle with gifts from their aunt. Liu Xiaoyun glanced at her own satchel, pondering whether her mischievous nephews often thought of the goodies within. After an hour's rest, Liu Bingde accounted for the group and led them onward. Liu Wencheng informed the villagers that a small village lay ahead, reachable before nightfall for a respite. Now that they had silver in hand and ample provisions in their cart, the villagers found a sense of happiness amidst their plight. Liu Xiaoming graciously offered Zhang Ruojin a seat at the front of the cart. Zhang Ruojin smiled and declined, accustomed to the rigors of long journeys and the hardships of life on the road. Liu Xiaoming jumped down from the cart, allowing his wife and sister to sit with their 2 sons, while he and Zhang Ruojin walked side by side. Their conversation flowed easily, punctuated by laughter, as they enjoyed each other's company. After walking for about half an hour, they heard loud voices from behind. The group turned alertly, spotting a cohort of approximately 20 to 30 disheveled men, wielding sticks and carrying bundles of bedding and provisions, all appearing to be young and strong. They seemed to be fellow refugees heading south. This group walked briskly and soon caught up with the villagers. Without needing Liu Bingde's guidance, the 6 villagers at the back unsheathed their machetes, while the younger villagers brandished their sharp blades, hoes, and sickles. Zhang Ruojin silently praised the villagers' unity and vigilance, a testament to their capable village leader. The newcomers surveyed the villagers, perhaps taken aback by their readiness for confrontation. Who would dare to rob whom? The 200 villagers glared fiercely at them, each one appearing as if they were seasoned fighters. Realizing they were outmatched, the group hastily moved on. The narrow mountain path allowed only a width of 1 or 2 people, and the newcomers hurried past without daring a second glance. Zhang Ruojin concealed silver needles within his sleeve, positioning himself outward as the group passed by, keeping a watchful eye on them. For him, safeguarding his sister's family was a duty he took seriously. Liu Xiaoyun, on the other hand, regarded the group with indifference. They hardly seemed bold enough to attempt robbing the villagers. She also noticed the subtle changes in Zhang Ruojin's demeanor, confident in his capabilities. For he had navigated the treacherous world for many years unscathed. The group of 20 to 30 soon outpaced the villagers from Liu's family. A short while later, the distinctive sound of mule carts echoed from behind, revealing a lengthy merchant caravan comprising around 10 carts and approximately 40 to 50 individuals. This was not unusual, as this particular route was frequently traversed by traders. The mountain path could accommodate one cart at a time. 2 carts would not fit side by side. With the merchants utilizing mule carts, they could only proceed slowly behind the villagers. Before nightfall, the villagers finally reached the small village. Being relatively close to the official road, it had likely become uninhabitable due to the disturbances caused by the refugees, and they found it deserted, another ghost village. Liu Bingde and the group followed their plan to rest in the small village, only to encounter the group that had passed them earlier. Evidently, they too had chosen this place to rest and had found a relatively concealed spot. The two groups acknowledged each other with indifference. Liu Bingde and he, the hunter, located a relatively open area, likely a threshing ground, for the villagers to rest. The merchant caravan, noticing the villagers had halted, also came to a stop, opting not to seek another location, directly parking their mule carts by the roadside to rest. Hitashing led a few individuals to search for a well in the small village. After some time, they indeed located a well. Though the water level was a bit low, but at least there was water. Observing the villagers fetch water, the other group also wished to draw from the well. Hitongxing had stationed several strong men by the well, allowing the villagers to queue for water. The newcomers had no choice but to wait until the villagers had finished before they could fill their own containers. In the area where the villagers gathered to rest, Liu Bingde had several large bonfires lit. After the men set up the cooking area, the children gathered dry twigs, and the women began to prepare the meal. Zhang Ruojin went to stand in line for water, while Liu Xiaoming, having set up the cooking area, took his 2 sons to collect dry branches. Liu Xiaoyun and her sister-in-law busied themselves in the kitchen, one tending to the rice while the other sought vegetables. By the time Zhang Ruojin returned with water, the multigrain rice was already cooked, and the marinated wild boar meat had been stewed to perfection. Zhang Ruojin also observed that the villagers predominantly consumed thin porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables, with multigrain rice being a rare indulgence and meat even scarcer. It appeared that her sister's family enjoyed relatively favorable living conditions. After dinner, Liu Xiaoyun and her sister-in-law cleared the dishes while Liu Xiaoming and the others set up tents. Zhang Ruojin found it curious that the makeshift tents erected by the villagers were fashioned from oiled cloth, while her sister's 2 tents differed markedly. Despite having traveled extensively, she had never encountered tents made from such materials. She had visited the border and treated soldiers stationed there, having seen their military tents. Yet these 2 tents resembled military ones, but were notably smaller and more exquisite. Liu Xiaoming, sensing her intrigue, explained that these little shelters were accidentally discovered by his sister at the edge of the forest, likely discarded by a wealthy family in haste. Zhang Ruojin nodded in agreement. It was indeed plausible for skilled craftsmen to produce such items for affluent households. Chapter 45. The caravan is attacked during the night. Zhang's family insisted that Liu Xiaoming and his brother sleep in the larger tent, while she, Liu Xiaoyun, and her 2 sons took refuge in the smaller one. When the opportunity arose, she would sew another tent for her brother from oiled cloth. Having spent years on the road, Zhang Ruojin was accustomed to solitary lodgings and inns, farmhouses, dilapidated temples, and even desolate mountains, moving freely and adapting to his surroundings. Since reuniting with his sister's family, he had rediscovered the warmth of home. When arranging night watch duties, Liu Bingde included Zhang Ruojin in the roster, assigning him to the latter half of the night, while Liu Xiaoming was placed on the first half. During the first half of the night, a group of 15 patrolled the villagers' resting area, brandishing torches in one hand and machetes in the other. With the first half passing uneventfully, the 2 shifts exchanged duties. The second half continued with another group of 15, equipped with sharp blades and torches, patrolling the vicinity. It was Zhang Ruojin's inaugural night watch, accompanied by Hitashing and others. Liu Bingde had already cautioned them to remain vigilant regarding the movements of a certain group who, conspicuously, had not assigned any night watchmen and instead sprawled on the ground, unrolling their bedding to rest. As the hour of the tiger approached, the group stirred, rustling as they began to pack their belongings. The 15 watchmen immediately heightened their alertness, suspecting the group was preparing to depart. Indeed, the group moved as if to leave, shouldering their bedding and provisions, wielding clubs as they departed. Zhang Ruojin exchanged a few words with He Taixing, sharpening their watchfulness as they continued to patrol the area. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, distant sounds of a scuffle reached their ears. What could this commotion be? Could it be that group attempting to rob the caravan? He Taixing hastily roused Liu Bingde. What is happening? Liu Bingde, thinking something was amiss, arose to find no suspicious individuals nearby, yet the sounds of a struggle echoed from afar. He Taixing conveyed their conjecture to Liu Bingde. Some villagers, startled awake by the ruckus, hurriedly climbed out to inquire, "What's going on?" Liu Bingde, equally perplexed, urged everyone to safeguard their belongings. Liu Xiaoyun emerged from the tent, recognizing the sounds of conflict as indicative of trouble befalling the caravan parked by the roadside. Men, women, and children, all the villagers, gradually rose, bewildered by the escalating clamor of violence. The night was still dark, illuminated only by the flickering flames of several bonfires where the villagers had been resting. Zhang Ruojin stood alongside her sister's family, comprehending that the group had indeed launched a nighttime raid on the caravan. As the hour of the tiger waned, a bloodied merchant stumbled towards them, collapsing to his knees and hoarsely pleading, "Please, help. I promise, I'll share half of the goods from the carts." The villagers exchanged terrified glances. Liu Bingde furrowed his brow, remaining silent. The merchant continued to plead desperately as the sounds of battle abruptly ceased. Liu Xiaoyun realized that the assailants had succeeded in their endeavor. The village returned to an eerie calm, as if nothing had transpired. The merchant slumped in despair, resigned to the loss of all 10 carts laden with goods. He lamented his hasty decision to rest the carts at the roadside, knowing full well that this was an empty village. Observing the group of people, men, women, and children, who had walked ahead without incident reassured him of their safety. It wasn't until Liu Bingde led the villagers into the village for rest that the caravan, in a rush to depart at dawn, had paused by the roadside. The caravan had assigned 3 night watchmen, who had remained undisturbed until they dozed off during the latter half of the night. Little did the merchant know that another group had also been resting in the village, harboring intentions to rob the caravan. By the time he realized this, it was far too late. Everything was lost. The merchant, as if bereft of his spirit, staggered away. At the hour of the rabbit, faced with such calamity, the villagers found it impossible to sleep. Liu Bingde encouraged everyone to eat something and prepare to continue their journey. Utilizing the stove they had constructed the previous night, they quickly brewed some multi-grain porridge and ate pickled vegetables before packing their belongings to resume their travels. Suddenly, a villager exclaimed, "Ah, it's raining. It's really raining." After months without a drop, the heavens have finally opened their eyes. Though it was but a light drizzle, excitement surged through the crowd. It seemed their decision to head south was fortuitous, as rain graced the land. As dawn broke, the villagers departed from the village. Upon reaching the road, they discovered signs of a struggle at the crossroads. However, the 10 carts had vanished, and the more than 40 members of the caravan were nowhere to be found. Liu Xiaoyun noted that the tracks of the carts led southward, indicating that the group had taken the stolen carts ahead of the villagers. Would the merchant pursue his 10 carts? Under the drizzling sky, the group of men, women, and children walked unprotected by umbrellas or oiled cloth, having long yearned for the rain. After approximately half an hour of travel, Liu Bingde's ox cart suddenly came to a halt. Uncertain of the cause, the old ox refused to budge, no matter how much he tugged on the reins, its head persistently turning back. Liu Bingde patted the old ox's back. "You stubborn beast, is this little rain enough to make you stop? Longing for home, are we? Old friend, we can't go back." The old ox mooed in response. Reluctant to strike his old ox, Liu Bingde had no choice but to stop. Not only was his ox immobile, but Liu Xiaoming's horse cart had also stalled, along with several other ox carts. The horse neighed restlessly, kicking its front hooves, seemingly intent on turning back. The old ox mooed while the horse continued to neigh, displaying unusual behavior. Some villagers murmured, after such a prolonged drought, who would have thought a little rain would unsettle the animals? A sense of disorder began to ripple through the crowd. A few children, caught in the rain, began to cry, and the people grew increasingly agitated. What could be afflicting these animals? Who could say? Their behavior was indeed peculiar. Liu Xiaoyun stepped to the forefront, her heart suddenly gripped by an unsettling realization. The behavior of the livestock was most peculiar, suggesting a potential landslide ahead. Zhang Ruojin abruptly addressed the group, urging them to retreat. Quickly, everyone, we must fall back. If we do not move soon, it may be too late. Liu Xiaoming was taken aback, glancing at Zhang Ruojin in confusion. What could be troubling his cousin? It was one thing to halt their advance, but why compel everyone to retreat? The villagers were equally astonished, questioning what could have transpired to warrant such urgency in their withdrawal. Lu Bingde, though equally perplexed by Zhang Ruojin's sudden command, sensed that there must be a valid reason behind it. As the rear became the front and the front turned back, the villagers readied themselves to retreat. Strangely, as they moved backward, the ox carts and horse-drawn vehicles began to function once more. How bizarre! Lu Bingde's heart sank as a realization struck him. An involuntary shiver coursed down his spine. The elders often said that animals possess a sixth sense. Hurry back. Those in front, move faster. Chapter 46, The Landslide. The sky grew ever darker and the rain began to intensify. Lu Bingde, filled with anxiety, sensed an ominous premonition and urged the villagers to hasten their retreat. Although the villagers were unclear on the specifics, they held a degree of trust in their leader and instinctively quickened their pace. Watching the villagers make their way back through the light rain, Liu Xiaoyun positioned herself at the rear. Beside the mountain path stood a grand tree, its branches lush and full. She agilely climbed the tree, producing a pair of binoculars to survey her surroundings. In the distance, she observed a group of individuals attempting to drive 10 stolen mule carts forward at a bend in the mountain path. However, the mules remained stubbornly immobile despite the fierce cracking of whips. Aside from that group and the 10 carts, there was nothing else along the path. What could be amiss? The behavior of the cattle, horses, and mules was exceedingly strange. Raising her binoculars again, she focused on the mountainside beyond the bend. To her shock, she beheld a gaping fissure in the mountain, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, instilling a profound sense of dread within her. Were those 2 boulders, each the size of a house, actually trembling? Liu Xiaoyun wondered if she was imagining things, but as she peered through the binoculars once more, she confirmed that the large stones were indeed shifting. Goodness, could it be that a landslide was imminent? The group remained oblivious to the danger and continued to urge the mules forward. It appeared the mules had sensed the abnormality of the mountainside, resolutely refusing to budge. Yet, the group, ignorant of the impending disaster, persisted in mercilessly whipping the mules. Were they driven by greed, or were they simply oblivious to the threat upon them? After observing this unsettling scene, Liu Xiaoyun comprehended the gravity of the situation. She stashed the binoculars away and swiftly descended the tree, racing to catch up with the villagers. Fortunately, they were still a considerable distance from the fissured mountainside. However, caution was paramount. The mountains were interconnected, and they traversed the path below. What if loose stones came tumbling down and injured someone? Lu Bingde and his son brought up the rear, closely following Liu Xiaoming's horse-drawn cart. The rain intensified, rendering the path increasingly treacherous. Liu Xiaoming glanced back, noticing his sister trailing behind. Alarmed, he called out, "Sister, hurry up. Join your sister-in-law and sit with Qingnan and Qingbei in the cart." "All right," Liu Xiaoyun replied, hastening her steps to join her sister-in-law in the cart. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei were already seated inside, the 4 of them squeezed together. Zhang's wife handed 2 pieces of oilcloth to Liu Xiaoming, urging him and his sister to cover themselves as the rain poured down. Liu Xiaoming accepted the oilcloth, passing one to Zhang Ruojin, and together they guided the cart forward. As the rain fell and the mountain path turned to mud, some villagers covered their handcarts laden with grain with oilcloth, while others shielded their bundles. Elderly villagers sat atop handcarts and children were cradled in their parents' arms, slipping and sliding as they made their way back. When the villagers finally returned to the small village, a sudden thunderous roar erupted behind them, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble. Fear gripped their hearts. Those with less courage nearly lost their footing. Terrified as they exclaimed, "What is that sound? Is it thunder?" "Perhaps. But why does it sound so fierce? It doesn't resemble thunder. It seems more like a mountain collapsing." "A mountain has collapsed." "Which mountain?" "No way. It feels like an earthquake." "What earthquake?" "Hurry, let us move." "Is the earth turning over?" They spoke of such things, yet dared not halt their retreat. The houses in the small village stood vacant, with the rain pouring heavily. Lu Bingde urged everyone to find shelter from the storm. Each household scurried to find an empty dwelling to take refuge in. Liu Xiaoming also sought a vacant house, maneuvering the cart into the yard. He leapt down from the cart while Zhang's wife produced clean clothes for everyone to change into. Liu Xiaoyun stood beneath the eaves, watching the rain continue to fall, her mind racing with concern for the group caught near the landslide. They truly had nowhere to hide. As the thunderous roars echoed through the mountains, the great mountain ahead trembled violently, and a substantial portion of the mountainside, along with countless stones and trees, slid down, burying everything in its path. The band of robbers, though they had seized the goods from the 10 mule carts, found their mules unwilling to progress around the bend. Just as the landslide struck, they could never have anticipated such a disaster, but who could they blame? The villagers had returned, and the morning slipped away. By midday, the rain ceased, the sky cleared, and the sun emerged. Lu Bingde's and Liu Xiaoming's homes stood side by side. Lu Bingde decided to visit, hoping Zhang Ruojin could shed some light on the situation. He felt certain that Zhang Ruojin would not have instructed everyone to retreat to the village without cause. Zhang Ruojin informed Lu Bingde that given the villagers had been soaked, it would be prudent to prepare some ginger syrup to ward off chills and illness. Moreover, the tremendous roar they had heard likely indicated a landslide ahead, which may have blocked the mountain path. Lu Bingde was taken aback by this revelation. A landslide? If the path was obstructed, how could they proceed southward? Zhang Ruojin further explained that the landslide might persist for several days, and for safety's sake, it would be wise for everyone to remain in the village for 2 days, reassessing their plans afterward. Lu Bingde looked at the poised young man before him. Recognizing his extensive travels and worldly knowledge, he knew Zhang Ruojin's words were not to be taken lightly. Thus, Lu Bingde gathered the villagers to convey the situation, advising them to stay in the small village for 2 days. The villagers raised no objections. They trusted their leader's judgment, believing that following his counsel could yield benefits, especially after having recently received a silver coin each. Furthermore, with their clothes drenched and muddy, the village had a well for washing, making it quite agreeable to rest here for a couple of days. Yet, Liu Xiaoyun remained troubled, pondering whether there were alternative routes given the blockage caused by the landslide. In the afternoon, Lu Bingde and Hunter, he led a small group to assess the road conditions. They did not venture far before returning, having discovered that the landslide's extent was considerable, completely burying the mountain path. Lu Wenchang promptly unfurled a map, searching for any alternative routes beyond the blocked mountain path. After a lengthy search, he was unable to find another route southward. What could be done? Lu Wenchang was equally at a loss. Liu Xiaoyun's understanding of this era stemmed solely from the memories of the original owner. She possessed scant knowledge of contemporary geography. She had perused the map that Lu Wenchang had, which depicted mountains, lakes, rivers, towns, villages, and roads in considerable detail. If Lu Wenchang could not find an alternative path, they would truly be at an impasse. Lu Bingde gathered the villagers to deliberate on their next course of action. Chapter 47. Preparing to depart again. Lu Bingde and he the hunter wore expressions of worry, their countenances heavy with concern. When they originally set out from Liu family village, there were over 300 individuals. However, due to various reasons, only a little more than 200 remained. For so many villagers, leaving their homes and families, braving numerous adversities, and enduring countless hardships to arrive at this point had been no small feat yet, they had not anticipated that the gates of Moji County would be firmly shut, forbidding entry and passage through the city. The only mountain path was obstructed due to a landslide, leaving these villagers with no means to continue southward to Linen Prefecture. A heavy silence enveloped the villagers. Yesterday, each household had just received a small sum of silver, which had brought them joy and instilled hope for their journey southward. Little did they know that today, a cold splash of reality awaited them, as the landslide had blocked their path south. Observing the silence that had fallen over the crowd, Zhang Ruojin stepped forward and spoke boldly, asserting that it was not entirely hopeless. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Zhang Ruojin. Maintaining his composure, he continued to explain to the villagers that they could traverse the mountains, circumventing Moji County, and then proceed along the official road to reach Linen Prefecture. Of course, climbing over mountains would prove to be rather arduous. Surely we cannot take our ox carts up the mountains? A villager queried. Ox carts, horse-drawn carts, and hand carts cannot be taken. The items on the carts must be placed on the backs of oxen and horses. We can lead the oxen and horses up the mountain, while the rest must be carried by hand or abandoned. Zhang Ruojin replied candidly. Abandon? How could we possibly discard the items we worked so hard to bring? Some villagers began to protest. The elders shook their heads vehemently, declaring that discarding usable goods would be tantamount to squandering. Families with ox carts were reluctant to part with them, and a few gathered in private to discuss their options. It seems such a waste to discard the ox carts. But what can we do? We do not know when the gates of Moji County will open. Perhaps we should wait a while longer. Waiting is feasible. But we cannot predict how long it will take, one villager added. Among the villagers, only Liu Xiaoming's family possessed a horse cart. Would he be willing to part with it? Brother, do not be foolish. When the time comes to let go, one must be prepared to do so. We can always acquire new ones later. Remember, one must give to receive. Liu Xiaoyun urged her brother. Zhang's family heard her remarks and agreed with Liu Xiaoyun. Very well, we shall heed Xiaoyun's advice. Parting with the horse cart pained Liu Xiaoming. Yet he consoled himself with the thought that they could still lead the horse up the mountain. However, discarding the cart's body felt like a waste. The cart body could be disassembled, but the question remained, who would carry such heavy items up the mountain? After a brief discussion, Liu Bingde and his son expressed their intention to disassemble the ox cart's body first, urging the others to continue their deliberations. Liu Xiaoming rose, declaring, "Let us go. Time to disassemble the cart body." The families possessing ox carts, initially hesitant, were encouraged by Liu Xiaoming's resolve and decided to follow suit. Those with handcarts needed no further persuasion, they simply followed the village chief. The villagers dismantled the cart bodies, repackaged their belongings, and determined what to retain and what to abandon. With ample time at hand, they prepared numerous flatbreads. After 2 days of rest on the third morning, following breakfast and a final headcount, Liu Bingde announced that they were ready to traverse the mountains, bypassing Moji County and proceeding southward along the official road to Linen Prefecture. Liu Xiaoming and Zhang Ruojin loaded heavy items such as food and iron pots onto the horses. Liu Xiaoyun had prepared blankets and clothes, which she entrusted to Liu Xiaoming and Zhang Ruojin for transport. Zhang's wife carried a basket filled with the freshly baked flatbreads. Liu Xiaoyun placed the oil can, salt jar, and water pouch, items heavy yet compact, into her own basket, topping it with an additional package. In reality, she had stored these various containers and the water pouch into her spatial storage, rendering the top package inconspicuous. Without the horse cart, Liu Chengnan and Liu Chengbei could only walk. The two little ones were quite content to trek up the mountain. Liu Xiaoming carried the package while leading the horse, and Zhang Ruojin bore the package along with a medical kit. After walking for a short distance, Liu Xiaoyun suddenly exclaimed, "I seem to have forgotten something." "You need not wait for me, I shall return swiftly." With over 200 individuals, men, women, and children, some carrying items, others shouldering burdens, and some with hands full, their pace was leisurely. Upon returning, Liu Xiaoyun retrieved several cart bodies and handcarts from each household and hastened to catch up with the villagers. After approximately half an hour of walking, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. To their surprise, the villagers saw a group of refugees ahead. Scaling the mountain, approximately a few dozen, comprising individuals of all ages. Most of those climbing the mountain were refugees heading south. This was not unusual. With mountains present, everyone climbed. The villagers felt rejuvenated after 2 days of rest, full of energy and ready to tackle the ascent. Before climbing, Liu Bingde conducted another head count. During this time, Liu Xiaoyun produced some binding strips and began wrapping them around Liu Chengnan's calves, snugly securing the fabric along his pant legs. Satisfied with the fit, she proceeded to bind Liu Chengbei's legs as well. Once finished, a glance at her handiwork brought a smile to her face. The two boys resembled little soldiers traversing a grassy field. "Why are you wrapping us up, Aunt?" Liu Chengnan inquired curiously. Liu Xiaoyun affectionately ruffled his hair, explaining, "There are many bugs in the mountains. This will prevent them from crawling up your pant legs and biting you." After Liu Chengbei was wrapped, he bounced a few times, expressing concern. "Aunt, will the bindings fall off? We should wrap more." He feared that if the binding slipped, the insects would invade and bite him. Observing her clever nephew, Liu Xiaoyun chuckled, reassuring him, "They won't fall off. I've secured them well. Overdoing it is not advisable." She then tightened her own pant legs, urging her brother and sister-in-law to do the same. A glance at Zhang Ruojin revealed he had already fastened his pant legs. Liu Xiaoming and his wife followed suit as well. Zhang's wife, wary of insects, asked Xiaoyun, "How did you come up with this idea? When did you prepare the bindings?" Liu Xiaoyun smiled, "I purchased them in the county town. On the day of their escape." Liu Xiaoyun had acted independently in the county town, acquiring burlap bags, coarse rice, common medicines, clothing, and snacks. Thus, she could produce practical items from her spatial storage, providing an explanation that they were purchased in the county. Zhang Ruojin retrieved a pouch of insect repellent powder from the medical kit and sprinkled it over the two children's clothes. Observing Liu Xiaoyun tying her pant legs, several women deemed it a brilliant method for insect protection and promptly followed suit, securing their own pant legs. Once the headcount was complete, Lu Bingda noted everyone imitating Liu Xiaoyun as actions and decided to wait a little longer until all were prepared before ascending the mountain. Once everyone seemed ready, they began their climb. The previous rains had left the mountain somewhat slick. Lu Bingda divided the able-bodied men of the village into 10 groups, each consisting of 6 men, to take turns clearing a path for the others ahead. They wielded sickles to sever the obstructive, unruly branches and employed long poles to stir through the underbrush, driving away serpents and insects. Chapter 48. Entering the Mountains. He hunter, seasoned in the art of hunting within the mountains, was most familiar with its intricacies. He and Lu Bingda led the way. Having never traversed this mountainous terrain before, he hunter marked his path to avoid losing his way, particularly at the bends. He tied prepared cloth strips to branches and inscribed directional arrows on stones with his machete. The mountains were not only cool but also shielded from the sun. The villagers had rested well these past few days, indulging in ample food and drink. Regardless of age, everyone was rejuvenated and brimming with energy, finding vigor in their ascent. Some villagers even broke into a few mountain songs, eliciting laughter and uplifting spirits. Their demeanor hardly resembled that of refugees. Zhang Ruojin walked at the outermost edge, on a quest for medicinal herbs. Upon entering the mountains, he discovered a plethora of herbs sprouting in abundance. Liu Xiaoming observed his brother-in-law laboriously bent under the weight of a large bundle and urged him to strap it onto the horse's back. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei trailed their uncle, curiously watching him dig for herbs. "Uncle, what are you harvesting?" "This is mosquito-repellent grass. When ignited, it wards off insects." Zhang Ruojin explained the names and uses of the herbs while he worked. The two little ones, having learned to recognize characters from their mother's medical texts, were delighted to find that they had heard of some of the herbs before. Their interest piqued, they exclaimed, "Uncle, let us join you in gathering herbs." Zhang Ruojin felt a swell of pride. It seemed his two nephews were genuinely captivated by the world of medicinal plants. Ahead, Lu Bingda and he hunter occasionally called out to ensure no one lagged behind. The men carried heavier loads, unable to stand upright, and were thus compelled to focus solely on their journey. The elderly, women, and children bore lighter burdens, pausing intermittently to forage for wild greens. "Look, is that wild leek?" "It seems so. And over there, there's shepherd's purse. And here, wild garlic. So many dandelions." The abundance of wild vegetables astonished them. Having depleted the resources on the back mountain of Lu Village, they were pleasantly surprised to find this area untouched. Enthralled by the diversity of wild greens, everyone paused to gather what they could. After an hour and a half, Lu Bingda spotted a spacious meadow and suggested a rest stop. The men set down their loads, quenching their thirst and resting upon the grass. The women and children, however, placed their items on the ground and, with baskets in tow, ventured to gather more wild greens and mushrooms. After the rain, the mountains had yielded a bountiful array of wild mushrooms. As they passed through, many had spied these treasures. And now, with a moment's respite, they hurried to collect them. "Don't stray too far while foraging for greens and mushrooms. Call out if you need anything," Lu Bingda cautioned. "Understood." The group responded, splitting into small clusters to search for their bounty. Liu Xiaoyun and her sister-in-law joined in the foraging, followed closely by Liu Wan and her daughter. Beneath several large trees, Zheng Shi discovered a vast expanse of wild mushrooms and asked Liu Xiaoyun, "I wonder if these mushrooms are edible?" Liu Xiaoyun glanced over and recognized them as ordinary edible varieties. Yes, they are quite palatable. In her previous life as a Special Forces soldier, she had undergone rigorous training in deep forests and had become proficient in identifying edible fungi. At that moment, Liu Wan and her daughter approached, exclaiming, "So many mushrooms." "Indeed, there are plenty. Let us gather them together." Zhang Shi replied enthusiastically. As the group harvested the mushrooms, they marveled at the size of the mountain with its towering trees and lush grasses, suggesting an abundance of small creatures. Liu Xiaoyun felt a desire to hunt for some game. Sister-in-law, please continue gathering. I'll scout ahead. All right, but don't wander too far. Zhang Shi cautioned while she continued to gather. Liu Xiaoyun moved forward and, not far along, spotted a wild chicken nestled in the grass. She bent down to grab a stone, preparing to strike. Suddenly, with a whoosh, an arrow whizzed past her, narrowly missing her left side. Liu Xiaoyun's gaze sharpened as she studied herself. Looking up, she saw a 2-meter-long patterned snake hanging from a branch, an arrow lodged in its midsection. She quickly scanned the area from whence the arrow had come but saw no one. Could someone be tracking her? That seemed unlikely. The wild chicken, however, lay stunned from her earlier attempt. Picking it up, she inspected it, pleased to find it quite plump. Xiaoyun, you caught a wild chicken so quickly. You're amazing. He Tongxing and Lu Wenchang approached her, visibly impressed. Liu Xiaoyun cast a glance at them. Both bore bows. And it was evident that the arrow which had struck the snake was unlike any in their quivers. With a playful smile, she remarked, "What a coincidence. I just happened to spot this wild chicken. Look out. There's a snake." Lu Wenchang shouted, his voice filled with alarm. It was his first time hunting, and he had urged He Tongxing to accompany him for courage. Unfazed, He Tongxing stepped forward and deftly removed the patterned snake, exclaiming, "Who shot this arrow?" "I don't know. Give me the arrow, and you can keep the snake." Liu Xiaoyun replied earnestly. "Save the gallbladder for me." Zhang Ruojin joined them, followed closely by Liu Chengnan and Liu Chengbei. It would be a shame to waste such a large snake gallbladder. "All right, you can have it." He Tongxing agreed as he extracted the arrow and placed the snake into a basket, handing the arrow to Liu Xiaoyun, which appeared to be no ordinary shaft. Liu Xiaoyun accepted the arrow, placing it into her basket. "Auntie, you've caught another wild chicken." Liu Chengnan and Liu Chengbei exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Indeed," Liu Xiaoyun replied, securing the wild chicken with vines and skewering it with a stick before passing it to her 2 nephews. "You two carry this back. We can feast on wild chicken tonight." Zhang Ruojin led the boys back. "Xiaoyun, let us go check out what's ahead." Lu Wenchang and He Tongxing expressed their admiration for her skills. Liu Xiaoyun contemplated for a moment. All right. Although she had encountered He Tongxing while gathering firewood in the mountains, they hadn't exchanged many words. Lu Wenchang, the village's only scholar and a fellow member of the Liu clan, had similarly been a stranger to her. Yet, during these harrowing days of fleeing, Liu Xiaoyun had observed that compared to others, He Tongxing and Lu Wenchang exhibited a strong sense of responsibility and justice. The 3 of them proceeded forward, and within a short while, Liu Xiaoyun had collected a wild chicken and 2 rabbits using mere stones. Meanwhile, He Tongxing had successfully shot 3 wild chickens and 1 rabbit with his bow. Lu Wenchang, inexperienced with archery, had missed every shot, his arrows either lacking power or failing to reach the intended distance. He looked on in awe at Liu Xiaoyun's swift and efficient technique, marveling at how she could bring down game with a simple stone. Just as they were about to return, they heard someone singing behind them. The yellow millet dream is absurd. Heaven does not deceive the people. It was the merchant from the robbed convoy, appearing disheveled, barefoot, and clad in rags, descending the mountain in a daze. Chapter 49, The Little Waterpool. The 3 paused to observe the merchant, bewildered by his singing. Had he lost his mind? It seemed he was oblivious to their presence, continuing to sing as he made his descent. "He looks utterly deranged," He Tongxing remarked, frowning, watching the merchant walk past them. Lu Wenchang shook his head. Perhaps he has come to some realization. Liu Xiaoyun suggested, "We should head back." The trio began their journey home. On the way, He Tongxing gifted Lu Wenchang a wild chicken. Liu Xiaoyun presented Lu Wenchang with a wild rabbit. Holding both a wild chicken and the rabbit, Lu Wenchang wore a satisfied expression, exclaiming that he would continue hunting alongside her in the future. He Tongxing, ever the generous spirit, remarked that it was merely a trifling matter. "Xiaoyun, how are you so skilled?" Lu Wenchang genuinely praised her. "With practice, one becomes adept," Liu Xiaoyun modestly replied. He interjected, "If you had a bow and arrow in hand, wouldn't that be even more impressive?" Liu Xiaoyun chose not to respond. Within her spatial realm, she possessed crossbows, rendering such tools unnecessary for hunting these wild delicacies. Suddenly, He pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Isn't that bright spot indicative of water? It seems there is water. How did we not notice it on our way here?" Lu Wenchang pondered, somewhat perplexed. Liu Xiaoyun's keen eyes caught sight of water cascading down the cliff, forming a small pond in a hollow. She realized that their return path diverged from their initial route. The small pond, not overly conspicuous, was not far from where the villagers rested. The trio quickened their pace, and upon returning, they found that the area had been cleared, with households beginning to set up cooking stoves. Lu Wenchang hastily informed everyone, "There is a small pond not far ahead where you can fetch water for cooking." "Where's this water?" "I'll lead everyone there." The villagers, having gathered a bounty of fresh wild vegetables and mushrooms, were troubled by how to wash them. They had reserved the water in their water skins for drinking, reluctant to use it for cleaning the vegetables. Upon hearing of the water discovery, excitement rippled through the group. Liu Xiaoyun handed the wild chicken and rabbit to her brother, saying, "Here you go, brother." Liu Xiaoming's eyes widened in astonishment. Qingnan and Qingbei had already returned with a wild chicken. "No worries, if we can't finish it, we can salt it for preservation," Liu Xiaoyun remarked before busily attending to other matters. "Hurry up," Zhang urged, having already prepared the mushrooms and eagerly awaiting to stew the wild chicken. Liu Xiaoming shook his head. Ever since he learned martial arts from his sister, their family had been blessed with an abundance of wild chicken, rabbit, and even wild boar meat. Hika led the villagers, carrying the wild vegetables and mushrooms, while several families that had also hunted wild chickens and rabbits followed him to the small pond to wash their spoils. Liu Xiaoming and Zhang Ruojin took the wild chicken and rabbit along to the pond. Liu Xiaoyun joined her sister-in-law in the kitchen. To her surprise, she noticed her two young nephews sitting quietly on the grass, engrossed in medical texts. Upon closer inspection, they were diligently studying the first and second volumes of the Zhang medical treatise. Liu Xiaoyun fetched the water pouch, offering them some water and treating them to a few pieces of candy and jerky. "Sister-in-law, can Qingnan and Qingbei understand the medical texts?" To her surprise, they had exhibited a keen interest in herbal medicine and expressed a desire to read the texts themselves. Indeed, their pursuit of medical knowledge is commendable. Liu Xiaoyun pondered whether the age-old belief of imparting knowledge only to males existed in ancient times. Despite coming from a family steeped in medicine, why was no one teaching her sister-in-law? "Sister-in-law, you can learn medicine too," Liu Xiaoyun encouraged. "I can recognize the characters in the texts, but I can't comprehend them." Just as the two women were conversing, a loud commotion interrupted them. "You little brats, can a few bug bites kill you? You think you can slack off on cooking? Just wait until I punish you." Liu Xiaoyun stood up to see the notorious old lady Huang, brandishing a thin wooden stick, scolding and striking the two young girls. The two sisters, 9-year-old Lu Zier and 7-year-old Lu Tiao, huddled together in a frightened ball, too timid to evade or cry. Their tattered clothes bore the marks of mosquito bites, red welts dotting their arms. As they scratched at the irritation, old lady Huang mistook their actions for laziness in cooking. Lu Dazhuang and his wife, Tian Shi, had yet to return from washing vegetables at the pond, leaving old lady Huang free to unleash her wrath. 13-year-old Lu Xuanju, old lady Huang's grandson, stood nearby, shouting, "Grandma, hit them, beat them up." Lu Bingda, initially reluctant to intervene, could not ignore the pitiable sight of the two girls. He stepped forward and called out, "Old lady, cease this at once." Lu Xuanju, seeing it was the village head, scoffed in defiance. "Old man, is it your place to interfere in how I discipline my own grandchildren?" Old lady Huang retorted, refusing to acknowledge him. Lu Bingda's expression darkened. "Can you see everyone is busy preparing food? What kind of behavior is this?" At that moment, Lu Dazhuang and Tian Shi returned from washing vegetables. Spotting old lady Huang wielding a stick, Tian Shi rushed to shield her daughters. "Mother, what is going on? Why are you beating them again? You're protecting those little brats? I'll include you in the punishment." Old lady Huang's words were as harsh as her actions, raising the stick to strike all three of them. Lu Xuanju cheered her on from the sidelines. "Grandma, hit them. Go all out." "Lu Dazhuang, how do you raise your children?" Lu Bingda shouted vehemently. Lu Xuanju was born of Lu Dazhuang's first wife, who had passed away. He later married Tian Shi, with whom he had two daughters, Lu Zier and Lu Tiao. In Lu village, old lady Huang had spoiled her grandson to the point of cruelty, often mistreating her two granddaughters. Lu Dazhuang kicked his son Lu Xuanju, then stepped forward to seize the wooden stick from old lady Huang's grasp. "Mother, stop this." Lu Xuanju glared at Lu Bingda, furious at his meddling. Lu Wenchang strode over, grabbing Lu Xuanju's hand and twisting it. "You dare utter another word, Having trained with Liu Xiaoyun recently, he was able to employ a few grappling techniques effectively. Liu Xiaoyun approached as well. Excellent. You're learning quickly. Apply a bit more force. Teach this brat a lesson. Lu Wenchang exerted more pressure, causing Lu Xuanju to grimace in pain. It hurts, Grandma. Old Lady Huang turned to see her grandson being restrained, letting out a shriek as she raised the stick to strike back. How dare you bully my grandson? I'll make you pay. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the stick flew from Old Lady Huang's grasp, landing who knows where. Stunned, she sat down abruptly, closed her eyes, and began wailing. All you do is bully this old woman. As Lu Wenchang released his grip, Liu Xiaoyun took the opportunity to kick Lu Xuanju, who stumbled and fell onto his grandmother. Startled, Old Lady Huang opened her eyes to see her grandson tumbling into her lap, and in a fit of surprise, she resumed her wailing. Chapter 50. Herbal Medicine. Lu Chengnan approached Lu Zier and Lu Tiao, holding several sprigs of mint. If bugs bite your arms, just crush some leaves and rub them on. It'll help, he advised, offering the mint to the sisters. Thank you. Tianshi quickly accepted the mint leaves, rubbing them on her daughter's arms. Lu Qingbei produced 2 pieces of rock candy, extending them toward Lu Zier and Lu Tiao. The sisters hesitated, their eyes wide with trepidation, unsure if they should accept. Go on, eat. It's quite sweet. Lu Qingbei encouraged, pressing the candy into their hands. Lu Xuanju, ever observant, shoved Old Lady Huang aside and rushed over, snatching the candy from the sisters' hands. Huh, you little girls think you can have candy? Such a waste. Old Lady Huang, recovering her composure, scrambled to her feet. Those little girls still want candy? Have they lost their minds? My grandson hasn't even had any yet. The spectacle of the grandmother and grandson fighting over the candy was a sight to behold, prompting whispers among the villagers. Lu Xuanju, now 13, was no longer a child. Yet he shamelessly snatched candy from his younger sisters in front of everyone, revealing his utter lack of shame and decorum. The matriarch, Huang Leopozi, has shown such blatant favoritism that it seems to extend to the very armpits. Have you not noticed that along this journey, Lu Zier and Lu Tiao are burdened with packages, while the hefty child, Zhuanju, strolls along empty-handed, not even assisting his father with the cart? This indulgence is entirely the doing of Huang Leopozi. Indeed, it is utterly outrageous. Lu Dazhuang does not discipline Zhuanju at all. With Huang Leopozi providing protection, Lu Dazhuang dares not reprimand his son. Zhuanju is both lazy and gluttonous. If this continues unchecked, he will surely become a burden. The crowd murmured among themselves. Lu Dazhuang remained silent. With his mother present, he truly could not govern his own child. Lu Chengnan and Lu Chengbei gaped in astonishment. Concerned that their 2 little nephews might be frightened, Liu Xiaoyun was just about to step forward. At that moment, Zheng Ruojin had already walked past Lu Zhuanju, taking the hands of Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei, urging them to return, as dinner was soon to be served. Having successfully obtained 2 pieces of rock candy, Lu Zhuanju felt quite proud. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, he was about to indulge in the candy when he suddenly felt a sharp sting in his arm. Insects. With a startled cry, the 2 pieces of candy fell from his grasp. Tianshi, quick-eyed and nimble-handed, snatched up the candy and stuffed it into her daughter's mouths. The sweetness spread across their tongues, so delightful. Lu Zier and her sister's eyes sparkled for a moment, then they hurriedly lowered their heads, quietly savoring the candy. My dear grandson, whether in good times or bad, let me blow on it for you. Huang Leopozi, feeling pity for her eldest grandson, snatched some mint leaves from Tianshi, crushed them, and rubbed them on Lu Wanju's arm. Enough of this. Let's prepare dinner. After eating, we must continue our journey. Lu Bingda instructed everyone to disperse. As they discussed among themselves, they noted that children like Lu Zhuanju, who are so coddled at home by Huang Leopozi, will eventually face the consequences of their actions. After foraging for a substantial amount of fresh wild vegetables and mushrooms, most villagers prepared vegetable dumplings for lunch, boiling mushroom soup, and stewing game with wild greens. The Zhang family did not make dumplings. Instead, they cooked a pot of mixed grain rice, stewing wild vegetables, mushrooms, and wild chicken together, planning for a hearty meal. During the meal, Lu Wuwan delivered 3 vegetable dumplings to Lu Xiaoming's household, mentioning that the wild chicken and hare had been gifted by Liu Xiaoyun and her companions. Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei had long been envious of the dumplings from others' homes. Zheng Shi divided the 3 dumplings among her family, urging everyone to taste them. The combination of vegetable dumplings and wild chicken soup was truly delectable. Liu Xiaoming remarked with a smile. Zhang Shi cast a glance at him, wondering if he was subtly criticizing her for not making dumplings. Liu Xiaoming quickly clarified that the mixed grain rice paired with wild chicken soup was even more delicious. Liu Xiaoyun smiled without saying a word. When Yi Tongsheng presented Zhang Ruojin with snake gall, he also brought along a bowl of snake meat soup. Seeing that the snake gall had been prepared, Zhang Ruojin hurriedly stood to express her gratitude. Lu Qingnan and Lu Chengbei looked at the bowl of snake meat soup, scrunching their little brows and pouting, shaking their heads like rattling drums, refusing to eat. Tianshi also offered 2 shepherd's purse dumplings, stating they were for Lu Chengnan and Lu Chengbei. The 2 little fellows did not hesitate to accept the dumplings, enjoying them heartily. Zhang Shi lamented, it seems that everything from other households is simply delicious. Indeed. The 2 little ones relished the dumplings, sipping the wild chicken soup and savoring bites of wild chicken, their enjoyment evident. Very well, tonight I shall prepare dumplings for you. Zhang Shi had also foraged for a considerable amount of wild vegetables, but had not yet had the opportunity to cook them. After the meal, several women brought their children to seek Zhang Ruojin's assistance. Their little ones had been bitten by insects, suffering from red welts on their faces and arms. The delicate skin of the children was easily irritated. Some had already scratched until it bled, unable to endure the discomfort. Everyone knew that Zhang Ruojin was a doctor and hoped she might find some herbal remedy to alleviate their suffering. Just as Zhang Ruojin prepared to lead the villagers in search of fresh herbs to repel insects, Lu Chengnan bravely stepped forward, declaring, I know where to find herbs. I will take you to gather them. Lu Chengbei chimed in, I know where to find herbs too. Zhang Ruojin nodded, recognizing their youthful enthusiasm. Indeed, these children could be taught. Thus, Zhang Ruojin guided the villagers to gather several types of herbs, some for treating insect bites and others for repelling them. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei scurried about, distributing the collected herbs to the villagers. Zhang Ruojin observed quietly, noting the impressive memory of Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei. Within just half a morning, they had learned to recognize over 10 different medicinal plants. No wonder when they saw Lu Jie and her sister suffering from insect bites. They promptly gathered mint and brought it to them. While climbing the mountain, Zhang Ruojin had been picking mint when Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei spotted her. Curiously, they inquired about the herb, and she took the time to explain, astonished that the 2 little ones actually remembered. Mint, with its spicy and refreshing scent, proved quite effective for relieving the itch caused by insect bites. Zhang Ruojin patiently demonstrated to the villagers which herbs could be crushed and applied to the skin for treating bites, and which could be sprinkled on clothing to ward off insects. The villagers diligently took notes and, upon returning home, began to prepare the remedies. Once the herbs were ready, they started applying them to their bodies, some even sprinkling them on their clothing and bundles. The herbs felt cool and had a pleasant fragrance. You know, once I apply these herbs, my arm no longer itches. It truly works, someone exclaimed. Since we have gathered plenty of herbs, let's apply a bit more, especially on our faces and necks. Haha. Just be careful not to end up looking like a little calico cat. No worries. As long as we aren't bitten by mosquitoes, that's what matters. Observing the villagers applying the herbs, Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei felt delighted. Uncle, if we apply the herbs, will the mosquitoes dare to bite us? Zhang Ruojin smiled and nodded. It will be much better. Liu Xiaoming affectionately ruffled the hair of his 2 sons, adopting the tone of a doting father. You 2 must diligently learn from your uncle. Chapter 51, Lingji. Liu Xiaoming, skilled in woodworking, took advantage of the time while everyone was busy with the herbs to gather some vines. After cleaning them, he sat on the grass and began weaving small baskets for his 2 sons. In no time, he crafted 2 identical little baskets. Liu Xiaoming called his sons over. Chengnan, Qingbei, come here and try on these baskets. Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei proudly donned the little baskets, gleefully showing them to their uncle. Uncle, look. Our little baskets. Very nice. They fit perfectly. Zhang Ruojin praised. Zhang Shi took the herbal powder her brother had given her and sprinkled some on her family's clothing. Liu Xiaoyun inhaled deeply. It smelled wonderful, a blend of grassy aromas with a hint of sandalwood. In her own space, she possessed numerous bottles of mosquito repellent, all colorless and odorless. Since the herbal powder was now on their clothing, she no longer needed to spray those solutions. Tianshi joined the villagers in preparing mosquito-repelling herbs, but had not yet had the chance to sprinkle some on her daughter's clothing when Huang Leopozi snatched it away. After sprinkling herbs on Lu Duanju's clothing, she used the remainder on herself, muttering curses under her breath. "You wasteful creature, may you starve. How dare you send our dumplings to others?" Tianshi felt utterly wronged. She had merely given 2 shepherd's purse dumplings to Lu Qingnan and Lu Qinbei, unaware that Huang Leiapozi would see it. She was not permitted to eat lunch and had even received a painful pinch on her arm, leaving a bruise. Seizing the opportunity while their grandmother was tending to their brother, Lu Jie and Lu Tiaoer each took out half of the leftover dumpling to offer to their mother. As Tianshi ate the dumplings her daughters had given her, tears streamed down her face. She had been married to Lu Dazhuang for 10 years. Yet despite her mother-in-law's harsh treatment, Lu Dazhuang had never spoken a word in her defense. She often reproached herself for her unfortunate fate. After marrying, she bore 2 daughters, but no son, which not only earned her the disdain of her mother-in-law, but also subjected her daughters to the same suffering. At times, she felt that life held no meaning. The thought of ending it all crossed her mind, yet the thought of leaving her daughters unattended filled her with pity. She resolved to endure, hoping that in a few years, her daughters would marry and escape their current plight. Lin approached and offered some herbs to Tian, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? You can't even eat the food you prepared yourself. Just because that old witch forbids you from eating, you won't eat it all? Alas, how can I put this? Even a bit of herb can be snatched away by that old hag. Sprinkle some on the clothes of Lu Jie and Lu Tiaoer to fend off the mosquitoes later." Gratefully, Tian accepted the herbs and sprinkled some on her daughter's garments. Lin and Tian were neighbors in Lu family village, often working together on needlework, which fostered a strong bond between them. Tian was skilled in needlework, and occasionally, Lin would ask for her assistance. Lin disapproved of Tian's meek disposition, which allowed the old woman to dominate her completely. As the wife of the butcher Liu, Lin had initially toiled endlessly in washing, cooking, and working in the fields, bearing all burdens without complaint, yet was met with relentless criticism from her in-laws. At first, she tried to endure, fearing the judgment of others, while Liu, her husband, remained a silent observer, offering her no support. Later, when Lin became pregnant, her mother-in-law's mistreatment escalated, leaving her utterly intolerable. In a fit of desperation, she returned to her parental home to voice her grievances, only to find her parents and brothers unwilling to defend her, admonishing her that a married daughter is akin to spilled water and one should not return home to complain. Disheartened by her family's indifference, Lin returned to Lu family village that very night. Upon finding Lu still asleep, her frustration boiled over. She felt deeply wronged, abandoned by her family and disregarded by her spouse. It became clear that she must rely on herself. Thus, Lin steeled her resolve, binding the sleeping Lu's hands and feet with rope. Armed with a butcher's knife, she brandished it threateningly, vowing to confront her in-laws. Although her intention was merely to frighten them, it terrified Liu and his parents. From that moment on, her in-laws dared not treat her harshly, and Liu became exceedingly obedient to her. Lin was a woman of principle, intolerant of injustice, yet her fierce nature became well known. Lin subsequently bore 3 sons, each resembling their father, robust and brawny. The old woman dared not provoke Lin. Upon witnessing her assistance to her daughter-in-law with herbs, she retreated with disdain. Everyone began applying herbs to their garments, no longer fretting about mosquito bites. At the appointed time, Lu Bingda counted the people, and they continued on their journey. With Zheng Ruojin leading the group to gather herbs, he found himself followed by an eager crowd wherever he went. The villagers were aware that medicinal herbs could be sold for silver. With so many herbs in the mountains, they typically overlooked them. But now they had a doctor among them to identify the unfamiliar ones. Zheng was more than willing to introduce various herbs to the villagers and teach them how to discern between them. Gradually, the villagers became more distanced from one another. Those who were focused on the journey moved ahead swiftly, while the herb gatherers lagged behind. Lu Bingda felt a sense of urgency. The villagers should not scatter too widely. Those in front had to pause and wait for those behind. The elder brother led the horse at the forefront, followed closely by his sister-in-law, while Liu Xiaoyun dared not quicken her pace, needing to care for her 2 young nephews. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei had developed a keen interest in herbs since witnessing their uncle gathering them. On the mountain, they dashed ahead, seeking herbs independently, prompting Liu Xiaoyun to follow closely behind. "Aunt, look, is this not a lingji?" Lu Qingnan called out excitedly. "It's a red lingji," Lu Qingbei echoed, equally thrilled. Liu Xiaoyun hurried over and saw a fallen tree with several bright red lingji mushrooms growing on it. Counting, she noted 6 sizable specimens. Quite impressive. This is indeed lingji. Liu Xiaoyun exclaimed with a smile. And I want to pick it myself. Lu Chengnan eagerly insisted. Liu Qibei, not to be outdone, chimed in. I want to pick it too. Liu Xiaoyun chuckled. All right, I'll divide them for you. Chengnan can pick the 3 in front. And Qibai can take the 3 at the back. How does that sound? Good. The 2 little ones exclaimed in unison. Liu Xiaoyun gave them some spring water to drink and a bit of beef jerky to eat before they began their harvest. And will this damage the lingji? Liu Chengnan asked cautiously. Pick it from the base. Put in a bit of effort. Liu Xiaoyun encouraged them. All right. I've got 1 lingji. Liu Qingbei exclaimed, holding up a mushroom and bouncing with joy. Liu Xiaoyun gave him a thumbs up. Excellent. I found 1 too. Liu Chengnan said contentedly, placing his own mushroom in his small basket, though he did not bounce about like his brother. Liu Xiaoyun noticed the differing reactions of her nephews to the same situation. Chengnan was more composed, while Qingbei was more exuberant. Chapter 52, Hunting Deer. After a while, Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei had each gathered 3 lingji. Aunt. Uncle said lingji is a rare medicinal herb. Liu Chengnan stated proudly, placing the lingji at the bottom of his basket, covering it securely with mint, mugwort, and other herbs. Pressing down gently, Liu Qingbei imitated him, carefully concealing his lingji. Liu Xiaoyun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the cleverness of her 2 mischievous nephews. At this point, the trio had fallen behind the other villagers. Liu Xiaoyun, using her awareness, summoned 3 apples from her space, handing 1 to each of them as they walked forward, munching. After enjoying the apples and sipping some spring water, Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei resumed their search for herbs. Liu Xiaoyun remained unhurried. The path bore the marks left by Hunter He, and they needed only to follow. Occasionally, she would leap into the trees, retrieving her military binoculars to check on the villagers' whereabouts and ensure they were not straying off course. Eventually, Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei's baskets were filled to the brim. The 3 of them quickened their pace to catch up. Upon rejoining the villagers, they discovered that everyone had found a spacious area to set up camp. Zhang was eagerly looking around when he spotted his sister-in-law returning with her 2 sons and hurried to greet them. Sister-in-law, were you worried about us? Liu Xiaoyun laughed. Zhang smiled as she took the baskets from her sons. I trust them to you. Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei proudly displayed their baskets, revealing the hidden lingji at the bottom. Liu Xiaoming was astonished, whispering, Isn't that lingji? Did you 2 find it? The boys nodded with pride. Good lads. Well done. Hand it over to your uncle for safekeeping. Liu Xiaoming could hardly contain his delight. Zhang Ruojin was equally impressed upon seeing the large lingji, remarking on its superior quality. Excellent. Excellent. He had gathered quite a few herbs along the way, yet had not found a single lingji. At that moment, Liu Bingde counted the villagers and, seeing them all present, instructed everyone to prepare to build a fire for cooking, suggesting they eat dinner and rest early. In reality, the evening was still young. Liu Bingde considered that it was their first night camping in the mountains and thought it prudent to make preparations before darkness fell. He, the hunter, exchanged a few words with Liu Bingde before setting off with over 10 villagers to hunt for some game. These villagers, timid by nature and inexperienced in hunting, often found themselves subjected to the reproaches of their families, who lamented the absence of wild delicacies at their tables. Though they had never hunted before, their hands, accustomed to toil in the fields, were strong enough. With the prospect of spending over 10 days in the mountains, they felt a twinge of regret at the thought of returning empty-handed. Thus, they sought the assistance of He, a warm-hearted man who was eager to help his fellow villagers. As they embarked on this hunting expedition, Liu Bingde cautioned he and the others to remain vigilant for their safety. Zhang Ruojin meticulously arranged the gathered medicinal herbs to dry, while Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei lent a hand to their uncle. Uncle, what about the lingji? The 2 little ones inquired, unable to shake off the thought. Zhang Ruojin smiled gently and whispered, Your uncle has already set the lingji aside. Liu Xiaoming busied himself gathering grass to feed the horses, while the Zhang family prepared dumplings. After Liu Xiaoyun had stewed the marinated wild rabbit, she bid her sister-in-law farewell and set off to hunt for game herself. She chose a less traveled path and moved with remarkable speed. Upon reaching a dense thicket, she leaped onto a large tree. With her binoculars in hand, she scanned the surroundings and discovered, to no one's surprise, that there were 2 dark-clad figures perched in each of the 5 trees surrounding her, 10 in total. No wonder she had felt someone tailing her. What could be their intent? Wealth? She had little silver on her person. Beauty? She glanced at herself. A mere country girl clad in coarse linen. Liu Xiaoyun surmised that these were likely the same dark figures who had been battling the mountain bandits. That very night, over 100 men had launched an assault on the bandits, led by a man with the surname Luo. The arrow that had been shot to protect her from the snake seemed to indicate that these figures bore her no ill will. With the bandit den eradicated, what purpose could their continued pursuit serve? Descending from the tree, Liu Xiaoyun raised her voice, declaring, "Let us not engage in secretive affairs. All of you may as well show yourselves." The 10 dark figures, realizing their cover was blown, swiftly descended from the trees. "Speak, why have you been following me?" Liu Xiaoyun questioned, her demeanor serious. The dark figures exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak. Could they reveal their orders to protect Miss Liu from their master? He had instructed them to retreat at the first sign of discovery. Just as the 10 figures contemplated fleeing, Liu Xiaoyun called out, "Wait, that arrow belongs to you. Take it with you." The dark figures halted, turning to Liu Xiaoyun and bowing, "We have offended you, Miss Liu. Please do not hold it against us." Liu Xiaoyun furrowed her brow, realizing they knew her name. It was no surprise, given they had been tailing her for so long. She hurled the arrow towards a nearby tree, her voice icy as she warned, "Take the arrow and cease your attempts to follow me. Should I catch you again? Do not expect me to be merciful." The 10 dark figures felt a chill. Fully aware that this young woman had dispatched 3 bandit leaders with a mere flick of her wrist that fateful night. It was no wonder their master had prepared for their retreat upon exposure. "We shall heed your words, miss," they replied in unison. One of the figures retrieved the arrow from the tree, and with a swift motion, all 10 vanished without a trace, as though they had never been there. With the dark figures no longer trailing her, Liu Xiaoyun felt a weight lift off her shoulders. As she wandered through the thicket, she unexpectedly spotted a deer, blissfully munching on leaves, oblivious to the lurking danger. Drawing her crossbow from her spatial pouch, she took aim and skillfully felled the creature. Binding the deer with vines, she hoisted it onto a stick and began her journey back. As she neared the campsite, she encountered He, who was returning with the villagers from their hunt. Their haul was impressive, with nearly every person carrying a wild chicken or rabbit. Eyes wide with astonishment, they gawked at Liu Xiaoyun, who had returned alone with a deer. "He, ever the experienced hunter," chuckled, "Ah, Miss Yun, did you venture into the thicket?" Liu Xiaoyun nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I wandered a bit into the dense woods." Chapter 53, a feast beyond measure. Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei erupted in excited shouts upon seeing their aunt return with the deer. "Auntie has hunted a deer." Just then, Liu Xiaoming returned, leading a horse. "Is that so? I've yet to taste deer meat. Let us save the deer for tomorrow. The rabbit meat is already stewing," Zhang Shi suggested with a smile. Zhang Ruojin observed the hefty deer, weighing at least 100 pounds, and finally understood the extraordinary prowess of Liu Xiaoyun. He addressed his 2 nephews earnestly. "Do you realize, boys, that every part of the deer is of immense value?" The 2 boys listened intently as their uncle elaborated on the uses of deer antlers, bones, blood, and hide. Many villagers gathered around, intrigued. Wild chickens and rabbits were common, but deer were a rare sight. After hearing his uncle's insights, Lu Chengnan suddenly asked, "Uncle, are you going to slaughter the deer now? Since it is already dead." "We must indeed proceed with the slaughter," Zhang Ruojin replied. "Oh." Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei expressed a hint of regret. Not far from where the villagers rested flowed a small creek, where they washed the wild vegetables, chickens, and rabbits. Zhang Ruojin and Liu Xiaoming carried the deer to the creek as well. Zhang Shi handed a dumpling to Liu Xiaoyun. "Xiaoyun, the dumplings are ready. Do have a taste." Liu Xiaoyun took a bite. The shepherd's purse dumpling is delicious." When Zhang Ruojin and Liu Xiaoming returned, bearing such a substantial piece of deer meat, the villagers couldn't help but feel envious. Despite Zhang Shi's already prepared rabbit meat, the allure of fresh venison was irresistible. They decided to roast some deer meat to savor. Zhang Ruojin sliced the deer into pieces while Liu Xiaoyun and her sister-in-law skewered the meat. Liu Xiaoming built a fire to roast the deer skewers. The aroma of the roasting meat captivated everyone's attention. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei could hardly contain their salivation. "How fragrant!" Liu Xiaoming sprinkled salt on the roasted skewers and distributed them among the family, each relishing the savory morsels. That evening, thanks to he leading the villagers in their hunt, nearly every household enjoyed a feast of wild game. Yet, The tantalizing scent of the roasted venison was enough to stir unquenchable cravings. A few children were on the verge of tears, yearning for a taste of the roasted deer. Lu Bingde, noticing the villagers' longing, approached. Xiaoming, what about the roasted deer? Lu Xiaoming quickly offered him several skewers. Uncle, do have a taste. Lu Bingde accepted the skewers, asking Xiaoming, could we let everyone have a taste of the deer as well? Certainly. Uncle, each family may exchange for a pound of deer meat to savor. As for what they offer in return, it is entirely up to them. Liu Xiaoyun readily agreed. Since the deer was originally hunted by Liu Xiaoyun, her family had no objections to her proposal. As soon as she finished speaking, several villagers rushed over with eggs, salted duck eggs, dumplings, and other delicacies to trade, their children eagerly awaiting their share. Lu Wan still took a pair of cloth shoes, saying to Xiaoyun, here, for you, these are freshly made by my mother. Liu Xiaoyun smiled as she accepted them, offering a pound of deer meat in return. Thank you, Aunt. The shoes you made are incredibly comfortable. Lu Bingde laughed heartily upon hearing this, exclaiming, our little Yun knows how to speak so well. As Lu Wan turned to leave with the deer meat, she called back to Lu Bingde, Father, let us roast the deer meat when we get home. All right, responded Lu Bingde as he departed. Among the 29 households, Hunter he did not come to exchange for deer meat, as his family had more game than they could consume. Neither did the butcher Lu come for the exchange, for his 3 sons had hunted 5 or 6 pieces of wild game. Lu Dazhuang's family had no wild game to trade and did not come for deer meat since he had not accompanied Hunter he on the hunt. Tian wished to trade a few vegetable dumplings for a piece of deer meat, but old lady Huang interjected, stating that Tian had already sent 2 vegetable dumplings to Liu Xiaoming's family at noon, suggesting she directly fetch a piece of deer meat instead. Embarrassed, Tian refused to go, prompting old lady Huang to pinch her arm sharply, cursing under her breath, you wasteful thing. Seeing Tian's stubbornness, old lady Huang and Lu Xuanju marched straight to Liu Xiaoming's house to claim deer meat. Upon seeing the roasted deer meat, Lu Xuanju was tempted to snatch it. Did your family eat my 2 vegetable dumplings at noon? I demand a piece of deer meat. Old lady Huang shouted loudly for all to hear. Lu Xiaoming paused, glancing at Zhang. What is going on? Zhang understood. Earlier, Tian had given each of her 2 sons 1 vegetable dumpling. Was it you who sent the dumplings? Whoever brings the dumplings can have the deer meat, Liu Xiaoyun remarked coolly. With hands on her hips, old lady Huang commanded Lu Xuanju, grandson, get the deer meat. Just as he reached out, a sharp crack echoed as a small stick struck his hand. Lu Xuanju quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, Grandma, that hurts. Liu Xiaoyun, unfazed, held her ground while old lady Huang, furious yet intimidated by Liu Xiaoyun's reputation, retreated with Lu Xuanju in a huff. Liu Xiaoyun approached and took the hands of Lu Zier and Lu Tiao, saying, come, let us go enjoy some roasted deer meat. The sisters glanced back at Tian, who, wiping her tears, nodded her approval for them to go. Following Liu Xiaoyun, they were soon greeted by Zhang, who handed them several skewers of roasted deer meat. Here, eat. There's plenty of deer meat. As they indulged, they timidly glanced back at their mother and grandmother. Old lady Huang, infuriated, realized that the 2 girls could feast on deer meat while her grandson went without. She resolved to berate Tian again, but Lin swiftly pulled Tian away, insisting, come, let us eat at my house. Following Lin, Tian left, while old lady Huang began scolding Lu Dazhuang, lamenting, how did you end up such a useless son? Unable to manage a wife. Lu Dazhuang, squatting nearby, sighed, as they had no food to prepare and could only nibble on dry cakes. As night fell, the villagers enjoyed a bountiful meal, with nearly every household partaking in wild game, a feast surpassing their usual meals. After savoring the roasted deer meat, Zhang filled 2 bowls with rabbit meat and handed them dumplings. Here, eat. This meal left Lu Zier and Lu Tiao both full and warm. Zhang smiled and asked, are you 2 satisfied? The sisters nodded, softly replying, we're full. After Tian had eaten at Lin's house, she approached her daughters, expressing heartfelt gratitude to Liu Xiaoyun's family. Once Tian and her daughters departed, Liu Xiaoyun inquired of her 2 nephews, are you 2 full? How about another dumpling? Lu Qingbei patted his little belly, saying, Aunt, we're stuffed. We couldn't possibly eat another bite. As night descended, every household began to set up tents. Following the arrangements made by Lu Bingde and Hunter He, everyone's tents were clustered together for safety, as the mountains were rife with wild beasts. The villagers lit several bonfires around their encampment, the flames crackling robustly. During the 2 days of rest in the small village, Zhang had sewn a tent for her brother. Zhang Ruojin. Brother, give it a try, she urged as she handed him the tent. Zhang Ruojin quickly erected it, filled with joy upon seeing the tent his sister had crafted for him. It's wonderful. Brother, it gets quite cold in the mountains at night. Should I fetch you a quilt? Zhang asked with concern. Zhang Ruojin waved his hand. No need, my bedding is quite thick. As he spoke, he brought his bedding into the tent. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei opted to sleep in their aunt's small tent, a choice their parents had grown accustomed to, trusting their sons to be with their sister. With early August upon them, the mountain stream's water was chilly. The men quickly bathed and returned with water. The women heated the water and poured it into wooden basins, taking turns washing the children and themselves. Liu Xiaoyun bathed her 2 nephews, planning to shower in the space villa shortly after. The temperature in the mountains varied greatly. It was warm during the day but quite cold at night, typical of an autumn transition. Zhang brought a quilt to Liu Xiaoyun, who laid it over the mattress and fetched a down comforter from the villa for her 2 little nephews. Lu Bingda, as usual, organized the night watch. Since it was the villagers' first night camping in the mountains, anxiety lingered in the air, and with the presence of numerous wild beasts, Lu Bingda increased the number of night watchmen. 20 strong young men were assigned for the first and second halves of the night. As night deepened, Lu Xiaoming was on duty for the first half, accompanied by Lu Wencheng, He Tongxing, and others. Except for He Tongxing, who had spent a night in the mountains before. The rest had no prior experience. The 20 men patrolled the villagers' gathering area, brandishing torches and occasionally adding firewood to the bonfire. The mountains were enveloped in tranquility, with a thin mist hovering. Occasionally, a sharp bird call echoed, leaving the group uncertain of its origin. The night watchmen reassured each other, continuing their patrol with torches held high. Some small children awoke, startled by the bird calls, crying briefly before being soothed back to sleep by their mothers. After a while, one of the night watchmen asked He Tongxing, when you spent the night in the mountains with your father, did you ever encounter wolves? Before He Tongxing could respond, distant howls of wolves pierced the night, followed by a few thunderous tiger roars that reverberated through the forest. The 20 men shivered with fear, the chilling sounds sending shivers down their spines. They exchanged terrified glances, instinctively gathering closer around He Tongxing. A few children, frightened by the wild calls, cried out. The women hurriedly covered their little ones with blankets, filled with dread yet whispering reassurances. It's all right, dear. Don't be afraid, go to sleep. Observing their fearful expressions, He Tongxing chuckled. Is it unusual to have wolves in the mountains? Those sounds are far from us. Not just wolves, but tigers too. Another night watchman replied, his voice trembling, unsure if it was from cold or fear. He Tongxing remained unconcerned, calmly stating, these mountains are vast. There are bears and wild boars. Perhaps other wild beasts too, but they wouldn't all come together. It's just that the mountains are quieter at night, making the animal sounds travel further. Lu Wencheng suggested that everyone should disperse. It was unwise to congregate. If fear lingered, then 2 by 2 they should bolster their courage. Thus, the 20 night watchmen formed pairs and set out on their patrols. The first half of the night passed uneventfully, and the 2 shifts of night watchmen began to exchange duties. Zhang Ruojin was assigned to the latter half of the night, and Liu Xiaoming advised him to don an extra layer, as the mountain air could be rather chilly. He Taixing was also on duty during the second half of the night, and similarly, he was surrounded by inquiries about the mountain. Unlike his loquacious younger brother He Tongxing, He Taixing offered only a few terse responses before taking his torch to patrol the vicinity. Zhang Ruojin, accustomed to sleeping outdoors and having rested in the wilds, remained indifferent to the mountain's perils. Liu Xiaoyun, too, had yet to succumb to slumber. Once her 2 young nephews were asleep, she entered her spatial realm. There, she refreshed herself with a shower in the villa's bathroom and donned clean attire before taking a stroll around the farm. Upon her arrival, the wild chickens, startled, flapped their wings and took flight, prompting her to gather the scattered wild chicken eggs. The 2 wild boars were faring well, alternating between eating and sleeping, and had noticeably gained weight. To Liu Xiaoyun's astonishment, the 2 wild rabbits had produced a litter, and upon counting, she found a total of 7 little bunnies. Goodness! Their breeding capacity was astonishing, a single litter yielding 7 rabbits. She felt a twinge of concern that, over time, this area might become overrun with rabbits. It seemed prudent to refrain from hunting them, as the farm supply would suffice. Liu Xiaoyun continued her inspection of the fields, where the crops were thriving, growing in a commendable and orderly fashion. While she was meandering about the farm, a sudden clamor from outside caught her attention. Hastily exiting her spatial realm, she donned an extra layer and stepped out of the tent. To her surprise, a snake had somehow slithered into their midst, inadvertently stepped upon by one of the night watchmen. Only upon feeling it entwine around his leg did he realize the creature's presence, startling him so much that he dropped his torch. He Taisheng approached calmly, capturing the snake and placing it in his own basket. The disturbance roused a few villagers, including Lu Bingda, who emerged to ascertain the situation. It was merely a snake, a commonplace occurrence in the mountains. Seeing nothing amiss, the villagers returned to their slumber, while the watchmen resumed their vigil. Remembering that realgar powder could repel snakes, Liu Xiaoyun fetched some from her spatial realm, intending to sprinkle it around. However, as she stepped outside the tent with the powder, she observed Zhang Ruojin placing some herbs into each fire pit, releasing fragrant plumes of smoke that filled the air with the scent of medicinal plants. It seemed her realgar powder was no longer needed, so she retreated into the tent to return it to her spatial realm. "Dr. Zhang, are those herbs you placed meant to repel snakes and insects?" He Taisheng inquired, as several night watchmen gathered around. Zhang Ruojin smiled, affirming, "Indeed, these are herbs that can drive away both snakes and insects." The watchman expressed admiration for Dr. Zhang's resourcefulness, relieved that this would deter any snake from approaching. The watchman who had encountered the snake still bore a look of unease. Chapter 55. Someone falls into a pit. The following morning, the villagers awoke to the melodious chorus of birdsong. On their first night sleeping in the mountains, none had enjoyed restful slumber, their minds troubled by the distant roars of wild beasts, fearing that the large predators of the mountains might emerge. Fortunately, aside from the snake that caused a stir, no wolves or tigers had made their presence known. After waking, the villagers packed up their tents, adults and children alike busily preparing for the day ahead. The mountain morning was brisk, and some children stood shivering, prompting the adults to quickly provide them with warmer clothing. Lu Bingda urged the villagers to hasten their meal preparations so they could set off promptly. Utilizing the available pots and stoves, each family planned to make dumplings. The mountains were abundant with fresh wild vegetables, making the dumplings both delectable and filling, allowing families to conserve their grain supplies. Several women gathered by the stream to wash the wild greens. Life in the mountains had its advantages: fresh vegetables, flowing water, and the opportunity for hunting. However, the nights were daunting. The howls of wolves and roars of tigers had frightened the children, causing them to cry. It was understandable, given that they had barely slept, only finding rest as dawn approached. They recounted tales of a snake that had slithered into their midst during the night. Heavens! What if a snake had crawled in while one was asleep? That would be utterly terrifying, they exclaimed. They heard that the snake had coiled around the leg of one of the night watchmen, instilling fear in them all. Sigh. We must hasten our departure from these mountains. After breakfast, the villagers extinguished the fire in the stove, packed their belongings, and awaited Lu Bingda's head count. Once the count was complete, Lu Bingda repeatedly cautioned the villagers, advising them to gather medicinal herbs and wild vegetables along the way, but to be vigilant and not wander off alone, especially keeping a close watch on their children. Hunter, he also recounted tales of how he had witnessed wolves snatching away children while hunting deep in the mountains. They were swift as the wind, and one could hardly chase after them. The villagers were taken aback, having only heard of such occurrences, never realizing that Hunter he had witnessed one firsthand. The children, upon hearing this, huddled behind their parents, no longer daring to wander off on their own. Lu Chengnan and Lu Chengbei clung tightly to their aunt's hand, looking up with wide eyes, asking, "Auntie, are there many wolves in the mountains?" Liu Xiaoyun smiled and gently reassured them, "It's all right, just don't run off." The two little ones pressed their lips together, taking their aunt's advice to heart. Lu Bingda understood that the villagers wished to accompany Zhang Ruojin in foraging for herbs, hoping to exchange them for silver coins at the apothecary once they descended from the mountain. After all, once they reached their designated settlement, they would need to procure everything anew, and each item would require silver. Furthermore, herbs were light and took up little space, making them a worthwhile endeavor. After clarifying this with the villagers, Lu Bingda and Hunter, he organized the village's able-bodied men into groups to lead the way, clearing obstructing branches with sickles and using long poles to stir the underbrush to drive away snakes, guiding everyone forward once more. They did not assign Zhang Ruojin and Liu Xiaoming to the leading group, as Liu Xiaoming needed to tend to the horse, and Zhang Ruojin was to assist the villagers in foraging for herbs, thereby helping them earn some silver. After discussion, Liu Bingda and Hunter, he decided to schedule the two for night watch duties. Liu Xiaoming and his wife were well aware of the arrangement and felt a sense of gratitude. Liu Bingda and Hunter He, the two leaders of Liu family village, consistently positioned themselves at the forefront of the journey. Today's travel differed slightly from the previous day, as those leading the way slowed their pace, occasionally resting to allow the herb foragers to catch up. The number of villagers accompanying Zhang Ruojin in gathering herbs steadily increased. The mountains were rich with medicinal plants, and Zhang Ruojin patiently introduced them, guiding everyone in the harvest. A villager inquired, "Dr. Zhang, are there ginseng and reishi mushrooms in these mountains?" Zhang Ruojin smiled, noting their eagerness for prized herbs. "They do exist, but it all depends on luck." "What do ginseng and reishi look like?" a villager asked curiously. Zhang Ruojin produced a medical book and shared illustrations of ginseng and reishi with the villagers. Having never seen such plants, the villagers gathered around to take a closer look. "So this is ginseng, and reishi looks like a type of fungus. If we could find ginseng and reishi, we would strike it rich," they exclaimed. However, as they continued their journey, no ginseng or reishi was to be found. "Didn't Dr. Zhang say it's all about luck?" Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei dared not wander off recklessly. They diligently gathered medicinal herbs while occasionally glancing up to ensure they remained within sight of the group. As they noticed they were straying further from the others, they quickened their little legs to catch up. Liu Xiaoyun trailed closely behind her two nephews, safeguarding their well-being. At times, when the villagers were distracted, Liu Xiaoyun would nimbly ascend a tree, wielding binoculars to ascertain whether the villagers' path had deviated. She discovered that the course led by Hunter He was indeed correct, as they continued their journey southward without deviation. Liu Xiaoyun possessed the ability to discern direction using both a compass and binoculars, while Hunter He relied solely on his extensive experience from years of hunting in the mountains. By midday, they finally reached the summit of the mountain, where they partook of the dumplings prepared that morning and sipped some water before resuming their descent without delay. According to Lu Wenchang's map, under ordinary circumstances, it typically required about 2 days to traverse a significant mountain. Beyond this peak lay several more mountains connected in succession. The journey of escape continued, with mountains and rivers ahead, and the road stretched long before them. The villagers trekked tirelessly throughout the day, navigating through the remote mountains filled with trees, thorns, and rugged rocks, making the path exceedingly arduous. Upon reaching a clearing halfway down the mountain, the villagers, burdened by their loads, clearly showed signs of exhaustion. Thus, Liu Bingda and Hunter He decided it was prudent for everyone to rest there. It appeared that even 2 days would not suffice to cross a single mountain. As they unloaded their packs, some villagers, utterly fatigued, collapsed onto the ground, unwilling to move. Those gathering medicinal herbs had made a bountiful harvest, collecting wild chrysanthemum, rehmannia, mugwort, mint, and other plants, laying them out on large stones to dry, intending to gather them again by evening. After a brief respite, Hunter He led a larger group of villagers to hunt. Among them was old woman Huang, who prodded Liu Dazhuang along with a stick. Liu Xiaoyun refrained from joining the hunt, as there was still venison left from the previous day, along with a marinated wild chicken. Additionally, there were wild rabbits stored away. Zhang Ruojin guided the two little ones in sorting through the herbs. After building a stove from stones, Liu Xiaoming went to tend to the horses. Liu Xiaoyun and her sister-in-law foraged for wild vegetables and mushrooms, meticulously cleaning them for cooking. After finishing the dumplings prepared that morning, seeing that her family relished them so much, Zhang began making more. Liu Xiaoyun first diced the venison to stew, then kindled a fire, setting up a wooden frame for roasting the wild chicken. Having marinated the chicken earlier, it took less than half an hour to roast, resulting in a golden brown, tender, and aromatic dish. Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei, drooling at the enticing aroma, rushed over, exclaiming how delicious it smelled. Zhang chuckled, remarking on their gluttonous nature. Just as Liu Xiaoyun was about to serve her two nephews the roasted chicken, a villager hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Liar Zhang, there's trouble. Someone has fallen into a sinkhole." Chapter 56, Rescue from the Sinkhole. Liu Bingda, who was cutting grass to feed the cattle, felt his temples throb upon hearing the news of someone falling into a sinkhole. Heaven forbid. Could it be fatal? Lu Bingde quickly rose, demanding clarification on who had fallen. It's Lu Dazhuang, the messenger villager replied hastily. Meanwhile, Tian led her 2 daughters to forage for wild vegetables, while old woman Huang and Lu Xuanju sat resting nearby. Upon hearing that her son had fallen into the sinkhole, old woman Huang began to wail, "Curse be it! Who pushed my son into the sinkhole? I will not rest until I find out." While she cried out loudly, Lu Xuanju remained unfazed, drinking water and continuing to sit idly. Lu Bingde, not wishing to linger, quickly handed his sickle to his daughter and followed the messenger villager. After taking a few steps, he reconsidered and called out to Zhang Ruojin, "Dr. Zhang, let us go check it out together." "Just a moment," Zhang responded, retrieving a rope and a packet of medicinal powder from his satchel. He often carried a rope when gathering herbs on cliffs. Lu Bingde summoned a few other villagers to accompany them. Liu Xiaoyun handed the roasted chicken to her sister-in-law, saying, "I'm going to take a look." Although Zhang's wife wished to offer more advice, Liu Xiaoyun had already moved away, leaving her with no choice but to relent. The group hurriedly arrived at the scene, where he was already surrounded by 20 villagers, brainstorming ways to help. "How is Lu Dazhuang?" Lu Bingde inquired immediately upon arrival. His expression was grave. "I don't know. I called out several times, but there was no response." Lu Bingde's brow furrowed deeply. How could he have fallen into the sinkhole? "Alas, I'm unsure what happened. We were all hunting when we heard someone shout that Lu Dazhuang had fallen into the sinkhole." He sighed heavily. Lu Bingde noticed that he and his companions had indeed caught a considerable amount of game, wild chickens, rabbits, and a few squirrels. "Let us focus on rescuing him." Zhang Ruojin unfurled the rope, assessing the situation. The sinkhole appeared bag-shaped, narrow at the top and wider at the bottom, and it was not too deep, revealing a dense growth of weeds at the bottom. Liu Xiaoyun possessed climbing ropes in her space. Observing that the rope Zhang had was about 10 meters long, she thought that if it proved insufficient, she could retrieve her own. "But who will go down?" Lu Bingde lamented. The villagers exchanged glances, none daring to volunteer. Just as Liu Xiaoyun was about to step forward, Zhang Ruojin spoke up, "I'll go down." No one from the village was willing to step forward, leaving Lu Bingde feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet he had no alternative. "Dr. Zhang, we're in your debt." "Thank you." Lu Bingde clasped his hands in gratitude. Zhang Ruojin smiled. "It's nothing. I'll go take a look." Liu Xiaoyun remained silent, sensing that Zhang Ruojin was confident in his abilities. He secured the rope around his waist while he double-checked to ensure it was tightly fastened. Several strong men held the rope, slowly lowering him down. The sinkhole's edges were lined with dark-colored rocks, interspersed with numerous unknown grasses. Zhang Ruojin spotted a dozen clusters of iron-skinned dendrobium. As the rope descended gradually, nearing the bottom of the sinkhole, he saw Lu Dazhuang lying motionless among the weeds. Zhang Ruojin sprinkled snake and insect-repellent powder at the bottom of the sinkhole. Upon reaching the bottom, he untied the rope and scanned the area for any abnormalities. Fortunately, apart from a black snake coiled within a rocky crevice, he did not observe any other small creatures. Zhang Ruojin checked Lu Dazhuang's breathing and took his pulse. After a careful examination, he confirmed that Lu Dazhuang was still alive. It seemed he had merely fainted from shock. Examining Lu Dazhuang's limbs, he found no injuries to his legs or feet, but there were several abrasions on his face, and his left arm was pinned beneath him, resulting in a fractured forearm. The thick underbrush at the bottom of the sinkhole resembled a dense carpet. A fall from a height of 10 meters posed little danger. "Dr. Zhang, how is Lu Dazhuang?" Lu Bingde shouted from above. "He is fine. Just fainted. His left forearm is fractured, but be careful when pulling him up." Zhang Ruojin called back while securing the rope around Lu Dazhuang's body. Upon hearing that he was alive, Lu Bingde finally felt a sense of relief. "Dr. Zhang, is the rope secure?" "Yes," Zhang Ruojin affirmed. Lu Bingde instructed the villagers to slowly pull the rope upward. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruojin searched the bottom of the sinkhole for any medicinal herbs. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with excitement as he discovered a cluster of soul-connecting grass. The delicate leaves were needle-like and dark red. If it wasn't soul-connecting grass, then what could it be? They were intermingled with the weeds, and without a keen eye, one would hardly notice them. This herb possesses miraculous medicinal properties, even more elusive than ginseng and reishi mushrooms. To his astonishment, He stumbled upon it at the bottom of the pit. With meticulous care, he harvested a total of 7 specimens of the soul-connecting herb. After securing the precious plants, Zhang Ruojin set out to search for the black snake coiled within the rocky cave, only to find it had vanished, leaving him puzzled about its whereabouts. Dr. Zhang, the rope has been lowered for you. You may ascend. Lu Bingde called out loudly. All right, Zhang Ruojin replied, fastening the rope around his waist. Once secured, he tugged on the rope, signaling those above to pull him up. As he was hoisted upward, he seized a dozen iron-skinned dendrobiums nestled within the crevices of the rocks. Upon reaching the top, he retrieved the rope and saw that Lu Dazhuang had regained consciousness. After being pulled up, the hunter he had given him some water and called his name a few times until he finally woke. While Lu Dazhuang was indeed awake, he appeared quite shaken, his eyes filled with terror, and he remained silent regardless of the inquiries made by others. Thankfully, he was unharmed, which put everyone at ease. Lu Bingde instructed 2 villagers to assist Lu Dazhuang in returning home. Dr. Zhang, are you all right? Lu Bingde asked with concern. Zhang Ruojin smiled. I am fine. I will apply some herbs for his bandaging when we return. Today's events were greatly aided by Dr. Zhang. He, however, felt a tinge of regret, realizing he could not easily take villagers out for hunting in the future. Lu Wenchang, He Tongxing, and Liu Xiaoyun trailed behind. Lu Dazhuang was too timid. He stayed at the periphery while we hunted. He Tongxing expressed his dissatisfaction. Lu Wenchang sighed. Well, even at the edge, he should have been more mindful of his footing. It was only a matter of time before he fell into the pit. Whom can we blame? What sort of game were you pursuing? Liu Xiaoyun inquired, curiosity piqued. It hardly requires so many people to hunt wild chickens or rabbits. On our way back, we spotted a large wild boar and were in the midst of chasing it when we heard someone shout that Lu Dazhuang had fallen into the pit. He Tongxing explained. Did you manage to catch the wild boar? Liu Xiaoyun asked. Alas, no. Everyone was too preoccupied with rescuing him, and the wild boar escaped. Lu Wenchang lamented. Chapter 57. Gathering chestnuts on their way back, He Tongxing casually shot a wild chicken and 2 rabbits. Liu Xiaoyun also claimed 2 wild chickens, but ignored a rabbit that dashed past her. Lu Wenchang and He Tongxing exchanged puzzled glances. Xiaoyun, why did you not pursue the rabbit? With a nonchalant demeanor, Liu Xiaoyun replied, I still have rabbit meat left from before. Lu Wenchang sighed, lamenting his ineptitude with the bow and arrow. As a scholar, I find myself utterly useless in the mountains. Noticing his embarrassment, He Tongxing generously gifted him a rabbit, while Liu Xiaoyun presented him with a wild chicken. Elated, Lu Wenchang held his prizes, saying, one day, when I finally catch something, I shall share it with you both. Before he could finish his sentence, something unexpectedly struck his head. Ouch! What was that? The trio quickly looked up to see the branches of a grand tree laden with spiky, fuzzy fruits. Chestnuts! They exclaimed in unison. Not only was there one chestnut tree, but dozens of large trees, each bursting with prickly fruit. Some had fallen to the ground, hidden beneath a carpet of withered leaves, easily overlooked. Rich in nutrients, chestnuts would be perfect for stewing with wild chicken. The prospect was simply delightful. Just imagine the bounty from these numerous chestnut trees. I shall go fetch more people. He Tongxing declared joyfully. Go ahead. Liu Xiaoyun and Lu Wenchang began gathering the fallen chestnuts. After a while, no one had arrived to assist in collecting the chestnuts. The 2 of them decided not to wait any longer. They each climbed a chestnut tree, breaking off long branches to knock the chestnuts down. In a moment of distraction, Liu Xiaoyun successfully transported one of the chestnut trees into her spatial realm. Encouraged by her success, she repeated the process, bringing a total of 6 large chestnut trees into her space. By the time they exited the mountains, the family would feast on wild chestnuts. When He Tongxing returned, he was taken aback. 2 elderly women were embroiled in a fierce argument. One, known as Old Huang, stood with hands on her hips, vociferously accusing, You old hag. Your son took mine hunting and now mine is injured. Your family must compensate. If you don't pay 10 taels of silver, we won't be done with this matter. The other, Grandma's son, mother of He, was incensed, her temper flaring as she exclaimed, You unreasonable old crone. You want 10 taels of silver without merit. Who forced your son to join the hunt? Was it not you who drove him with a stick? He fell into the pit of his own volition. How can you blame anyone else? The 2 elderly women had already clashed, their faces marred with scratches from their tussle. Zhang Ruojin had administered some pills to Lu Dazhuang and bandaged his arm without asking for a single coin in return. Tian, accompanied by her 2 daughters, returned from foraging for wild vegetables and was startled to see Lu Dazhuang in such a state. Upon learning that Zhang Ruojin had treated him, she hurriedly instructed her daughters to present a basket of wild vegetables to him. While a basket of vegetables was a small token, the wrath of old Huang was not to be trifled with. Concerned that Tian might face old Huang's ire, Zhang Ruojin discreetly returned the basket of vegetables. Lu Bingde and he, both with grim expressions, stood by, astonished that 2 elderly women could engage in such a ferocious quarrel at their age. When they attempted to intervene, they bore scratches on their arms and hands from the 2 feisty women. Villagers gathered around, condemning old Huang, acknowledging that he had merely sought to help the villagers by taking them hunting, yet found himself embroiled in a significant predicament. Moreover, it was indeed old Huang who had driven Lu Dazhuang to accompany them, not he who had invited him. The villagers had willingly followed he to hunt, hoping to share in the bounty of wild game. Now, it seemed that he, with the intention of aiding the villagers, had inadvertently attracted the ire of old Huang. He Tongxing presented the wild chicken and rabbits to his mother, and then approached Grandma Sun, saying, "Grandma, please don't be upset. Let's go gather chestnuts." Chestnuts? Where are their chestnuts? The villagers clamored in excitement. Anyone who wishes to gather chestnuts, follow me. Wen Chang and Xiaoyun are already there keeping watch. But let me make one thing clear. If anyone falls into a pit or encounters wild beasts while collecting chestnuts, the consequences are your own to bear. Don't go collecting chestnuts and then blame others. Upon hearing of the chestnuts, the villagers quickly prepared baskets and backpacks. Absolutely not. How could we blame others after gathering chestnuts? We are not that kind of people. Old Huang's face shifted through shades of red, white, purple, and green, clearly agitated. Lu Xuanzhu stood nearby, glaring fiercely at the villagers. Lu Bingde instructed each household to send 1 person to accompany He Tongxing to collect chestnuts, reminding everyone to prioritize safety. To prevent further disturbances from the 2 elderly women, He Tongxing took Grandma Sun along to gather chestnuts, bringing along 2 extra backpacks. Grandma Sun remained irate, but He Tongxing spoke soothingly to her. Watching his mother head off to gather chestnuts, he sighed, glancing at the unfortunate Lu Dazhuang, and decided to give him 2 wild chickens. Lu Dazhuang stared blankly at the 2 chickens, making no move to take them. Deep down, he was acutely aware that during the chase of the wild boar, his fear had overwhelmed him, causing his legs to tremble, and he had inadvertently stepped back, falling into the pit. Afterward, he remembered nothing. How could he accept wild chickens from he when it was his own fear that led to his misfortune? The irritable old woman, known as Huang Leiapozi, strode over and took away both wild chickens. Tianchi lagged behind, carrying a basket as she followed the villagers to gather chestnuts. Upon reaching the designated area, the villagers were utterly delighted, for the ground was strewn with prickly chestnuts. These were all dislodged by Lu Wenchang and Liu Xiaoyun, who had used long branches to knock them from the chestnut trees. They had only struck 7 trees, and with dozens more in the vicinity, it was impossible to collect them all before dusk. Simply gathering what lay on the ground was a commendable feat. He Tongxing handed each of them a basket, and they had already amassed 2 sizable piles of chestnuts to fill their containers. As the villagers busily collected chestnuts, they discussed the matters concerning Huang Leiapozi, and Lu Wenchang and Liu Xiaoyun caught snippets of their conversation. Tianchi remained silent, following the villagers in their gathering, for she was not favored by Huang Leiapozi and dared not speak out. Lin Shi approached and joined her in collecting chestnuts, offering her solace by saying that Lu Dazhuang was unharmed, merely startled. Tianchi responded with a non-committal "oh" and continued her task. Liu Xiaoyun, with a wild chicken in hand and a basket of chestnuts slung over her shoulder, informed Lu Wenchang that she would head back first. "Wait for me," Lu Wenchang replied, bearing his basket while holding the wild chicken and hare, bidding farewell to He Tongxing with a "we're leaving now." "All right," He Tongxing replied, remaining behind with the elderly woman to continue gathering chestnuts. Upon their return, both families had already prepared dinner and were eagerly awaiting their meal. Zheng Shi took the basket from Liu Xiaoyun and exclaimed in delight, "Xiaoyun, so many chestnuts. Sister-in-law, let us pour them out. The basket belongs to Tongxing's family." Liu Xiaoyun replied before darting off to wash her hands by the stream. One of the advantages of the mountains was the proximity of a stream, providing fresh water. Lu Bingde instructed his men to light several fires at their camp. Before nightfall, the villagers returned with their baskets and bags, clearly having enjoyed a bountiful harvest of chestnuts. Due to their foraging, dinner was somewhat delayed, yet their spirits remained high. Although they had not managed to hunt any wild boars this time. He had led the group to capture a considerable number of wild chickens, hares, and squirrels. Over 20 individuals received either a wild chicken or a hare. While he reserved the squirrels for himself. Huang Leiapozi stewed one of the wild chickens, gnawing on its head while Lu Dazhuang devoured the rear. And Lu Xuanju feasted on the meat and broth. Alas, Tianzhi and her daughters could only nibble on vegetable dumplings. Chapter 58. Gathering Chestnuts from the Fire. Huang Leiapozi was exceedingly unreasonable. Lu Jie and Lu Tiao were her own granddaughters, yet she denied them even a sip of the chicken broth. Sigh. She allowed Lu Xuanju to consume the entirety of the stewed chicken, leaving not a shred of bone behind, while the two grandchildren's eating habits were truly. Lu Dazhuang remained silent. Perhaps he was too frightened after falling into the pit. What could Lu Dazhuang say? He had only consumed the chicken's rear. That was a matter for Lu Dazhuang's family. What business did a woman have to meddle? Lin Shi could no longer tolerate the situation. She served a bowl of chicken broth to Tianzhi, saying, "Let the girls have some." Upon seeing 2 pieces of chicken in the bowl, Tianzhi expressed her gratitude and hurriedly served her daughters. Huang Leiapozi shot a sidelong glance at them, snorting, still trying to play the Good Samaritan. Lin Shi glared at her in response. Huang Leiapozi felt a shiver of fear and dared not utter another word. After dinner, the villagers set up their tents. Yet they did not immediately retire. Instead, they utilized the light from several large fires to peel the prickly shells from the chestnuts. These prickly shells could be a bit prickly to handle, but in pursuit of the delicious gifts from nature, such discomfort was a trivial matter. Once the prickly shells were removed, the wild chestnuts were revealed. Although small, these wild chestnuts were rich in flavor, sweet, and starchy. Some villagers, eager to taste, peeled the outer skin and savored a few raw chestnuts, their golden kernels crisp and sweet, filling their mouths with delightful flavor that only intensified with each bite. While the watchmen patrolled the area with torches, both adults and children busily peeled chestnuts. Mischievous and greedy children even made their own little fire to roast some chestnuts. Indeed, gathering chestnuts from the fire could be somewhat scorching, but after a brief cooling period, they peeled open the chestnuts, tossing the golden kernels into their mouths, closing their eyes and shaking their heads in delight as they slowly chewed, savoring the fragrant and sweet taste. The adults watched and chuckled, remarking on how well these children could eat. Occasionally, the distant howls of wolves or roars of tigers sent shivers down the spines of the children, who hurried to bed. But the adults reassured them that there was no need to fear as the beasts were far away. After spending a night in the mountains, the villagers' courage had notably increased. As the children succumbed to sleep, the adults finished peeling the chestnuts and, with weary legs and backs, sought their own rest. Once the villagers retired, the watchful Zhang Ruojin tossed some herbs into each fire, their potent aroma dispersing around, ensuring that snakes and insects would not intrude, allowing the villagers to sleep more soundly. In the depths of the night, as her 2 nephews slumbered peacefully, Liu Xiaoyun entered her space and transplanted 6 chestnut trees to the vacant land behind her villa. After watering them with the spring water, the branches and leaves of the 6 chestnut trees immediately perked up, ensuring that once they left the mountains, they would not have to worry about a lack of chestnuts. With the successful transplantation of the chestnut trees, Liu Xiaoyun contemplated that there were numerous wild fruit trees in the mountains, and she could transplant a few into her space as well. After the laborious effort of knocking down the wild chestnuts, she felt quite fatigued. After a refreshing shower, she returned to her tent and fell asleep swiftly. Another night passed without incident, and thankfully, the villagers' encampment remained undisturbed by any animals. At dawn, Liu Bingda instructed each household to leave one person to guard their belongings, while the rest of the adults and children set out to gather more chestnuts. Having endured a period of hardship, the villagers had very little grain left. In the mountains, they relied on whatever resources were available, striving to conserve their provisions. Chestnuts had a long shelf life, were easy to prepare, merely requiring boiling, and were nutritious and filling, taking up little space and easy to carry. This was nature's generous gift to the people. To forego collecting them would be a waste, a matter of conscience. Therefore, this time, Liu Bingda imposed no restrictions on anyone. With dozens of chestnut trees available, everyone was free to gather as much as they could. Dozens of young men climbed the chestnut trees, using long branches to knock down the chestnuts, which fell like raindrops. Once the trees had been sufficiently harvested, they all gathered the fallen chestnuts together. The villagers filled their baskets and bags to the brim, racing back to the rocky encampment to retrieve empty containers and continue their gathering. In just a short hour, the villagers had thoroughly stripped the chestnuts from the trees. Indeed, many hands made light work. Gazing at the heaps of wild chestnuts, each villager wore a broad smile. With such an abundance of chestnuts, they would have enough to last for quite some time. The treasures of this great mountain were truly plentiful. In the past, Liu family villages nearby mountains had also been rich with wild vegetables and fruits and an endless supply of game, but unfortunately, 2 consecutive years of drought had exhausted the wild vegetables and dried out the trees and grass, forcing the small animals to retreat to even farther mountains. The villagers gathered together to peel the prickly shells from the chestnuts, placing them into cloth bags, and every household reaped a bountiful harvest. By noon, the villagers collectively prepared a pot of chestnuts, leaving any leftovers along the way to serve as snacks. After extinguishing the cooking fire, counting heads, and packing their belongings, Liu Bingda led the villagers down the mountain. The young men, divided into groups, forged the path ahead while the villagers carried their loads, assisting the elderly and children as they continued their journey. The village leader remarked, "The mountain ahead appears significantly taller than this one." "No mountain is insurmountable," they replied. Indeed, was it not a sight that they would soon scale this mountain? If they could reach the foot of the opposite mountain before darkness fell, it would be a considerable achievement. There are no large ferocious beasts like wolves or tigers to be seen on this mountain. Once you encounter one, it will be too late to flee. Surely, within these vast mountains, wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards must exist. At night, one can hear the eerie howls of wolves and the roars of tigers. It's quite unsettling. Just look at your courage. You seem frightened by a mere few animal calls. Perhaps the wolves and tigers were so intimidated by our group of over 200 that they fled. Ha ha. It's quite plausible that these creatures are indeed frightened by our numbers, causing them to retreat. As the villagers conversed while journeying, he who couldn't help but sigh upon hearing them. Have any of you truly witnessed the ferocity of beasts in the depths of the mountains? In August, the mountains are laden with ripe wild fruits, and many villagers have discovered Augustja along the way. Aside from those burdened with heavy loads, the rest of the villagers busily picked these wild fruits, munching on them while tossing some into their baskets, wishing they had more hands to gather even more. Preoccupied with the delicious wild fruits, the villagers abandoned their search for medicinal herbs alongside Zhang Ruojin. Seeing the villagers feasting on wild fruits, Lu Qingnan and Lu Qianbei also ceased their herb gathering. And we too wish to savor the wild fruits. All right. Liu Xiaoyun handed several Augustja to her 2 little nephews. And this sweet fruit has such a peculiar name. Why is it called Augustja? Lu Qingnan inquired, having overheard several villagers refer to the fruit as Augustja. Before Liu Xiaoyun could respond, a nearby villager explained, "This fruit ripens and bursts open in August. Hence its name." "Oh, it's indeed August now." The 2 little ones quickly grasped the explanation. Liu Xiaoyun chuckled softly, as she too was unaware of the origin of the fruit's name. Chapter 59. The drowning incident. After 2 hours, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Between 2 towering mountains lay a broad riverbed, strewn with stones of various sizes and overgrown with weeds. A gentle stream meandered through the center of the riverbed. The river was not wide, measuring about 10 meters across, with clear water that barely reached an adult's knees, classifying it as a small river. In the transparent depths of the river, a few fish, roughly the size of a palm, swam leisurely, while some waterfowl perched on the surface took flight. Alarmed by the commotion, the water was cool, prompting the men to remove their shoes and socks, roll up their pants, and first transport the cattle and supplies across the river before returning to carry the little ones over. After Zhang Ruojin and Liu Xiaoming had brought the 2 small children to the opposite bank, they made their way back. "Sister, I will carry you across the river," Zhang Ruojin said to Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi happily nestled on her brother's back, relishing the moment of being carried. She thought to herself how wonderful it was to have an older brother. Zhang Ruojin, reflecting on their childhood separation, felt a pang of regret for not having shown his sister any affection in the past and vowed to make amends. Liu Xiaoming also bent down, addressing his sister, "Sister, let me carry you across the river." Liu Xiaoyun initially intended to cross barefoot, but seeing her brother offer to carry her, she graciously accepted, clambering onto his broad, sturdy back. her laughter ringing out. Thank you, brother. As Liu Xiaoming carried his sister, he turned and smiled, saying, You silly girl, do you remember? When you were little, you loved being carried by me. Sometimes I would carry you home, and you would already be asleep. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, you've grown up. Liu Xiaoyun's eyes glistened with moisture. Perhaps this was a remnant of the original owner's emotions. In her previous life, Liu Xiaoyun had a younger brother. When their parents were preoccupied with business, she often carried him when he cried, and he would frequently fall asleep on her back. Observing Zhang Ruojin and Liu Xiaoming ferrying their sister across the river inspired others. The older brothers unhesitatingly carried their younger siblings across the water. Lu Wenchang said to his sister, Sister, wait a moment, I will carry mother across first. However, Lu Bingda instructed his son, You carry your sister. I will carry your mother. In essence, during the river crossing, brothers carried their younger siblings, husbands bore their wives and young children, and sons assisted their elderly parents, creating a harmonious scene as they crossed. Although Lu Dazhuang had a fractured forearm, he managed to carry his elderly wife across the river with some difficulty. Lin urged her 3 sons to help Tian transport supplies across. Tian made a round trip carrying her 2 daughters across the river. After crossing, Lu Bingda conferred with He Hu and decided to venture away from the riverbed in search of a relatively flat slope to rest. This spot was abundant in water, suitable for cooking, washing clothes, and bathing. Upon hearing of the planned rest, some had already eagerly set off to catch fish. Having noticed plenty in the river during their crossing, Lu Bingda called out from behind, Be cautious. Zhang Shi prepared to wash the clothes everyone had changed out of by the riverside, while Liu Xiaoming led the horse to bathe in the river. Zhang Ruojin returned to spread out his medicinal herbs. Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei pestered Liu Xiaoyun to go fishing and, Let us go catch fish too. Go ahead. But be careful, Zhang Shi cautioned. Liu Xiaoyun devised a plan, providing each of Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei with a wooden stick, and grabbed a wooden basin, declaring, Let us go fishing. And, do we use the sticks to catch fish? How do we do that? The 2 little ones asked, puzzled. Liu Xiaoyun feigned an air of mystery, saying, You'll find out shortly. The 2 boys were filled with excitement at the prospect of using sticks to fish. The trio of aunt and nephews moved to a secluded spot away from the crowd. Liu Xiaoyun crouched by the bank, scooping some spring water into her palm, then dripping it into the river. Soon, a swarm of fish of various sizes swam toward them. Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei were mesmerized, whispering, Aunt, the fish are coming. Liu Xiaoyun first gestured for silence and then demonstrated how to use the stick to catch fish. Understanding her intent, the 2 boys quietly approached, using all their might to strike the fish with their sticks from the riverbank. When it seemed sufficient, Liu Xiaoyun shouted, Stop. Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei quickly halted. Upon looking again, they were astonished to see several fish floating on the surface, all belly up, rendered dazed by their flailing sticks. They held up their basin as Liu Xiaoyun gathered the stunned fish into it, adding some river water, and said, Let us head back. We'll have fish soup for dinner. Liu Xiaoming had already returned with the horse. Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei shouted excitedly, Father, look. We caught fish. Liu Xiaoming was baffled, wondering how they had managed to catch fish in such a short time. Upon closer inspection, indeed, there were several fish of various sizes. Wonderful. We shall enjoy fish soup tonight. Liu Xiaoming exclaimed joyfully. As they admired their catch, a voice called out, Dr. Zhang, hurry. A child is drowning. Liu Xiaoyun immediately rose and raced with the villagers toward the riverbank. Lu Bingda, who had been stacking stones for the stove, also hurried to the river upon hearing the call. Zhang Ruojin set down his herbs, grabbed his medicine box, and dashed over, shouting to Lu Bingda, Uncle, please bring your cow over. Bring the cow over? Lu Bingda was perplexed, but hurried back to fetch his cow. It turned out that Lu Zhong'an's son, Lu Junjun, had fallen into the river. Lu Junjun was only 3 years old. Ma had placed him in a basket while she washed clothes by the riverbank. Unbeknownst to her, the mischievous child climbed out of the backpack and stood atop his mother's back, gazing at the scenery from his lofty perch. As Ma bent down, Lu Junjun tumbled into the small river. Alarm surged within Ma, and she too fell into the water. Fortunately, the river was shallow, and she emerged relatively unscathed, albeit having swallowed a few mouthfuls of water. However, when she retrieved her son Lu Junjun from the river, she discovered his lips turning blue and him unresponsive. Junjun, do not frighten your mother, Ma cried in despair. The onlookers, witnessing the chaos, frantically called for Dr. Zhang. Lu Zhongzhen, busy fishing with the villagers, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing his son in the water, he instinctively raised his fist to strike Ma, but the villagers restrained him, emphasizing the urgency of rescuing the child. When Zhang Ruojin arrived, he first took the child's pulse. At that moment, Lu Bingde approached, leading an ox, exclaiming, "Dr. Zhang, I've brought the ox." The villagers exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the purpose of the ox. Zhang Ruojin instructed them to lay the child across the ox's back. He held the child securely to prevent him from falling, urging Lu Bingde to hasten their pace. The riverbed was rocky and uneven, causing a jarring motion as the ox trudged along. Gradually, the child began to cough up the water. Once the water was sufficiently expelled, Zhang Ruojin lifted the child, checked his pulse again, and reassured everyone that he was out of danger. He changed the child into clean clothes, instructing them to prepare some ginger soup. Thank you, Dr. Zhang." Lu Zhongzhen wept as he hurried to boil the ginger soup. At that moment, the child opened his eyes, coughed lightly a few times, and whimpered, "Mother, I'm scared." Ma, choking back tears, embraced her child, exclaiming, "You nearly terrified your mother to death." With Lu Junjun revived, the villagers finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Dr. Zhang." Ma expressed her gratitude repeatedly before taking her son to change his clothes. Lu Bingde patted Zhang Ruojin on the shoulder, remarking that merely bouncing the child on the ox's back had saved his life. Dr. Zhang's medical skills are truly remarkable. Zhang Ruojin smiled, relieved that the child hadn't been submerged for too long. Lu Bingde then affectionately patted his old ox, saying, "Old friend, who would have thought you'd be of service in saving a life?" The villagers observed curiously, pondering the unconventional method of rescue. Some recognized the wisdom behind it, recalling that it is often said, to save a drowning person, first expel the water. Indeed, the ox had aided in expelling the water from the child's lungs. Liu Xiaoyun, adept in the art of artificial respiration from her previous life training, initially intended to revive the child using that method. However, upon witnessing Zhang Ruojin's approach with the ox, she understood his intention. With the child lying horizontally on the ox's back, the continuous jostling as the ox walked helped to compress his chest and abdomen, effectively expelling the water and saving his life. Lu Bingde shouted to the children, urging them to stay away from the river. Just as he prepared to lead the ox back, a cry arose, "Ouch! It pinched my hand. Are there crabs in this river?" The villagers rushed over to investigate. Lu Bingde followed the crowd and found that a small crab had indeed pinched the villager's finger, causing it to bleed. "Look, there's another crab under that rock." Another villager shouted, "Who wouldn't want to catch crabs?" The villagers eagerly plunged into the river to capture the crabs. Lu Xiaoming and Zhang Ruojin joined in the fray. Liu Xiaoyun hurried to fetch a wooden basin to bring to her brother. "Auntie, what are you doing?" Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei, engrossed in playing with fish, had dumped their catch onto the ground. "We're catching crabs. Are you two joining?" Liu Xiaoyun called out. "What are crabs?" They had never encountered crabs before. Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei quickly returned their fish to the basin and followed their aunt to catch crabs. Upon reaching the riverbank, Liu Xiaoming was already grappling with a crab. Spotting his two cousins with the basin, he quickly placed the crab inside. "Auntie, does it bite?" Lu Qingbei, eyeing the crab's pincers with trepidation, asked. Liu Xiaoyun chuckled. "Its pincers are quite strong. Be careful not to let it pinch you." The two boys could only watch, too intimidated to touch the creature. As they surveyed the lively river, they saw villagers catching fish, crabs, clams, and shrimp. As dusk fell, the villagers gathered sticks and ignited several bonfires. Most families set up cooking pots to prepare a lavish stew of river delicacies. Fish, shrimp, crabs, and clams were cleaned in the river, tossed into the pot with water, salt, and a handful of wild onions and garlic, simmering until a delicious aroma filled the air. As they feasted on the exquisite river fare, the villagers felt an odd sense of ease, as though they were not fleeing from hardship. Before their escape, life in Liu family village had been a struggle, subsisting on thin porridge and foraging for wild vegetables, which had long since been depleted, even resorting to tree bark. Since their departure, they had enjoyed wild game, vegetable dumplings, and fruits, far superior to their previous existence. Now, the opportunity to relish fresh river delicacies was beyond their wildest dreams, especially considering that the river outside Liu family village had long since dried up. Liu Xiaoming prepared a river delicacy stew, having received several fish from Liu Zhongzhen as a token of gratitude for Zhang Ruojin's help. Once the stew was ready, Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei dared only to eat fish and shrimp, hesitating to try the clams and crabs. After much coaxing from Liu Xiaoming, they finally sampled some crab meat. Liu Xuanju also caught a few fish from the river. Old Lady Huang chopped half of a wild chicken and added it to the pot with the fish, sharing the meal with her grandchild, Liu Dazhuang, Tianshi, and their 2 daughters boiled some chestnuts and prepared vegetable dumplings. Anticipating the climb up the towering mountain ahead, Liu Bingde organized the night watch and encouraged everyone to rest early. The villagers had grown accustomed to sleeping outdoors, even during several nights in the mountains. They had encountered no wild beasts. Although the sounds of wild animals could still be heard at night, the watchmen's patrols kept them at ease, allowing for a relatively peaceful slumber. At dawn, both adults and children busily prepared for the day, boiling water to fill their water bags and cooking porridge and flatbreads. Over the past few days, the villagers had dined well and rested adequately. After packing their belongings, Liu Bingde counted heads and designated pathfinders. Leading the villagers onward as he and Hunter, he guided them up the mountain. With newfound experience, the villagers climbed with greater ease, some carrying burdens, others shouldering loads, no longer stumbling as they had at the outset. Liu Xiaoming carried his pack while leading the horse, which bore an even heavier load. Zhang Shi followed closely behind, carrying provisions. Zhang Ruojin continued her quest for medicinal herbs, with a few villagers accompanying her in the search. Liu Xiaoyun carried jars and water bags, safeguarding Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei. In truth, other than a single package, the rest of her belongings, including jars and water bags, had been stored in her spatial pouch. Tianshi carried an iron pot while holding half a bag of raw chestnuts. Liu Ji bore bedding, and Liu Tiao carried a bundle of clothing. The mother and daughter duo closely trailed the front, fearful of losing their way. Liu Dazhuang, with a fractured left forearm, could only use his right hand to carry half a bag of grain. Old Lady Huang carried a backpack filled with flatbreads, boiled chestnuts, and 2 water bags. Liu Xuanju carried a basket on his back, within which lay half a wild chicken. The trio ambled along at a leisurely pace, unwittingly lagging behind. After approximately an hour and a half of walking, the skies abruptly darkened, foretelling an impending downpour. Liu Xiaoyun urged Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei, "Cease your herb gathering. For rain may be upon us. We must hasten forward." Upon hearing of the potential rain, the 2 youngsters abandoned their foraging and scampered after their parents, fully aware that the oilcloth was strapped to the horse's back. Rapidly, Liu Xiaoyun led the 2 children to catch up with their elder brother and sister-in-law. As the rain loomed closer, Liu Bingde and Hunter, he conferred on finding shelter from the storm. "It's about to rain, everyone. Do not linger beneath the large trees." Hunter, he bellowed to the villagers. Zhang Ruojin guided the herb-gathering villagers in search of refuge. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the heavily clouded sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that startled the villagers. Good heavens! What a tremendous thunderclap! The booming thunder echoed relentlessly, and soon it became a cacophony. The sky flashed with lightning and rumbled ominously, inciting a degree of panic among the villagers as they pondered where to take cover. At that moment, a villager exclaimed, "Look! There's a fire on the mountain." Chapter 61. The forest is ablaze. "Where's the fire?" The crowd halted in unison. Turning back, their hearts sank. The great mountain they had traversed was now engulfed in flames, a sight so alarming that it painted the darkened sky in fiery hues, accompanied by the frenzied flashes of lightning and the relentless thunder. Everyone stood aghast. The forest was ablaze. Just yesterday afternoon, they had descended from that very mountain. Surely the wildfire wouldn't reach this place. If the fire were to advance here, the winds began to howl. In an instant, the world was shrouded in chaos. As if possessed by a tempest, the wind howled fiercely, causing trees to sway violently, while broken branches and dry grass flew through the air, and stones and gravel danced about. The sky loomed ominously, clouds swirling in turmoil, punctuated by several more cracks of thunder and flashes of lightning. Wah, wah, wah. Some children wailed in fright. "Do not cry. Do not cry. The rain is coming." The adults endeavored to comfort the children, though their own hearts raced with anxiety. "Oh heavens! Let it rain. Pour down heavily to extinguish the wildfire." Some villagers chanted incessantly. Liu Xiaoyun recognized that this wildfire was ignited by a lightning strike. The trees atop the mountain caught fire after being struck, quickly igniting the dry grass below, fueled by the wind to create a raging inferno. At that moment, another villager shouted, "Heavens! Someone's been struck dead. Hail is falling." Amidst the thunder and lightning, hailstones the size of eggs plummeted from the sky, crashing against rocks, leaves, and striking the heads and bodies of the people. The crowd erupted into chaos. They frantically draped oilcloths over themselves. The cries of children, the shouts of adults, and the booming thunder melded into a bedlam of sound. Liu Bingda and Hunter, he shouted loudly for the villagers to seek refuge. "This place is filled with rocks and weeds. We cannot pitch tents." With oilcloths draped over them, the villagers found no place to hide. Liu Xiaoming had already taken out his oilcloth. Apart from Zhang Ruojin, who remained behind to gather herbs, the family had all covered themselves. Liu Xiaoyun also wrapped herself in an oilcloth. She pondered whether they could find a larger cave to shelter the villagers for a while. Liu Xiaoyun raced to the front, scanning the surroundings with her binoculars, and discovered a cave about 100 meters to the left. The cave appeared sizable, though its entrance was overgrown with wild grass, making it easy to overlook. Amidst the frenzied crowd, Liu Xiaoyun shouted to Liu Bingda, "Uncle Li, there's a cave to the left. Everyone should go in and take shelter." Upon hearing this, Liu Bingda decisively instructed the villagers to follow Liu Xiaoyun leftward. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, several young men wielding sickles and knives swiftly cleared the overgrown grass obstructing the entrance. "Everyone wait outside for a moment. I will go in to investigate," Liu Xiaoyun declared as she stepped inside. Unfamiliar with the cave's interior, she tossed in a packet of odorless snake-repellent powder. Hunter, he lit 2 torches. Handing one to Liu Xiaoyun, "Wait, Yunya, take this torch. I shall also venture inside." "Very well." Liu Xiaoyun accepted the torch, knowing that Hunter, he, a seasoned hunter, was well acquainted with the mountains. Together, they entered the cave, both covering their noses and mouths with their sleeves, detecting a musty odor. As the torch illuminated the space, several large black bats erupted from within the cave. The cavern was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 800 or 900 individuals. After a thorough inspection, Hunter, he found Liu Bingda and remarked, "This cave appears to have been previously inhabited. Aside from a bit of dampness, it is suitable for shelter. Let us invite everyone inside." Liu Bingda led the villagers into the cave, which indeed proved quite spacious, with cows and horses led to one corner. Just as the villagers entered the cave, a torrential downpour commenced outside. Liu Bingda hastily instructed others to bring in the dry branches and grasses from outside. In the earlier frenzy, Liu Bingda began to tally the villagers. After accounting for everyone, he realized that, aside from Zhang Ruojin, 55 villagers were missing, including Liu Wan and the Chao family. Gazing at the torrential downpour outside, his heart grew heavy. Liu Bingda was aware that his wife and daughter were foraging for herbs with Zhang Ruojin. Had Zhang Ruojin taken them to safety? What of the other 53 individuals? Were they with Zhang Ruojin, seeking refuge? Lu Wenchang approached, offering reassurance. "Father, it will be fine. Dr. Zhang is accustomed to gathering herbs in the mountains. She would surely lead them to safety." Zhang's family was likewise anxious for her brother. Liu Xiaoming, cradling his 2 sons, comforted her, "Rest assured, nothing will happen. He has traveled for many years and returned safely." The fate of these 55 individuals weighed heavily on the villagers' hearts, for among them were their family members. Alas, August thunder brings mischief. What a deluge this is! It has been ages since they have witnessed such a torrential rain. Thunderstorms in August are indeed a rarity. If this rain continues, perhaps their ancestral home shall be spared from drought. After half an hour, the torrential rain persisted. Liu Xiaoyun paced at the cave's entrance, peering outside to ensure that rainwater wouldn't flood the cave. Thankfully, this cave was situated somewhat higher, and for the time being, it would not be prone to inundation. "Look, the wildfire is extinguished," a villager standing at the cave entrance suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone jostled to the entrance, straining to glimpse outside. Indeed, the wildfire had been quelled. More precisely, it had been doused by the downpour. But where was Dr. Zhang, and what of the 55 villagers? As soon as Zhang Ruojin noticed the darkening sky, he had led the herb-gathering villagers in search of shelter. After scouring several caves that proved too small, as hail began to fall, he had no choice but to scatter the villagers among various caves for refuge. When the rain fell heavily, 7 or 8 villagers were left without a place to take cover. In their panic, these individuals began to seek shelter on their own. among them the Chao mother and daughter. With the rain pouring down in torrents and visibility obscured, Liu Xiaoyun spotted what seemed to be a cave behind a prominent boulder and pulled her mother toward it. The towering rocks reached heights of 5 to 6 meters. With great effort, she clambered up the narrow crevice, using both hands and feet, inching her way upwards. After much struggle, she finally reached the summit of the great rock. Just as she steadied herself and prepared to assist her mother in climbing up, a figure appeared from the opposite side and forcefully pushed her off the rock. With a startled cry, Liu Xiaoyun fell from the precipice, unprepared for the sudden drop. "Waner!" Chao cried out in alarm. Zhang Ruojin reacted swiftly, leaping forward to catch the plummeting Liu Xiaoyun, cradling her safely to the side. Trembling in shock, Liu Xiaoyun stood there, her complexion drained of color, fearing she would tumble down the cliff. Chao approached, breathless and unsteady. "Waner, are you all right? You frightened your mother." Zhang Ruojin supported the mother and daughter, urging, "Follow me." He led them to a nearby cave, where they huddled together with several other villagers to escape the rain. After pushing Liu Xiaoyun off the rock, Liu Xuanju was about to enter the cave alone when he heard old lady Huang call out, "Grandson, I have food. Help me up." Liu Xuanju assisted old lady Huang in climbing up. Liu Dazhuang also attempted to join them, but as he slipped in the rain, he barely made it to the base of the rock when he heard a series of terrifying roars. In the midst of the torrential downpour, he froze. What followed were several ferocious tiger roars, echoing like thunder, shaking the very mountains and reverberating throughout the stormy landscape. Chapter 62, Mistakenly Entering the Tiger's Denver. Zhang Ruojin frowned upon hearing the ferocious roars. How could the tiger's roar be so close? The villagers around him trembled, whispering, "What was that sound? Thunder? It doesn't sound like thunder. It resembles the roar of a tiger. In such heavy rain, even the tiger is driven mad." Indeed, it is the roar of a tiger. Seemingly nearby, Liu Xiaoyun, drenched and terrified, felt a chill run down her spine at the thought of a tiger lurking close by, her legs buckling beneath her. Zhang Ruojin quickly steadied her, soothingly murmuring, "It's all right. Once the rain subsides, we will depart." Liu Xiaoyun's face was pale, her lips quivering as she stammered, "Thank you, Dr. Zhang." Chao was equally terrified, shivering uncontrollably, barely able to stand with her daughter as support. Inside the cave, Liu Xiaoyun and the other villagers also heard the tiger's growls. They instinctively recoiled a few steps back. Could it be that even the tiger was enraged by this dreadful weather? The sound was truly unsettling. Liu Bingda exchanged glances with Hunter He, both sighing helplessly. As the rain poured, the temperature in the mountains dropped drastically. Not knowing when the downpour would cease, Liu Bingda instructed the villagers to set up tents so that the elderly and children could warm themselves and avoid catching a chill. After a quarter of an hour, the skies gradually cleared and the torrential rain began to let up. Liu Bingda assigned 20 strong men to guard the cave entrance, while he and Hunter He took 60 strong men to search for the missing individuals. Liu Xiaoming wished to join the search, but Liu Xiaoyun insisted he stay with his sister-in-law and her 2 sons, declaring she would accompany them in the search. As the rain ceased, they dared not linger, and Zhang Ruojin led the group up the mountain. Water still trickled between the rocks, making their journey through the mud arduous. Not long after Liu Bingda and his group set out, they spotted Zhang Ruojin and his party returning. "They're back. It's Dr. Zhang and his group." Relief washed over them as they finally saw familiar faces. "Everything is all right. Look, they're all safe." Upon meeting, the 2 groups hurriedly sought out their families. Liu Bingda rushed forward upon seeing his wife and daughter drenched, his heart aching for them. "Quickly, let us get you both home to change." The group supported one another as they made their way back. Liu Xiaoyun, spotting Zhang Ruojin, immediately inquired, "Are you all unharmed? What was that sound of a tiger roaring?" Zhang Ruojin remained tense, nodding gravely. Indeed, there was the roar of a tiger, and it was quite close. "We cannot linger here. As long as you're safe," Liu Xiaoyun thought, recognizing the need to leave, but the recent downpour had heightened the risks in the mountains, making travel impossible for the time being. Upon returning to the cave, the group shed their wet clothing for dry garments inside the tents. Zhang's sister rushed over to her brother, anxiously asking, "Brother, are you all right?" "Don't worry, I'm fine," Zhang Ruojin reassured her. He then set about constructing a stove from stones in the clearing at the cave entrance, asking, "Does anyone have a large pot?" "I do," Liu the butcher replied, producing a sizable pot. Zhang Ruojin instructed everyone to pour some water into the pot and add herbs to ward off the cold, igniting a fire beneath it. Chao recounted to Lu Bingda the incident involving Lu Xuanju pushing his daughter off the rock. Lu Bingda glanced around, realizing that Lu Dazhuang, Lu Xuanju, and old lady Huang had not returned. He first asked Tian, "Have you seen Lu Dazhuang and the others come back?" Tian shook her head, explaining that she and her daughters had been carrying pots, bedding, clothing, and half a bag of raw chestnuts, following the group closely to avoid being left behind. Lu Dazhuang had injured his arm and could not accompany Dr. Zhang to gather herbs, nor could Lu Xuanju and old lady Huang. "Dr. Zhang, have you seen Lu Dazhuang and the others return?" Lu Bingda pressed Zhang Ruojin. Upon hearing the question, Zhang Ruojin suddenly recalled that it was Lu Xuanju who had pushed Lu Wuan from the rock. In their rush to escape the rain, they had forgotten this incident. After catching Lu Wuan as she fell, Zhang Ruojin had hurriedly taken the mother and daughter to a distant cave, failing to notice old lady Huang and Lu Dazhuang. Reflecting on the timing of the tiger's roar, Zhang Ruojin's heart sank. He could never have imagined that the cave Lu Xuanju hastily entered was, in fact, a tiger's den. Inside the cave, a mother tiger was struggling to give birth, while a male tiger paced anxiously nearby. Lu Xuanju and old lady Huang had intruded recklessly, startling the mother tiger, who, after birthing 2 cubs, tragically succumbed in the process. In a fit of rage, the male tiger roared violently and instantly pounced upon old lady Huang and her grandson. It was likely that old lady Huang died of shock, while Lu Xuanju was bitten to death by the male tiger. The 2 cries Lu Dazhuang heard were the anguished screams of Lu Xuanju. What's more, Lu Dazhuang witnessed a ferocious striped tiger charging out of the cave, roaring in fury, before vanishing into the deluge. Lu Dazhuang could hardly withstand such terrifying experiences. Zhang Ruojin instructed Lu Xiaoming to distribute the brood herbs to those who had been caught in the rain. He approached Lu Bingda, explaining that he had only seen Lu Xuanju push Lu Wuan off the rock. Beyond that, he knew nothing. Lu Bingda was immensely grateful to Zhang Ruojin. Without him, his daughter might have rolled down the cliff with unimaginable consequences. He felt anger towards Lu Xuanju, but where was he now? The rain had ceased. Yet he remained in the cave, along with old lady Huang and Lu Dazhuang. Lu Bingda inquired among the group, but no one had seen Lu Dazhuang and the others return. Liu Xiaoyun was equally perplexed. The rain has stopped. Where could those 3 have gone? Lu Wenchang simmered with rage. How could Lu Xuanju push my sister off the rock? Father, I will go look for Lu Dazhuang, Lu Wenchang declared. I will go with you, Hunter, he added. Lu Bingda wished to send more people to search, but Liu Xiaoyun interjected, I will go as well. Lu Xiaoming gazed at his sister, feeling utterly helpless, and could only utter, be cautious. Liu Xiaoyun smiled, responding, brother, there's nothing to worry about. Lu Chengnan and Lu Chenbei, their voices quivering with trepidation, clutched their aunt's garment, reluctant to let her go. Auntie, didn't you hear the roar of the tiger just now? Aren't you afraid? Liu Xiaoyun affectionately patted her 2 nephews on their small heads and reassured them, Auntie is not afraid. Zhang Ruojin knows the location of that cave. I shall accompany you. Lu Chengnan and Lu Chenbei widened their eyes in astonishment, wondering why their aunt and uncle showed no fear of the tiger lurking outside. The sooner we depart, the sooner we return. Stay vigilant. Lu Bingda cautioned the 4 of them, Zhang Ruojin, Liu Xiaoyun, Lu Chengnan, and Lu Chenbei. The hunter, he, remained somewhat apprehensive, his instincts warning him of a tiger's presence nearby. Chapter 63, A Night in the Cave. The group of 4 soon arrived beneath the rocky overhang. They looked up, finding the cave entrance unoccupied. At the same time, they detected the metallic scent of blood in the air. Instantly on high alert, the 4 exchanged wary glances. Liu Xiaoyun made a gesture for silence. Zhang Ruojin and the others initially spread out to survey the surroundings. After a brief moment of contemplation, Liu Xiaoyun leaped onto the rock, drawing her silenced pistol, and stealthily advanced into the cave. Considering the potential presence of wild beasts inside, she had prepared accordingly. Yet, upon entering, even with her mental preparations, Liu Xiaoyun was taken aback. Despite the dim light, bloodstains were visible everywhere. The stench was overpowering. A lifeless tiger lay within, flanked by 2 newly born tiger cubs. A chaotic heap of dead wild chickens, rabbits, and mountain goats lay piled in the back of the cave. Liu Xiaoyun did not see Lu Xuanju or the old woman, Huang, nor did she find Lu Dazhuang. The only evidence of someone's presence was a backpack left behind within the cave. At that moment, Liu Xiaoyun heard He Tongxing calling for her, Xiaoyun, where are you? I'm right here. Liu Xiaoyun replied, holstering her pistol and swiftly gathering the two tiger cubs into her space. Zhang Ruojin, He Tongxing, and Lu Wenchang, upon hearing her voice, jumped onto the rock and entered the cave. The sight that greeted them left them equally stunned by the gruesome scene. So much blood, He Tongxing stammered. Lu Wenchang glanced once and turned pale, rushing outside to vomit. Zhang Ruojin, sensing the ominous atmosphere within the cave, urgently whispered, "Danger. We must leave at once." Lu Wenchang had already leaped off the rock, still retching. The three of them hastily exited the cave, jumping down from the rock. They cast one last glance at the cave entrance, a chill creeping into their hearts, before swiftly retreating. The sky began to drizzle lightly once more, and the four returned empty-handed. Lu Bingda and the hunter, He, were left in shock after hearing the four recount their experience. They understood all too well that entering a tiger's lair often heralded dire consequences. They refrained from informing the villagers of this calamity, only telling the Tian family that Lu Dazhuang and his family had not been found. Tian, glancing at the half-bag of raw chestnuts beside her, remained silent. Lu Dazhuang clutched the family's scant half-bag of coarse rice. Should he fail to return, this meager supply would serve as sustenance for her and her two daughters. Lu Bingda and his son, Lu Wenchang, stood together in silence, gazing out at the drizzling rain, lost in thought. If only Lu Xuanzhu had not pushed Lu Wenwan off the cliff. With the rain pouring down in the mountains, the villagers had no choice but to sit in their respective tents, eating flatbreads, sipping water, and conversing. Lu Bingda instructed his wife to send 6 flatbreads and a water pouch to the Tian family. Chao, his wife, could not comprehend why Lu Bingda would act thus, especially since her daughter had been pushed off the cliff by Lu Xuanzhu. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized this matter had nothing to do with Tian. The Tian family was also pitiable, having endured mistreatment from Huang for far too long. As Tian received the 6 flatbreads and the water pouch, she continuously expressed her gratitude to Chao. Chao politely replied and returned to her own tent. Neither Lu Bingda nor Lu Wenchang touched their meals, remaining silent in their tent. After a while, Lu Bingda finally inquired, "Is Waner still asleep?" She lay down in the tent as soon as she returned. Lu Wenchang replied. Chao sighed. Waner may have been frightened. She wakes suddenly from time to time. As she spoke, she touched her daughter's forehead in surprise, exclaiming, "Why is Waner's forehead so hot?" Lu Wenchang immediately stood, declaring, "I shall summon Dr. Zhang." Zhang Ruojin was dining with the Lu family in the large tent when he heard Lu Wenchang's call. Instantly understanding the urgency, he retrieved antipyretic medicine and calming pills from his medical kit and followed Lu Wenchang into the tent. Lu Bingda and his wife anxiously watched over their daughter. "Dr. Zhang, I apologize for troubling you. I will take her pulse first," Zhang Ruojin responded. Commencing his examination of Lu Wenwan, he discerned that the girl had been startled. A twinge of guilt washed over him. In recent days, dozens of villagers had accompanied him to gather medicinal herbs, all out of trust in him. Yet, who could have foreseen the sudden downpour? After arranging for most villagers to find shelter, a few had unfortunately been neglected, including Chao and her daughter. After taking her pulse, Zhang Ruojin reassured Lu Bingda and his wife, "Miss Wenwan is not in grave danger. Administer some medicine and let her rest well tonight." He handed 2 small porcelain vials of pills to Lu Wenchang. Chao hurriedly produced some silver, saying, "Doctor, for these medicines." Zhang Ruojin waved his hand. "I must take my leave. Should Miss Wenwan feel unwell, I shall return to check on her." Lu Bingda and his wife were immensely grateful to this young doctor, requesting Lu Wenchang to escort Zhang Ruojin. As they stepped outside the cave, He Tongxing followed closely behind. The sky had darkened, and the light rain had ceased. "Dr. Zhang, do you think there could still be another tiger inside the cave?" He Tongxing asked. "There must be. Did you not see the numerous dead chickens piled inside?" Zhang Ruojin was articulating his thoughts when, from a distance, the furious roar of a tiger echoed once more. Lu Wenchang and the others exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions frozen in fear. Many villagers, upon hearing the tiger's roar, ventured out of their tents to gather near the cave entrance. "What is happening? We keep hearing the tiger's roar. It's quite terrifying. The children are too frightened to come out. Now that the rain has stopped, could the tiger be hunting for food? We should leave this mountain soon." Lu Bingda and the hunter, He, emerged from their hiding spots, distancing themselves from the throng of villagers. "What is going on? Perhaps another tiger has returned. What shall we do? What can we do? The night is approaching. We must kindle a fire outside the cave and assign guards for the night." Liu Bingde promptly organized everything. That evening, the villagers had no option but to spend the night in the cave. Hearing the tiger's roar, Liu Xiaoyun bid farewell to her brother and sister-in-law, expressing her desire to rest first. Liu Xiaoming, noticing his sister's evident fatigue, suggested she retire to her small tent. Ever since the tiger's roar had echoed through the air, Liu Qingnan and Liu Qingbei clung closely to their parents, behaving unusually well. "Auntie, please do not venture out again. The tiger could truly harm you," Liu Qingnan implored earnestly. "Auntie, tigers are terrifying. You must not go out again," Liu Qingbei echoed in a tone beyond his years. Liu Xiaoyun smiled. "Very well, I shall not go out." Returning to her small tent, Liu Xiaoyun immediately entered her space to check on the two tiger cubs. They are far too small, their eyes still tightly shut. Liu Xiaoyun prepared a cozy little nest for the two tiny tiger cubs and mixed some milk powder to feed them. Lacking a bottle, she resorted to using a small spoon to nourish them drop by drop. Perhaps genuinely hungry or driven by the instinct for survival, the two cubs exerted considerable effort and managed to drink some. Chapter 64. A Sleepless Night. After tending to the cubs, Liu Xiaoyun entered the bathroom to freshen up. The day had been quite tumultuous, with both wildfires and torrential rains wreaking havoc, yet she had successfully located a large cave for the villagers. Liu Xiaoyun indulged in a soothing hot bath, washing away her fatigue. After changing into clean clothes, she ventured into the orchard to pluck a peach to eat. Approaching the garden, she noticed 10 flourishing ginseng plants, vibrant with 5-pronged leaves. The ginseng leaves glistened with vitality, exuding an aura of enchantment. She decided to let them thrive freely in her space. While Liu Xiaoyun was immersed in her thoughts in the space, she heard her sister-in-law calling from outside the tent. "Xiaoyun, are you asleep?" She quickly exited the space, responding, "Not yet, sister-in-law. Is something the matter?" "Come out for a moment," Zhang replied from outside the tent. Liu Xiaoyun stepped out, and Zhang handed her a flatbread and a salted duck egg. "I see you haven't eaten much. What will you do if you get hungry tonight?" Liu Xiaoyun felt a bit embarrassed, having just enjoyed some fruit in the space. Her sister-in-law was still concerned about her well-being, so she accepted the flatbread and egg, saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law. Eat something before you sleep." Zhang returned to the large tent after speaking. "Yes, I know," Liu Xiaoyun acknowledged, also heading back to the tent. Gazing at the flatbread and salted egg in her hands, she sighed. No matter how abundant the fruits in her space, she could not share them with her family, which was quite frustrating. After consuming the flatbread and egg, Liu Xiaoyun re-entered the space. She was uneasy about the two little tiger cubs and wished to check on them once more. The two pitiful cubs had fallen asleep after their feeding, resting quite soundly. Liu Xiaoyun affectionately stroked them. At the moment she had witnessed the mother tiger's demise, she had instinctively taken the cubs into her space. Just moments ago, she had heard the thunderous roars of a tiger. It seemed another fierce tiger had returned to the cave. Would the absence of the two cubs drive the tiger into a frenzy? Yet, in its despair, how could it possibly care for the two orphan cubs without their mother? The majestic tiger, battered and bruised, returned to the cave only to find its two cubs had vanished, prompting a frantic search filled with furious roars. It rummaged through the cave, only to find nothing. Where could the two cubs have gone? Could it be that human who had collapsed on the rocks during the storm? Infuriating. In its haste to find a wet nurse for the cubs, it had scarcely spared a glance at that human. Left with no choice, the tiger squatted at the cave entrance, heart heavy with sorrow, and unleashed a few more roars into the wilderness. In the midst of the storm, it had raced through the forest in search of a mother goat, a doe, or a mother monkey for its cubs. Alas, not only did it fail to find any, but it also stumbled upon a family of wild boars joyfully splashing about in the rain. Indeed, it was a couple of wild boars accompanied by 10 piglets enjoying their frolic in the downpour. The sight of the well-organized family made the tiger envious. This sow had 10 piglets. Each piglet's belly was round and full, while its own cubs had been born without a drop of milk. The tiger's eyes widened in realization. Without milk, the cubs would not survive. It unleashed a few frustrated roars, determined to continue the search for a wet nurse. However, those roars provoked the wild boar couple, who charged at it with ferocity. It was the king of the forest. How dare these foolish boars? The tiger bellowed repeatedly in an attempt to intimidate them. Yet to no avail. Capturing the mother boar to provide milk for its cubs was its only hope. Thus, in the midst of the storm, a fierce battle ensued between the tiger and the two wild boars, lasting for hundreds of rounds without a clear victor. The 10 piglets rolled about in the rain, cheering on their parents. The boar's fighting spirit surged, and the tiger found itself at a disadvantage, sustaining numerous wounds from the boar's tusks. Realizing the futility of the battle, the tiger retreated, still committed to finding a wet nurse for its cubs. It scoured the forest for half the day, but to no avail. With a heavy heart, the tiger returned to the cave. In preparation for the cubs' arrival, it had previously hunted a multitude of wild chickens, hares, and mountain goats, stockpiling a veritable mountain of food. Yet, the sudden intrusion of two humans had startled the mother tiger during her labor. Without a single sip of milk to nourish her cubs, she had perished, leaving the tiger desperate and helpless. Upon its return, the tiger discovered that it had failed to find a wet nurse, and the cubs had vanished. In the stillness of the night, the wounded tiger occasionally roared in anguish. Remaining vigilant at the cave entrance, Liu Bingda and Hunter, he were also awake, keeping watch over the villagers alongside the night watchman. Suddenly, Liu Bingda inquired of Hunter he. Having hunted in the mountains behind Liu family village for many years, have you ever encountered a tiger? Of course I have. Hunter he replied. What do you do when you encounter one? Liu Bingda pressed. If I can hide, I hide. If I can run, I run. Hunter he answered succinctly. Liu Bingda sighed. Lamenting, I wonder how Liu Dazhuang is faring. Hunter he thought to himself. Liu Dazhuang was a timid person, who could say what had transpired. A large bonfire blazed in front of the cave, with 20 night watchmen brandishing torches and sharp blades, patrolling the area. Have you noticed anything unusual? Liu Bingda approached the watchmen and asked. No, nothing. They replied, continuing their patrol. Aside from a few distant tiger roars, no other disturbances had been detected. Stay vigilant and don't doze off, admonished Hunter he. The night watchmen exchanged glances, the occasional roar sending chills down their spines. Who could possibly sleep under such circumstances? The villagers sleeping within the cave also found it difficult to rest. Several were compelled to rise and check. Village chief, you're still awake. Why is everyone up? Nothing to worry about. Go back to sleep, there are watchmen on duty. The children, restless, cried out, unable to sleep, wanting to see what was happening. Village chief. We should leave as soon as dawn breaks. At the witching hour, the two shifts of night watchmen began to change. Zhang Ruojin and Lu Wenchang, along with others, took over the watch in the latter half of the night. Has Miss Huan improved? Zhang Ruojin asked Lu Wenchang. My sister is much better now. Thank you for your concern, Dr. Zhang. Lu Wenchang replied, pulling Zhang Ruojin aside. Zhang Ruojin was puzzled. What could this scholar possibly want? What is it? She inquired. Well, Dr. Zhang, I also took a few of the calming pills you gave my sister. Lu Wenchang spoke hesitantly. Zhang Ruojin quickly understood. Lu Wenchang had been frightened by the tiger as well. It's nothing to worry about. If you are feeling restless, you may take a few more. She reassured him. Lu Wenchang hung his head, sighing. Dr. Zhang, to be honest, even after taking several calming pills, I still couldn't sleep. Zhang Ruojin chuckled lightly. That's quite normal. It will pass in time. In any case, everyone had a restless night, with many unable to sleep at all. Chapter 65. It's the Wild Boars. The morning after the rain in the mountains was significantly cooler than before. The villagers rose early, donning extra layers of clothing, tidying their belongings, and hastily consuming a few bites of dried provisions as they readied themselves for departure once more. Liu Bingda scanned the crowd of villagers, but failed to spot the figure of Liu Dazhuang. Clearing his throat, he cautioned. The path in the mountains is slippery after the rain. Everyone should tread carefully. Pausing for emphasis, he added, stay together and avoid straying off alone. Thus, Liu Bingda and he the hunter led the villagers onward once more. The mountain trail was treacherous and muddy, making it challenging not only for the villagers laden with their bundles, but also for the oxen and horses carrying their loads, which nearly stumbled several times, eliciting gasps from the villagers. This time, the villagers refrained from foraging for wild vegetables or collecting medicinal herbs. Merely making progress along the path was a victory in itself. Tian carried a pot and utensils on her back, while clutching half a bag of chestnuts in her hand. Lu Jie and Lu Tiaoer walked ahead, shouldering their packages. Following behind, Tian occasionally glanced back. Lin, behind her, helped support the weighty pot and utensils, aware of her gaze. Don't look back. Watch your step, she warned. Oh, Tian acknowledged. Lin cast a quick glance back with a sigh before continuing forward. Liu Xiaoming, carefully leading a horse while carrying a bundle, walked with utmost caution. Liu Xiaoyun and her sister-in-law each bore a basket. Zhang Ruojin had also forsaken gathering herbs, now solely responsible for the safety of Liu Xiaoyun and Liu Qianbei. Liu Xiaoyun, as per her usual practice, stored jars and a water pouch in her spatial pocket, concealing them beneath a larger bundle atop her basket. Lost in thoughts of the two little tiger cubs, she unknowingly found herself at the rear of the group. Earlier that morning, she had entered her space to mix milk powder for the two cubs, who were still too young to consume much. After approximately half an hour of walking, the sun began to rise. With the clear sky, the villagers felt a notable lightness in their spirits. Liu Xiaoyun, strolling at the back, faintly heard some rustling from the thicket to her right. What could that be? The noise seemed quite pronounced. Could it be wild boars? Stealthily, she veered towards the source. The villagers continued their cautious trek, oblivious to her departure. Not far ahead, Liu Xiaoyun parted the dense underbrush and broke into a grin. A group of young wild boar piglets were foraging for grass, while two adult boars were grunting and rubbing against a large tree, shaking its branches and causing droplets of dew to fall. Were they damaging the tree? Seizing the opportunity, Liu Xiaoyun leaped onto the tree. The two adult boars, momentarily startled by a shadow flitting past, paused in confusion. Was it merely a trick of the light? Not sensing anything amiss, they resumed their activity. Undeterred by any potential threat, having once triumphed over the king of the forest. Wearing a mask, Liu Xiaoyun scattered a pouch of sleeping powder from her perch. The two adult boars, still rubbing against the tree, suddenly felt dizzy and, sensing something was off, grunted a few times, drawing the piglets closer. Concealed within the tree, Liu Xiaoyun watched as all the wild boars collapsed in unison before she gracefully descended. Silently, she gathered the wild boars into her space and hurried to rejoin the villagers, maintaining her position at the rear of the group at a leisurely pace. By noon, they arrived at a spacious meadow where Lu Bingda suggested they take a break. The journey thus far had been arduous, the muddy and rocky terrain leaving the villagers thoroughly exhausted, their pant legs caked with mud. It was fair to say that nearly everyone felt utterly drained. Upon hearing of the respite, the villagers eagerly unloaded their burdens, sprawling on the grass to bask in the sun and catch their breath. He Tongxing called over 5 young men, including Lu Wenchang, to venture out and hunt for game. Lu Wenchang, a scholar, had previously told He Tongxing to include him whenever a hunting trip was planned, as he lacked the courage to venture alone. Noticing Liu Xiaoyun sitting idly and aware of her impressive skills, He Tongxing beckoned her. "Xiaoyun, would you like to join us in hunting?" Liu Xiaoyun readily accepted. "All right." Zhang, observing the exchange with a smile but choosing to remain silent, glanced between He Tongxing and Liu Xiaoyun. Liu Xiaoming muttered a cautionary word, "Be careful." "I know," Liu Xiaoyun replied, rising to follow He Tongxing and the others in their pursuit of game. Zhang Ruojin led Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei to lay out the herbs for drying. After a brief rest, the villagers began to prepare a fire for cooking. The women ventured nearby to gather wild vegetables, intent on making more vegetable dumplings. The rain-soaked mountains were abundant with water, with low-lying areas retaining pools. Not long after He Tongxing and his companions set out, they discovered a few wild chickens and rabbits in the underbrush. They exchanged glances, realizing the area was rich with game. Perhaps a recent forest fire has driven the small creatures here. Lu Wenchang mused leisurely. Who cares? As long as there's game. With that, they readied their bows and arrows, eager to capture their quarry. He Tongxing glanced at Liu Xiaoyun, holding his bow with a note of seriousness. "Xiaoyun, do you still use small stones for hunting? If not, I can lend you my bow." Liu Xiaoyun chuckled. "No need, thank you." Reluctantly, He Tongxing stored his bow away. Who could fathom the amount of courage this 18-year-old lad mustered to offer his handmade bow to Liu Xiaoyun? He had half expected her to decline but still wished to try. "Hurry up, there are 2 rabbits in that patch," Lu Wenchang urged. "You all go ahead, I'll check over there." Liu Xiaoyun quickly responded. As the young men dispersed to hunt for chickens and rabbits, Liu Xiaoyun wandered off alone. When she found herself in solitude, she swiftly entered her spatial pocket. The 2 adult wild boars and a group of piglets lay quietly in the livestock area of her space. She counted carefully and was astonished to find 10 piglets indeed. 10 little ones yet to be weaned. The 2 tiger cubs would surely feast well. The robust mother boar could serve as a wet nurse for the cubs. Oddly, the original 2 wild boars, one large and one small, had distanced themselves. The new arrivals were not to their liking. If she were to keep this entire family, it would mean the original pair would have to endure some discomfort. Liu Xiaoyun approached, using sleeping powder to incapacitate the larger boar. deciding to retain the smaller one for now. Subsequently, she prepared to retrieve the unconscious boar from her space. Just as she was about to bind it with some vines, she heard He Tongxing and the others calling for her, Xiaoyun. Over here. Liu Xiaoyun responded loudly. The 6 young men quickly approached, each successful in catching wild chickens and rabbits. They gazed in astonishment at the large boar sprawled on the ground. In such a short time, you managed to catch a wild boar. Liu Xiaoyun quipped. Just my luck to encounter one. It's still unconscious. Equipped with knives, the 5 men approached, ready to take action. At that moment, the boar stirred slightly, grunting twice. The 5 exchanged astonished glances, simultaneously turning to Liu Xiaoyun, questioning. Wasn't this boar supposed to be unconscious? Or is it waking up? Liu Xiaoyun nodded emphatically, without a trace of doubt. Indeed, the wild boar was on the verge of awakening. The 5 individuals dared not hesitate any longer and swiftly unsheathed their sharp blades. Lu Wencheng opened his mouth, intending to utter something, Xiaoyun. Liu Xiaoyun furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, what do you wish to say? Lu Wencheng forced a smile. Your courage is truly commendable. To confront a wild boar alone. Was he implying that his own courage was lacking? Just yesterday, the 4 of them had ventured into the tiger's den, but only he had been so frightened that he couldn't sleep and resorted to taking a few calming pills. Before Liu Xiaoyun could respond, He Tongxing and the others had already dispatched the large wild boar with remarkable efficiency. He Tongxing declared, let's go. Back home. The other 4 hoisted the hefty wild boar, exclaiming, goodness. This boar must weigh at least 300 pounds. Liu Xiaoyun smiled and said, thank you for your hard work. Everyone gets a share. We shall divide this grand wild boar among the 7 of us. Upon hearing this, the 6 individuals instantly beamed with delight. Lu Wencheng sighed, Xiaoyun. Every time I accompany you on a hunt, I seem to reap the benefits. Liu Xiaoyun proposed, let us divide the wild boar into 7 portions, the head, the trotters, the bones, but we shall not divide the entrails. Just like last time, we can all enjoy a hearty stew of wild boar meat together. What do you think? Absolutely. That sounds splendid, exclaimed the others. Last time's wild boar stew was simply delectable. This time, let us leave more meat on the bones. Indeed. The meat on the bones is the best part. You 2 are getting greedy again. Liu Xiaoyun's catch was the wild boar. Everything shall be decided according to her. She chuckled, I agree. Let us leave more meat on the bones. She recalled the camaraderie she experienced during her previous life as a special forces soldier, helping in the mess hall. It was equally lively and joyous. Back then, they ostensibly assisted in the kitchen, but often took advantage of the squad leader's inattentiveness to sneak bites of the succulent stewed bones. In retrospect, how could the squad leader have been oblivious? He merely indulged their appetites by allowing them a bit of leeway. Liu Xiaoyun found herself reminiscing about her squad leader. However, the taste of the pilfered stewed bones was truly exquisite. Contemplating these memories, Liu Xiaoyun couldn't help but smile. Unconsciously, she straightened her posture, yearning to indulge in a few spirited steps of marching. Upon witnessing the group return with a large wild boar, the villagers knew they were in for a treat. Without waiting for Lu Bingda's instructions, the young people, having learned from their previous experience of preparing a large stew, rolled up their sleeves and began their preparations. One group was busy roasting the wild boar over the fire to remove its bristles, while another prepared hot water in a large pot to scald the pig's skin. The butcher Liu sharpened his knife, ready to butcher the meat. Meanwhile, the women gathered to prepare various wild vegetable dumplings. The children also busied themselves gathering kindling. Liu Xiaoyun divided 30 pounds of wild boar meat, while He Tongxing and the other 6 each received 15 pounds. The remaining parts, including the head, trotters, meaty bones, and entrails, were used to create 10 pots of hearty stew. This time, they added a generous amount of wild onions, wild garlic, wild mushrooms, wild vegetables, and chestnuts to the stew. Zhang Ruojin also contributed several nourishing herbs to the pot. The warmth of sharing a meal with so many people was reminiscent of the lively gatherings he experienced in Yaowang Valley, where his master and mistress's many apprentices would fill the dining area with jovial chatter during mealtime. Dr. Zhang, what did you add to the pot? Some inquired. A few herbs for nourishment, came the reply. It wouldn't be ginseng, would it? Haha, I haven't harvested any ginseng yet. After the 10 pots of stew were complete, the aroma of meat wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses and causing stomachs to rumble, making even the children nearly weep with hunger. Whether young or old, everyone had risen early to travel, and after a morning of trekking, they were now ravenous. The scent of the meat made them all swallow hard. Over 200 people lined up at the 10 pots, ladling meat and soup while casually grabbing a wild vegetable dumpling. They feasted heartily. There was an abundance of meat, soup, and wild vegetable dumplings. Haha, Butcher Liu, you are truly generous. You are mistaken. It was Miss Yoon who hunted the wild boar. She is the generous one. Indeed. Miss Yoon is the generous one. You two are generous, serving such generous portions. Throughout their arduous journey, they had enjoyed 2 hearty stews of wild boar meat, both courtesy of Miss Yun's hunting prowess. Yes, we get to savor the delicious iron pot stew of wild boar once more. Each villager held a bowl of stewed wild boar, accompanied by delectable wild vegetable dumplings, relishing the taste of meat, sipping the soup, and biting into the dumplings, thoroughly enjoying their meal. The chestnuts stewed with wild boar imparted a savory flavor. The sweetness and aroma were simply delightful. The wild mushrooms stewed with the wild boar were incredibly fragrant. The satisfaction of gnawing on the large bones was unparalleled. And those wild vegetable dumplings paired with the stewed wild boar soup? Exquisite. Liu Xiaoyun and Liu Tiaoer, while enjoying the stewed wild boar, asked Tianshi, "Mother, has father not returned yet?" Tianshi, without looking up, paused briefly before responding no. After that, she continued eating. Once they finished their meal, they extinguished the fire and collectively helped wash the pots and tidy up. After the meal, Liu Bingda instructed the villagers to rest for a while before continuing their journey in the afternoon. Liu Qingnan and Liu Qingbei clung to their uncle, engrossed in examining medical texts. Liu Xiaoming set up the 2 tents and then went to tend to the horse, with this horse carrying their heavy supplies. Their family had it much easier. Zhang prepared to return to the large tent to rest. "Xiaoyun, you've worked hard this morning. You should also take a moment to rest." "All right, sister-in-law." Liu Xiaoyun responded with a smile. She returned to the small tent and entered her space. Liu Xiaoyun cradled 2 little tiger cubs and ventured into the livestock area, where the wild boar family was still dazed. She administered an antidote to the wild boars, rousing them from their stupor. The 2 large wild boars rolled over and stood up, looking around in a daze. "Where are we?" The air is filled with the delightful fragrance of fresh grass. The 10 little wild boar cubs awoke and, hungry, began to nuzzle their mother for milk. The male wild boar cautiously approached Liu Xiaoyun's feet to sniff. "Get away. Do you want me to kick you away?" Liu Xiaoyun's voice was icy. The male wild boar snorted a few times, realizing it was best to avoid confrontation. Instead, it sought out the delicious grass to munch on. Smart choice. Liu Xiaoyun gently pushed aside 2 little wild boar cubs and placed the 2 tiger cubs under the mother wild boar's belly. The tiger cubs, still with their eyes closed, nestled against the wild boar cubs to nurse. At that moment, the mother wild boar let out a few soft grunts, realizing she had brought them here to serve as wet nurses for the tiger cubs. The wild boar couple understood well whose territory this was. However, this patch of grassland appeared to be quite appealing. The grass was delicious, far superior to the grass found on the mountains. One cannot help but admire the intelligence of wild boars. Once the 2 tiger cubs were satiated, Liu Xiaoyun carried them back to their little nest. Chapter 67. The Old Forest. By midday, Liu Bingda had finished counting the villagers and, accompanied by He the hunter, led them onward. After approximately an hour and a half of walking, a vast expanse of forest came into view. The light overhead dimmed considerably, and a refreshing chill swept over them. The villagers couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent old forest!" The trees within the forest appeared to be over 100 years old. These towering giants, sturdy and lush, formed a canopy that blocked out the sun. Beneath the great trees, weeds and thorny vines thrived abundantly. The underbrush was littered with broken branches and dry leaves, even containing droppings from birds. He the hunter furrowed his brow and conferred with Liu Bingda, deciding to increase the manpower for those clearing the path ahead. A group of robust young men wielded sickles to cut through the overgrown grass, while others brandished machetes to clear a path through the thorny vines. On either side, individuals brandished long poles, incessantly sweeping through the underbrush. To their astonishment, after only a few steps, wild birds, pheasants, and rabbits startled from their hiding places in the grass. One of the young men, while wielding his sickle, fortuitously collected several pheasant eggs. Lu Wenchang remarked that due to the fire in the mountains yesterday, most small animals had sought refuge in this vast mountain range. "Uncle Lisa, look." The young men clearing the path, upon discovering such an abundance of game concealed within the thickets, hesitated in their progress. Lu Bingda inquired in a deep voice, What seems to be the matter? The hunter, he spoke up. If we intend to hunt in this forest, we shall need to lodge here for the night. He paused, then added, let us see if we can find a clearing. Before he could finish his statement, one young man exclaimed, the clearing we just passed was quite spacious. The villagers recalled they had indeed traversed a gentle slope moments ago. He and Liu Bingda deliberated, recognizing the forest was extensive and it was uncertain whether they could traverse it before nightfall. Thus, they concluded it would be wiser to camp outside the woods and set off at dawn. Observing the villagers' consensus, Liu Bingda refrained from further comment. After a quarter of an hour, the villagers located the slope and prepared to camp there. Dozens of young men set down their burdens and, armed with bows and machetes, charged into the ancient forest. Zhang Ruojin, carrying a basket, ventured into the woods to gather medicinal herbs. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei also carried small baskets and shovels to forage for herbs. Liu Xiaoming busied himself constructing a hearth with stones. Concerned, Zhang Ruojin said, Xiaoyun, I will stay behind to cook. You should accompany Qingnan and Qingbei. All right. Liu Xiaoyun replied, following her two nephews into the dense woods. Before entering, she sprayed a colorless, odorless insect repellent on their clothing and then applied some to her own. And this spray feels cool, exclaimed the little boys, as some of the liquid splashed onto their hands. No worries. It's merely insect repellent, Liu Xiaoyun reassured them, stepping ahead to tread down the wild grass and forge a path. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei had their own intentions, deliberately seeking out untouched patches of grass to find herbs. Liu Xiaoyun had no choice but to follow them, using a twig to clear the surrounding underbrush. Spotting a wild pheasant take flight from the thicket, she instinctively grabbed a small stone and threw it, stunning the bird, which she then tossed into her basket, actually into her spatial pocket. In a short while, Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei had gathered various herbs, including gynostemma and huangjing. While they were walking, Lu Qingnan suddenly exclaimed, Aunt, look! There's a large hole in that tree. Aunt, I see it too. They curiously approached the tree hollow. Indeed, on the massive tree that three people could hardly encircle, there was a large cavity. Liu Xiaoyun felt a surge of alarm and quickly urged, Qingnan, Qingbei, don't go near it, come back quickly. Aunt, what's the matter? They halted in their tracks. Liu Xiaoyun hurried forward, pulling her two nephews close to her. We don't know what creatures may be lurking inside that hollow. What if there are snakes, squirrels, or bees? Liu Xiaoyun's heart raced with trepidation, fearing that in a moment of inattention, her mischievous nephews might reach into the tree. Oh, they did not seem overly frightened. It could also be a den for a bear, Liu Xiaoyun added. And do bears really live in tree hollows? They asked, still full of curiosity. Bears hibernate in winter, seeking out caves or tree hollows to shelter in, Liu Xiaoyun explained. Regardless of what lay within that tree hollow, she dared not allow her nephews to take such risks. Aren't you two here to gather herbs? Let us go, she urged, hoping to move them along. And is that ginseng? It has red seeds on top, Lu Qingbei exclaimed excitedly. Ginseng. Red seeds. Where? Liu Xiaoyun's heart skipped a beat as she instinctively placed the pouch of spiritual spring water into her spatial pocket. Look. Over there. Lu Qingbei pointed with his small finger. Liu Xiaoyun followed his direction and indeed spotted a ginseng plant adorned with bright red berries, nearly concealed by the grass. However, this time, she dared not dig it up. Qingnan, Qingbei, go find uncle. Fortunately, Zhang Ruojin was nearby, also foraging for herbs. Liu Xiaoyun waved at him silently, merely gesturing toward the ginseng. Zhang Ruojin quickly approached, excited at the prospect of finding ginseng, pondering that this ancient forest was indeed a suitable habitat for its growth. Yet the discovery relied entirely on luck. He was astonished at the fortune of Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei. Crouching down for a closer look, he could not help but whisper in awe, 7-leaf. Moreover, beside this 7-leaf ginseng, there was another 5-leaf specimen. He stood up, excitedly ruffling Lu Qingbei's hair. He then swiftly scattered some realgar powder around the area. Following that, he produced red string, deer bones, and other tools to begin excavating the ginseng. Liu Xiaoyun initially paid little attention. At that moment, she noticed several small snakes slithering away from the underbrush. Qingnan, Qingbei, look. Liu Xiaoyun pointed towards the tree hollow, where a small garter snake emerged. The realgar powder had driven away the surrounding snakes, including any that might have been in the hollow. And that isn't a bear's den. It's a garter snake's nest. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei seemed to grasp the situation. regardless of the type of creature's nest it was. They were not to venture too close, she reiterated firmly. Understood. They responded, crouching down to watch their uncle carefully excavate the ginseng. Liu Xiaoyun observed Zhang Ruojin as he meticulously utilized the deer-bone tool to extract the ginseng, reflecting on her own actions. Time passed, and eventually, both ginseng plants were unearthed intact. Uncle, you must take good care of the ginseng. Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei reminded him like little adults. Zhang Ruojin laughed heartily, then softly replied, Sure, Uncle will keep it safe for you too. Liu Xiaoyun quietly cautioned them, You mustn't tell anyone about Uncle digging up ginseng. Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 68. A Bountiful Harvest. After Zhang Ruojin collected the 2 ginseng roots, he prepared to return. Liu Xiaoyun noticed the villagers energetically foraging in the ancient forest. Some wielded long poles, swinging them through the grass, sending wild chickens fluttering and rabbits bounding in all directions. The scene was lively, with men, women, and children all joining in, a large group attempting to catch wild chickens, rabbits, squirrels, and various unidentified birds. Cluck, cluck. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Hurry up and catch them, the rabbit ran over there. Haha, that wild chicken just flew past. Well done. That rabbit was knocked out with one blow. It's dazed. Hey, don't just stand there, what are you waiting for? The birds will fly away. Hurry up and catch them. Wow, this little squirrel is quite plump. Wait, there's a nest of wild chicken eggs here. The cacophony of wild chicken calls, bird songs, and the shouts of men, women, and children mingled together, creating a vibrant atmosphere in the ancient forest. Liu Xiaoyun found the scene rather amusing. This was hardly a hunt, but rather a chaotic skirmish between humans and small creatures. A wildfire had driven countless animals to the mountains, and the underbrush of this ancient forest concealed innumerable little beings. Zhang Ruojin led Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei back to their encampment. Liu Xiaoyun intended to catch a few wild chickens before returning. And you should head back too. You all go with Uncle first. I'll catch a few wild chickens before I return. Zhang Ruojin watched as the villagers in the old forest chased wild chickens and rabbits with abandon, and he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He had little interest in hunting for game. He needed to return to meticulously study the 2 ginseng plants he had found. One was a 7th-grade leaf ginseng, and the other was a 5th-grade leaf ginseng, marking his greatest harvest of the day. There was also a 7th-grade leaf ginseng in the Valley of the Medicine King, which his master treasured and had only permitted them to observe once. As Zhang Ruojin and the others headed back, Liu Xiaoyun began to stir the grass with a stick. She had already knocked unconscious a few wild chickens, which she stored in her spatial pouch. Seeing the villagers catch wild chickens by hand inspired her to try her luck as well. With her stick, she swept through the underbrush. And when a wild chicken took flight, she swiftly lunged to capture it, tossing it directly into her spatial pouch. As time passed and the light in the old forest grew dimmer, the villagers reveled in their chaotic battle with the animals, none noticing her efforts. After more than half an hour, Liu Xiaoyun had tossed over 20 wild chickens into her space. Just as she was about to exit the forest, she managed to knock out a wild chicken and a rabbit, placing them in her backpack. Upon returning to the villagers' campsite, she realized she had arrived early, as many villagers were still busy in the old forest. Liu Xiaoyun handed the wild chickens and rabbit to Liu Xiaoming, whispering, Brother, Chengnan and Qingbei found 2 ginseng plants. Liu Xiaoming smiled, I know, they are still in Uncle S' tent studying the ginseng. Sister, I must say, you all have remarkable luck. I am both envious and impressed. With that, he cheerfully took the wild chickens and rabbit to prepare them for cooking. Zhang Shi approached and pulled Liu Xiaoyun's arm, quietly asking, Xiaoyun, is it true that Chengnan and Qingbei discovered the ginseng? My brother mentioned that the 5th-grade leaf ginseng is over 100 years old, and the other one is a 7th-grade leaf ginseng. Doesn't that mean it's even older? Liu Xiaoyun replied softly, Sister-in-law. Those 2 ginseng plants were indeed discovered by Qingbei. As for their age, I am not quite sure. Zhang Shi was somewhat astonished, having initially thought Liu Xiaoyun had found the ginseng herself. She hadn't anticipated that the 2 boys could uncover such treasures. Aren't Chengnan and Qingbei quite impressive? Liu Xiaoyun smiled. Zhang Shi felt even more delighted. Xiaoyun, ever since you found those 2 pieces of gold on the mountain, our family's fortune has improved. Is that so? It does seem like it. Liu Xiaoyun responded lightly. So, Xiaoyun, all of this is thanks to you. Zhang Shi said earnestly. Sister-in-law, I think Qingnan and Qingbei have a keen interest in medicinal herbs. It would be quite beneficial for them to study medicine. Liu Xiaoyun said with a serious expression. Zheng Shi smiled, yes. My brother has said the same, noting that both boys seem to have a talent for medicine, and he has encouraged them to pursue it. Coming from a family of medical practitioners, Zheng Shi had regrettably missed the opportunity to study medicine due to a sudden family crisis in her youth. However, now that her two sons showed such interest in the field, and with her brother willing to teach them, she felt a sense of comfort as she wished for her sons to delve into the study of medicine. Xiaoyun, the mixed grain porridge is ready, soon. I will prepare chestnut stewed wild chicken. Zheng Shi said cheerfully to Liu Xiaoyun. Yes, yes. Sister-in-law, I'll wash my hands and help with the cooking. No need. You've worked hard, take a rest. I can manage the cooking. At that moment, the villagers began to emerge from the old forest one by one. Goodness. It appeared they had gathered quite a bounty. Every face was alight with joy. Wild chickens, rabbits, and various unknown birds were bound with vines, and amidst laughter, the villagers returned with their spoils. The Tian mother and daughter duo had also caught 2 wild chickens, and Lu Ji's backpack brimmed with wild chicken eggs, bringing smiles to their faces. With such an abundant harvest, the villagers' dinner consisted of either stewed wild chicken or stewed rabbit. Lin Shi lent Tian Shi 5 pounds of mixed grain flour, saying, "Don't worry too much, just eat this flour for now. And you can return it to me after we descend the mountain." Tian Shi, moved, wiped her tears. They had no rice or flour left, and she promised to repay it after descending. Lu Bingda also instructed Chao Shi to give Tian Shi 5 pounds of brown rice. After inquiring with Lu Bingda, Chao Shi learned about Lu Xuanju's unfortunate encounter in the tiger's den. She was struck with a cold sweat upon hearing the news. Chao Shi lamented her daughter's narrow escape while also feeling pity for Tian Shi and her daughters. Tian Shi gratefully accepted the 5 pounds of brown rice from Chao Shi, saying, "Thank you. I will find a way to repay this after we descend." Chao Shi quickly waved her hand. "No need to repay. This 5 pounds of brown rice is a gift for you." "Thank you." Tian Shi was overcome with gratitude, momentarily at a loss for words. The Tian mother and daughters stewed half a wild chicken with chestnuts and made vegetable dumplings with wild greens mixed into the grain flour. "Mother, the chestnut stewed wild chicken smells so good." Lu Ji and Lu Tiao exclaimed as they ate. "Yes, yes," Tian Shi thought to herself, finally providing her 2 daughters with the taste of stewed wild chicken. As night deepened, the well-fed villagers gradually fell asleep, while the night watch held torches to patrol the surroundings. In the city of Linen, the study of the Prince Evan was illuminated by a glass lamp. Luo Mohan sat at a large desk engrossed in a book. "Lining has a report, Your Highness. A letter has arrived by homing pigeon today." Luo Mohan took the slender tube and extracted a slip of paper. Upon opening it, he read clearly, "A wildfire has ignited. Miss Liu is unharmed." After folding the note, Luo Mohan solemnly instructed, "Before Miss Liu arrives at Wolf Mountain, ensure they provide distant protection. Once they reach Wolf Mountain, execute the plan to guarantee Miss Liu's safety without any mishaps." "Understood. You may leave." After Lining departed, Luo Mohan set the note down and closed his phoenix-like eyes, leaning back in his chair, lost in contemplation. Could this Liu Xiaoyun truly be her? What a remarkable coincidence. If not for her, who would possess such extraordinary abilities? It must be her. A slight smile graced the corners of Luo Mohan's lips. Chapter 69. Collecting Pine Cones. Ever since that torrential rain, Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei had not left their parents' side, even opting not to seek out their aunt for sleep. Liu Xiaoyun, concerned about the 2 little tiger cubs, entered her space before bedtime. First, she quickly showered in the bathroom, changed into clean clothes, and tossed the soiled garments into the washing machine before checking on the 2 tiger cubs. The little cubs had awakened, likely hungry, as they were playfully nudging each other in their cozy nook. Liu Xiaoyun picked them up to seek out their mother, the wild boar. The wild boar couple was enjoying a delightful meal of tender grass with a group of piglets, appearing quite content. The first little piglet to enter the space was somewhat distant from the family, feeling a bit lonely as it munched on grass by itself. Upon seeing Liu Xiaoyun approach with the 2 tiger cubs, the boar raised its ears and nudged its mate. The female boar immediately understood the situation. With a resigned grunt, she lay down right there. Liu Xiaoyun chuckled softly, finding delight in the presence of a compassionate mother wild boar. She approached and placed the 2 little tiger cubs beneath the mother boar's belly. As she observed the cubs suckling, a group of young wild boar piglets, initially startled at the sight, seemed to grasp the situation. No longer content with grazing on grass, they rushed over, bewildered by the intrusion of these two newcomers attempting to claim their sustenance. The diminutive cubs, still too small, were swiftly outmatched by the boar piglets and soon found themselves pushed aside. Liu Xiaoyun stepped forward, gently parting a few of the piglets, and repositioned the two cubs for a better feeding opportunity. Eat well, grow strong, and soon these little piglets will no longer dare to contest with you. The displaced piglets scampered to the boar, casting disgruntled glances at the cubs as they nursed. The boar snorted a few times, leading the piglets back to their grass. Feast upon this delectable grass. Once the tiger cubs had their fill, Liu Xiaoyun cradled them back to their cozy nook. You two have eaten well, now rest soundly. Subsequently, she entered the laundry room to retrieve the dried garments, exited the space, and returned to her tent for slumber. In the midst of the tiger hour, Zhang Ruojin and others kept watch with torches, while the villagers remained in deep slumber. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, startling those on watch. Who is it? Such a loud commotion. What has happened? The watchers raised their torches to survey the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. A few villagers stirred awake, donning their garments as they emerged from their tents. Lu Bingda also stepped outside, inquiring of the watchers, "What is the matter? Is there a situation?" The watchers shook their heads. "There is nothing unusual, Li Zhang." One of the watchers pointed towards the Tian family's tent, prompting Lu Bingda to furrow his brow. The Lin family's tent was adjacent to the Tian family's, and upon hearing the scream, she promptly arose to check on them. "What troubles you? Were you dreaming?" Lin inquired with concern, well aware of Tian's restless demeanor throughout the day. Tian sat there, clutching Lu Zier and Lu Tiao, her eyes brimming with terror. Upon hearing Lin's question, Tian stared blankly before nodding. After a moment to steady her breath, she recounted her dream to Lin. In her dream, Lu Dazhuang had instructed her to take good care of their two daughters, as he was departing with his mother and son. After sharing her dream, she began to silently weep, covering her face. Lin, having listened to Tian's tale, gently pulled the corner of her quilt and offered solace. The journey ahead is still long. Focus on nurturing Lu Zier and Lu Tiao. Do not dwell excessively on the past. Worrying will not alter anything. Lu Zier and Lu Tiao, understanding their mother's distress, used their sleeves to wipe her tears. Lin continued, "For your own sake, even if not for yourself, live well for Lu Zier and Lu Tiao. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Tian nodded, tightening her embrace around her daughters. "You two are all that I have left." Lin comforted her a bit longer, advising her to rest before departing. Upon seeing Lu Bingda standing outside, she pondered briefly before approaching him. "Li Zhang, there is nothing to worry about. It was merely a dream." After conveying this, Lin returned to her own tent. Lu Bingda reassured the other villagers, "All is well, you may return to your rest." Satisfied that there was no cause for alarm, the villagers who had awakened returned to their slumber. Lu Bingda shared a few words of caution with the night watchers before retreating to his tent. Chao inquired, "Is there something amiss?" "No, nothing at all," Lu Bingda replied, settling back down to sleep. "Such a loud noise. I thought something serious had occurred," Chao murmured quietly. The following dawn, the villagers awoke to the melodious chirping of birds. Another peaceful night had passed, and after packing up their tents, everyone dispersed to nearby spots for convenience. Subsequently, Lu Bingda informed the group, "The old forest is vast. After breakfast, we must set out immediately. We must traverse it this morning without hunting along the way, otherwise, we may not exit the old forest by day's end." The villagers all agreed, but as the weather turned cooler, they busied themselves preparing millet porridge over the newly built stove, seeking warmth with their hot meal. After consuming dry cakes and warm porridge, extinguishing the fire, and tidying up, the villagers followed Lu Bingda and Hunter as they traversed the old forest. The old forest proved to be quite difficult to navigate. After the villagers had already disturbed numerous small animals the previous afternoon, they encountered more wildlife fluttering about as they made their way through. Remembering Lu Bingda's instructions, they refrained from hunting or foraging for herbs, focusing solely on the path ahead. Eager to exit the old forest by noon, the group spent an entire morning traversing the forest, finally emerging into a clearing, where a vast expanse of boulders lay before them, accompanied by a small pool of water not far off. Lu Bingda decided it was time to rest. to eat something before continuing their journey. The villagers, having crossed the old forest in one go, were utterly exhausted. Upon hearing of the break, they quickly unloaded their supplies. Some lying down, others sitting, basking in the sun to catch their breath. As they had to resume their journey soon, the villagers did not bother to build a fire for cooking, merely nibbling on their dried provisions and sipping water. Hunter He, from a vantage point, remarked to Liu Bingda, "There is no need to reach the mountain's peak. We can take a slightly longer route down from here." Liu Xiaoyun distanced herself from the villagers, climbing a tall tree to survey the area with her binoculars, confirming that Hunter He's assessment was accurate. Although it meant a detour, it spared them the arduous climb to the summit. After resting for about half an hour and replenishing their energy, they continued on their way. After navigating around the boulder cluster, Liu Bingda and Hunter He led the villagers downhill. After another hour and a half of walking, they arrived at a mountainside, where a grove of pine trees came into view. This pine forest appeared less expansive than the old forest, with a thick carpet of pine needles covering the ground. Hunter He proposed they rest at the edge of the pine grove, planning to cross it the following day. Liu Bingda readily concurred. The villagers pondered whether they might gather some pine cones while they were here. Chapter 70. Gathering Fulling. Several dozen young individuals ventured into the pine grove, eager to collect pine cones and gather pine nuts to eat. The pine forest was far more pleasant than the old forest, filled with the delightful aroma of pine. This is the distinctive fragrance of the pine grove. The uses of pine resin are numerous. One of its applications is in the production of soap, noted for its strong cleaning properties and delightful scent. Within the grove, each pine tree stood tall and robust, their branches and foliage layered thickly, making the pine cones perched above seem rather challenging to retrieve. They dispersed throughout the grove, each seeking a suitable tree. Upon finding one, these young adventurers began to scale the towering pines, displaying impressive agility as they ascended. Perched upon a sturdy branch, they wielded long sticks, striking at the pine cones high above. With each swing of their makeshift tools, the cones tumbled down, accompanied by a shower of fallen pine needles. Family members below collected the cones while cautioning the climbers to exercise care. After exhausting their efforts on one tree, the youths moved on to another. Their arms ached with fatigue, yet they pressed on, determined to gather enough pine nuts for their families, a labor not easily undertaken. As the youngsters descended from the pine trees, their garments bore several tears from the branches, with their heads, hands, and faces speckled with small black dots, presumably remnants of pine resin. Liu Xiaoyun yearned to climb the pine tree and gather pine cones, but her brother intervened. Liu Xiaoming resolutely forbade her from ascending the tree, stating, "Sister, amidst all these people, is there a girl climbing the pine tree to collect cones? Wait a moment, after I tend to the horses. I shall ascend the tree myself." Zhang also chimed in, advising, "Xiaoyun, let your brother gather the cones. You can collect them from the ground." With no choice but to acquiesce, Liu Xiaoyun replied, "Very well, I shall gather the cones from beneath the tree." After feeding the horses, the siblings made their way to the pine grove, where they observed other villagers diligently collecting pine cones from the trees. "Brother, let us gather the cones from this tree. It appears to have quite a bounty," Liu Xiaoyun exclaimed. Indeed. After more than half an hour, Liu Xiaoming had harvested cones from 2 trees, while Liu Xiaoyun filled her basket to the brim from the ground below. Splendid. The siblings returned home laden with their harvest. Within the grove, there were naturally fallen pine cones and those gnawed by squirrels, while elders, women, and children searched for scattered cones. Occasionally, a squirrel would dart by, prompting excited children to chase it. Some squirrels scampered up trees, while others burrowed into their nests at the tree's roots. The children, upon discovering a squirrel's nest, erupted in jubilant shouts, finding numerous pine nuts within, a delightful surprise. Squirrels possess remarkable skills in cracking open pine cones, leaving them impeccably clean. Their nests brimmed with shelled pine nuts, a vital resource for winter sustenance. Treading upon the thick, soft carpet of pine needles, Zhang Ruojin led Liu Chengnan and Liu Qinbei in search of deadwood from the pines, wherein they sought the prized fungus, poria. "Uncle, what exactly is poria?" Liu Chengnan and Liu Qinbei inquired, tilting their heads in curiosity. Poria is a parasitic fungus, a valuable medicinal herb, Zhang Ruojin elucidated as he scoured the area for the deadwood. How could there be poria in this grove? The boys pressed further. Poria typically grows at the roots of dead pine trees. With so many pines here, it stands to reason that we might find some. Look, there seems to be a dead tree over there. Zhang Ruojin pointed ahead. Surely, there must be Poria there. Let us hurry. Lu Chengnan and Lu Chengbei urged, eager to see what Poria truly looked like, having only encountered it in medical texts. All right. Zhang Ruojin hastened towards the tree, discovering a robust dead pine with some roots exposed. Uncle, is this where you said Poria would be? The boys asked, puzzled. We shall remove the pine needles from the roots to find out. With that, Zhang Ruojin crouched down and gently cleared the needles, revealing several brown, spherical formations. Chengnan, Chebei, these are Poria, he announced, gesturing to the rounded objects. This is Poria. Lu Chengnan and Lu Chengbei observed the brown items, finding them rather unappealing. Indeed. This is how Poria appears, Zhang Ruojin confirmed, setting down his basket to retrieve his spade and commence harvesting. Remarkable. 5 pieces of Poria grow from this tree root, he exclaimed as he placed the harvested Poria into his basket. He then dug around the surrounding soil to check if other roots bore Poria as well. Upon excavating, he indeed found more Poria and added several pieces to his basket. Lu Chengnan and Lu Chengbei knelt beside him, silently watching their uncle as he unearthed these variously sized brown spheres. A few villagers approached, curiosity piqued. Dr. Zhang, what are you digging for? They inquired. Zhang Ruojin looked up and pointed to the Poria in his basket, saying, I am harvesting these. What purpose do they serve? Are they also medicinal? They asked, well aware of Zhang Ruojin's previous herbal findings. Yes, Poria is not only medicinal, but also a highly esteemed herb. He continued his harvesting. A precious medicinal herb. That must fetch a handsome sum. The villagers remarked in astonishment. Zhang Ruojin chuckled heartily. Indeed, they can be quite valuable at the apothecary. Several villagers, eager to partake, requested. Dr. Zhang, please instruct us on how to locate Poria. He detailed the methods of searching for and harvesting Poria. Upon hearing this, the villagers hurried back to fetch their spades, abandoning their quest for pine cones to pursue the esteemed herb instead. Witnessing their frantic energy, others inquired and soon learned of the sought-after Poria. Upon hearing that such valuable herbs could be found in the pine grove, the villagers, having just gathered pine cones, quickly armed themselves with tools to search for Poria. They began scouring the grove and, indeed, discovered some Poria. Before nightfall, the villagers emerged from the grove, each having collected a modest amount of Poria. Zhang Ruojin assured them that once they exited the mountains, he would guide them to the apothecary to sell their Poria and other herbs. That evening, after a simple dinner, several bonfires had been lit. Under the flickering light, adults and children gathered to shell pine cones. As they cracked open the cones to extract the delectable pine nuts, the delightful taste of the pine nuts filled the air, confirming why squirrels adored them so. Chapter 71. Wild Goats. The night deepened, and the mountain wind intensified, causing the bonfires to blaze even brighter. Aside from the night watchmen patrolling with torches, the villagers, exhausted from their day's labor, had succumbed to slumber. Liu Xiaoyun, however, ventured into her space. After freshening up, she cradled 2 tiger cubs and sought out the mother wild boar. The old adage proved true, where there is milk, there is a mother. After feeding, the cubs lingered affectionately beside the mother boar. The mother boar, having grown accustomed to the 2 cubs, welcomed them warmly. Once she deemed they had bonded sufficiently, Liu Xiaoyun returned them to their cozy nest. Subsequently, she checked on the wild rabbits and wild chickens. To her astonishment, the wild rabbit had birthed another litter. It was truly remarkable. In just a few days, another brood had arrived, a marvel indeed. After observing the rabbits, she moved on to the wild chickens. The wild chickens she had caught from the old forest, combined with a few others, now numbered over 30. Spotting the scattered wild chicken eggs on the grassy ground, she thought, well, I needn't worry about wild chicken eggs in the future. With a hint of her compulsive tendencies, Liu Xiaoyun gathered the eggs together. Next, she ventured to the planting area. Ah, how splendid! She mused as she beheld the crops standing in perfect formation like soldiers in ranks. The rice and wheat had begun to spike, and each corn plant bore 2 tender ears. The soybeans had formed pods, and upon pulling a peanut plant, she found it bore fruit as anticipated. Liu Xiaoyun plucked 2 ears of corn, gathered some soybean pods, and uprooted 2 peanut plants, intending to bring them to the kitchen in the villa to cook and savor. In the kitchen, a pot simmered with peanuts, edamame, and corn, while she ventured into the orchard to pluck some cherries. Savoring the cherries, she made her way to a patch of 10 ginseng plants, all remarkably identical, still bearing the fifth-grade leaves. Yet, how vibrantly green these ginseng leaves appeared. Truly, they were extraordinary beings. One couldn't help but wonder when these ginseng plants would mature to the seventh-grade leaves. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, the tantalizing aroma of cooked tender corn. It was her absolute favorite, prompting her to dash into the kitchen. The boiled sweet corn, along with the peanuts and edamame, filled a small bowl. And the enticing scent made Liu Xiaoyun's mouth water. Before indulging in these delectable treats, she clasped her hands together in gratitude, thanking the wondrous space for bestowing upon her such fresh delicacies. Once her reverence was complete, she took a bite of the tender corn, cracked open a pink peanut, and relished the crisp edamame. The long-lost flavors made her close her eyes in ecstasy. How delicious it was! Alas, before she knew it, she had overindulged. Satiated, she found herself unable to sleep, so she decided to spend some time in her study reading. As she perused through a photo album, glancing at snapshots of herself with her parents and younger brother, a wave of melancholy washed over her. I hope they are all well. After a brief moment of sadness, Liu Xiaoyun set aside the family portrait. There was no need to dwell on such thoughts. She was still on her journey of survival and needed rest in her tent. As the hour of the rat approached, the night watchmen began their shift change. Zhang Ruokan and Lu Wenchang were scheduled for the latter part of the night. Zhang Ruokan inquired about Miss Wan, noting that her medication was nearly finished. How is she feeling now? Lu Wenchang expressed his gratitude, replying, "Thank you, Dr. Zhang. For your concern, my sister is much better after taking her medicine." "Oh, that's wonderful." Zhang Ruokan smiled. Lu Wenchang's thoughts wandered to a matter his mother had urged him to inquire about. "Dr. Zhang, you've been away for quite some time. Your family must be worried." "Family? Oh, I have but this one younger sister," Zhang Ruokan replied with a calm demeanor. "So, Dr. Zhang, you are yet to be married?" Lu Wenchang continued. Zhang Ruokan chuckled lightly. "I often travel and have not yet considered the matter of marriage." "Is that so? We seem to be of similar age. I turned 24 in early April and have been contemplating the imperial examination rather than marriage." Lu Wenchang spoke confidently. Zhang Ruokan laughed heartily. "In that case, Lu brother, you are 2 months my senior. I will reach 24 in early June." Lu Wenchang felt reassured. His mother's judgment was indeed astute. He agreed with her sentiments, recognizing that Dr. Zhang possessed commendable character and exceptional medical skills. His sister would be fortunate to find a partner like him, provided she too held such feelings. The following dawn, preparations were complete, and the villagers embarked on another day's journey. They traversed through the pine forest and began their descent down the mountain. The path downhill was slightly less arduous, allowing them to sample some wild fruits along the way. After about an hour, a villager raised his voice and sang a few mountain songs. To their surprise, a few bleats of sheep responded. "Haha, the goats are singing back." The villagers chuckled. After a moment of merriment, they regained their focus. Goats? What on earth were goats doing in this area? The group paused, listening intently, searching for the source of the bleating. "Ba ba ba," came another series of bleats. The villagers were ecstatic. "It must be wild goats. Over there. The goats are over there." A sharp-eyed child pointed to a rocky outcrop where the goats were visible. The villagers collectively noted the sight of a herd, at least 100 goats. "Let's take a break here and try to catch a few goats. We have plenty of time to reach the base before nightfall," suggested Hunter He to Lu Bingda. "All right." Lu Bingda consented. The villagers quickly unloaded their gear and began devising a plan to capture the wild goats. After some discussion, they formed groups of 10, preparing to corner the goats. Several groups invited Liu Xiaoyun to join them, but she declined all offers, wishing instead to catch a few goats for her own space. Liu Xiaoming wanted to accompany his sister in capturing the goats, but when he turned around, she had already vanished from sight. The villagers commenced their pursuit of the 100-odd wild goats, who, startled, scattered in all directions. Several adult goats fled swiftly, while the younger kids lagged behind, making it easier for the villagers to catch some of the smaller ones. Liu Xiaoyun leaped up a large tree, using her binoculars to observe the lead goat's escape route. Upon identifying the direction, she swiftly descended and took a shortcut to follow them. Once she felt she was close enough, Liu Xiaoyun paused and sprinkled a bit of spiritual spring water onto the grass. Then, she climbed another nearby tree to await the arrival of the lead goat and its companions. As anticipated, the lead goat, followed by dozens of others, arrived and halted at her location. The lead goat, cautious, sniffed a few times before beginning to graze on the grass she had sprinkled with the spiritual water, and soon the other goats joined in. From her vantage point in the tree, Liu Xiaoyun donned a mask and scattered some colorless, odorless powder over the gathered goats. In no time, dozens of goats collapsed to the ground in a stupor. Liu Xiaoyun descended from the tree, leaving behind a smaller goat and collecting the rest into her space. She used some vines to tie up the remaining goat, hoisting it onto a stick to carry back effortlessly. Chapter 72. The Mysterious 100-Flower Valley. Upon returning to the campsite, the tied-up wild goat had regained consciousness and began bleeding. "Brother, I caught a wild goat," Liu Xiaoyun exclaimed, tossing the tethered goat onto the ground. Liu Xiaoming, who had just finished building a stove, quickly turned to see the goat bleeding on the ground. "Sister, you ran too fast. I just turned around and you were gone." Liu Xiaoyun teased, "How could I catch a wild goat if I didn't run fast?" Zhang Shi, standing nearby, chuckled, "Indeed, Xiaoyun, your brother may not be as swift as a wild goat." Liu Xiaoming, are they teasing me on purpose? Zhang Ruokan approached with Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei, marveling at the wild goat on the ground. "Xiaoyun, your skills are truly impressive. You've caught a wild goat so quickly. We'll be having stewed goat meat soon." "Wow, stewed goat. I can't wait to eat." Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei clamored eagerly. Liu Xiaoming ruffled his son's hair. "You little gluttons. How can we eat stewed goat when it hasn't even been slaughtered yet?" Liu Chengnan blinked his large eyes. "Father, hurry. We're all hungry, and Aunt is hungry too. Aren't you?" "Aunt." Liu Xiaoyun nodded vigorously. "Brother, hurry up. We're all starving." Zhang Ruokan smiled. "Xiaoming, I'll accompany you." "All right, let's go take care of the wild goat." Liu Xiaoming laughed, shaking his head in disbelief. Liu Xiaoming and Zhang Ruokan took the wild goat away. "Xiaoyun, would you prefer a meal of mixed grain rice or wild vegetable dumplings?" Zhang Shi inquired with a smile. Before Liu Xiaoyun could respond, Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei tugged at her hand, insisting, "Aunt, let's have wild vegetable dumplings." "Then let us feast on wild vegetable dumplings," exclaimed Liu Xiaoyun with enthusiasm. Zhang smiled gently. "All right, I shall prepare the wild vegetable dumplings." "Sister-in-law, allow me to wash my hands and assist in the preparation," Liu Xiaoyun offered. "No need. You should rest a while." As she watched her sister-in-law busily making the dumplings, Liu Xiaoyun washed her hands and pulled her two little nephews aside, offering them some cherries. "Aren't you too hungry? Your aunt has also gathered some wild berries. Hurry and eat." Delighted by the sweet cherries, Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei beamed with joy. "Aunt, these wild berries are truly sweet. You should have some too." Liu Xiaoyun, along with her nephews, savored the delectable cherries. Once they finished the cherries in their hands, Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei were eager to run off and play. "Chengnan, Qingbei." Liu Xiaoyun reached into her bag to hand them more cherries, gesturing towards their busy mother. The two clever boys instantly grasped their aunt's intention. As Zhang was preparing the wild vegetable dumplings, Liu Chengnan dashed over to feed her a cherry. "Mother, these berries picked by Aunt are incredibly sweet. You must try." Truly sweet. The wild berries from the mountains are abundant," Zhang remarked, enjoying the cherries. "Mother, they're delicious." Liu Qingbei chimed in as he offered her another cherry. At that moment, the villagers returned, most of them carrying a wild goat between two people. He Tongxing and Lu Wenchang came back bearing a large wild goat. Upon noticing Liu Xiaoyun standing there, He Tongxing asked, "Xiaoyun, did you not manage to catch a wild goat? I shall save you a piece of mutton later." Liu Xiaoyun smiled gratefully. "Thank you, I caught a small wild goat, which my brother has already taken to handle." "Are you joking? Xiaoyun can catch wild boars. How could she possibly fail to catch a wild goat?" Lu Wenchang teased He Tongxing. Lu Wenwan approached, her face alight with joy. "Brother, did you manage to catch a wild goat too?" "Indeed. We shall have mutton stew soon," Lu Wenchang replied with a sense of accomplishment. As they conversed, they proceeded to prepare the wild goat. Lu Wenwan glanced back at Zhang and the others, feeling slightly disappointed when she noticed Zhang Ruojin was absent. "Where is our father? Is he building the stove?" Lu Wenwan suddenly realized. "Go help mother with the cooking. We will take care of the wild goat," Lu Wenchang instructed, departing with He Tongxing and the wild goat. By midday, the villagers were enjoying the fragrant mutton stew. Lin delivered a bowl of mutton to Tian, urging Lu Zier and Lu Tiao to taste the stew. Tian hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I have also stewed half a wild chicken." Chao also brought over a bowl of mutton stew, stating, "There is plenty of stew. You three ladies should have some." Tian expressed her thanks profusely once more. Chao exchanged a few polite words before taking her leave. Tian served both bowls of mutton stew to her daughters. Lu Zier and Lu Tiao, being considerate, offered pieces of mutton to their mother. Liu Xiaoyun, finishing her meal rather quickly, excused herself to gather some wild berries, taking her basket with her as she left the campsite. Upon reaching a secluded spot, she swiftly entered her space. Liu Xiaoyun first embraced the two little tiger cubs before seeking out the mother wild boar. While the cubs nursed, she surveyed the dozens of wild goats. To her astonishment, the goats were still dazed. Liu Xiaoyun administered an antidote to them and counted, goodness, she had caught 46 wild goats. As the goats regained consciousness and spotted the lush grass beneath them, they joyfully bleated and lowered their heads to graze. The lead goat, displaying a degree of caution, stood back to observe before beginning to eat. Liu Xiaoyun felt reassured. As long as the lead goat behaved, the others would follow suit. After returning the satiated cubs to their den, she picked some cherries to place in her basket, then exited her space and returned to the campsite. Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei rushed over, brimming with excitement. And, did you manage to gather wild berries? Liu Xiaoyun set down her basket. Indeed, I did. Take them to your parents. The two boys gleefully presented the basket to their father and mother. Father, mother, these are the wild berries Aunt picked. They are so sweet. Liu Xiaoming glanced at the cherries in the basket, somewhat astonished. What kind of wild berries are these? I do not recognize them. Zhang shot him a look, saying as she ate the cherries, there are many wild berries in the mountains. Do you expect to know them all? Liu Xiaoming was momentarily speechless. He joined in eating the cherries. Sister, if we encounter such wild berries again, let us gather more. They are truly delicious. After organizing her dried herbs, Zhang Ruojin also came over to taste the cherries, exclaiming, I have never eaten such wild berries. They are indeed delightful. Aunt is remarkable. She always finds delicious treats in the mountains. Lu Chengnan and Lu Qingbei chimed in while munching. Such little flatterers. After the meal, everyone resumed their tasks, extinguishing the fire, packing their belongings and counting heads before continuing their descent down the mountain. Within a couple of hours, the villagers reached the foot of the mountain, only to be stunned by the sight before them. Is it not autumn? Indeed, in just a couple of days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. How could the autumn valley be awash with wildflowers? The expansive valley was a tapestry of various wildflowers in full bloom. Zhang Ruojin, however, instantly spotted a patch of red wolf poison flowers in the southwestern direction, commonly known as breaking heart grass. These flowers bloom yellow in spring and transform to red in autumn. Wait. Everyone, put muzzles on the cows and horses. Chapter 73, A Conversation. Liu Xiaoming, upon hearing Zhang Ruojin's words, was momentarily taken aback. What could be troubling his brother-in-law? Zhang turned to glance at Liu Xiaoming. Quickly, he grabbed a muzzle to fit it onto their horse. Uncertain of what was happening, Lu Bingda took heed of Zhang Ruojin's warning. Considering the previous landslide, he believed there must be a reason behind her words, and thus he also fitted a muzzle onto the old cow. Seeing Lu Bingda follow Zhang Ruojin's lead, other families with cows followed suit, fitting muzzles onto their own cattle. At this moment, it was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The villagers had traversed the mountain and sought a suitable resting place. In early autumn, the valley bursting with wildflowers felt somewhat uncanny and mysterious. Lu Bingda turned to Zhang Ruojin. Dr. Zhang, could you guide us to a suitable resting place? Zhang Ruojin, being the most knowledgeable about these flowers and plants, was the villagers' hope. Yes, Dr. Zhang, where do you think is appropriate for us to rest? He, the hunter, inquired as well. Zhang Ruojin stepped back to survey the surroundings before moving to the front, saying, Everyone, follow me. With that, she led the way eastward down the valley. The villagers followed closely behind. Liu Xiaoyun lingered at the back, seizing the opportunity to pull out her binoculars for a look. Oh, there is a patch of grassland to the east. Indeed, it was solely grass without any wildflowers. Could it be that the vibrant flowers to the southwest were poisonous? Heading east would allow them to steer clear of those striking blossoms. Those beautiful wildflowers were indeed alluring. Liu Xiaoyun quickened her pace to catch up with the villagers. After walking for about 15 minutes, they arrived at the grassy area, where Zhang Ruojin halted the group. The villagers set their belongings down, and one among them, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Dr. Zhang, are the flowers in the valley poisonous? Zhang Ruojin wore a grave expression as he replied, at present, I have observed both the wolfsbane and the mandrake in the southwest direction. These two flowers are indeed toxic. I urge everyone to steer clear of that area and ensure that livestock do not wander there as well. The villagers, upon hearing this, were filled with trepidation. Thankfully, Dr. Zhang had informed them. Yet another villager, still perplexed, asked, Dr. Zhang, with so many wildflowers in this valley, are those the only two that are poisonous? Zhang Ruojin cleared his throat and explained, there are far too many wildflowers here for me to have examined them all, but those two poisonous varieties are the most conspicuous. Lu Bingde quickly interjected. Let us refrain from questioning Dr. Zhang further. We shall rest here tonight and tidy up a bit. Moreover, we must avoid approaching the poisonous flowers, particularly keeping a watchful eye on our children. Some adults began admonishing their little ones. Listen, dear child, do not wander off. Those beautiful flowers are toxic. Mother, is it not all right to just take a look? Absolutely not. Those lovely flowers will tempt you to pick them. Oh, how beautiful those wildflowers are. Child, remember. No matter how stunning the wildflowers, they must not be picked. I understand, mother. The villagers began to gather wood for cooking, while the elders and children busied themselves collecting firewood. There was still plenty of mutton left from noon, and the valley felt a bit damp and chilly, prompting the villagers to prepare a mutton stew. As the villagers busied themselves with their meals, Zhang Ruojin, however, ventured alone to inspect the patch of wolfsbane and mandrake. Lu Qingnan and Lu Qingbei attempted to follow him, but he promptly halted them. Upon approaching, he was taken aback by the sheer expanse of wolfsbane and mandrake, far more abundant than in the Valley of Medicinal Kings. If his master were to see such a multitude of wolfsbane and mandrake, he would surely be overjoyed. Though both the wolfsbane and mandrake are medicinal herbs, he could not gather them now, nor did he have the means to do so. After observing for a while, he sighed and turned to head back. At that moment, Lu Wan approached him, holding a parcel. Dr. Zhang. Zhang Ruojin paused and gently inquired, Miss Wan, is there something you need? Lu Wan unwrapped the parcel to reveal a pair of new cloth shoes. Dr. Zhang, you saved me the other day, and I have yet to thank you. These are the new cloth shoes I made. Please try them on. With that, Lu Wan generously extended the new shoes to Zhang Ruojin. Thank you, Miss Wan. Zhang Ruojin replied, feeling a tad bashful, yet he accepted the shoes. Just call me Wan. Lu Wan said, slightly shy. Zhang Ruojin mused to himself, wondering why he, a man of stature, felt so outdone by a young lady's generosity. With a hearty smile, he responded, very well, thank you, Wan. Zhang Ruojin and Lu Wan walked back together. Observing the multitude of exquisite wildflowers in the valley, Lu Wan asked, Dr. Zhang, with your knowledge of so many medicinal herbs, do you recognize these little flowers as well? Zhang Ruojin patiently replied, to some extent. Some wildflowers also possess medicinal properties. Is that so? Dr. Zhang, is this little flower medicinal? Lu Wan pointed to a small wild chrysanthemum. This is the wild chrysanthemum, known for its cooling and fire-clearing properties. Zhang Ruojin elucidated. And this one? Lu Wan seemed quite intrigued by the flora. Zhang Ruojin continued to patiently explain, this is rosemary. He went on to share the various flowers in the valley with Lu Wan, the tender yellow wild chrysanthemum, rosemary, morning glories, autumn peonies, the gently swaying yellow lilies, the pale pink buckwheat flowers, chamomile, purple asters, and many more splendid wildflowers. These blossoms, in a riot of colors, some vibrant, some delicate, captivated the senses and delighted the heart. As the two approached the villagers' encampment, Lu Wan excused herself first. Zhang Ruojin held the new cloth shoes thoughtfully in his hands. He recalled Lu Wenchang's earlier inquiries during the night watch. Being a perceptive individual, he grasped the implications of Lu Wenchang's words. When Lu Wan was pushed off the cliff, he had caught her, embracing her in the process, an act witnessed by her mother, Mrs. Chow. He acknowledged that Lu Wan was indeed a gentle and kind-hearted girl. However, for various compelling reasons, he was not inclined to contemplate marriage at this moment. Having studied medicine since childhood, he had roamed far and wide as a healer, dedicating himself to the pursuit of medical knowledge, never once pondering the matters of romance. With these thoughts in mind, he glanced again at the shoes in his hands, feeling no turbulence within, and strode towards the encampment. Upon his return, he found that Liu Xiaoming had already set up 3 tents. Upon seeing her brother, Zhang's sister remarked, Brother, you're back. Dinner will be ready soon. All right, Zhang Ruojin replied, entering his tent to stow away the new shoes. Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang. Upon hearing someone calling from outside, he hurriedly inquired, "What is it?" "Dr. Zhang, you must come quickly. It's about He Taisheng." Chapter 74. A Night in the Valley. Zhang Ruojin exited the tent to find a villager in a state of panic, urgently asking, "What has happened to He Taisheng?" "Dr. Zhang, please hurry. It seems he has been possessed." "Possessed? Just a moment. Let me grab my medical kit." Zhang Ruojin rushed back into the tent for his supplies. "Dr. Zhang, follow me." The villager led him to the tent of Hunter He. Hunter He stood there, visibly anxious. Lu Bingda arrived shortly after, asking, "What has happened to Taisheng? How could he suddenly be possessed?" Sighing, Hunter He glanced at Lu Bingda and replied, "I do not know. He was perfectly fine when he descended the mountain, but upon returning just now, he became like this. He only recognizes his mother." Lu Bingda exclaimed in astonishment. "How could such a thing happen? It seems this valley indeed harbors some malevolence." Shortly thereafter, Zhang Ruojin completed his examination and opened his medical kit, gently stating, "Taisheng, lie down and rest." "Mother." Upon seeing the silver needles in Zhang Ruojin's hand, He Taisheng scooted closer to Lu Shi. "Be good, Taisheng is a good child. He listens well. Listen to your mother, be a good child and lie down." Lu Shi coaxed her son as though he were a little one. I heed my mother's words, and so does my brother," proclaimed He Taisheng as he reclined. Zhang Ruojin commenced to administer acupuncture to several of He Taisheng's acupoints. Before long, He Taisheng grew tranquil and eventually drifted into a gentle slumber. Zhang Ruojin withdrew the silver needles and procured 3 pills from her medical box, handing them to Lu Shi, instructing her to have Taisheng consume them upon waking. It was then that he the hunter spoke. "Dr. Zhang, Taisheng is Datira." Zhang Ruojin rose, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, Taisheng is now out of danger." Poisonous Datira," he the hunter exclaimed, expressing his profound gratitude. "I shall return home now. Should Taisheng exhibit any distress, do not hesitate to summon me." With that, Zhang Ruojin grasped her medical box and prepared to depart. The He family expressed their thanks once more. Lu Bingda accompanied Zhang Ruojin as they exited the tent. "Dr. Zhang, Taisheng is truly all right, isn't he?" Lu Bingda inquired. Zhang Ruojin smiled. "He is fine. Rest assured." Lu Bingda nodded. "Oh, that is a relief. You ought to return now. It is nearly time for dinner." "Very well," Zhang Ruojin replied, returning to her own tent to organize her medical supplies. "Brother, dinner is ready," Zhang Shi called from outside. "Coming right away," Zhang Ruojin responded promptly. The Lu family gathered around, enjoying a meal of mixed grain rice and stewed lamb. "Brother, did you go to see Taisheng? How is he?" Zhang Shi asked her elder sibling. "Yes, I have seen him and he is fine," Zhang Ruojin replied succinctly. "This situation is rather peculiar. Taisheng usually remains taciturn. What could have caused him to suddenly be afflicted?" Liu Xiaoyun remarked casually. Zhang Ruojin corrected him. "He is not afflicted. He must have encountered Datira." The family looked at Zhang Ruojin in astonishment. Liu Xiaoyun seemed to grasp the situation, recalling how she and her sister-in-law had seen Liu Wan seeking out Zhang Ruojin earlier that day. "It is all due to the Datira." After dinner, as they cleared the tableware, Zhang Shi turned to her brother, saying, "Brother, wait a moment. I have something to discuss." "All right, I understand," Zhang Ruojin acknowledged, also pondering a matter to raise with his sister. Liu Xiaoyun prepared for the night watch. Liu Xiaoyun, perceptive as ever, led Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei into the tent to play. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, a brilliant moon hung in the sky, casting silvery light across the valley. The mountain mist added an air of mystery to the serene surroundings. The Zhang siblings, having distanced themselves from the villagers' encampment, walked and conversed. "Brother, do you know why He Taisheng approached the Datira?" Zhang Shi inquired. For Lu Wan, Zhang Ruojin had realized after encountering He Taisheng. "Brother, did Lu Wan come looking for you?" Zhang Shi probed further. Zhang Ruojin smiled. "It seems you have noticed as well. There is nothing to it. I had no intention of concealing it from you. Indeed, to express her gratitude for my saving her that day, she made a pair of new cloth shoes for me." "New cloth shoes?" Zhang Shi exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Ruojin halted and gazed at his sister. "Sister, I know what you wish to say." The villagers of Liu family village were nearly all aware of He Taisheng's affection for Lu Wan. "I know," Zhang Ruojin replied in a light-hearted tone. Zhang Shi observed her brother with a hint of confusion, as he had already reached the age suitable for marriage. "Brother, may I inquire about your thoughts on the matter?" Zhang Ruojin chuckled and replied, "I have not given it much thought. Liu Xiaoyun is merely expressing her gratitude for my assistance. She gifted me a pair of shoes as a token of thanks. Is that truly how you feel?" Zhang Shi inquired, looking up at her brother. "Sister, although I do not engage much with the people of Liu family village, I cannot deny that Liu Xiaoyun is a fine young lady." Zhang Ruojin paused, however. "I have many responsibilities ahead of me and shall not consider settling down for the time being." "Oh, what other matters await you? You may share them with me." Zhang Shi spoke earnestly, pondering whether there were things her brother had yet to reveal. "I have already decided. Once we reach Linen Prefecture and ensure your safety, there are still several matters I must attend to. Brother, you have been traveling for so long, it is time to find stability. I am accustomed to this life, but knowing you are well brings me peace." Chapter 75, Safe and Sound. On an early autumn night, the air was cool as water. The Zhang siblings returned to the villagers' encampment, conversing along the way. "Brother, rest early. You must keep watch later," Zhang Shi advised her elder sibling. Zhang Ruojin smiled. "I am aware. You should also retire early." "Indeed," Zhang Shi replied. Zhang Ruojin entered his tent to rest. Zhang Shi walked into Liu Xiaoyun's small tent. Liu Xiaoyun was engaged in a riddle game with her two nephews. 2 horns when young, no horns when grown, 20 years. "What are you playing?" Zhang Shi inquired with a smile. "Sister-in-law, you have returned," Liu Xiaoyun exclaimed. "Yes," Zhang Shi responded, taking a seat. Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei immediately nestled into Zhang Shi's embrace. "Mother, Aunt is playing riddles with us. You guess too. Do not be troublesome." Zhang Shi was not in the mood for riddles at that moment. Noticing her sister-in-law's concern, Liu Xiaoyun gently probed, "Sister-in-law, have you resolved everything?" Zhang Shi understood Liu Xiaoyun's inquiry and sighed softly, recounting the tale of Liu Xiaoyun gifting her brother new cloth shoes. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoyun burst into laughter. "Xiaoyun, what is so amusing?" Zhang Shi questioned, still wearing a frown. "Sister-in-law, there is a saying, a girl pursues a boy, it is but a thin veil. A boy pursues a girl, it is akin to a mountain." Liu Xiaoyun chuckled. Zhang Shi retorted playfully, "What nonsense. A maiden yet to marry should not speak such things. How embarrassing it would be if someone overheard." All right. I concede I misspoke," Liu Xiaoyun quickly countered. She understood well the stringent expectations placed upon girls in this era, with numerous rules to follow. Zhang Shi smiled gently. "Xiaoyun, you are still young. There is no need to rush. Once we are settled, your brother will find you a suitable match." After hearing her sister-in-law's words, Liu Xiaoyun replied calmly, "Sister-in-law, I am not in a hurry and do not wish to marry. I find great joy in our family's togetherness." "Such nonsense. A girl grows up. How can she not consider marriage?" Zhang Shi gently shook her head. Liu Chengnan and Liu Qingbei chimed in, "Aunt, why would you marry? If you do not, you can stay with us. Children speak without reservation." Liu Xiaoyun could not help but laugh. Zhang Shi covered her face, chuckling, "Chengnan, Qingbei, you two little rascals understand nothing. Now, off you go to bed." Zhang Shi led her 2 sons back to sleep. Liu Xiaoyun entered her space, washed up, and then took her 2 small tiger cubs to find the mother wild boar. Once the cubs were well fed, she emerged from her space, but as she lay in her tent, sleep eluded her. The moonlight was too enchanting. She yearned to see the wolf poison flowers and Datira. As Liu Xiaoyun stepped out of her tent, she was spotted by Liu Xiaoming, who was on night watch. He quickly asked, "Sister, where are you going?" Liu Xiaoyun approached him and whispered, "I overindulged at dinner and cannot sleep, so I wish to take a stroll." Liu Xiaoming, concerned and unable to leave his post, admonished, "Remember not to wander far and absolutely avoid those flowers and plants." "Understood," Liu Xiaoyun assured him. As the eldest brother, he bore the worry of a father. Leaving the villagers' encampment, Liu Xiaoyun meandered quietly to observe the wolf poison flowers and Datira. Under the moonlight, the wolf poison flower and the mandrake exuded an eerie ambience. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she swiftly turned around, brandishing her silent pistol. In the pale glow of the moon, a tall figure stood quietly not far away, cloaked in the garb of a night wanderer. Facing the ominous muzzle of the gun, Luo Mohan exhibited no signs of panic. His gaze remained gentle, and a smile graced his lips. "Miss Liu, I trust you are well." The true implication of his words was known only to him. Liu Xiaoyun pondered. This man always appeared at night, shrouded in darkness. exuding an air of mystery. Was he trying to appear cool or simply to play tricks? Was he stalking her? After collaborating once, why could he not let it go? She holstered her weapon, her tone cool as she inquired, "What is it?" "Come with me," Luo Mohan commanded, striding up the mountain. Liu Xiaoyun thought to herself. She had just descended this very mountain in the afternoon. Why should she accompany him back up? Was he out of his mind? Noticing her hesitation, Luo Mohan halted. His voice low and serious. "Miss Liu, do you have any reservations? Why go up the mountain? State your reasons." "We shall discuss a potential collaboration," he replied. "Another collaboration?" Liu Xiaoyun was further perplexed. The bandit lair had long been eradicated. What collaboration could there be? Was there still a bandit presence on the mountain ahead? "Miss Liu, this is not a place for idle chatter. Follow me up the mountain." After a moment's contemplation, Liu Xiaoyun conceded, "Very well, lead the way." Indeed, her spirited nature prevailed. Beneath the full moon, amidst the serene mountains, the two ascended briskly, one following the other. Luo Mohan moved ahead, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Liu Xiaoyun trailed behind, maintaining a distance neither too close nor too far. She realized this was not the path the villagers would take down the mountain. Where was he leading her? Regardless of the destination, she resolved to clarify matters tonight. Otherwise, it felt as though she were being tracked. As if a tracker had been implanted on her. Who had she wronged? After approximately 15 minutes, Luo Mohan guided Liu Xiaoyun to a waterfall at Feichuan Mountain. Under the moonlight, the cascade resembled a silver ribbon, the night tranquil save for the sound of rushing water. They stood side by side, a chill enveloping them, invigorating Liu Xiaoyun, prompting her to straighten her posture. Luo Mohan, glancing at her, noted her bright eyes and the way her long hair was tied back, her tall frame standing straight and poised. An involuntary smile crept across his lips. "What do you think of this place, Miss Liu?" he asked. Liu Xiaoyun, sensing indignation, thought. Was this midnight invitation merely to admire the scenery? Just as she was about to retort, a series of fierce tiger roars echoed from a distance. Liu Xiaoyun frowned slightly. She no longer wished to indulge him in scenic views. Scanning her surroundings, she spotted a large tree. She leapt up the tree. Startling the hidden guards positioned there, had she been discovered? Liu Xiaoyun glanced at him and gestured for him to descend. However, the guard hesitated, knowing the prince was still below and fearing the consequences if he disobeyed. Instead, without a second thought, he executed a graceful leap to another tree. The guard on the adjacent tree stifled a laugh, turning his head away. Luo Mohan, surprised, pondered how Liu Xiaoyun had managed such a maneuver. Yet he understood, she had uncovered his hidden guards. Liu Xiaoyun took out binoculars to survey the area, her mind gradually settling. She jumped down from the tree and addressed Luo Mohan, "Excuse me, I must take my leave." She quickly made her way up the mountain. "Where are you headed?" Luo Mohan called after her, urgency lacing his tone. Liu Xiaoyun shot back, "I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall accompany you." Luo Mohan utilized his lightness skill to catch up with Liu Xiaoyun. "Are you not going to enjoy the scenery?" She replied coldly. "Enjoy the scenery?" Luo Mohan was taken aback. He quickly grasped her meaning and chuckled, "You misunderstand. I genuinely have matters to discuss with you." Another series of tiger roars resonated through the air. "Let me finish my business first," Liu Xiaoyun declared, hastening her pace. Chapter 76, a second collaboration under the moonlight. Liu Xiaoyun and Luo Mohan traversed the mountains at a brisk pace. Throughout their journey, Liu Xiaoyun remained silent, focused solely on moving forward. She sensed that this man bore no ill intentions towards her and that his agility was remarkable. It seemed difficult to shake him off. Since she could not rid herself of him, she decided to allow him to follow, as long as he did not hinder her. Luo Mohan remained closely behind, refraining from asking further questions. However, he was still filled with curiosity, unsure of Liu Xiaoyun's destination or intentions. She remained reticent, and he kept his distance, simply following her. After about half an hour of swift movement through the mountains, they drew nearer to the occasional tiger roars. A chill ran through Luo Mohan. Could it be that she was? Liu Xiaoyun, hearing the persistent roars, frowned and shook her head. Why was this tiger so obstinate? Upon reflection, it was understandable. Faced with such significant upheaval, the tiger must be struggling. She felt sympathy for it, especially for the two cubs, whom she had already found a wet nurse for. Alas! Perhaps when the tiger saw its cubs, it would find solace. As they approached the rocky vicinity of the tiger's den, Liu Xiaoyun retrieved her tranquilizer gun. The tranquilizer gun. Under the moonlight, Luo Mohan observed her clearly and immediately surmised her intentions. She was planning to infiltrate the tiger's den at this late hour. Had the tiger provoked her? Or was there more to the story? Just as he was about to speak, Liu Xiaoyun silenced him with a gesture. Luo Mohan's expression turned grave. He signaled, and 20 hidden guards emerged simultaneously. Liu Xiaoyun hastily waved them off, indicating with a gesture that she could handle it alone. At that moment, the tiger roared again, its furious growl echoing through the mountains, ringing in everyone's ears. Before Luo Mohan could react, Liu Xiaoyun had already leapt onto the large rock. The two locked eyes, one human and one tiger. Liu Xiaoyun's gaze was as cold as ice. The tiger paused, its massive body trembling, its roar abruptly ceasing. A human? Anger flared in the tiger's eyes. How dare it? At this moment, it was time to seek revenge. The tiger opened its massive jaws, its front paws pressing against the ground, preparing to pounce. Little did the tiger expect that Liu Xiaoyun would strike first, firing her weapon. Simultaneously, Luo Mohan leapt onto the rock, shouting urgently, "Be careful, my lord!" All the hidden guards gasped in shock, leaping onto the rock in unison. Liu Xiaoyun, pulling Luo Mohan down from the rock, reproached, "What chaos are you causing? Why did you come up here?" Seeing Liu Xiaoyun unharmed, Luo Mohan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The guards, witnessing their lord's safety, wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. The tiger had been hit. "I will handle it. You all wait here," Liu Xiaoyun declared, once again leaping onto the rock to swiftly secure the unconscious tiger into her space. The guards, utterly bewildered by her words, could not comprehend her meaning. Luo Mohan understood her intent, but pondered how she would manage such a large tiger. Why did she insist on dealing with it at this late hour? "Let us return," he urged. Liu Xiaoyun, with a faint expression, addressed Luo Mohan. "Ah? Is that it?" That was far too swift. The formidable tiger, before Luo Mohan could finish his sentence, Liu Xiaoyun, in a relaxed tone, had already tidied up. With a wave of his hand, all the hidden guards immediately retreated. Under the moonlight, Liu Xiaoyun and Luo Mohan strolled back together. "Speak. Do you have any further matters to discuss?" Liu Xiaoyun inquired. Luo Mohan, in a low voice, asked, "Miss Liu, have you been heading south all this time?" "Indeed," Liu Xiaoyun affirmed. "So, does that mean we must traverse the mountain ahead?" Luo Mohan continued to inquire. Unable to restrain herself, Liu Xiaoyun thought, why not be direct about his invitation to climb the mountain at such a late hour? No need for circumlocution. Stopping in her tracks, she gazed intently at Luo Mohan and asked, "What do you wish to convey?" With a smile, Luo Mohan replied, "Do you know the name of that mountain before us?" "What name?" Liu Xiaoyun furrowed her brow upon hearing this. "Wolf Mountain," Luo Mohan responded. "Wolf Mountain?" Liu Xiaoyun echoed, somewhat astonished. The villagers had already crossed 2 major mountains and spent several nights within them, where they only heard the howling of wolves, but had not encountered any. After a brief silence, Liu Xiaoyun asked Luo Mohan, "How many wolves are there on Wolf Mountain?" "Approximately 800, Luo Mohan stated solemnly. Therefore, he continued, "I wish to collaborate with Miss Liu once more to eliminate the wolf pack." Liu Xiaoyun inquired further, "How many men do you have?" 200, Luo Mohan replied. Besides leading 200 death warriors, he also brought along 20 hidden guards, having his own plans in mind. Liu Xiaoyun pondered, during the skirmish against the mountain bandits, he had only taken 100 men, yet for the wild wolves, he had brought 200. Evidently, the wild wolves were more formidable than the bandits. "How do we collaborate?" Liu Xiaoyun questioned Luo Mohan. Luo Mohan's gaze darkened. The alpha wolf is vicious by nature and quite cunning. It seldom emerges, only appearing on the night of the full moon to summon the pack and howl at the moon. The night wolves howl at the moon? Liu Xiaoyun had heard of such occurrences, but had never witnessed them firsthand. Indeed, on the night of the full moon, at the hour of the rat, the alpha wolf gathers the pack atop the mountain to howl at the moon. Luo Mohan elaborated. And then? Liu Xiaoyun pressed for more information. Luo Mohan's phoenix-like eyes fixed on Liu Xiaoyun. "Miss Liu, seizing this opportunity, you can eliminate the alpha wolf, and the remaining wolves will surely be thrown into disarray. The rest of the pack will be left to me." Liu Xiaoyun felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. In their first collaboration against the mountain bandits, there had been 800 men, and she was tasked with dealing with 3 bandit leaders. Now, in this venture against the wild wolves, there were 800 wolves. And once again, she was expected to take down the alpha. After careful consideration, she realized that the villagers wished to head south to Linen Prefecture and must cross Wolf Mountain. It was impossible for the villagers to scale Wolf Mountain in a single day. If they were to spend the night on Wolf Mountain, the wild wolves, known for their ferocity, would surely pose a threat under the cover of darkness. Noticing Liu Xiaoyun's prolonged silence, Luo Mohan, uncertain of her thoughts, gently called, "Miss Liu." Suddenly, Liu Xiaoyun seemed to recall something. "You mean, on the night of the full moon, the alpha wolf gathers the pack at the summit of Wolf Mountain?" Luo Mohan nodded. "Yes." Without hesitation, Liu Xiaoyun declared, "Let us ascend to the summit together." Luo Mohan instantly grasped Liu Xiaoyun's intent and responded enthusiastically, "Excellent." At this moment, the two shared a tacit understanding, their eyes meeting for a brief moment before they exchanged no further words, swiftly ascending the mountain. Under the bright moon, the chill at the mountaintop deepened. Liu Xiaoyun and Luo Mohan stood quietly side by side. Liu Xiaoyun took out a pair of binoculars and gazed towards the summit of Wolf Mountain. This mountain was clearly taller than Wolf Mountain, and through the night vision binoculars, she could clearly see everything atop Wolf Mountain, capturing the scene in its entirety. After a while, Luo Mohan, observing Liu Xiaoyun with the night vision binoculars, finally spoke. "Miss Liu here for you," Liu Xiaoyun said without hesitation, handing the binoculars to Luo Mohan. A smile flickered in Luo Mohan's eyes as he accepted the binoculars, uttering, "Thank you. Please return them once you're finished." Liu Xiaoyun had already discerned Luo Mohan's intentions. Luo Mohan, now using the binoculars to scan Wolf Mountain, appeared quite adept at it. The usage of binoculars was straightforward, not particularly complex. Moreover, having witnessed how she utilized them, it was no surprise that he could manage them as well. While Luo Mohan continued to survey Wolf Mountain, Liu Xiaoyun had already circled around the mountaintop, seeking a suitable vantage point. After a short while, Luo Mohan returned the binoculars to Liu Xiaoyun, expressing his gratitude once more. "Thank you." The night had deepened. It was time to descend. After Liu Xiaoyun made her statement, she began her descent. "Miss Liu, have you considered our collaboration?" Luo Mohan hastened a few steps to walk alongside her. "I will provide you an answer by tomorrow night." Liu Xiaoyun had her own plans. Luo Mohan smiled, "Very well." Upon reaching the halfway point down the mountain, Liu Xiaoyun halted and, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Why are you still following me? You may return." Liu Xiaoyun understood that his men were stationed on the mountain, while she needed to return to the valley. Luo Mohan stated plainly, "I shall escort Miss Liu down the mountain." Liu Xiaoyun frowned, "There's no need, I can manage the descent alone." Having been out for such a long time, and now that it was past the hour of the rat, she was concerned that her brother might be searching for her. If he were to see this man, it would surely lead to complications. Having passed the hour of the rat, how can I allow Miss Liu to descend alone? Luo Mohan insisted on accompanying her. Liu Xiaoyun, unwilling to waste further breath on him, quickened her pace. Yet, Luo Mohan remained steadfastly by her side. As they neared the valley, Liu Xiaoyun paused. Looking directly at Luo Mohan, "Please return. Just follow the plan." Luo Mohan, in high spirits, replied, "Agreed." "It's settled." Liu Xiaoyun descended the mountain, heading straight for the villagers' encampment. Liu Xiaoming approached, exclaiming, "Sister, where have you been?" "Nothing much, just took a stroll." Liu Xiaoyun replied vaguely. Luo Mohan observed as the siblings returned together, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Where did you go for so long?" Liu Xiaoming softly chided his sister. "Brother, you should rest early," Liu Xiaoyun remarked before hastily returning to her tent. She immediately entered her space to check on the large tiger. The tiger was still dazed on the grassy field. Liu Xiaoyun placed 2 little tiger cubs beside the tiger and then proceeded to awaken it. Confused about its surroundings, the tiger immediately noticed the 2 cubs nuzzling against it. Instantly, paternal affection surged within the tiger as it lowered its head to affectionately nuzzle the 2 cubs. Suddenly, the tiger picked up one of the cubs in its mouth. Liu Xiaoyun was startled, wondering what the tiger intended to do. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew out a tranquilizer gun, picked up the other cub, and coldly instructed, "Come with me." Recognizing the tranquilizer gun, the tiger obediently followed Liu Xiaoyun. Meanwhile, a pair of wild boars, along with their piglets, were grazing on the grass when they saw Liu Xiaoyun carrying a cub while being followed by a large tiger, leaving them stunned and frozen in place. Wasn't it just a skirmish in the mountains? Had the king of the forest come all the way here after suffering a loss? The tiger, upon spotting the wild boar family, was equally perplexed. What was happening? Looking around, it noticed wild chickens, hares, and wild goats, all in groups. Liu Xiaoyun approached the mother wild boar and pointed at the tiger cub. The mother boar understood the situation and lay down on the ground. Liu Xiaoyun gently placed the tiger cub beneath the belly of the mother wild boar, and the little cub began to suckle. The cub that the fierce tiger had been carrying also wriggled, eager to descend. The fierce tiger had no choice but to carefully set the cub down beside its sibling. Together, the two tiger cubs nuzzled against the mother boar, nursing contentedly. The king of the mountains was not oblivious. He comprehended the situation. While the two cubs continued to feed, the majestic tiger paced restlessly, surveying his surroundings. Upon returning, he lay down at Liu Xiaoyun's feet. The fierce tiger understood gratitude. He recognized that this human had rescued his two cubs and provided them with a nurturing figure, allowing for their reunion. Liu Xiaoyun crouched down and noticed that the wounds on the fierce tiger had become inflamed. She promptly retrieved some medicinal powder to treat him. Rest assured, King of the Mountains, you may recuperate here. Once the cubs have grown, I will return you all to the wilderness. After a brief pause, she added, be mindful of this territory. There will be no shortage of sustenance, but you must not wreak havoc here. Harmony, harmony. Do you understand? To her surprise, the fierce tiger nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Liu Xiaoyun exhaled in relief. It seemed that the king of the mountains had grasped her words. At that moment, the two cubs had finished nursing, and the fierce tiger gently carried them back to their den, then squatted nearby, vigilantly watching over them. With their father present, Liu Xiaoyun no longer needed to carry the cubs daily in search of their mother. Alas, the love of parents knows no bounds. It appeared that even animals were no exception. As Liu Xiaoyun noticed the scattered wild chicken eggs, her compulsive tendencies flared up, prompting her to gather them together. To her astonishment, she discovered that atop the eggs she had previously collected lay a wild hen, presumably incubating her chicks. How delightful! Soon, a cacophony of chirping chicks would emerge. After completing her tasks, fatigue overtook her. Enjoying a peach, Liu Xiaoyun retreated to the bathroom for a soothing hot bath. Once she had changed into fresh attire, she returned to her tent to rest. Zhang Ruojin kept watch during the latter half of the night, accompanied by He Tongxing. How is your brother faring? Zhang Ruojin inquired with concern. He Tongxing, holding a torch and appearing somewhat weary, replied, when I left, he was still sound asleep. Though he seemed to be resting well. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. After a moment's thought, Zhang Ruojin said, Tongxing, hold the torch for me. I shall check on Taixing. Of course. He Tongxing expressed his gratitude. Leading Zhang Ruojin into the tent, He Tongxing announced to his parents, Father, Mother, Dr. Zhang has arrived. The hunter couple had been vigilantly guarding their son. Upon seeing Zhang Ruojin enter, they quickly said, Dr. Zhang. Taixing woke up briefly, took his medicine, and fell asleep again. Zhang Ruojin smiled. Let me check his pulse once more. After examining Taixing, Zhang Ruojin appeared at ease. He reassured the hunter couple, Taixing is fine now. You may rest easy. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. The hunter couple exclaimed gratefully. He Tongxing and Zhang Ruojin exited the tent, continuing their night watch with the torch aloft. Suddenly, a series of wolf howls echoed from the southern mountains, startling the 15 night watchmen, who exchanged apprehensive glances. Liu Xiaoyun had just drifted into slumber when the wolf howls jolted her awake. Rolling over, she attempted to return to sleep, her mind already made up to deal with the pack of wolves on the night of the full moon. Chapter 78. The Adorable Little White. As dawn broke, the villagers arose early, greeting one another cheerfully. One villager inquired, Did you hear the wolf howls last night? Indeed, they sounded quite close. Another replied, Those howls were truly frightening. The children woke several times, and none of us slept well. Lu Bingde went to visit He Taixing and to discuss the plans for their onward journey with the hunter. Taixing was busy packing up the items in the tent. How are you feeling now, Taixing? Lu Bingde asked with concern. Having regained consciousness, Taixing was aware that he had acted foolishly the previous day, and he felt a bit embarrassed by Lu Bingde's inquiry. Standing nearby, the hunter quickly interjected, Taixing is fine. He merely touched a mandrake. Oh, that's a relief. Lu Bingde responded, feeling reassured. Exiting the tent, Lu Bingde and the hunter gazed at the towering mountain across from them. There must be quite a few wolves residing on that mountain, the hunter remarked. No wonder we heard howls throughout the night. Lu Bingde concurred. At that moment, Liu Xiaoyun returned from her morning run. Yun girl, you're up early for a jog. Lu Bingda chuckled. Yes, just getting some exercise. Liu Xiaoyun replied with a smile. Then added, Uncle Li, you heard the howls last night too, didn't you? We must continue our journey despite the wolves. There might be many of them on that mountain. Yun girl, you know that. Uncle Li remarked. I've heard that wolf packs are more active during the full moon and can become increasingly ferocious. Is it not dangerous? The hunter nodded in agreement, affirming yes. What Yun girl says is true. Lu Bing sighed, what a coincidence. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Precisely when the moon is full. Suddenly, Liu Xiaoyun asked Uncle Li, do you know why the wolves do not come to this valley? Lu Bingda, taken aback, inquired, what is the reason? Yun girl, do you know? Liu Xiaoyun pointed at the patch of wolf-esbane flowers. It is because this valley is filled with vast fields of toxic wolf-esbane. Lu Bingda began to understand, so this valley is relatively safe. Liu Xiaoyun smiled, for now it seems to be safe. Perhaps we should wait a couple of days until after the Mid-Autumn Festival, allowing the full moon night to pass before we continue our journey. What do you think? Uncle Li? The hunter also agreed, saying, Yun girl has a point, let us rest here for 2 days and resume our travels after the Mid-Autumn Festival. For the sake of the villagers' safety, Lu Bingda reluctantly acquiesced. Upon hearing that they would not be traveling until after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the villagers leisurely began preparing breakfast. How time flies. It's almost the Mid-Autumn Festival. Indeed. It has been nearly 20 days since we left Liu family village. They had not anticipated celebrating this year's Mid-Autumn Festival in the mountains. With ample food and meat, they could also celebrate the festival in the wilderness. The villagers had gathered plenty from their time in the mountains, including game and wild fruits, and with spare grains, they could mend their tattered clothing during these 2 days of rest. After breakfast, while her brother went to feed the horses, Liu Xiaoyun informed her sister-in-law, I'm going for a stroll. Don't wander too far. Zhang urged casually. I know. Liu Xiaoyun promised, quietly departing with a basket on her back. She intended to venture alone to Wolf Mountain to investigate the wolf den situation. Navigating around the wolf-esbane flowers, Liu Xiaoyun commenced her ascent of Wolf Mountain. As she walked, she scanned the area with binoculars. Where could the wolf den be? While she was deep in thought, her eyes darkened as she instinctively ducked. A wild fruit whizzed past her. Then, the chattering of monkeys filled the air. Wild monkeys. She picked up a few stones and turned to throw them at the monkeys perched in the trees. The stones struck the monkeys, causing them to leap away in alarm. They knew Liu Xiaoyun was not to be trifled with and refrained from hurling wild fruits at her. Just as Liu Xiaoyun was about to move forward, she felt something white drop from above, and her intuition told her it was a small animal. The monkeys above also noticed, letting out high-pitched cries and covering their eyes with their paws. Liu Xiaoyun swiftly stepped forward, catching the fallen creature in her backpack. Upon inspecting the contents, a smile broke across her face as she discovered it was an adorable little white gibbon. So small and charming. From where did this little one tumble down? Liu Xiaoyun glanced upward but found nothing amiss. Could it have fallen from the rocks above? Simultaneously, she detected a sweet aroma of honey emanating from the little gibbon. She speculated that perhaps there was a beehive nestled within the rocks, and the little gibbon had ventured to feast on honey, inadvertently causing its fall. Startled, the gibbon soon realized it was unharmed and leapt out of the backpack. Farewell, little one. Do refrain from climbing high to indulge in honey again. Liu Xiaoyun waved goodbye. However, the gibbon did not depart. Instead, it tugged at Liu Xiaoyun's clothing as if beckoning her to follow. Aware of the gibbon's intelligence, she inquired, Little one, do you know where the wolf den is? The gibbon chattered animatedly, yet its words were indecipherable to Liu Xiaoyun. Amused, she remarked, If you guide me to the wolf den, I shall reward you with sweet peaches. The gibbon persistently pulled at her attire, indicating it wanted her to accompany it. Believing the gibbon understood her, Liu Xiaoyun decided to follow. After a considerable time, the gibbon led her to the rear of a large rock and halted. At that moment, Liu Xiaoyun heard the sound of something gnawing. Alerted, she pondered whether they had indeed arrived at the wolf den. She drew out her tranquilizer gun. The gibbon immediately released its grip on her clothes and pointed towards the large rock. Liu Xiaoyun crouched and approached the rock, only to discover that it was not a wolf den at all, but rather a large black bear sitting contentedly while indulging in honey. The bear was savoring a honeycomb, with another sizable piece resting beside it. Liu Xiaoyun's sudden appearance irked the bear, as it seemed to perceive her as a threat to its honey. The bear set down the honeycomb, rose to its feet, and roared while waving its massive paws. Before the bear could advance, Liu Xiaoyun fired her weapon. Slowly, the bear collapsed to the ground, and only then did the gibbon emerge from behind the rock. Just as the gibbon was about to take the honeycomb, Liu Xiaoyun had already stored both pieces in her space, along with the bear. The gibbon stared in disbelief. Where had the honeycomb gone? It leaped into Liu Xiaoyun's backpack to search for it. To its dismay, the backpack was empty. Liu Xiaoyun produced the remaining piece of honeycomb that the bear had left, exclaiming, "If you lead me to the wolf den, this honeycomb shall be yours." The gibbon leaped to seize it, but Liu Xiaoyun deftly sidestepped. Frustrated at missing its target, the gibbon scratched its head in agitation. "So, will you accompany me or not?" Liu Xiaoyun questioned, holding up the honeycomb. The gibbon perched atop the rock, appearing contemplative. Understanding the gibbon's thoughts, Liu Xiaoyun reassured, "Do not worry, little one. Should we encounter wolves, I will protect you." Encouraged by her words, the gibbon promptly jumped down from the rock and obediently led the way. Liu Xiaoyun chuckled, finding the little creature quite clever. The gibbon, unable to defend itself against the formidable bear, seemed to have taken her along to seek retribution for its stolen honey. Chapter 79, Infiltrating the Wolf Denver. The gibbon bounded energetically, occasionally displaying odd antics that made Liu Xiaoyun laugh. After traversing for about half an hour, the gibbon halted beneath a large tree, pointing its paw towards a pile of chaotic rocks 100 meters ahead, refusing to advance further. Liu Xiaoyun placed the gibbon in her backpack and ascended the tree with agility. Using binoculars, she surveyed the rocky pile and gasped in astonishment. Not only was it a jumble of stones, but it also harbored heaps of grim white bones, a sight that was truly horrifying. Liu Xiaoyun recalled that when the villagers had first ascended the mountain, dozens of refugees had walked ahead of them. Since then, she had not seen those unfortunate souls and wondered about their fate. Gazing at the mound of bones, she surmised that the wolf den must be nearby. Once more, she scrutinized the area through her binoculars, noting several caves of varying sizes situated not far from the rocky pile, each seemingly occupied by wolves. The mountain was indeed home to a considerable number of wolves. Yet, none appeared to be the alpha. Where could the leader be? Raising her binoculars, she spotted a larger cave in the distance, its entrance cleverly concealed, almost invisible upon casual observation. A few wolves emerged from the cave, quickly scattering in different directions, their intentions a mystery. After waiting for an extended period without sight of the alpha, Liu Xiaoyun decided to withdraw. On her return journey, she presented the remaining honeycomb to the gibbon. "Farewell, little one." Liu Xiaoyun descended the mountain swiftly, the gibbon trailing closely behind, relishing the honey. As they neared the valley, the gibbon remained at her side. Liu Xiaoyun paused, asking, "Are you not planning to return?" To her surprise, as soon as she spoke, the gibbon leapt into her backpack. Liu Xiaoyun shook her head, realizing that the clever little creature left her no choice but to knock it out and store it in her space for the time being. Before reaching the villagers' encampment, she took out some cherries and placed them in her backpack. Zhang Ruojin was leading Lu Chengnan and Lu Qinbei in drying herbs. Lu Xiaoming had laid out the cleaned rabbit and deer pelts to dry. Zhang was basking in the sun while crafting new cloth shoes. Liu Xiaoyun quietly approached sister-in-law. "Making new shoes for my brother?" Zhang smiled, "Not quite. These are new shoes for my brother." Liu Xiaoyun paused, quickly grasping the situation, and teasingly remarked, "Sister-in-law, I too desire a new pair of cloth shoes." "Xiaoyun, wait a bit, I will make you a pair soon." Zhang replied earnestly. Liu Xiaoyun chuckled, "Sister-in-law, I was only jesting. I already have several new pairs." With that, she called for her two little nephews, Chengnan, Qinbei, "Come and enjoy the wild berries." The two boys rushed over, exclaiming, "And have you gathered wild berries again?" "Indeed. Help yourselves." Liu Xiaoyun offered cherries to her nephews. Her call not only summoned Lu Chengnan and Lu Qinbei, but also attracted Liu Xiaoming and Zhang Ruojin, who joined in on the cherry feast. "Sister, you ventured up the mountain?" Liu Xiaoming asked while savoring the cherries. "Yes, just took a little stroll." Liu Xiaoyun replied, then called out to her sister-in-law, "Sister-in-law, do take a moment to join us for wild berries." "All right, I shall be right there," Zhang responded, setting aside her sewing to partake in the cherries. Zhang Ruojin felt elated knowing her sister was making him new shoes. As noon approached, the villagers busied themselves preparing lunch. Zhang was cooking a mixed grain porridge while Liu Xiaoyun prepared fragrant braised lamb. He Taixing delivered bowls of stewed deer meat to both Liu Xiaoming and Liu Bingda's families. After their meal, and once the dishes were cleared, Liu Xiaoyun retreated to her small tent to rest. Liu Bingde, observing the stewed deer meat brought by Hitai Sheng, suggested his son engage in conversation with Zhang Ruojin after lunch. Lu Wencheng noticed Zhang Ruojin sorting herbs and strolled over for a casual chat. Dr. Zhang, what are your plans upon arriving in Linnan Prefecture? Lu Wencheng casually inquired. Zhang Ruojin, while sorting herbs, replied, once my sister's family is settled, I intend to continue my travels to seek out renowned physicians. Does Dr. Zhang have no intention of settling down? Lu Wencheng pressed further. Zhang Ruojin shook his head, expressing that he had no current intentions, as he had grown accustomed to this nomadic lifestyle. You could establish a clinic and practice medicine, suggested Lu Wencheng. However, Zhang Ruojin remained resolute, stating that he had no plans to open a clinic at this time. In the afternoon, Lu Wencheng engaged in lengthy discussions with Zhang Ruojin, gaining insight into his thoughts. Upon returning home, Lu Wencheng conveyed Zhang Ruojin's intentions to his parents. Liu Bingde fell into a contemplative silence for a while before advising his son to refrain from mentioning the matter again. He discerned Zhang Ruojin's ambitious spirit, but was determined not to subject his daughter to a life of turmoil. Chao Shi echoed this sentiment, asserting that their daughter should not lead an unstable existence. Lu Wan, who had been quietly listening nearby, chose not to interject, fully aware that her parents acted with her best interests at heart. The Liu family held a deep gratitude towards Zhang Ruojin, as he had been the one to save Liu Wan's life. As night descended, Liu Xiaoyun intended to sneak away once more, but her vigilant brother caught her in the act. Liu Xiaoming, holding a torch, observed Liu Xiaoyun and teased, Sister, have you overindulged again and wish to take a stroll to aid digestion? I shall accompany you. Liu Xiaoyun quickly replied, no need, brother. Aren't you on night watch? Liu Xiaoming feigned sternness. Oh, you're aware of your brother's duty? Then you may stroll nearby. All right, I'll just take a quick walk around. Liu Xiaoyun acquiesced, preparing to slip away. Return promptly, Liu Xiaoming cautioned. I know, she affirmed. Liu Xiaoyun took a brief walk nearby, seizing the moment when her brother was engaged in conversation with Hitai Sheng, who was also on night watch, to make her escape. Luo Mohan had been observing Liu Xiaoyun for some time and found her stealthy departure rather amusing. He stifled a chuckle and called softly, Miss Liu, over here. Liu Xiaoyun, having spotted Luo Mohan, worried that her brother might see him, quickly pulled him up the mountain, whispering, hurry. Luo Mohan's lips curled into a smile as he followed her eagerly, reveling in the thrill of their clandestine adventure. Following the familiar path from the previous night, they arrived at the summit almost in one breath. Upon reaching the top, they steadied themselves and exchanged a brief glance, both breaking into knowing smiles. The moonlight bathed them in its silvery glow as Liu Xiaoyun took out a telescope, gazing at the peak of Wolf Mountain and then at the Wolf Den. Look, that's the Wolf Den, she exclaimed, handing the telescope to Luo Mohan. Luo Mohan took the telescope and peered in the direction Liu Xiaoyun indicated. You ventured to Wolf Mountain? He asked, feigning ignorance. Indeed. Tomorrow night at the midnight hour, should the alpha wolf fall, the pack will return to the den to select a new leader. You can arrange for an ambush, Liu Xiaoyun stated plainly. Very well. Luo Mohan's gaze bore into Liu Xiaoyun's as he inquired gravely, may I ask, Miss Liu, how do you intend to deal with the alpha wolf at midnight tomorrow? Liu Xiaoyun smiled slightly, revealing a sniper rifle in her hands. A sniper rifle? Luo Mohan exclaimed, taken aback, his heart racing with excitement. With the rifle slung over her shoulder, Liu Xiaoyun exuded an aura of fierce determination, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who dared approach her. She positioned herself at a carefully chosen vantage point. Luo Mohan, captivated by Liu Xiaoyun's poised demeanor, struggled to calm his emotions. Liu Xiaoyun raised the sniper rifle, aiming at the summit of Wolf Mountain. After a moment, Luo Mohan rubbed his temples to mask his exhilaration and approached Liu Xiaoyun, his tone gentle. Miss Liu. Liu Xiaoyun promptly stowed the sniper rifle, her eyes sharp and voice frosty. No need to elaborate. This cannot be borrowed. In her mind, she considered the telescope simple enough to lend, but should he dare to overstep, she would withdraw her cooperation. Luo Mohan mused internally that even if he were to borrow it, he wouldn't know how to use it. His spirits lifted, he replied cheerfully, Miss Liu. I look forward to our successful collaboration. Liu Xiaoyun nodded, yes. I will handle the alpha wolf at midnight tomorrow, and you must position your men near the wolf den to eliminate the pack in one fell swoop. Luo Mohan smiled, affirming, "This strategy is splendid." As Liu Xiaoyun noted the late hour, she prepared to descend the mountain. Luo Mohan hesitated, his thoughts lingering on words unspoken. After much deliberation, he decided to wait until they reached Linen Prefecture to voice them. Liu Xiaoyun, sensing his unspoken thoughts, furrowed her brow slightly and asked, "Is there anything unclear?" Luo Mohan, taken aback by her question, burst into hearty laughter. "Miss Liu, your plans are meticulous. Tomorrow night at midnight, we shall undoubtedly annihilate the wolf pack." Satisfied that there were no further matters to discuss, Liu Xiaoyun turned to descend. "Let us head down," she declared, anxious that her brother would come searching for her if she lingered too long. Observing Liu Xiaoyun's urgency, Luo Mohan couldn't help but chuckle softly, understanding her haste. Though he wished to linger longer atop the mountain, he respected her desire to leave. "Miss Liu, wait for me," he called, employing lightness in his steps to catch up with her. Liu Xiaoyun recognized that he wished to escort her down. She gently shook her head, feeling it unnecessary. Not rejecting his kindness, she chose to remain silent and quickened her pace down the mountain. The moonlight illuminated their descent, and as they walked side by side, Luo Mohan frequently glanced at her, noting her swift, graceful movements. Her slender figure moved nimbly, her dark hair tied back with a simple ribbon, contrasting sharply with her shorter hairstyle. Despite her altered appearance in this life, her spirited nature remained unchanged. Luo Mohan speculated that Liu Xiaoyun must possess a treasure trove of skills in this lifetime, just as he had transformed his own appearance and acquired profound martial abilities. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Liu Xiaoyun did not linger, but waved farewell to Luo Mohan, signaling that he could return. Luo Mohan felt a pang of reluctance as he watched her return to the encampment of the villagers. Once back at the villagers' site, Liu Xiaoyun greeted her brother. "I'm back." Liu Xiaoming, on night watch with his torch, glanced over and responded, "Good. Get some rest early." "Yes," Liu Xiaoyun replied before retreating to her small tent. She promptly entered her space, where Dahexiong and Xiaobai were still dozing on the grassy patch. Not bothering with them, Liu Xiaoyun first checked on the two tiger cubs, who were playfully nestled beside the magnificent tiger, who affectionately teased them with his paw. The bond between father and cubs was heartwarming. With their round bellies, Liu Xiaoyun knew they were well fed, indicating a good rapport between the tiger and the wild boar. Liu Xiaoyun roused Dahexiong and Xiaobai. As Dahexiong awakened and saw his surroundings, he immediately rose to his full height, raising a massive paw as if to swat Xiaobai. Startled, Xiaobai trembled and jumped behind Liu Xiaoyun, holding a tranquilizer gun. Liu Xiaoyun's gaze was sharp and her tone icy as she commanded, "You both come with me." Dahexiong, not being foolish, recognized the tranquilizer gun in Liu Xiaoyun's hand and immediately relented. Having learned from past encounters with the tranquilizer, he lumbered along obediently, following Liu Xiaoyun. Upon reaching the livestock area, she noted that wild chickens and rabbits were housed in separate enclosures, while the tiger and wild boar shared a space. Thus, she decided that Dahexiong and Xiaobai would remain in the same enclosure. Liu Xiaoyun spoke coldly, "Dahai, Xiaobai. You two are not permitted to cause any trouble here. Otherwise, the tranquilizer gun will be at your service. Do you understand?" The large black bear, upon spotting the ferocious tiger, secretly rejoiced, grateful that they were not confined together. Liu Xiaoyun continued her command, "Dahai, Xiaobai, extend your paws. Let us transform hostility into harmony. Let bygones be bygones and embrace friendship from this moment forth." Surprisingly, the black bear obediently extended its large, dark paw towards Xiaobai. Hesitantly, Xiaobai reached out its paw, disdain flickering in its eyes as they shook paws. Thus, the black bear and Xiaobai reconciled. Liu Xiaoyun felt relieved and then ventured into the planting area to gather a few ears of corn, tossing the stalks to the black bear before heading to the orchard to pluck a peach for Xiaobai. The black bear had never savored such sweet corn before, devouring it eagerly, even consuming the stalks. Xiaobai enjoyed the delectable peach, drooling incessantly. Liu Xiaoyun, unable to bear the sight, admonished, "Xiaobai, mind your manners." Only then did Xiaobai switch to a more genteel approach to savoring the fruit. With the animals settled, Liu Xiaoyun enjoyed a peach herself, then retreated to the villa's bathroom for a hot shower. After changing into fresh attire, she exited the space and returned to her tent for sleep. Lying in the tent, Liu Xiaoyun pondered. She only knew that this man's surname was Luo, and she was unaware of his given name. He bore her no ill will. He did not inquire, nor did she wish to know. Each time he ventured out, he was accompanied by several skilled individuals, indicating that his identity was certainly not trivial. He had mentioned that she could find him at the Duke of An's residence in Linen Prefecture with a jade pendant. Thus, he was the Duke of An. A prince indeed. One admirable trait of this man was his lack of curiosity and excessive questioning. During their initial collaboration to eradicate mountain bandits, he borrowed a telescope and noticed the gun in her possession, yet he did not pry further. However, after the bandit extermination, he sent someone to follow her. Why? Did he harbor ulterior motives? What could he possibly desire from her? Her telescope or her handgun? In this collaboration, she had brought out a sniper rifle to target the pack leader, yet he merely expressed mild surprise without further inquiry. That said, if he had asked, she would not have divulged anything. His unique status meant that as long as he was not coveting her possessions, she had no objection to collaborating with him once more. One question lingered in Liu Xiaoyun's mind. Why did he seek her out for collaboration time and again? Her heart raced, and her mind spun in circles. Could this prince also be from another world? Chapter 81. The Night of the Full Moon. The annual Mid-Autumn Festival had arrived. No matter where one was, there ought to be some semblance of celebration. Life must possess a sense of ritual. The villagers began bustling about early in the morning. Liu Bingde conferred with Hunter He and decided that everyone would celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival together. The villagers rejoiced at the news, eager to partake in the festivities as a community. Liu Xiaoyun rose early to go for a morning run, returning with a large piece of honeycomb in hand. Wow, Auntie, what is that you have? Liu Qingnan and Liu Qingbei asked curiously, having never seen a honeycomb before. You two are unaware? This is honeycomb, and it contains honey. Liu Xiaoyun explained to her two nephews. Liu Xiaoming, upon seeing it, hurriedly took it from her, exclaiming in astonishment, Sister, where did you find such a large honeycomb? Liu Xiaoyun smiled. I discovered it while running. Brother, extract the honey from it. Zhang Ruojin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, what a massive honeycomb. Honeycomb is also a rare medicinal material. Once the honey is extracted, such a large honeycomb cannot go to waste, and he intended to keep it. Zhang quickly prepared a basin to collect the honey. Liu Xiaoming and Zhang Ruojin worked together to extract the honey from the honeycomb. Liu Qingnan and Liu Qingbei had already taken small bowls to enjoy the honey, their mouths sticky and sweet. Zhang chuckled, honey is the sweetest of all. Mother, you should try some too. The honey is incredibly sweet. Liu Qingnan offered a spoonful of honey to Zhang. Auntie, you should have some honey too, it's delicious. Liu Qingbei offered a spoonful to Liu Xiaoyun. As Zhang and Liu Xiaoyun savored the sweet honey, they both exclaimed, indeed, honey is delightful. The villagers gathered around, their eyes filled with envy, marveling at how lucky Liu Xiaoyun was to discover such a large honeycomb during her morning run. Liu Bingde approached, Yun girl. You're quite fortunate. Where did you find this honeycomb? Liu Xiaoyun smiled, Uncle Lirong, it was a chance discovery. Quite impressive. Liu Bingde commended. Zhang whispered to Liu Xiaoyun, Lirong suggests we all celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival together. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoyun looked at the full basin of honey and said to Liu Xiaoming, Brother, since we're celebrating together, let us offer a bowl of honey for everyone to enjoy. Liu Xiaoming readily agreed, all right, as you wish. Liu Bingde beamed at this, walking away with a satisfied smile. Hands clasped behind his back, Liu Xiaoming was the first to present a bowl of honey, a rare treat for everyone. Following suit, villagers brought forth various offerings. Some brought eggs, others duck eggs, some contributed grains, wild vegetables, or mountain fungi, while others presented chestnuts and more. Liu Bingde offered 2 pounds of mutton and salted duck eggs. Hunter He brought forth wild chickens and rabbits. Liu the butcher presented 5 pounds of cured meat. Liu Xiaoming added 3 pounds of wild boar meat. In summary, the villagers contributed an array of items, each household bringing forth something to share. The adults busied themselves cooking. Children ran about joyfully, and the elderly sat basking in the sun, creating a scene of tranquility in the valley. Zhang presented new shoes to Zhang Ruojin, saying, Brother, your new shoes are ready, try them on. Zhang Ruojin took the shoes, saying happily, all right, I'll give them a try. Wearing the new shoes, Zhang Ruojin beamed, Sister, the shoes fit perfectly. Zhang was equally delighted and replied, then wear the new shoes. When I have time, I'll make you another pair. Yes. Zhang Ruojin looked down at the shoes, overwhelmed with joy. Your craftsmanship is exquisite, the soles are thick, and these shoes are incredibly comfortable. Once the meal was ready, The villagers gathered together, some standing, some seated, cheerfully enjoying their food, thus celebrating the mid-autumn festival. As dusk fell, several large bonfires were lit, and the day quietly came to an end. During the meal, Liu Bingde had already informed the villagers to rest early and prepare to continue their journey the following morning. Upon hearing that they would be traveling again the next day, the villagers lost interest in moon-gazing, having worked hard all day and retiring early. This time, Liu Xiaoyun proactively told her brother that she would take a quick stroll and return. Liu Xiaoming, on night watch, reminded her a few more times. Liu Xiaoyun distanced herself from the villagers' encampment, preparing to ascend the mountain. Seeing Liu Xiaoyun approach, Luo Mohan's heart raced, and he softly called out, "Miss Liu." Liu Xiaoyun glanced at Luo Mohan, feeling somewhat uneasy. She furrowed her brow. "Have your men been properly stationed?" "Yes. They have followed your instructions and are in position." Luo Mohan replied with a hint of excitement in his voice. "And you?" Liu Xiaoyun suddenly asked him. "Me?" Luo Mohan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "I am here with Miss Liu." Liu Xiaoyun contemplated for a moment, acknowledging that this course of action was indeed feasible. Once this collaboration reached its conclusion, each individual would be free to pursue their own paths, regardless of whether he had traversed from another realm. His unique identity rendered it imperative that she sever all ties with him. If he had indeed crossed over, he should have discerned her own origins long ago. Since he chose to remain silent, she would feign ignorance. Given the peculiarity of his status, it seemed prudent for both parties to maintain this unspoken understanding, ensuring that their futures would remain devoid of any intersection. This was quite satisfactory. Luo Mohan observed Liu Xiaoyun, noticing her pensive demeanor, and gently inquired, "Miss Liu, is there something amiss?" Liu Xiaoyun replied coolly, "Not at all. Let us ascend the mountain." "Very well," Luo Mohan responded, and yet, as merely a day had passed, Liu Xiaoyun appeared somewhat more aloof towards him. Her free-spirited nature might have led him to overthink the situation. Liu Xiaoyun and Luo Mohan ascended the mountain side by side. At a quarter past the hour of the pig, they arrived at the summit. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the full moon, the mountaintop exuded an air of serene desolation. Liu Xiaoyun produced a pair of binoculars, directing her gaze towards the summit of Wolf Mountain. She discerned that a dozen or so gray wolves were already meandering about the peak. Without uttering a word, she handed the binoculars to Luo Mohan, who accepted them and also peered towards the mountaintop. The wolves, cunning creatures, lingered. It was still too early for the alpha to reveal itself, as they awaited the congregation of their pack. Upon finishing his observation, he returned the binoculars to Liu Xiaoyun. However, she did not take them back, merely instructing him, "You may hold on to them for now." Luo Mohan understood her intent and refrained from returning the binoculars. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoyun retrieved her sniper rifle, positioning herself at a carefully selected spot in preparation. Luo Mohan's keen eyes fixed upon Liu Xiaoyun, who bore an undeniable aura of strength while shouldering the sniper rifle. This evening, he would witness the prowess of an exceptional marksman as she aimed to take down the alpha wolf. Fate had granted him the opportunity to collaborate with her on 2 occasions, and his subordinates were already strategically positioned throughout Wolf Mountain. How fortunate he was, in this lifetime, to encounter her once more. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and luck. After a brief interval, Liu Xiaoyun informed Luo Mohan, "The wolf pack is converging upon the summit. The alpha may reveal itself shortly." Indeed, she had already perceived this through the scope and was fully prepared. "Yes," Luo Mohan confirmed, still observing with his binoculars. The alpha wolf had finally made its entrance, a magnificent white wolf. Luo Mohan exclaimed with excitement. Through the lenses, he beheld the resplendent creature, its snowy coat radiating an aura befitting a king of wolves. Understanding that the alpha was poised to ascend a large rock, Liu Xiaoyun spoke with unwavering composure. As the midnight hour approached, the night sky was adorned with a luminous full moon, and the colossal white wolf stood atop the stone, surveying its pack. The wolves gazed up at their leader with reverence, their eyes glinting mysteriously in the moonlight, glowing with an ethereal green light. As the hour struck, the white wolf turned its head, its own eyes shimmering with a ghostly green hue, gazing at the celestial orb above. Its proud head tilted back in preparation to unleash a haunting howl. Just as the white wolf opened its mouth, ready to vocalize, a sharp crack echoed through the air, a gunshot rang out, and Liu Xiaoyun had delivered a precise shot, striking the wolf squarely in the head.